Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 763. Establishing universe. Breaking through the universe grade shouldn't be too difficult for Luo Yunyang, as he had experienced advancing to the heavenly venerate grade. However, what Luo Yunyang wanted wasn't just a simple breakthrough, like his heavenly venerate true body did. If the galaxy grade and the celestial domain grade were like a small region, then the universe grade would be an entire world. In the past, it had been very easy for him to break through to the universe grade during his 10 samsara cycles. After achieving the heavenly venerate level, he had only been a little stronger than the blood lotus supremacy and the rest. Only after entering the pure sun great cosmos and the great mysterious sky cosmos had Luo Yunyang realized that his heavenly venerate true body was commonplace there. He could even be suppressed by someone like profound calm Zongzi. The reason profound calm Zongzi, who only possessed a celestial domain grade cultivation, had a similar level of power attribute as his heavenly venerate true body of about 1 yuan was because profound calm Zongzi had an exceptional foundation. According to the divine union's cultivation path, one should choose a suitable nomological law from all the laws available in the divine union and eventually fuse this nomological law into one's own cultivation path. After this cultivation path formed into a universe, the cultivator would advance and become a supremacy. However, this was just a theory. In fact, many cultivators would not find their own cultivation path in their entire lifetime. Some cultivators might not even comprehend a nomological law. Of course, some would eventually find their cultivation path but would still face extreme difficulties in advancing to the celestial domain grade, let alone forming their own internal universe. The number of martialists becoming universe grade saints here was abysmal. Therefore, many people didn't expect too much during their cultivation journey. However, in the Three-Era Supreme sect, it was rumored that the beloved Supreme Divine Scripture had given the descendants of the Three-Era Supreme sect a direct path to greatness right from the beginning. Although, on most occasions, self-created things belong to oneself, many a time a path to greatness that was established in the beginning could save a lot of unnecessary detours. Now, Luo Yunyang was going to follow the contents of the eternal divine scripture and mold himself into the strongest universe-grade martialist possible. A 1 yuan universe with primal chaotic divine stones as foundation could open up an entire new universe filled with primal chaotic power. The power harnessed from such a method would also result in a very powerful 1 yuan universe cultivator. Luo Yunyang had decided to rely on the 1 yuan universe cultivation method. This method was rarely attempted in the Three-Era Supreme sect. This wasn't because the Three-Era Supreme sect didn't wish to use it, but because the cultivation of the 1 yuan universe consumed too much. Even a top sect like the Three-Era Supreme sect would need to ponder if it was worthwhile. This, of course, wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that, when advancing from a universe grade to a heavenly venerate, the cultivator would have a really deep foundation that would result in awkwardly failing to break through. The reason Luo Yunyang decided to choose the 1 yuan universe cultivation method, apart from the massive amount of resources he had, was because the 1 yuan universe would be able to provide him with the strongest power. While he faced the mysterious Longzhen, Luo Yunyang had also already considered what would happen after. However, after a lot of consideration, he still decided to go ahead with the 1 yuan universe. According to the records of the eternal divine scripture, breaking through to the universe grade ranged from 1 yuan to 9 gong. Each type of breakthrough also required different grades of precious treasures. Of course, the 9 gong universe formed by 9 different precious treasures would be incredibly strong, but it was still very inferior compared to the 1 yuan universe. After leaving the senior statesman hall, Luo Yunyang slowly strolled through the void toward a rather large expanse of space. Within this space was a pile of dark mountains. Luo Yunyang studied the huge mountains quietly. Suddenly, Dahai Saint appeared hurriedly to greet him. After arriving in front of Luo Yunyang, Dahai Saint kneeled down respectful and greeted Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang felt some admiration for Dahai Saint after seeing his sincere and courteous attitude. Dahai Saint was willing to lower himself down and be very respectful not only because he was trying to protect himself, but also to fight for an opportunity for the demigod tribe to survive. Although Luo Yunyang hated the demigod tribe, he had never intended to annihilate them completely. Without a supremacy at the helm, the demigod tribe would forever submit to Luo Yunyang. My lord, these are all the demigod tribe's valuables. This mountain is the 7th immemorial metal. This over here is blazing flame crystal, and this is. As the demigod tribe leader, Dahai Saint knew everything about his tribe's treasure trove. Back when he had become the tribe leader, he had nearly drowned in ecstasy when he had first seen the treasure trove. However, the massive treasure trove was now changing ownership. If the new owner wasn't satisfied, the demigod tribe would face an instant calamity. Luo Yunyang understood that it was very difficult to obtain a huge amount of primal chaotic divine stones, as they weren't common within this void to begin with. However, it was possible to create primal chaotic divine stones using various top-grade precious materials. For example, if the seventh immemorial metal, blazing flame crystal, and a few other materials were combined, they would produce primal chaotic chi. Then, the primal chaotic chi would enter Luo Yunyang's internal universe to transform into the foundation of a one-yuan universe. Great, you did a great job. As long as you send your offerings on time, the demigod tribe will remain the same. Dahai Saint thanked Luo Yunyang sincerely again, even though he knew inwardly that things would never return to the way they had been before. How could they, when someone was constantly observing them? They would have to behave obediently from now on. After Dahai Saint left, Luo Yunyang waved his arms and arrived instantly at an area filled with all sorts of metal. Although ignorant supremacy was a supremacy, he was currently waiting earnestly and respectfully for Luo Yunyang's arrival. When he arrived, he also began to introduce Luo Yunyang to the heaps of precious materials piled up like mountains. Luo Yunyang visited the bug race in the purgatory as well. His storage bracelet was quickly filled with precious materials by the time he returned to his seclusion ground. Luo Yunyang waved his arms again, sending the huge amount of materials surging into his internal universe. After arranging the materials according to the records of the eternal divine scripture, Luo Yunyang began to sketch the outline of his universe carefully. Time flowed like water and 20 years in the divine union passed in a jiffy. During those 20 years, some people within the divine union rose to power and others fell. However, all in all, things remained very peaceful. Of course, ordinary martialists didn't know that a supreme being was arriving and weren't aware of what the four great factions were busy with. On a faraway planet, thousands of demigod tribe galaxy-grade martialists were conjuring their power to refine an array formation platform. The array formation platform wasn't completed yet, but it looked very sturdy and all of the inscriptions that were on the formation platform felt extremely mysterious. An elder from the demigod tribe spat a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Someone hurried over and helped him up while feeding him spirit pills. Let him rest for 10 days. The celestial domain grade supervisor furrowed his brows while giving instructions. Sir, Xianxia has been working for 10 years. If he continues to refine this formation platform, his cultivation will suffer in the future. A galaxy-grade martialist pleaded him. The celestial domain-grade elite snapped as he glared at the galaxy-grade martialist. I know all about Xianxia's plight. However, are you aware of the consequences if we fail to finish it on time? The demigod tribe will need to pay an extra 10% of the offerings if we delay the completion even by a day. The celestial domain-grade elite was very stern. Do you know how much 10% of the offerings is? Although the galaxy-grade martialist knew the astronomical amount, he still sounded reluctant as he tried to argue. Could it be that, there's no way for the demigod tribe to? Fool, our three great supremacies have fallen. If the demigod tribe wasn't under the protection of that savior, we would have perished. The celestial domain-grade elite slapped the face of the galaxy-grade martialist and said fearfully, furthermore, who in this world could oppose him? None of the galaxy-grade elites present dared to object. Instead, the speed at which they were refining the huge array formation platform increased. These scenes were a common sight in the Purgatory, the bug race and the Machine Empire's territories, especially so in the Purgatory. After one of their elites had killed 10 of the universe-grade saints that had been delaying the completion of the formation platform, their refining speed had increased tremendously. A massive flying ship was traversing through the endless void. Whatever came in contact with the flying ship disintegrated. Longzhen, who was sitting atop the flying ship, was in high spirits. Congratulations, Longzhen Zongzi, for advancing to a peak universe grade. Once you obtain the mysterious yellow supreme blood, you'll be able to break through to the heavenly venerate level and become the #1 existence among the bloodline heavenly venerates. The speaker was an elder with a very cold demeanor and a four-colored radiance emanating from his body. Although the colors of this radiance were different, when they flashed, they seemed to contain powerful laws. If Luo Yunyang had been here, he would have known that this old man was a 4th-level heavenly venerate. A middle-aged man who was Longzhen's trusted aide also looked at this old man in reverence. "Elder Lu, I'm going to rely on you heavily this time. There are some formidable beings in the human tribe that I will need you to take down." Longzhen spoke in a very courteous fashion. Although he was a proud man, he knew that Elder Lu was showing him respect by helping him on accord of Longzhen's family. "Ha ha, they are just some pests from a small place. They wouldn't fly even if we gave them wings. It's a pity that the mysterious yellow supreme blood had to fall in their hands." Elder Lu sounded very disdainful. Chapter 764. One Yuan Universe. There were many guards around the cave abode where Luo Yunyang trained in seclusion. While they knew that no one would foolishly disturb Luo Yunyang's cultivation, they still had to be cautious and professional. This was not just because of their reverence for the status of the person inside the cave abode, but also because of their respect for the man who had single-handedly brought the human tribe to its current position. Luo Yunyang, who was inside the cave abode, did not know about the patrols outside. He didn't think that anyone would dare to disturb his training. He was sitting with his eyes shut while his consciousness was inside his internal universe. In the middle of his internal celestial domain was the eternal divine pestle. The huge piles of precious material that surrounded the pestle had just turned into ashes. They were replaced by spiritual essence that formed pillars that were thousands of meters tall. Origin 7th Metal Spirit Energy, Origin Gentle Water Spirit Energy, Origin Thick Earth Spirit Energy. Any universe-grade martialist would treat every single one of these spirit energies as an extremely precious treasure. However, large amounts of spirit energies had now gathered within Luo Yunyang's internal universe. All these spirit energies were also trying to fuse together. According to the records of the eternal divine scripture, there were 2 methods of fusion. The first was to simply wait for it to happen. It would take about 10,000 years for the spirit energies to fuse into the primal chaotic chi, and when that happened, it would be very easy for it to condense into one's internal universe. The second method was to use the eternal divine pestle as a catalyst to lead the seemingly infinite amount of spirit energies into fusing as one. Then, the spirit energies would turn into primal chaotic chi. However, this method was very dangerous. Many elite martialists of the 3-era Supreme sect had fallen while attempting it. The second method was Luo Yunyang's clear choice, as he didn't have time and was also very confident about his own constitution. Thanks to his attribute regulator, his constitution could be raised to a terrifying level. Rise! With a booming roar, the eternal divine pestle rose up into the sky like a menacing dragon. When it spiraled in the void, it created a massive vortex that rapidly enveloped all the spirit energies. Luo Yunyang's inner universe began to crumble as the vortex engulfed it. Stars fell and the void shattered as everything started to collapse. Without the restriction of the internal universe, the power flowed rapidly into Luo Yunyang's body. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on his body. The unlocking of the 8 gene seals had strengthened Luo Yunyang's body to the extent that he didn't need to activate the power of his internal universe to deal with elite universe-grade martialists. However, his invincible body was now actually cracking. Luo Yunyang hurriedly used his attribute regulator and transferred most of his attribute points to his constitution. The increase in his constitution allowed him to survive the chaotic collapse of his internal universe, which was also the most dangerous part of building his One Yuan universe. However, it would also be very difficult to gather all the spirit energies to form the primal chaotic chi. Not only was it a meticulous task, but it also required a great amount of concentration. If one did not have enough mind power, the possibility of failure would be high. Hence, even though the 3-era Supreme sect had the Supreme Divine Scripture, its successor hadn't turned out to be the strongest in the entire pure Sun Great Cosmos. The huge vortex was slowly shrinking inside Luo Yunyang. Every time it shrank, the fusion of the spirit chi would improve a little. It was relatively easy for spirit energies of the same element to fuse. However, the spirit energies that couldn't coexist would explode upon fusing. Luo Yunyang was gradually manipulating his divine eternal pestle to make the vortex shrink at a slower pace. 1,000,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100 miles. When the spirit energy condensed into a sphere that was 100 miles wide, its infinitely colorful appearance turned a jet black color. Although the chi in the sphere had yet to turn into primal chaotic chi, it was already very close to completion. Some people might even consider it primal chaotic chi. According to the cultivation techniques of the eternal divine scripture, Luo Yunyang could conjure that sphere and make it explode to form a 1 yuan universe. However, this universe would be very inferior compared to the universe formed if the sphere reached its true completion. Hence, Luo Yunyang continued to condense the primal chaotic qi. However, the strength required was humongous, and the eternal divine pestle, which had originally been spinning at a high speed, had slowed to a pitiful pace. The eternal divine lord carved on the eternal divine pestle looked more lifelike than ever, as it almost felt like he was going to fly out of the pestle to dominate the entire primal chaotic qi. 10 miles. When the sphere became 10 miles wide, Luo Yunyang felt like his mind was going to collapse. The ball of qi that was almost turning into primal chaotic qi had already reached completion and was at a peak state. According to the eternal divine scripture, condensing the sphere of qi to 10 miles was already pushing the limit. However, Luo Yunyang felt that he had yet to fully exert all his effort. "I'll compress it one more time." The thought popped into Luo Yunyang's mind as he conjured the eternal divine pestle again. The pestle spun rapidly while a massive counter force that came from the sphere tried to reverse the direction the pestle was spinning from. The force was boundless and nearly irresistible. While jostling with the formidable force, Luo Yunyang felt like his mind was going to collapse as his body started to crack up again. The cracks were increasing, and it seemed like his entire body would collapse at any moment. However, at the most critical moment, the eternal divine pestle completed its final contraction and the 10-mile-wide sphere became 9 miles wide. "Release!" Luo Yunyang shouted as he sensed that his internal void could no longer hold on. That primal chaotic qi, which had been condensed to its limit, exploded immediately. Momentarily, the nearly infinite amount of primal chaotic qi diffused in every direction. Every part of the void touched by the primal chaotic qi would give birth to a planet. However, in the middle of the entire void, a piece of land bigger than the size of 10,000 planets was beginning to form. Luo Yunyang, who had been to the mysterious great sky cosmos and the pure sun great cosmos, knew that the great land forming was the center of his universe and also the foundation. Luo Yunyang was completely expressionless as he looked at the formation of his universe quietly. His consciousness was floating above the formation of his great universe without making any sound or movement. When the black primal chaotic qi stopped expanding, the black flower of this universe gradually blossomed on the mountain peak in the center of the great land. When the flower of the universe blossomed fully, a small man could be seen sitting in the middle of the flower, holding on to an eternal divine pestle. In the pure sun great cosmos, on the eternal sacred mountain sect master, who was in a fit of rage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As a peak universe grade existence, even though he wasn't considered undying, normal attacks shouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. However, he had actually just coughed up a mouthful of blood in front of so many people. Momentarily, everyone turned to look at him with differing looks of worry and delight. "Luo Yunyang, I will kill you!" Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master howled in rage. His expression was cold, however, upon taking a second look, one could see a hint of fear in his eyes. The Eternal Divine Pestle represented his supreme status, yet he was unable to sense it. After Luo Yunyang had left with his eternal divine pestle, he had still had a trace of connection with the pestle, even when he couldn't exactly pinpoint where it was. In other words, he had still been the owner of the eternal sacred pestle. However, that trace of connection had now vanished and the small imprint he'd had of the eternal divine pestle had disappeared completely. "It must be you, you vile being." A roar echoed throughout the void before a towering figure appeared in the huge hall of the eternal sacred mountain. When the sound of the roar faded, a huge palm appeared out of nowhere and landed heavily onto Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master's body, sending him flying away. While facing the huge palm that was radiating with 4 different sacred flashes of brilliance, Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master couldn't muster up any form of resistance. It could be said that he didn't even have the courage to resist. The rest of the disciples of the Eternal Sacred Mountain looked at the huge palm respectfully. The heavenly venerate patriarch of the 3-era supreme sect also felt the changes in the eternal divine pestle. Intoxicated by rage, he lashed out at Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master directly. After the patriarch left, Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master looked towards the void and cursed, "Damn you, Luo Yunyang. Damn you even more, profound calm Zongzi." Luo Yunyang didn't know about the events happening on the Eternal Sacred Mountain. After his 1 yuan universe formed, he quickly turned on his attribute regulator to see the changes. Luo Yunyang. Power, 17 speed, 15 constitution, 16 mind, 10 bloodline, 0.31 heavenly venerate true body, power, 1.1 speed, 1.2 mind, 0.8 constitution, 0.9 chaotic 4 origin beast, power, 0.7 speed, 0.5 mind, 0.4 constitution, 0.9 Luo Yunyang was filled with excitement when he saw the changes. The cultivation of the One Yuan universe had expended most of the resources in the 4 great factions of the Divine Union Void, but had also increased Luo Yunyang's attributes by 10 times. The higher the consumption, the larger the rewards. Luo Yunyang, I'm here. A voice echoed suddenly throughout the entire Divine Union Void just as Luo Yunyang was drowned in excitement. Although the tone was delightful, it also contained a hint of disdain. Longzhen. This voice belonged to Longzhen from the Longlan Great Cosmos. Chapter 765. Domineering Longzhen, severing space in the ancestral land of the Machine Empire, ignorant supremacy was seated beside 2 other supremacies from the Machine Empire. It could be said that the Machine Empire had suffered the least from the previous Great War, as they hadn't lost a single supremacy. However, none of the 3 supremacies looked very happy now. The kids reported that it's becoming increasingly difficult for lower-grade tribesmen to advance. Even talented geniuses, ignorant supremacy was reading off a set of information. The 2 other supremacies did not respond, as they knew why Luo Yunyang had gathered all the precious materials in the entire void, thus causing the Machine Empire martialists to face difficulties in advancing their cultivation because they required different types of materials. What can we do about it? Great Wise Supremacy from the Machine Empire lamented. Ignorant supremacy was equally helpless. They could do nothing, even if the cultivation of their younger martialists was restricted. After all, he was in control of their lives. Why is Luo Yunyang building such a large array formation? Great Wise Supremacy asked, changing the topic. All 3 of them were pretty well versed in array formation. According to their estimations, although they did not understand the array formation, they knew that it was going to be insanely powerful. Of course, Luo Yunyang will dominate the void forever once the great formation is completed, ignorant supremacy said hatefully. Actually, no one in the entire void would dare to defy Luo Yunyang, Great Wise Supremacy said, with the Kong Tuo seal in our minds, our lives are in his hands. How could we even defy him? In my opinion, seeing that he's constantly training in seclusion and making such a great effort to build that gigantic formation, he must be making preparations for a certain enemy. If that's the case, we might have a glimmer of hope or an opportunity. The 2 other supremacies' eyes lit up instantly. They glanced at each other before ignorant supremacy said, if that's true, Luo Yunyang's opponent must be coming from outside this void. Suddenly, a provocative voice echoed from the sky and interrupted their conversation. Luo Yunyang, I have arrived. Ignorant supremacy and his partners were delighted yet worried. They also felt hopeful when they heard the voice, as their thoughts invaded their minds. If this person was going to make a move on Luo Yunyang and Luo Yunyang remained apprehensive about them, their opportunity would finally arrive. Beep, beep, beep. Respected ancestors, there's an invasion happening on the new 3-star domain. Invasion of the new 3-star domain. A worried, urgent voice was heard in the heads of all 3 supremacies. As the supreme leaders of the Machine Empire, they all had the best and most advanced communication devices. Any news would be transmitted to them at the quickest time possible. Upon hearing such an emergency plea, the 3 of them hurriedly turned on a virtual projection screen. The Machine Empire certainly possessed the most advanced technology within the void. When the screen lit up, it felt as if the viewer had entered an endless galaxy. However, an astral wind was projected into their eyes. Wherever the astral wind went, everything in its path was fragmented. The vessels from the Machine Empire disintegrated instantly, while countless star nuclei flew in a certain direction. These star nuclei rapidly fell and entered the grasp of a huge palm. Star nuclei were very precious and were considered a valuable treasure. However, at the same time, they were vital to the survival of a nebula, as usually only a nebula could produce a star nucleus. When this star nucleus was taken away, the entire nebula would crumble. Although ignorant supremacy and the others did collect star nuclei to refine other treasures, this was a calculated procedure. They wouldn't overdo it. However, every star nuclei now represented an entire collapsed star system. This is too. Ignorant supremacy started fuming with rage when he saw this. The obliteration of an entire star domain wasn't a big deal to the Machine Empire. However, He felt enraged as he looked on helplessly while so many of his tribesmen were suffering. Endure. We can only endure and wait. Great Wise Supremacy glared at Ignorant Supremacy and warned him. Ignorant Supremacy understood why Great Wise Supremacy had cautioned him. After mulling this over for a moment, he mumbled. What if Luo Yunyang wants us to make a move? What should we do? Great Wise Supremacy did not respond. He obviously had no clear answer to this question. A great star domain core. Not too bad. An old man appeared on the virtual projection screen after the three supremacies had gone silent. The old man made a grabbing motion at the void and a scarlet fist-sized crystal stone flew directly into his hand. The crystal seemed as though it contained an inexhaustible amount of energy as it landed in the old man's hand. A star domain core was the core of an entire star domain. Not only could it balance all the energies in the star domain, but it could also turn into a star nucleus. Even if the star domain was shattered, it could still gradually regain its former state as long as the star domain core was intact. In the Machine Empire, there was a written pact that, no matter what happened, one would never use the star domain core without explicit approval. Even supreme beings like Ignorant Supremacy wouldn't use the star domain core without a good reason, as this was the true foundation of the Machine Empire. Ha ha ha, there are actually a few bugs over here. The lot of you look like pretty good materials that I can use to refine my battle avatar. The apathetic old man glared straight through the void at Ignorant Supremacy and his comrades. To refine his battle avatar. That phrase sent chills down Ignorant Supremacy's spine. They had imagined that Luo Yunyang's enemy would be their savior. They had never thought that the so-called savior would say such a thing right away. Just as the three supremacies were pondering how to deal with the sudden unexpected situation, a gigantic four-colored hand descended upon them. The four-colored hand possessed an infinite might. Time and space didn't seem to affect it. The great power hidden in the four-colored hand frightened the three supremacies. They even felt like they were puny mayflies in the face of that hand. What was going on? They were supremacies. They could exchange blows and had never felt this helpless while facing Luo Yunyang. However, this old man's palm had left them totally helpless. Heaven-earth rending. Ignorant Supremacy roared in anguish as the three supremacies unleashed their strongest move together. Three magnificent blade lights traveled across the void towards the four-colored hand. The blade light, which contained the destructive forces of the three supremacies, clashed against the four-colored palm. When the two energies clashed, the blade lights shattered. Puny flies, how dare you resist me? How dare you call yourselves heavenly venerates? The old man snapped in disdain. Get over here. The four-colored hand immediately surrounded the supremacies and severed the space they were in from the rest of the void. Then, the three supremacies could only look on helplessly as they and the space they were in flew rapidly towards the elder. This was a mystic ability that could sever space, teleport and directly confine someone within a space. These abilities belonged to heavenly venerates, so the three supremacies could use them as well. However, they would need to expend a lot of energy to execute those techniques. Most of the time, it was easier for them to appear before their enemies if they wanted to deal with them. The four-colored hand would definitely consume a lot of power to grab the void and confine the three supremacies. What exactly are you? Ignorant Supremacy glared at the cold elder while convulsing in fear. You must be the Machine Empire's Ignorant Supremacy. Hee hee, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a very long time. A scoffing voice spoke in Ignorant Supremacy's ears. Ignorant Supremacy stiffened when he heard the voice. He had never expected that the person who had seized him would know him. Stop resisting. All of you will be given to Elder Lu as a reward. It's your honor that Elder Lu thinks you're worthy of becoming his battle avatars. The image of a young man donning golden dragon robes entered Ignorant Supremacy's eyes. Ignorant Supremacy was confused as he exclaimed, You're Longzhen, the Longzhen of the human tribe, who discovered the gene seal. That's right, I'm Longzhen. However, the person you mentioned was just my clone. Your void is merely a small mud pool to me. How could it have been worthwhile for me to visit it personally? Longzhen said haughtily. Ignorant Supremacy wanted to speak, yet before he could, the space he was in began to shrink rapidly. In an instant, it became only 3 meters wide. Although Ignorant Supremacy and his comrades were pissed, they knew that they simply had no way of retaliating. When the space became the size of a fist, they would be completely sealed in it. Just as the three supremacies started feeling completely disheartened, a boundless energy struck the space severed by the four-colored hand. Like broken glass, the space shattered in an instant. Chapter 766. The Four Emperor Dragon Fist. Drawing power from supreme beings, the three supremacies felt a great sense of relief when they escaped from this confinement. Although a supremacy did not need to breathe, they still panted uncontrollably when they came out. Then, they scrambled towards Luo Yunyang, who was wielding the eternal divine pestle. They felt very safe when they hid behind Luo Yunyang. Although it was disgraceful for them to behave like this, feeling safe was paramount. Luo Yunyang glanced calmly at Longzhen. While Longzhen's cultivation had reached the peak of the universe grade, Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate consciousness was still able to see through Longzhen completely. Longzhen didn't seem to be afraid of Luo Yunyang either, as his gaze was a little provocative. The old man, who was called Elder Lu, was studying Luo Yunyang's eternal divine pestle. Although he did not know the origin of the pestle, he could tell that the eternal divine pestle was extraordinary at first glance. It had to be a precious treasure he had never seen before. Momentarily, greed engulfed Elder Lu's mind as he cast a sidelong glance at Longzhen. Luo Yunyang, hero of the Milky Way's human tribe. Ha ha ha, never thought that we would meet each other here. Longzhen scoffed. I wonder if this day will go down in the annals of the human tribe. Luo Yunyang shifted his attention away from Longzhen and focused on Elder Lu. Upon seeing the four-colored sacred brilliance behind Elder Lu, Luo Yunyang immediately realized that Elder Lu was a fourth-level heavenly venerate. Most of the heavenly venerates Luo Yunyang had come in contact with had been first-level heavenly venerates, although he had encountered a second-level heavenly venerate in the mysterious sky great cosmos. However, upon thinking back now, he realized that the second-level heavenly venerate he had met had been a little underwhelming. Despite being a second-level heavenly venerate, his power had been far too inferior. When Luo Yunyang shot a sweeping glance at Elder Lu, his attributes showed up on Luo Yunyang's attribute regulator. Power: 95 Speed, 34 Constitution, 61 Mind, 82. Luo Yunyang realized instantly that the second-level heavenly venerate he had encountered in the mysterious sky great cosmos had been an oddity. Otherwise, his power wouldn't have been that low. Immediately, Luo Yunyang realized that there had to be something wrong. A second-level heavenly venerate wouldn't continue mingling with first-level heavenly venerates despite advancing. Of course, it might even be possible that people in the mysterious sky great cosmos were much weaker than people in Longland great cosmos. Luo Yunyang was thinking about Elder Lu, so he paid little attention to Longzhen. Longzhen, who was a prideful person, was very nettled after seeing that Luo Yunyang had placed most of his attention on Elder Lu and didn't give two hoots about him. Elder Lu was someone he had invited so he wouldn't be angry. Luo Yunyang, you must be thrilled that you destroyed my clone at the human tribe's senior statesman hall, Longzhen said. Today, I want to show you that you are not my match, even though you're a heavenly venerate. Longzhen took a step forward and added, I shall give you a chance. Let's have a one-on-one battle. Elder Lu curled his lips in objection when he heard Longzhen's decision. However, Longzhen wasn't an ordinary being. He was the Zongzi of the Long clan and had an exceptional status. Even a fourth-level heavenly venerate like Elder Lu wouldn't want to offend Longzhen. Furthermore, in Elder Lu's opinion, it would be best if Longzhen defeated Luo Yunyang on his own. However, in the event that Longzhen lost, he would still be there to resolve the situation. Many figures were quietly watching the scene from a huge flying ship. Most of them were smiling at Longzhen's provocation. They had full confidence in Longzhen, not only because he was their master, but also because most of them felt that they were superior to Luo Yunyang. In their opinion, the void he was in was basically a remote wasteland. Thus, even if someone could possibly become a heavenly venerate there, they would be just a low-level one. In the Longland Great Cosmos, defeating a heavenly venerate from such a small place was nothing to be proud of. It was really rare for Luo Yunyang to be challenged by someone of a similar cultivation grade. Thus, he looked at the confident Longzhen and nodded his head. Feel free to make your moves then. You said it. Longzhen smirked at Luo Yunyang. Longzhen had always swept aside everything in his way in the Longland Great Cosmos. There was almost nothing that could set him back. This time, in order to collect the mysterious yellow supreme blood, he had planted one of his clone projections amongst the human tribe of the Milky Way by using a secret technique. Then, using the gene seal as a tool, he had swiftly risen among the ranks of the human tribe and even attempted to take control of them. Everything had gone smoothly for him, just like a game. However, just as he had been basking in his success, Luo Yunyang had suddenly appeared and thoroughly turned his clone to ashes with one slap. While it was perfectly normal for that to happen, as this had merely been a projection of him, this clone projection had been massively different from his original body. However, even so, he'd still held a grudge against Luo Yunyang and had kept thinking of ways to take revenge. "Take my punch," Longzhen bellowed. He took flight into the air immediately before transforming into 5 different dragons. All 5 dragons had a different color. When they gathered in the void, each one of them exuded a terrifying energy. Even ignorant supremacy and the others felt terrified when they saw the 5 dragons that seemed to complement one another. Ignorant supremacy sensed that each of the 5 dragons contained an enormous amount of energy. Even though they were supremacies, they were still very inferior compared to the dragons. How could this be? That person was only a peak universe grade, and there was a vast gap between a universe grade and a heavenly venerate. While they were still in shock, Luo Yunyang suddenly made a move and retaliated in a similar fashion by executing a punch. However, he didn't execute the Mahakashapa Titan mark. Instead, he used the Samsara Palm. The Samsara Palm was able to multiply power significantly. Luo Yunyang had been prepared to only execute his Great Titan mark. However, when the 5 dragons appeared, he decided to unleash the Samsara Palm instead. Boom! The flicking black and white Samsara Palm collided against the bodies of the huge dragon formed by the 5 smaller dragons. This caused the huge dragon to crumble instantly and also managed to throw Longzhen off his feet and fling him backward. Longzhen's radiance was still shining, as he didn't seem to have suffered any significant injuries. However, Longzhen appeared to be much warier of Luo Yunyang now. "I never imagined that you would be much better than these good-for-nothings." Longzhen snorted. "In that case, I'll let you have a taste of my 4 Emperor Dragon Fist." Longzhen took a small step forward while glaring coldly. When he raised his fists, 4 faint towering figures appeared behind him like celestial emperors overlooking the realm. Luo Yunyang could sense immediately that the owners of those figures had to be terrifying supreme beings that dominated over their individual realms. He could even feel those figures staring back at him faintly and indistinctly. Although it was just a glance, Luo Yunyang still couldn't help feeling chills from the bottom of his heart. Longzhen's face was burning red as he blasted another punch. However, Luo Yunyang could sense that the punch unleashed by Longzhen also contained the power of the 4 beings, who were likely 9th-level heavenly venerates. Although Longzhen could only draw a minuscule amount of power from the 4 9th-level heavenly venerates, it was still enough to boost his attack with a frightening level of power. The 4 Emperor Dragon Fist was able to draw power from supreme beings. Luo Yunyang was very shocked by the 4 Emperor Dragon Fist as he also quickly conjured all his power and unleashed his 6 Divine Fist technique at the same time. The 6 Divine Fist technique transformed into a massive hexagonal disc and collided against the power of the 4 Emperor Dragon Fist. Without a doubt, Luo Yunyang had the upper hand in terms of power. However, even so, the hexagonal disc transformed by the fist power still cracked when it collided against the 4 Emperor Dragon Fists. Still, when all the sweeping power on the 4 Emperor Dragon Fists dissipated, Luo Yunyang landed a solid 6 Divine Fist technique on Longzhen's body. Longzhen, who was blasted away once more, spat out a mouthful of blood. Longzhen's blood was dark purple and had a sacred yet strange bewitching charm to it. Luo Yunyang wanted to take Longzhen down while he coughed out blood. However, before he could do so, Elder Lu's aura enveloped him. Longzhen's frenzied attack would be awaiting Luo Yunyang if he was the slightest bit careless. After getting back to his feet, Longzhen's body recovered rapidly. He now looked even more focused. As a proud and lofty man, Longzhen never liked to admit that he was inferior. It still didn't sit well with him, even though he knew that Luo Yunyang was a heavenly venerate. "Awesome, you're really the luckiest person in this void," Longzhen snorted. "I wonder if you can still behave like this against Elder Lu." "Elder Lu, I want him alive." Chapter 767. 4th Level Universe, Space Creation Concept, Elder Lu, I want him alive. Longzhen's tone was sinister. To him, an alive Luo Yunyang was better than a dead one. After all, it was easier to derive pleasure by mistreating him. "Don't be impatient, Longzhen Zongzi. I will definitely capture him alive. This fellow is rather interesting," Elder Lu said earnestly. "His body's cultivation base has only reached the universe grade, but..." "Elder Lu, what are you saying? His cultivation base is only at the universe grade." Longzhen unceremoniously interrupted Elder Lu. Elder Lu didn't like people interrupting him most of the time. However, it was Longzhen this time, so it was naturally different. Young Master Longzhen, the cultivation base of his body is just at the initial universe grade, but the cultivation base of his spirit is at the heavenly venerate level. If such a person was placed in the Longlan realm, he would definitely be an outstanding individual. If he was sold as a slave, he would definitely garner a decent price. How attractive! Luo Yunyang had never imagined that Elder Lu would evaluate him like a slave that could be sold. Longzhen didn't look very happy. He was a proud person, so losing out to a nameless person like Luo Yunyang in front of all his subordinates made him feel thoroughly displeased. However, Luo Yunyang was a heavenly venerate, so losing to him actually wasn't too disgraceful. This was what he had thought before Elder Lu's words delivered this blow. Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was only at the universe grade, but his spirit was at the heavenly venerate level. This meant that Luo Yunyang wasn't considered a heavenly venerate yet. He was a peak universe grade. He had actually been defeated by a martialist that had only recently advanced to the universe grade. This was really, capture him. I want to extract the mysterious yellow supreme blood in his body and make him my lowliest slave. Longzhen spoke with a slightly maniacal snarl. Elder Lu looked a little disappointed when he heard Longzhen's words. Although Longzhen's basic skills were good, he was easy to provoke. He was simply someone who would lose control of his emotions easily. How would he amount to anything big? Based on what Elder Lu saw, Longzhen wouldn't amount to anything big and had very little value. Meanwhile, Ignorant Supremacy and the others looked at Luo Yunyang with strange gazes. They had always felt that Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was higher than theirs. However, Elder Lu had now let them know that Luo Yunyang wasn't a heavenly venerate. The supremacies who were at a similar level with heavenly venerates had all submitted to this person, who wasn't a heavenly venerate. If this news spread, then the names of these supremacies would hold no value at all. Luo Yunyang had never imagined that Elder Lu would see through his cultivation base. However, he didn't fear much. While he pondered how to deal with Elder Lu stretched out his hands in a bid to grasp him. Come here. Although he just said 2 words, when Elder Lu's palm made this grabbing motion, Luo Yunyang discovered that the space all around him seemed to be sliced up. Besides this, what made Luo Yunyang feel the most threatened was actually the 4 different spaces of color that appeared all around him. Each space represented a universe, and each of these 4 spaces implied that Luo Yunyang was already wrapped up in a seal of these 4 universes, power. These 4 universe powers weren't simply different. They seemed to complement one another like a whole entity. Although this power seemed inferior to the 4 Emperor Dragon Fist, it was actually the other way around. This is the true space creation concept. Ha ha ha, only someone who has reached the level of a 4th level heavenly venerate can control this mystic ability. Longzhen roared with laughter as he watched Luo Yunyang get trapped within this space. He was unable to even struggle a little bit. His voice was rather high-pitched, as he naturally was saying all this so that Ignorant Supremacy and the other 2 would hear. Ignorant Supremacy had already experienced Elder Lu's grasp before. At the time, he simply hadn't been able to put up any resistance. In Elder Lu's hands, one was nothing more than a helpless chicken that could be slaughtered at any time. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang get trapped in the 4 colored spaces now, the 3 of them realized that what they had experienced hadn't been much compared to what Luo Yunyang was experiencing now. Luo Yunyang still had a calm expression on his face as countless thoughts went through his mind rapidly. He knew very well that breaking this 4-colored space was of utmost priority. If he couldn't break it, regardless of how many techniques he had, he would only end up being captured. After considering what he could do, Luo Yunyang made a decision. Right now, his ordinary techniques wouldn't be of much use. Thus, Luo Yunyang got ready to use the Eternal Wisdom Pestle that was recorded within the Eternal Divine Pestle. Using the Eternal Wisdom Pestle technique required very high power and cultivation base. There was a total of 9 moves in the Eternal Wisdom Pestle technique, each move for each level of Heavenly Venerate. Right now, Luo Yunyang could only unleash the second Pestle technique with some difficulty. Luo Yunyang quickly transferred his various attribute points to his power and mind. The Eternal Divine Pestle in Luo Yunyang's hand suddenly radiated with a brilliant glow. Shadow projections like holy figures appeared all around Luo Yunyang and finally transformed into a golden and silver glow. Eternal Wisdom Pestle, Sky Overturning Pestle. The Divine Pestle contained an overwhelming power that struck the 4-colored space heavily. Many tiny cracks appeared on the four-colored space, making it seem like glass on the verge of shattering. Luo Yunyang frowned. He had already used all his power, yet this four-colored universe had not shattered. With this thought in mind, Luo Yunyang once again brandished the eternal divine pestle and a golden glow blasted against that broken glass-like surface. This time, the four-colored space shattered instantly. Luo Yunyang rushed out of the shattered four-colored space and soared. However, he didn't advance towards Elder Lu this time. Instead, he retreated several hundred meters. One could say that Luo Yunyang had truly experienced the power of 4th-level Heavenly Venerate Elder Lu. Although the method that created a space cage was a special 4th-level Heavenly Venerate method, Luo Yunyang used two top-notch techniques as well as the power of the Eternal Divine Pestle before dealing with this situation. His heart shuddered. He had truly realized what the gulf between him and Elder Lu was at this moment. Elder Lu, who appeared more serious upon seeing his space creation concept get shattered, said solemnly, "Brat, that treasured pestle seems rather nice. However, it will be mine soon. Since you escaped my space creation concept, that gives me the right to attack. Take this sword," Elder Lu said frostily before he disappeared in an instant. Before Luo Yunyang could react, a sword light had already pierced his body. Luo Yunyang felt his body shivering. He had tried to move the eternal divine pestle in his hands to meet this strike, but his speed had been a tad slow. Although the sword light didn't cause Luo Yunyang grievous harm, its speed sent chills down Luo Yunyang's spine. Despite the huge improvements in his cultivation base, he still wasn't a match for a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate. Although Luo Yunyang didn't feel too dejected, he wasn't in a very good position either. Thus, he retreated rapidly. He only stopped after backing away more than 100 miles. Elder Lu didn't pursue him. The sword as his hand was flashing as he said calmly, "You can't escape." "I can't escape, but neither can you." As Luo Yunyang spoke, he waved the eternal divine pestle and a golden mandara flower rapidly closed in on the area where Elder Lu and Longzhen were. Elder Lu appeared to think of something the instant he saw the golden mandara flower. However, as he was about to back off, the golden mandara flower enveloped all of them. "You are overestimating yourself by trying to use an array formation to trap Elder Lu. Do you really not know that Elder Lu is?" Longzhen mocked him in a venomous tone. However, as he was speaking, streaks of golden light appeared around the golden mandara flower. It seemed as if layers after layers of star domains were bound within the golden mandara flower. "Open!" Elder Lu shouted. His palm instantly was enlarged many times as he unleashed a palm strike toward the golden mandara flower. Boom! His palm struck the golden mandara and the entire void of the divine union trembled. However, the instant that everything started shaking, pillars of golden light sprouted in the divine union void. These pillars of light shot straight into the horizon. They were like a stabilizing force towering over the sky. These pillars were actually forming a massive mandara flower made of light. "You have some moves, but just relying on these is still insufficient." Elder Lu didn't seem the least bit panicked. His palms moved again and the powers of the four-colored universes formed a huge mountain peak that barreled toward the mandara array. Boom! Cracks appeared in the huge golden mandara formation 3 times in quick succession. As those cracks intensified, Elder Lu's body turned into a tall 4-colored giant. Eternal Divine Pestle, yesterday once more. Luo Yunyang brandished the Eternal Divine Pestle in his hands and shouted. As he spoke, the mandara array formation, which had been full of cracks, was rapidly restored to its previous state. However, Luo Yunyang didn't relax. He knew that using the mandara eternal formation in this fight with Elder Lu was just the beginning. Chapter 768. 6-layer Yuan Lightning. Elder Lu had an ugly expression on his face when he heard the words, "yesterday once more." Very quickly, that golden mandara eternal formation was replenished, causing Elder Lu to appear a tad downcast. When this array formation had first been activated, Elder Lu hadn't thought much of it, even though he knew that this array formation wasn't simple. Entities like Elder Lu wouldn't think that there was anything capable of containing them in such a small void. Elder Lu was even confident enough to take on all the powerhouses in this small cosmos. As long as he released a technique, everyone would go silent. However, he had a bad feeling now. If Elder Lu were to be really suppressed, it would be an unimaginable disgrace that would shame his family. Release. With a furious shout, the 4-colored universe around his body shot out 4 streaks of light that converged to form a massive sky-splitting axe that cleaved heavily at the mandara eternal formation, which was made out of golden light. The four-colored axe contained the most condensed powers of the four internal universes within a fourth-level heavenly venerate's body. It could be said that this axe strike could immediately break the divine union void into two. When this cleave struck the golden Mandara eternal array, a large tear started to appear on the golden array formation. However, as Elder Lu was about to rip the void through that tear, he suddenly realized that streaks of golden light had already gathered and patched up the tear. If anyone was observing the divine union void from afar right now, they would realize that the divine union had already become a massive golden Mandara flower. Each time the golden Mandara flower was attacked, its massive body would shrink rapidly and it would instantly become about the size of a galaxy. On the sky vision in the virtual realms, the image of a massive golden Mandara flower was already being projected. This time, nobody was trying to evaluate the Mandara flower on the sky vision. Martialists from the divine union, the bug race, the purgatory and the machine empire were all watching everything that unfolded in silence. Although they weren't too sure about the situation unfolding, they all understood that this wasn't something they could discuss. Nanlai supremacy and the other supremacies that relied on Luo Yunyang flew towards Luo Yunyang after the initial shock. They were not devoted to Luo Yunyang, but their lives were in his hands, so they had no other choice. In just a moment, they had already arrived where Luo Yunyang was. By that time, the golden Mandara flower had already shrunk to about the size of a star. Nanlai supremacy and the others watched the Mandara flower, which was full of hallowed inscriptions, with dread and disappointment. Dread, because they simply couldn't comprehend this Mandara eternal array, and if they fell within it, they would never be able to get out. Disappointment, because they realized that they would never be able to escape Luo Yunyang's control in their lifetime. The people within the divine union void could feel the Mandara flower rapidly shrinking. However, Elder Lu, Longzhen and the people within the Mandara eternal array felt that there were no changes to this array formation. Elder Lu was a fourth-level heavenly venerate and could be considered a high-level entity within the Longlan Great Cosmos. During his many years of cultivation, not only had he refined four boundaries within his internal universe, but he also had acquired a wealth of knowledge and understanding in regards to many things. Array formations were basically useless to Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu had already tried over 30 different methods to no avail. Elder Lu, let's analyze this array formation for the time being. Longzhen said as he observed the golden light all around them. Elder Lu's gloomy face turned a little darker. As a fourth-level heavenly venerate, he was also a high and mighty entity within the Longlan Great Cosmos. Thus, accompanying Longzhen to the divine union was just a small task in his opinion. He had never expected that such a small task would get him in a tangle he would be unable to resolve. Although Longzhen didn't say anything, Elder Lu could guess that Longzhen definitely had some complaints in his heart. Although he didn't feel too pleased, the current circumstances made him calm down gradually. With a wave of his sleeves, he used a mystic ability to make a protective four-colored ring of light shroud Longzhen's flying ship before he entered it. Longzhen Zongzi, what's your opinion on this array formation? Elder Lu asked Longzhen bluntly. Longzhen, who didn't recognize this array formation, frowned and looked at the refined, frail-looking man at his side. Elder Lu, Zongzi, I can confirm that this array formation definitely isn't an array formation that belongs to the Longlan Great Cosmos, the refined man said. After a short hesitation, he added, however, I have a conjecture regarding the origins of this array formation. Longzhen gestured with his hand. Share your theory. Even if you are wrong, Elder Lu won't blame you. Elder Lu didn't say anything. Deep down, he was disgusted with the way Longzhen was meddling and making decisions on other people's behalf. If you are speaking in my stead, then am I just here to act as a flower vase? Elder Lu, Zongzi, if my guess is on point, this array formation should be a type of array formation of the pure Sun Great Cosmos. The refined man then added with some doubt, but how could such a supreme array formation end up here, in the divine union's void? The words, pure Sun Great Cosmos intrigued Longzhen. Are you certain? I wouldn't dare say that I am certain. However, in the records of the Longlan Great Cosmos was a supreme almighty that was once sealed by this sort of array formation. The refined man grimaced. His words had caused the faces of Elder Lu and Longzhen to darken. Almighty. The refined man had mentioned an almighty. What was an almighty? Heavenly venerates that detached themselves from time and space and could refine their own internal universe and become practically immortal considered almighties a myth. What was an almighty? An almighty was the top existence in the entire Longlan Great Cosmos. With a mere thought, they could obliterate a heavenly venerate. According to the myths, an almighty could make a cosmos collapse by exhaling and cause the sky and earth to overturn. Basically, an almighty was someone in full control of the vast sky and earth. This array formation had actually trapped an almighty. This really shocked Elder Luo and Longzhen. If this was really such a great array formation, then they would basically have no way of getting out. As he mulled this over for a moment, Elder Luo asked, "Are you certain it is that kind of array formation? It should be a portion of that great array formation. Otherwise, we would have already been turned to ashes." The refined-looking man then added, "However, according to my estimations, if we do not escape quickly, we might end up being sealed in this array formation for a long time." Longzhen had his own ambitions, so he wasn't willing to be sealed up here. At once, he told Elder Luo, "Elder Luo, now isn't the time to hide any secret moves. If you can break this array formation, this entire void will be yours." A faint glint flashed across Elder Luo's eyes before he said, "Fine, I have never been willing to use this treasure, but perhaps I will have to use it today." As he said that, Elder Luo tapped his storage bracelet and a six-colored sphere that seemed to contain a boundless might appeared in his hands. Six-layer Yuan lightning, Longzhen said excitedly. He had an extraordinary status, so he naturally knew many things. This six-layer Yuan lighting was a condensation of the lightning formed during a sixth-level heavenly tribulation's martial tribulation. All living things would turn to dust in the face of this lightning. Even a fifth-level heavenly venerate would stay far away from this sort of sacred lightning. "Release!" Elder Luo shouted. The six-layer Yuan lightning flew forth from Elder Luo's hands and shot towards one side of the Mandara flower. Luo Yunyang was observing the movements of Longzhen, Elder Luo, and the others. He was somewhat wary of Elder Luo and had thus used his greatest mind powers to observe him. Although he had never seen this six-layer Yuan lightning or even heard of it, an ominous foreboding formed in Luo Yunyang's heart when he saw the six-layer Yuan lightning shoot towards the left side of the Mandara flower. This strange sacred lightning would definitely be able to destroy the eternal Mandara array. Luo Yunyang rapidly made a decision. He waved the eternal pestle in his hands and time was reversed within the golden eternal Mandara array. As time flowed backwards, Luo Yunyang rushed into the Mandara flower and tried to grab the six-layer Yuan lightning. The power of the six-layer Yuan lightning had already been unleashed. Luo Yunyang knew that his current cultivation base simply wouldn't be able to contain it. Thus, without any hesitation, he waved his eternal divine pestle and entered the eternal Mandara array's core, which was called the Eternal Hidden Land. This tiny place was the eternal Mandara array's core and also where the crux of the eternal Mandara array's indestructible power lay. Time was eternal there. Luo Yunyang wanted to suppress the six-layer Yuan lightning in this place, where time was at a standstill. Elder Luo and Longzhen had already prepared to blow up the six-layer Yuan lightning in escape. However, they had never imagined that Luo Yunyang would grab the six-layer Yuan lightning in his hands and make it vanish amid the surging golden light. Elder Luo couldn't even sense the six-layer Yuan lightning anymore. A boiling rage burned inside him. Elder Luo glared at Luo Yunyang, who had personally entered the eternal Mandara flower, and bellowed. "Die!" The four-colored universal powers transformed into four strange swords that slashed at Luo Yunyang, who had reappeared. Chapter 769. The Supreme Being's Arrival. The four-colored sword contained the power of a universe. The convergence of these four powers would make anyone shudder. It would be nearly impossible for Luo Yunyang to block the four-colored longsword without the Mandara array formation. However, with this array formation, Luo Yunyang was like a god. Or rather, he was like a godly entity. While he was brandishing the eternal divine pestle in his hands, Luo Yunyang's body disappeared completely in an instant as the four-colored sword pierced the endless golden radiance. Elder Luo's expression turned sour. The six-layer Yuan lightning was his unique treasure, so he found it very painful to use it. However, what he found the most unacceptable was that he had failed to achieve the outcome he had expected despite using this treasure. "Longzhen Zongzi, you should have seen this coming." Elder Luo snapped. Shouldn't it be time for Zongzi to make his move? Longzhen was shocked. He had invested a lot to have Elder Luo here to help him successfully collect the mysterious yellow supreme blood. Although Elder Luo had treated him with respect until this point, he had actually just dared to threaten him. How dare he? Longzhen's expression turned ugly momentarily. However, the refined-looking man beside him suddenly said, "Zongzi, there's no more time." There was a hint of urgency and advice in his words. Longzhen pondered for a moment before snorting coldly. Fine, this time, I'll show you all the Long clan's vast foundations, Longzhen said in what sounded like a warning tone. The only one he was warning right now was Elder Lu. Elder Lu did not respond as he continued to squint his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Longzhen swiped across his storage bracelet gently and a piece of golden paper appeared in his hands. Longzhen held the golden paper with both his hands, as if it was the most important object in the world. Respected ancestors, unfilial disciple Longzhen would like to invite you to. Longzhen knelt on the ground and recited this sentence by sentence. As he read it aloud, the golden paper combusted and turned into ashes. The moment the golden paper disappeared, a surge of boundless energy immediately filled the eternal Mandara array formation. Everyone that experienced this energy felt an urge to kneel before it. When this energy appeared, cracks suddenly formed on the eternal Mandara array formation, which had shrunk until it was 1,000 miles wide. Even the formation foundations rooted in the entire divine union void were starting to appear damaged. The eternal Mandara array formation that was in the eternal divine scripture was rumored to be able to recover infinitely. However, Luo Yunyang knew that this formation would collapse immediately once an energy that was much greater than the formation entered it. Luo Yunyang felt a little afraid when he saw this uncontrollable energy. Everything was going as planned. However, Luo Yunyang had never thought that Longzhen would possess such a terrifying energy. There was simply no way of retaliating against such overwhelming energy. What can I do? Luo Yunyang made a decision after mulling this over for an instant. The only thing he could do now was rely on the small silvery tower to escape from this place quickly. Luo Yunyang had prepared two options to deal with Longzhen. The first option was to seal Longzhen, and the second option was to escape with those he could bring along with the help of his internal universe if the first option was impossible. Go. Luo Yunyang made this decision almost without any hesitation. Even though he wanted to fight it out, the extreme differences in strength eliminated any possible ways of retaliation. Hence, Luo Yunyang turned to look at ignorant supremacy and the others immediately. Ignorant supremacy and the others also felt this intimidating might. Although they were supremacies, they still felt like puny insects in front of such a supreme energy. A great catastrophe was imminent. Although they understood this, none of them dared to flee, as they were aware that the Kong Tuo seal within them was still active. They might suffer a worse fate if they fled in panic. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang wasn't a kind, forgiving person. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in the center of the eternal Mandara array formation. The figure crossed the spatial barrier and arrived directly at the center of the eternal Mandara array formation before pointing at it heavily. Although this seemed like a gentle action, the eternal Mandara array formation fragmented immediately, as if the most powerful force in the world had collided with it. Instantly, the golden Mandara flower was destroyed in the void. Longzhen did not appear pleased, despite managing to escape the seal. The golden imperial decree was very important for him. Hence, he would rather find someone to help him and not use the golden imperial decree unnecessarily. This time, his losses would be tremendous even if he managed to obtain the mysterious yellow supreme blood. The sinister-looking Longzhen shrieked in a frenzy, losing all the poise and elegance that the Long family's Zongzi should have. Elder Lu, who had escaped the array with Longzhen, glared at Luo Yunyang like a venomous snake. Luo Yunyang wasn't paying a lot of attention to Longzhen and Elder Lu. He was focused on the figure that had appeared instead. It was impossible to make out what the figure was, as it was too blurry. However, it still ruined all the preparations Luo Yunyang had made. After the collapse of the eternal Mandara array formation, coupled with the 4th level heavenly venerate Elder Lu, Luo Yunyang was certain that it would be impossible for him to protect everything this time. He believed that he could still delay things if he went up against Elder Lu. However, Luo Yunyang was totally powerless while facing the Almighty that had traversed across the void. The figure overlooked the void as if nothing was worthy of his time. However, when he saw the eternal divine pestle that Luo Yunyang was holding on to, he became agitated. Hand it over. The voice echoed like a divine law. Luo Yunyang felt an impulse to offer up his eternal divine pestle without any resistance. However, just as he was about to offer up his eternal divine pestle, the last ounce of sense in his mind made him sober up. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang traveled directly to the Milky Way using the spatial jump nodes within his internal universe. The formation of the internal universe allowed Luo Yunyang to quickly shift his position through the spatial nodes. After realizing that his plan had failed, he had hurriedly moved to the Milky Way. "Puny ants, how dare you resist?" The faint majestic voice echoed as that blurry silhouette waved an arm. When the palm was brandished, ignorant supremacy and the other supremacies who were standing aside, felt that the space they were in was already under the control of this figure. Although they could move around, they still ended up within the grasp of the huge palm, no matter where they wandered to. What sort of mystic ability was this? As heavenly venerate existences, they had always reckoned that they were separate from time and space and in control of the fate of everything in their region. These characteristics made them basically unrivaled. However, this situation made them understand that they had been too ignorant. Although Luo Yunyang was a little stronger than them, he was also ignorant. Luo Yunyang also felt as if there was nowhere to run. The figure that overlooked them was like an invisible celestial who controlled everything. No matter how hard they tried to shift, they were still within his palms. However, Luo Yunyang still had a final trump card, so he remained hopeful. The moment he appeared in the Da Alliance, Luo Yunyang saw the Bloody Blade Monarch and hundreds of people who had gathered. All of them looked worried and anxious. "Is everything ready?" Luo Yunyang asked before swiftly waving his sleeves and sending a grayish light that enveloped the Bloody Blade Monarch, Luo Yunyang, Xianxia and the rest before bringing them into his internal universe. "Everything has been taken care of," Xianxia replied. Luo Yunyang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that. He glanced at his surroundings with a trace of reluctance and then quickly let his consciousness enter the small silver tower. Suddenly, the mighty figure seemed to feel that something was amiss, as he sent a wave of energy that tried to seize Luo Yunyang. This seizing power was remarkable. Even though Luo Yunyang's attribute regulator constantly enhanced his power, he still found it very difficult to move. The massive looming threat of death filled Luo Yunyang's heart momentarily. "Run!" Luo Yunyang, who had no time to consider anything else, directly selected the next mission from the control panel of the small silvery tower. After he selected the mission, the rest would be up to fate. If the silvery tower failed to work, then there would be really nothing he could do. Fortunately, after selecting his mission, an invisible force pulled his body and made it disappear into the void. "Come back!" The figure sensed Luo Yunyang's disappearance and roared in anguish. He grabbed at the void in anger, and Luo Yunyang, who had already exited the divine union void, suddenly felt a formidable energy start to envelop his body, which had already begun to leave. Fortunately, the power pulling Luo Yunyang away from the divine union void was more powerful. Thus, in an instant, the formidable energy of the figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 770, Purple Cloud Cosmos, Warrant for Capture, Interesting. The figure that had appeared in the divine union void jested scornfully as his hands moved rapidly, causing a virtual mock-up to appear in his palms. In this mock-up, all the cosmoses were represented by small balls that were bobbing up and down. The tiny icon representing Luo Yunyang was seen weaving through the various cosmoses. When the figure was about to discover Luo Yunyang's location, one of the small balls exploded in his palms. This figure was a lofty person that controlled the life and deaths of countless people. Upon seeing his own mock-up get destroyed, his expression turned deadly cold. Even Elder Lu, who had the highest cultivation base around, shuddered uncontrollably as he watched the figure. The figure snorted coldly again before glaring at Longzhen. Before it could speak, the figure suddenly shattered. Longzhen sighed in relief when the figure disappeared completely. He had been terrified of that silhouette. After tidying up his attire, he turned to ignorant supremacy and the rest. However, he didn't feel like paying any attention to them, as he was very unhappy with Luo Yunyang's escape. 15 minutes later, Longzhen arrived at the gathering point for the human tribe. Upon seeing the completely empty territory of the human tribe, Longzhen felt like vomiting blood. He had expended great resources to enter the divine union void this time and even used his most important golden imperial decree. However, not only had he failed to find the mysterious yellow supreme blood, but he couldn't even see a single human. "Luo Yunyang, I will kill you." Longzhen's hysterical cry echoed through the empty human tribe's space and shattered many planets. Luo Yunyang was sitting on top of a hill, overlooking his surroundings quietly. Despite his peaceful expression, a massive upheaval was taking place in his heart. The events that had unfolded frightened Luo Yunyang greatly and made him very upset. He had made a miscalculation while preparing for Longzhen. Although he had constructed the eternal Mandara array formation and executed his plan flawlessly while dealing with Longzhen and Elder Lu, Longzhen had actually summoned that silhouette, which had traversed through countless voids. He was a 9th-level heavenly venerate or possibly even an almighty. If it had not been for the Silvery Tower's ability to travel to different cosmoses by taking on missions, Luo Yunyang would have never survived this predicament. After seeing how excited the figure was about the eternal divine pestle, he had also become very interested in it. Luo Yunyang knew that, even if he offered up his eternal divine pestle to the silhouette, he would still be definitely annihilated for being a defiant person. This sort of scenario was pretty common. After all, he was just a tiny ant in front of that lofty supreme being. An ant whose life was insignificant. However, being considered important by the supreme being was also scary. Although the Silvery Tower was able to traverse between different cosmoses, it shouldn't be too difficult for the figure to track his whereabouts. After calming down, Luo Yunyang waved his arms and entered his internal universe. The Bloody Blade Monarch, Yunxi and the rest had been waiting for him patiently. They didn't know explicitly what was going on with the battle in the Divine Union Void, but they could sense that Luo Yunyang must have lost based on his sullen expression. "Yunyang, where are we now?" Yunxi asked gently when Luo Yunyang walked over. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yunyang managed to see their location through the small silvery tower and replied, "We are now in the purple cloud cosmos. For now, keep the people you brought with inside your internal space temporarily. We'll think of something after I scout out the situation." Yunxi nodded her head in agreement. Luo Yunyang's suggestion was the only plausible plan in an unknown cosmos. Without the Divine Union Void, the Milky Way's human tribe was like a homeless child. Although Luo Yunyang was with them, nobody dared to attract any attention in an unknown void. "Alright, the space in our internal void is limited and it is not suitable for a long-term stay. The best option would be..." Yunxi understood that it was going to be hard for Luo Yunyang to find a decent place to stay for a while, but she still decided to voice her thoughts. Luo Yunyang nodded his head in acknowledgement. After consoling his sister and the people around him, he appeared again at the peak of the hill. What he needed now was a place where the human tribe could settle. Luo Yunyang did not know much about the Purple Cloud Cosmos, yet according to the ranking list of the small silvery tower, the Purple Cloud Cosmos should rank between a great cosmos and a small void. If the size and depth of the cosmos remained small, then it would be unlikely for an existence like that formidable figure to appear. However, the level was still higher here than it was in the Divine Union Void, and Luo Yunyang knew that this strange figure would not let this matter slide that easily. Hence, he couldn't afford to be too high profile in the Purple Cloud Cosmos. Otherwise, besides causing trouble for himself, he might even attract the attention of the terrifying figure. In the end, Luo Yunyang decided to explore the new cosmos. He had already gathered a lot of information in 3 days. In particular, he had learned a lot after hypnotizing a universe-grade martialist to find out the basics of the Purple Cloud Cosmos. Luo Yunyang's priority was to discover the level of the highest-ranking beings in the Purple Cloud Cosmos. According to the memory of the universe-grade martialist, there were 3 high-level existences there. 3 6th-level great heavenly venerates. They belong to the 3 major tribes of the Purple Cloud Cosmos: the Immortal Tribe, the Mysterious Valiant Tribe and the War Demon Tribe. By using the Eternal Mandara Array formation, the most Luo Yunyang had been able to do to Elder Lu was entrap him. If he was to face a 6th-level great heavenly venerate, it would be very unlikely that he would escape. Fortunately, these 6th-level great heavenly venerates did not appear often. In the Purple Cloud Cosmos, they were basically the stuff of legends. Below the 3 6th-level great heavenly venerates were 4th-level and 5th-level heavenly venerates. Although they did not possess the title of a great heavenly venerate, they were still considered high-level existences that dominated their respective regions. Thus, they were figures no one would dare provoke. Memorizing all the 3rd-level and lower-level heavenly venerates would be simply too much information. Hence, Luo Yunyang only remembered some of these names. Although there were hundreds of 3rd-level and lower-level heavenly venerates, each of them still enjoyed a respectable status. After understanding the situation in this cosmos, Luo Yunyang began to think about how he would integrate himself into this place to occupy an area so that the human tribe he had brought with him could have a place to live. The 3 major tribes occupied most of the Purple Cloud Cosmos. The places that were not occupied by the 3 major tribes were either desolate mountains or filthy waters. While this would be enough for Luo Yunyang to survive on his own, it wasn't a good place for most of his people. Among the 3 tribes, the immortal tribe was very similar to the human tribe in terms of appearance. If he hadn't lived in a different void, Luo Yunyang might have even thought that the immortal tribe could be called the human tribe. Therefore, Luo Yunyang immediately thought of exploiting the immortal tribe. However, finding a suitable identity wasn't easy. Besides supporting Luo Yunyang's rapid rise to power, this identity would also need to allow a natural transition into the immortal tribe. Luo Yunyang was wondering what he should do while strolling on a desolate mountain peak when he suddenly saw a person walking over from the foot of the mountain. Peak galaxy grade cultivation. No, this person's heart was filled with a decaying decadence and the galaxy inside him was about to collapse. Yuner, I am coming to find you. After you left, leaving me alone in this world, everything has been really boring. The man sat down on a rock unsteadily as he mumbled to himself, looking depressed. Ever since you left, I haven't had the willpower to do anything. I have even experienced chi deviation. Very well then, this is a perfect opportunity for me to join you. The man's mind started to fall apart as he muttered to himself. How could Luo Yunyang miss such a great opportunity? He had found a suicidal peak galaxy grade martialist. Before the man's body could collapse, Luo Yunyang controlled his shattered mind and obtained a drop of his blood essence. The chaotic four-origin beast was able to create a clone with just a drop of blood essence. Although the man's mind was shattered, the memories inside were still intact as Luo Yunyang quickly extracted them. In a short while, Luo Yunyang had already transferred all the memories in the man's mind into his own. The chaotic four-origin beast also managed to create a fourth clone by using that drop of blood essence. When all this was done, Luo Yunyang discovered a warrant in the man's memories. The warrant showed only a figure that looked exactly like Luo Yunyang. Report at once if found. Luo Yunyang felt his heart tighten when he saw the contents of this warrant. He did not know who had issued it, but he suspected that this had to be related to the figure summoned by Longzhen. Hey, can't you even take a blow? Are you still a man? How can someone so weak be the third manager of the Soaring Dragon Union? A scornful rant was heard from a distance while Luo Yunyang was deep in thought. Instantly, Luo Yunyang fell directly to the ground. This was exactly in line with what the man whose identity he had assumed would have done. Oh, stop complaining, we're not the ones to decide. The union leader did not want him to disgrace us either. Let's just take him back and keep him alive. The two figures who had appeared were walking towards Luo Yunyang. Chapter 771. Controlling the Sky and Earth. A dragon soars into the sky over a 10,000-mile high mountain. Luo Yunyang lay lazily on an old broken rocking chair, gazing far into the distance. Those words had been carved on the miles-tall peak by an unmatched sword chi. On the surface, Luo Yunyang appeared like he was daydreaming. However, he was actually alert and deep in thought. He was pondering about the purple cloud cosmos. In terms of laws and other aspects, the purple cloud cosmos wasn't a really exceptional place. The cultivation paths here were stronger compared to the divine union void. However, it was still way behind in comparison to Luo Yunyang's inextinguishable eternity scripture. According to the memories of the former owner of this body, the purple cloud cosmos did not seem to have any martial path heavenly tribulations. However, it had an area called the Nine Tribulation Thunder Lake, which allowed martialists to rid themselves of whatever shortcomings they had. Unfortunately, one had to pay a hefty price to use this Nine Tribulation Thunder Lake, as well as to meet certain training standards. Luo Yunyang had assumed the identity of Mo Yunxiao, the third manager of the Soaring Dragon Union, who had only entered the first level of the Nine Tribulation Thunder Lake. After cultivating in the Thunder Lake, his cultivation level had increased by yet another notch. It had been 3 months since Luo Yunyang had arrived at the Purple Cloud Cosmos. He had not done much throughout the past 3 months except go through Mo Yunxiao's memories and analyze the universe he was in. As one of the major tribes in the Purple Cloud Cosmos, the immortal tribe occupied 1/3 of the territory within the cosmos. In fact, the territory they occupied was the best. This territory helped ensure that the immortal tribe was the most dominant tribe in the Purple Cloud Cosmos. Of course, this dominance was limited given the strength of the other two major tribes. Although the immortal tribe remained united against the invasions of the other two rival tribes, the immortal tribe itself was segregated into two major factions. The Soaring Dragon Union, which Luo Yunyang was in, was the second power in the current Qianheng dynasty. Although it was hard to compare it to the first, being able to Influence the dynasty in some ways allowed them to have some dominance over certain things. 100,000 galaxy graders and 1,000,000 elites composed the strength of the Soaring Dragon Union. Mo Yunxiao, whom Luo Yunyang had transformed into, had been close friends with the leader of the Soaring Dragon Union, Song Bili, and enjoyed a rise in status within the Union. As Song Bili had entered the universe grade, the Soaring Dragon Union had flourished even more. This flourishing process had lasted until 30 years ago, when Song Bili had entered a search for a treasure left behind by a 4th-level heavenly venerate and never returned. The person in charge of the Soaring Dragon Union right now was Song Bili's daughter, Song Yuanj. Many people thought that, after the death of Song Bili, young Song Yuanj would definitely make a mess out of the Soaring Dragon Union. However, they had not expected that the handover would instead continue to allow the Soaring Dragon Union to flourish. The Union did even better than during Song Bili's reign. Luo Yunyang realized that Mo Yunxiao was a sentimental individual after going through his memories. 50 years ago, Mo Yunxiao had gained the favor of one of the female disciples of the Cloud Sky Palace, the #1 power in the Qianheng dynasty, Lu Qingyan. Ever since, their hearts had been beating as one, as the couple had led an enviable life together. However, 10 years ago, Lu Qingyan had suddenly died by being viciously poisoned. Mo Yunxiao, who had been extremely devastated, had vowed to take revenge and spent his days relentlessly searching for the killer to no avail. Mo Yunxiao, whose spirits had begun to crumble slowly, had initially been a galaxy grade and ranked 9th in the Qianheng dynasty's man roll. However, after that incident, he had dropped so much that he had been completely removed from the rankings. Luo Yunyang felt slightly regretful about Mo Yunxiao's cultivation level. However, he was still more interested in using this new status of his to find a habitable place for the human tribe. In terms of size, the Purple Cloud Cosmos was 100 times the size of the Divine Union. Although it was not as large as the Pure Sun Great Cosmos or the Mysterious Sky Great Cosmos, it still had 8 great continents which were way larger than many stars combined. The Immortal Tribe occupied the second Qianheng continent out of the 8 great continents. The Qianheng dynasty occupied over 3,000 star domains besides the entire first Qianheng continent. However, these star domains were weak in spiritual influence and had very little output. That was why most of the major powers in the Immortal Tribe called the main great continents their foundations. As for the other stars, this was where the logistics and other operations lay. One could also say that these star domains weren't too important in the eyes of the Immortal Tribe. Luo Yunyang could fully understand what they were thinking. Back in the Mysterious Sky Great Cosmos, the sect serving him had owned quite a number of star domains too. However, they still wouldn't even have the right to own a mountain here. Luo Yunyang was pondering how it would be possible for him to tactfully own a few star domains and eventually use these star domains for the human tribe's settlement. Although there was quite a number of star domains in the Purple Cloud Cosmos and it wouldn't be difficult for Luo Yunyang to take ownership by force, he still decided to be prudent due to the fearsome power of the figure that had been searching for him. Third Union Master, a distinguished guest will be arriving in the city today. His Highness would like all masters to be at the Soaring Dragon Union Hall's entrance to welcome him. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. Although he was not too concerned about the matters of the Soaring Dragon Union, he still had to keep up this pretense to avoid blowing his cover. The hall of the Soaring Dragon Union stood atop the center of 1,000-mile-high mountain that had once been split into 3 portions by a single blade. Its surroundings were flat and plain and gave the Grand Hall an intense finish. As the third Union Master of the Soaring Dragon Union, Luo Yunyang had his own chariot, which was driven by a 3-headed devil dragon beast. However, when Luo Yunyang reached the chariot, he discovered that the 3-headed devil dragon beast that was supposed to pull his chariot had actually been replaced by 2 golden tigers with a star-grade cultivation base. He frowned and looked at the young chap who had brought his chariot over. Third Master, the beast that was supposed to bring the Grand Master died and the council has instead decided to loan your beast to him temporarily. The young man smiled gleefully. This was a slightly scheming contentment that Luo Yunyang seemed unable to do anything about. Luo Yunyang had already seen right through this person's traits. Given Luo Yunyang's temperament, this chap would be taught a good lesson. However, he gave up this thought, as the person he was portraying had lost the love of his life and saw no meaning in anything else. Although Luo Yunyang could slowly craft a new personality, the changes couldn't be too sudden or he would be at a disadvantage. After all, the person fetching him was someone who had managed to get Mo Yunxiao on his side. Hence, in line with Mo Yunxiao's character, Luo Yunyang just lazily waved his hand. Then, he began pondering Mo Yunxiao's cultivation methods while he was on the chariot. Although Luo Yunyang did not think too much of Mo Yunxiao's cultivation, one technique in Mo Yunxiao's memories caught his attention. Unfortunately, Mo Yunxiao's understanding of this technique was very basic, so he had yet to develop it further. This was how Mo Yunxiao had managed to rank 9th on the man roll. This cultivation made Luo Yunyang ponder even deeper. He believed that both this technique and the eternal divine scripture complemented each other well. Although the eternal divine scripture was way more developed and advanced, as long as he continued to advance the technique Mo Yunxiao possessed, he believed that he would be able to amalgamate the two techniques seamlessly. Furthermore, by using the combined strength of the eternal divine scripture and the chaotic four-origin beast, this new cultivation technique would definitely help his current power increase tenfold. Arrived. Just as the two golden tigers pulling his chariot were charging forward rapidly, Luo Yunyang formed a seal. Although he didn't say anything, this expansive might cause the two golden tigers to stop in their tracks. Then, the two golden tigers slowly pulled Luo Yunyang's chariot towards the soaring dragon Union Hall. Regardless of how the young man urged them, the two tigers did not seem to increase their speed one bit. Finally, Luo Yunyang's chariot arrived at the soaring dragon Union Hall. The hall was filled with people, including masters and other distinguished guests. Luo Yunyang walked in at that moment and attracted the attention of everyone else in the room. A beautiful lady in green was amongst them. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang, her eyes expressed a mix of emotions ranging from gentleness to anger. These emotions puzzled Luo Yunyang greatly. "To be honest, it does not matter to us whether the third master comes or not," said a young man wearing yellow overalls. There was clear sarcasm in his tone. The lady in green, who was Song Yuanj, said, "Lin Junwang, Master Mo is the third union. Master of the Soaring Dragon Union, so please show the level of respect he deserves." "Respect? Ha ha ha, I only respect the 9th in rank master on the man roll, not some useless cripple. Good thing there won't be any need for respect next time," Lin Junwang said. "The Soaring Dragon Union is going to collude with the other tribes to topple my dynasty. This is definitely an offense that cannot be overlooked. Men, arrest the members of the entire Soaring Dragon Union and terminate them accordingly." A series of chaotic motions came from all directions when that order was issued. Almost all the martialists from the Soaring Dragon Union seemed stupefied. They had never expected that the distinguished guest visiting them would actually say something like that. Song Yuanj, who was stunned, said, "Nonsense, Lin Junwang. The Soaring Dragon Union cannot be messed with easily." The moment Song Yuanj spoke, someone interjected. "Union Master, you cannot be saved even if you collaborate with other tribes." Then, over 100 figures started to attack the comrades beside them viciously. Chapter 772. A decent point. Song Yuanj's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She had never doubted her ability to control the Soaring Dragon Union. However, upon seeing all these familiar faces become hostile, her confidence suffered a blow she found hard to accept. After watching a middle-aged man walk towards Lin Junwang, she was filled with disbelief. "Second uncle, why did you?" The man whom Song Yuanj addressed as second uncle was a middle-aged man that looked both dashing and reserved. The man, who was at the 8th level of the Celestial Domain grade, was Le Zongtian, who ranked 130th on the man roll. Years ago, Song Bili, Mo Yunxiao and Le Zongtian had come together like three blood-sworn brothers. Following Song Bili's disappearance and Mo Yunxiao's retirement, Le Zongtian's role in the Soaring Dragon Union had gradually become more important. He was known as the biggest pillar of strength supporting Song Yuanj. "Yuanj, you are not fit to be the leader. I cannot bear to see the downfall of the Soaring Dragon Union under your leadership." Le Zongtian sighed. "On account of the brotherhood I shared with your father, there will be room for negotiation as long as you are willing to marry the 6th prince." The 6th prince. The name immediately gave Luo Yunyang a better understanding of the situation. Both Le Zongtian and Li Junwang were considered subordinates of the 6th prince. In the Qianheng dynasty, there were limitations to the position of the divine emperor. According to the directions of the great heavenly venerates of the immortal tribe, this position could only be held by an individual for a maximum of 10,000 years, regardless of which generation they were from. 10,000 years later, anyone who was able to become a heavenly venerate would definitely have an opportunity to progress in other areas. The people who were unable to do so would automatically become a royal sacrifice. Furthermore, according to the rules of the dynasty, the position of the divine emperor was not only reserved for members of the royal family. Even people without a royal bloodline were also entitled to a chance to compete for the title. The current divine emperor had served for a total of 9,900 years. In just 100 more years, it would be time for him to abdicate his position. Le Zongtian had joined the struggle for the throne. Unfortunately, Song Yuanj had also found herself embroiled in this tussle. If I were to disagree, would second uncle have to be sacrificed for justice? The calm Song Yuanj said without hesitation. That is correct. Even though you are elder brother's daughter, you still aren't suitable to take control of the soaring Dragon Union. Le Zongtian paused, his tone becoming even more assured. I believe that elder brother's soul in heaven will understand. Luo Yunyang stared at Le Zongtian and nodded silently in his heart. Luo Yunyang had been able to sense his agenda from the moment they'd first met. However, this matter was unrelated to Luo Yunyang, so he hadn't really cared. Song Yuanj glanced all over before her gaze eventually landed on Luo Yunyang. There was a tinge of grief on her face. Uncle Yun, may I know what you have against me? Song Yuanj asked gently. Le Zongtian raised his brows slightly and grinned at Lin Junwang. The Union Master definitely doesn't need to worry about this. We would not dare trouble Third Master Mo. We can't lower our status under any circumstances, Lin Junwang said. This sentence carried a slightly profound meaning. The martialists who were standing behind Lin Junwang burst into laughter. One of them even said, we mustn't lower our status, no matter what. What is the point of roping in a cripple? Union Master Song has a great sense of humor. Luo Yunyang waved gently his hand as he made eye contact with Song Yuanj. Le Zongtian, as the Union Master of the Soaring Dragon Union, we will never surrender to the likes of you, Song Yuanj said. The members of the Soaring Dragon Union, who were able to remain diplomatic against all other threats for many centuries, definitely won't be eliminated that easily either. While Song Yuanj was halfway through what she wanted to say, a silhouette flew in from the surroundings before landing heavily on the ground. The person who had landed was an elderly man with a white beard and white hair. There was a fist-sized hole near his chest, where blood was flowing out profusely. Luo Yunyang didn't know this old man, but Song Yuanj's face became downcast when she saw him. My niece, your greatest reliance is actually elder brother's servant. We already knew about his existence 10 years ago, said Le Zongtian as he faced the hallway door of the Soaring Dragon Union. That was why we requested the famous purple-green twin swords on the earth roll. As Le Zongtian spoke, two tall, well-built men strolled in unhurriedly. They gave off a terrifying vibe. The purple-green twin swords were universe-graded martialists. This duo had never participated in any previous disputes for power. However, they had just killed the universe-graded servant that Song Yuanj had relied on and waltzed right into the Soaring Dragon Union with the intention to fight. Many people in the Soaring Dragon Union lost any sense of resistance they'd had upon seeing these two universe-grade martialists. Song Yuanj's hands trembled uncontrollably. She had never expected that everything she had would be used in this conspiracy against her. As an intelligent and independent lady, she had always felt that she would be able to bring the union her father had left behind to even greater heights. She had never expected that this would actually be the final outcome. We do not kill the fallen, the purple-green twin swords said. However, their strong killing intent flooded the area and caused great discomfort and fear amongst the Soaring Dragon Union members. My dear niece, things are really tough right now given the situation you are in. Just give up. We have already sealed up all the areas surrounding the Union in a 10,000-mile radius. You wouldn't be able to escape even if you possessed the ability to transcend to another void, Le Zongtian said in a cold, stern voice. Don't even think about getting help from the 9th princesses. They have their own matters to attend to. Song Yuanj chose to ignore Le Zongtian and focused her attention on Luo Yunyang. She gently said, Uncle Yunxiao, please let bygones be bygones. I hope you can live a happier life from now on. After she was done, she turned her head and looked at Le Zongtian solemnly. Since you claim that you are my father's blood-sworn brother, you should know his temper well. He would rather die than surrender. I am cut from the same cloth. I don't fear death. Lin Junwang snickered. It is difficult to advise brats that ought to die. If you long for death, go to hell. Then, he focused his attention on Song Yuan's Soaring Dragon Union members and said, "Those who surrender will not be killed. If you don't, there will be a bloodbath." After his speech, a handful of Soaring Dragon Union martialists seemed hesitant and a few hall masters even pondered and walked away from Song Yuan. Song Yuan wasn't bothered by their departure. She bit her lip and tried hard to avoid showing any signs of weakness. Luo Yunyang sighed upon seeing this. He needed to interfere, as he was unwilling to discard Mo Yunxiao's identity yet. Moreover, this was an opportunity for Luo Yunyang to rise openly. "Is there a need for this, Le Zongtian?" Le Zongtian's expression turned ugly when he heard Luo Yunyang. He turned to him and said, "Old Three, you may leave. We were brothers before, so you may leave now. However, you have to remember that a cripple like you doesn't deserve to be part of the Soaring Dragon Union." Luo Yunyang waved his hands dismissively. "It is too early to say such things. Nevertheless, I am still part of the Soaring Dragon Union, while you will no longer be a part of it." At this point, he turned and glared at the purple-green twin swords before he snapped, "Scram." The purple and green dual swords, who were on the earth roll, weren't considered big shots. However, they were still powerful. A Soaring Dragon Union member was considered second tier in terms of power. The support of these two earth roll experts would allow the Union to get better. However, the two of them believed that their talents were too good for the Union. Unexpectedly, they had just been chided by Luo Yunyang. There was a vicious glint in their eyes. Purple Sword, who had always been arrogant, looked particularly vicious. "Die," he shouted. Then, a purple sword light flew forth, transforming into a rain of 3,000 sword lights that enveloped Luo Yunyang. Every single one of these 3,000 swords was majestic and contained the overwhelming might of a universe greater. It seemed as though it had the ability to control the surrounding sky and land. Although the 3,000 sword lights were only being controlled within a certain area, as long as Purple Sword wanted to, he could always turn them toward a larger area and obliterate the entire place. From the looks of it, Purple Sword believed that using his 3,000 daggers was definitely overkill. However, he thought that it was necessary in order to instill fear and intimidate the majority of the Soaring Dragon Union. The ultimate goal was to have a complete Soaring Dragon Union, not a handicapped one with few remaining members. Under the circumstances, intimidation was necessary. Le Zongtian watched the resplendent rain of 3,000 swords hesitantly. However, he eventually chose not to say anything. Song Yuan stared at the swords in midair, ready to soar up. However, she was being closely scrutinized by Green Sword, who was standing right beside Purple Sword. If she made even the slightest movement, she would be facing an attack from Green Sword. Most of the Soaring Dragon Union martialists stared at Luo Yunyang unsympathetically. Even though Mo Yunxiao had shown that he had a backbone, it still seemed to them as if he didn't know where he stood. Even though Mo Yunxiao used to be on the man roll, that status was incomparable to the purple-green twin swords. Status. Just as they were wondering how Mo Yunxiao was going to meet his end, Luo Yunyang sighed and uttered the word, "Soldier." His gentle tone made Purple Sword shiver. Before he could react, Luo Yunyang joined his hands to form a hand seal, causing an extremely huge guardian to appear behind him. By using one palm, the guardian slapped the rain of 3,000 swords. In just an instant, the sword rain was routed and everything seemed to become peaceful. Purple Sword had also been sent flying during this clash. Chapter 773. Walker's 9 Secrets. Purple Sword fell to the ground heavily. Although he took flight again immediately after touching the ground, he now started looking a little pale. Purple Sword was at the universe grade and, although he was only at an early stage, he was still way more superior than an ordinary celestial domain grade. Furthermore, he was a martialist on the earth roll, which meant that he should possess abilities that exceeded those of normal universe grade martialists. Green Sword, who was constantly holding back Purple Sword with his mind power, hurriedly walked towards Purple Sword and asked, "Junior brother, what's going on?" Purple Sword did not respond as he stared at Luo Yunyang and asked, "What sort of move is this? How did Walker's 9 secrets become so powerful?" Le Chengtian interrupted. He was Mo Yunxiao's sworn brother, and Walker's 9 secrets was a technique obtained by the three of them while they had been out on an adventure. However, even though this technique was pretty good, the three of them had been unable to comprehend it and Le Chengtian and Song Bili had decided to give up. Back then, Mo Yunxiao had also decided to give up. However, now that he was at the peak universe grade, Mo Yunxiao had broken Purple Sword's 3,000 sword rain with his Great Titan mark. This shocked Lizongtian very much and made him realize that he might have given up on a formidable technique. Luo Yunyang wasn't surprised that Lizongtian knew about Walker's 9 secrets. If one cultivated just the Walker's 9 secrets, even a top genius wouldn't amount to anything significant. However, Luo Yunyang possessed the eternal divine scripture and had even mixed the samsara palm and the life-death resounding fate into it, causing the power of Walker's 9 secrets to exceed its potential by far. Yes, it's Walker's 9 secrets. Luo Yunyang looked at Lizongtian as he muttered. The murderous intent on Purple Sword suddenly became boundless. This time, he had lost face. Junior brother, let's take him down together. A green sword appeared in Green Sword's hand when he spoke. Purple Sword wanted to accept Green Sword's support, but getting beaten during the previous attack by Luo Yunyang was still a great disgrace for him. He wanted to recover the face he'd lost and he had to do it alone. He would never be able to stand proud again if he failed to do so. Senior brother, I'll handle this by myself. Purple Sword smirked. Mo Yunxiao, seems like I underestimated you. Today, I'll show you the vast difference between a universe grade and a celestial domain grade. Purple Sword brandished his arms after speaking and the sword in his hand transformed into 3 blooming purple flowers in the void. The 3 purple flowers were distinctly different from one another. Each of them felt like a small universe when they appeared. Tri-flower sword. Luo Yunyang stiffened while facing this technique, which transferred the destructive power of the force of the universe into the 3 different flowers. He could feel the nearly perfect force of the nomological law of the 3 blooming flowers. As long as Purple Sword wanted to, these 3 blooming flowers could cover millions of kilometers. Luo Yunyang could blow the Tri-flower sword technique away instantly if he used the power of his body in an unbridled manner. However, he only needed to use the power of a peak celestial domain grade and execute Walker's 9 secrets. This was a harder task. Of course, it was only a little harder. The chaotic 4-origin beast clone possessed all the beast's power. Things were just beginning and Luo Yunyang didn't want to immediately expose the chaotic 4-origin beast's insane power all at once. Hence, he gathered the Wisdom Fist Seal technique in his fist while facing Purple Sword's Tri-flower sword strike. Immediately, the 3 sword flowers that shrouded him were projected into his mind clearly. Luo Yunyang even felt that the 3-sword flower had started to slow down. When the Wisdom Fist Seal was completed, Luo Yunyang executed his Great Titan Mark again. The huge shadow of a titan appeared instantly and smashed against the 3 sword flowers of Purple Sword. This time, the massive titan hand did not smash the sword flowers from the top. Instead, it struck from the side. Although it seemed like there was no difference, the 3 sword flowers were shattered by that casual strike. The massive titan hand struck Purple Sword's body once again. Purple Sword's body was smashed into pieces by the titan hand. Although a purple universe flower bathed in blood light bloomed before Purple Sword reappeared as if he wasn't injured, he now had a fearful look on his face. Purple Sword had never expected to meet such a formidable opponent who could instantly identify his weakness and swiftly capitalize on it to attack him. Now, Purple Sword remained silent. After meeting Green Sword's gaze, both of them took flight at the same time. 2 sword lights converged into one like a soaring divine dragon in the void, slashing viciously at Luo Yunyang. The joint attacks of 2 universe-grade elites could crush almost all celestial domain grades. Furthermore, the purple-green twin swords were famous for combining their attacks. Luo Yunyang remained indifferent while facing the purple-green twin swords. He had long ago understood Walker's 9 secrets and was wondering how he should act in order to avoid exposing his true identity. The moment the 2 sword lights were about to strike Luo Yunyang, he quickly incited the descending soldier fourfold seal, which then formed a huge titan mark that smashed towards the 2 colored sword lights. This time, the technique was both overwhelming and frenzied. Apart from their many uses, there were also many unexpected benefits to combining different Walker's 9 secrets. In order to impress and intimidate his newfound home in the purple cloud cosmos, Luo Yunyang combined 4 hand seals and moved against the purple-green twin swords head-on. In terms of power, the chaotic 4-origin beast celestial domain grade cultivation base was vastly superior to an ordinary universe grade. Furthermore, the 4 different seals had increased Luo Yunyang's power by more than 8 times. Boom! The sword light shattered under the firm and ferocious force of the mark as the 2 energies collided. Both the universe-grade purple-green twin swords had their bodies destroyed once again. Although their universe flower allowed them to recover quickly, they had ugly looks on their faces. This Is this also one of the techniques of Walker's 9 secrets? How can it be? Le Zongtian said in disbelief. Luo Yunyang simply ignored Le Zongtian, turned towards the purple-green twin swords and said, "I'll destroy both of you if you still wish to fight." The purple-green twin swords ignored Luo Yunyang's words. They were universe-grade elites after all. While there had been incidents of celestial domain grades beating universe grades in the Qianheng dynasty before, this kind of incident usually only occurred in famous sects. Those geniuses had received exceptional guidance, so the hidden power in their internal celestial domain was much stronger than the internal universe of ordinary universe-grade martialists. Hence, they weren't at a disadvantage while facing universe grades. However, even though Luo Yunyang did not belong to such a famous sect, he was still able to defeat them. Hence, the purple-green twin swords were very unhappy. Unfortunately, they could only swallow their grievances in response. Lin Junwang was obviously much warier of Luo Yunyang. The strongest elites he had brought this time were the 2 universe-grade purple-green twin swords. In most cases, a universe grade was dominating enough. Those universe-grade elites were on the Earth roll and could even become the backbone of a major power or sect. However, the defeat of his 2 universe-grade elites had caused his plan to fail. "Let's go," Lin Junwang said while glaring at Luo Yunyang. The people that followed Lin Junwang heaved a sigh of relief right away. Those who had betrayed the Soaring Dragon Union also felt relieved. They had realized that the third Union Master's cultivation had reached a scary level after seeing him defeat the purple-green twin swords so easily. Attacking the third Union Master would be like walking on the road to hell. The others can leave, but you can't. Luo Yunyang looked at Lin Junwang as he spoke. The Soaring Dragon Union has lost many lives. Someone must remain here to explain why to me. You would dare to kill me? Lin Junwang's voice was a little apprehensive. After carefully studying the purple cloud cosmos, Luo Yunyang had discovered that, regardless of whether he was trying to integrate himself into the cosmos or acquire more resources, he had to act in accordance with the rules of the cosmos. As a result, he couldn't keep a low profile. Hence, he told Lin Junwang coldly, "He. That's my intention. Protect me." Lin Junwang started trembling when he heard this. Although he was a ruthless man, deep down in his heart, he was a coward that feared death. Lin Junwang's trusted aides rushed to his side instantly. However, at the same time, Luo Yunyang also formed a Bing hand seal one and transformed into a lightning bolt that zapped to Lin Junwang's side and appeared beside him in an instant. Then, he incited the outer binding hand seal, which sent a golden thread from his hand, aiming for Lin Junwang and restraining him. Although Lin Junwang wanted to struggle, Luo Yunyang's supreme technique gave him no opportunity, as he was bundled up tightly. Lin Junwang's subordinates, who were all holding on to their weapons, didn't react in time. Just as they were about to retaliate, Luo Yunyang took the bound Lin Junwang and appeared before the Soaring Dragon Union's crowd. The purple-green twin swords, Le Zongtian, and the rest could only look bitterly at Lin Junwang, who had been captured. Chapter 774. The once in 10,000 years Battle of Dragons. Lin Junwang was a celestial domain grade martialist. His identity and cultivation had landed him in a very important position for the next Battle of Dragons. This time, he had come to take over the Soaring Dragon Union in high spirits, as he believed that he would take them down in one swoop. The Soaring Dragon Union Master would be handed over to the 6th Prince, but he also had his own plans. However, he had not expected that Mo Yunxiao, who had already been treated as a crippled cultivator, would suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful and even defeat the purple-green twin swords. Furthermore, he had also been seized by Mo Yunxiao. "Mo Yunxiao, let me go and this matter will end here." Lin Junwang yelled after mulling this over for a moment. Upon listening to Lin Junwang's helpless bellow, Luo Yunyang smirked. Meanwhile, the memory of Lin Junwang filled his mind. Battle of Dragons occurred every 10,000 years. Luo Yunyang had only a vague understanding of this battle that took place every 10,000 years. However, after gleaming through Lin Junwang's memory, he realized that this battle was not only related to the throne of the Qianheng dynasty. It was also a rare opportunity. With the impetus of the person behind this Battle of Dragons, various treasures and a rare opportunity to become a heavenly venerate would arise. This rare opportunity could only be obtained if one participated in the battle. Therefore, every time the Battle of Dragons occurred, it attracted all the elite martialists in the great Qinbu continent. Although many died each time, some people used this opportunity to become a heavenly venerate. Another common saying related to the Battle of Dragons was that, lives were like blades of grass in this great tribulation for martialists. All participants, even if they were royalty or members of large sects, might die during the battle. However, their family or sect would never make a big fuss, even if their exceptional geniuses died during this battle. Battle of Dragons, huh? Luo Yunyang cleaved directly at Lin Junwang's head after saying that, when Lin Junwang's body was severed at his head, his consciousness and internal celestial domain were also fragmented instantly by Luo Yunyang. Le Changtian grimaced. He had never expected that Luo Yunyang would kill his backer that easily. The purple-green twin swords were also horrified by what had just happened. You killed Lin Junwang. The purple-green twin swords glared at Luo Yunyang. It's the Battle of Dragons. You should all know that. Luo Yunyang turned to look at the purple-green twin swords and added, since both of you have already come, don't leave. After speaking, Luo Yunyang recited the soldier chant and tore apart the void, arriving instantly in front of the purple-green twin swords. Then, the massive titan illusion of the great titan mark smashed against purple sword. Purple sword roared as his sword light transformed into a light barrier to shield the top of his head. However, Luo Yunyang's superior maneuver still shattered the sword light. Upon seeing purple sword in distress, the green sword in green sword's hand vibrated and turned into countless fragments that rained down at Luo Yunyang like an endless stream of meteors. Luo Yunyang did not feel very threatened by green sword's attack, as it was very easy for him to kill both of them instantly. However, in the end, he still executed a hand seal, conjuring a golden gourd that absorbed all those meteors instantly. At the same time, the purple-green twin swords tore apart the void and flew away. The martialists that had come with them also ran helter-skelter. The members of the Soaring Dragon Union wanted to chase them, but Song Yuanj quickly said, there is no need to chase scorned enemies. This wasn't because Song Yuanj was soft or merciful. There were just too few elites left in the Soaring Dragon Union. Besides failing to capture these enemies, they might even be killed if they gave chase. Luo Yunyang glanced at the fleeing Le Zongtian and shook his head gently before strolling out of the Soaring Dragon Hall. Uncle Yun, are you going too? Song Yuanj, who had been observing Luo Yunyang all this while, started to ask. This matter is over. I will go back and rest. Although he was very interested in the Battle of Dragons, Luo Yunyang pretended to speak as if he wasn't interested in order to maintain Mo Yunshao's identity. Song Yuanj bit her lip and said, Uncle Yun, we still need you to manage things. Here, if you. Luo Yunyang waved his hand and left swiftly. The Soaring Dragon Union was in chaos and its strength had been greatly affected. However, Mo Yunxian, who had been considered a crippled cultivator, had experienced a sudden power spike and even defeated the purple-green twin swords. This news had already spread and reached the participants of the Battle of Dragons. In the imperial city of Qianyuan City, a gloomy young prince was staring coldly into the sky. The people in the same hall did not dare to even make a squeak. The purple-green twin swords were standing in the middle of the hall with their heads bent down. Both of them were early-stage universe-grade martialists, so in the young prince's opinion, they were supposed to be distinguished guests. However, they were unable to hold their heads up right now. Your Highness, although both purple sword and green sword failed this time, they did actually discover what was truly going on. Hence, they deserve some merit. They shouldn't be blamed. A faint voice rang in the middle of the hall. The speaker was a scholar dressed in white robes. He seemed confident and relaxed and exuded an elegant, casual demeanor. The sixth prince was instantly roused from this setback. The purple-green twin swords were considered a top-notch offering. If he were to lose their support because of this defeat, it would be an incalculable loss for him. Furthermore, the person behind the purple-green twin swords was his most important supporter. He couldn't offend that person, no matter the cost. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yu is right. Although we did not take down the Soaring Dragon Union this time, luring out a hidden enemy is also a great achievement. The sixth prince waved his hand immediately while he said, someone get both our distinguished guests a seat. The purple-green twin swords exchanged a glance before purple sword took the lead and said, this time, it's our fault that we lost. Hence, we have decided to leave you to return to the Qinshan sword sect and cultivate for a period of time. The sixth prince's expression changed suddenly. Before he could speak, Mr. Yu interrupted. Although the Battle of Dragons has not officially begun, the prelude has started. The sixth prince cannot allow both of you to leave. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for the sixth prince to answer to the two figures behind him if he fails to obtain the hidden dragon tablet. The purple-green twin swords found themselves in a dilemma when they heard this. In the end, they exchanged a glance but remained silent. Mr. Le, you and Mo Yunxiao are sworn brothers. Please tell us about Mo Yunxiao, especially about the Walker's 9 secrets. What is this about? Upon seeing that purple sword and green sword weren't going to speak, Mr. Yu decided to ask Le Zongtian, who was standing aside. Le Zongtian had originally wanted to make the Soaring Dragon Union rely on the sixth prince. However, he had now become a homeless dog. He felt sour when he thought of the man that had destroyed his great plan. Thus, he lamented, "Sixth prince, when I became sworn brothers with Mo Yunxiao, his cultivation base was on par with mine. It was the same all these years. Walker's 9 secrets was obtained by me and Song Bili when we stumbled on the remnants of a heavenly venerate by accident. However, Song Bili and I couldn't decipher the mystery behind Walker's 9 secrets." Le Zongtian hesitated for a moment before adding, "Mo Yunxiao also cultivated the Walker's 9 secrets but did not make much progress. At the time, all of us felt that Walker's 9 secrets was too difficult to cultivate. I never expected that he would successfully cultivate the Walker's 9 secrets after all these years. I am guilty of underestimating Mo Yunxiao's cultivation base and causing your plan to fail." The sixth prince chuckled. Who would even imagine that a useless cripple would leap over everyone and become such a powerful individual? Mr. Le, you're not to be blamed for this. The sixth prince hesitated for a moment before adding, "The reason Mo Yunxiao acted against us is because we wanted to gobble up the Soaring Dragon Union, not because he wanted to make an enemy. He even let Mr. Le off. Mr. Le, I wonder if you can help me by making a trip back and inviting Mo Yunxiao to assist me in winning the Battle of Dragons." The sixth prince's words shocked Le Zongtian, who looked at the sixth prince in admiration. "I will do my best, but this isn't an easy task by any means. Mo Yunxiao has been mourning the death of his wife every day. I'm afraid, based on what I know about Mo Yunxiao, he wouldn't cause us trouble as long as we don't target the Soaring Dragon Union," Le Zongtian mumbled. "There have to be 2 identical leaves in this world," the sixth prince said with certainty. "Try to recall the appearance of Mo Yunxiao's wife and I will get someone to search the great Xinbu continent. I believe the world will not let me down." In another palace 100 miles away from the sixth prince, a group of people was also talking at the same time. Seated at the main seat of the palace hall was a woman in a yellow dress who said gently, "I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the Soaring Dragon Union. Princess, the world is vying for the Battle of Dragons. Random people will emerge, and lucky people will also rise to the occasion," said an elder with glimmering eyes. "Mo Yunxiao was able to grow in adversity, so he is definitely talented. If you can ensure his assistance, the effort required to win the Battle of Dragons will be cut in half." The charming woman nodded her head in agreement. "I will write a letter now to Sister Song and have her bring Mo Yunxiao to the capital." Ninth Princess, do you think Song Yuanj can order Mo Yunxiao around? I am sure that Mo Yunxiao acted like this because the survival of the Soaring Dragon Union was on the line. I believe it would be better for you to befriend such a top individual personally. Is he really worth it? The ninth princess was a little skeptical. Princess, someone interrupted to make a report before the elder could finish his sentence. Princess, there's a change on the man roll. This time, someone new has entered the rankings. Chapter 775. Number 1 on the man roll. Song Yuanj looked through the man roll excitedly. First on the man roll, the man who was said to have fallen from grace had once again set foot on the apex. Although Song Yuanj had expected this outcome, the announcement still made her happy. In the Qianheng dynasty, the first position on the man roll carried more weight than the last few positions on the earth roll. Furthermore, Mo Yunxiao had even defeated the purple-green twin swords. While Song Yuanj was secretly rejoicing, the communication jade piece hanging on her waist suddenly lit up. Song Yuanj hesitated for a moment before eventually picking it up. A short while later, Song Yuanj arrived outside the transportation portal in the Soaring Dragon Union. A golden radiance illuminated it as 3 figures emerged from the empty portal. Ninth Princess, why have you come? Song Yuanj said warmly. I am here to congratulate Mr. Mo on becoming the number 1 person on the man roll. I also want to ask Mr. Mo to help me out, the ninth princess mumbled. Sister Yuanj, this time, you've suffered for what happened to the Soaring Dragon Union. I would never have let Lin Junhuang go if I'd known that he was so arrogant. Lin Junhuang was already dead, so such a belated action would make no difference. Song Yuanj did not feel strongly about such ways of expressing goodwill. She knew that her friendship with the ninth princess only existed because both of them were interested in reaping benefits from each other. Thank you, ninth princess, but Uncle Yun has been saddened by his wife's death. This time, he acted because of. Song Yuanj explained to the ninth princess. The ninth princess smiled gently. Don't worry, I believe that my sincerity can make Mr. Mo change his mind. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the woman behind her. Although the woman was wearing a veil, it couldn't conceal her graceful yet seductive figure. When the ninth princess turned to look at her, she gently took off the veil. Song Yuanj was shocked when she saw the appearance of the woman. She had never thought that there would be an identical person in the world. Actually, this woman was more attractive than Mo Yunxiao's dead lover. Yuanj, do you think she's alright? The ninth princess asked as she grinned. Song Yuanj was silent, as she felt a little uncomfortable inside. However, she still led the ninth princess in her party to where Luo Yunyang lived in seclusion. Luo Yunyang was soaking in the sun. After resolving the crisis in the Soaring Dragon Union, he had immediately returned to his residence. Although Song Yuanj did not dare disturb him, the treatment Luo Yunyang received had improved greatly. Hordes of treasures and many servants had gathered where Luo Yunyang lived. Mr. Mo, it is a great honor for Shenyu to meet you. The ninth princess sounded extremely modest. Luo Yunyang saw through the ninth princess's intentions with a glance. Although he had something to ask, he still appeared indifferent on the surface. I'm just a useless bump. The ninth princess thinks too highly of me. If the number one person on the man roll is a useless bump, then I am afraid there are not many elites in the entire world, the ninth princess said with a smile before signaling at her servants with a clap. I know that you like to drink tea, so I brought a top-notch tea brewing master here. I'll have them serve you, Mr. Mo. The ninth princess clapped her hands gently and the woman Song Yuanj had seen strolled forward. Luo Yunyang had already gotten all of Mo Yunxiao's memories. Hence, when the woman appeared, he knew instantly that she looked identical to Mo Yunxiao's late wife. It seemed as if they had been made from the same mold. Luo Yunyang was impressed by the ninth princess's ability to find an identical person so soon. In order to perform the role of Mo Yunxiao and also transition cleanly and enter the Battle of Dragons, Luo Yunyang deliberately pretended to be intoxicated by the charm of the woman. The ninth princess inwardly smiled proudly as she bewitched Luo Yunyang. She was confident that the number one martialist on the man roll was going to be in her team from now on. I owe you a favor. Luo Yunyang deliberately sighed and addressed the ninth princess emotionally. Song Yuanj's expression turned sullen momentarily, but she did not say anything. Although she hoped that Mo Yunxiao would be recruited by the ninth princess, she still felt uncomfortable with the way the ninth princess went about it. Everything went according to the plan. For example, Mo Yunxiao didn't like living in the Soaring Dragon Union. Hence, the ninth princess gave him an entire piece of land that stretched for 100,000 miles. Next, Mo Yunxiao said that he wanted a second residence, so the ninth princess presented him with an entire galaxy. Then, on the immortal Lake Star, the clear and serene lake exuded a peaceful feeling that made it seem like a paradise. Luo Yunyang was standing on an island in the middle of the lake, quietly overlooking a ship with several decks. The massive ship was brightly lit at the moment and the mesmerizing voice of a singer echoed from it. Luo Yunyang was looking at the copy of Mo Yunxiao that he had created through the void. Mo Yunxiao was walking leisurely on the main deck of the massive ship, deeply engrossed in a dancing and singing woman who looked exactly like Xiaoyun. The scene was both peaceful and beautiful. Upon sensing that Luo Yunyang was looking at him, the doppelganger of his late wife glanced over. The glance was very subtle, but the meaning was obvious. It felt like no words were needed to describe it. Luo Yunyang smiled, his eyes drifting to the far end of the immoral Lake Star, where a bustling village was located. Some people were resting, some people were cultivating, and some people were. It had been 10 years since Luo Yunyang had come to the immortal Lake Star. He had quietly transferred most of the human tribe from his internal universe into different stars of the immortal lake galaxy. Ordinary people didn't know what had happened. As for anyone below the nebula grade, they didn't even know that they had left the Divine Union Void. The memory of most of the people that knew they had left the Divine Union Void had been sealed. Although Luo Yunyang did not think that there would be any problems if they knew, there was also nothing wrong with being careful. Under the management of Luo Yunyang and Lu Qubing, the entire Immortal Lake Galaxy was almost no different from the Milky Way. The overbearing, exceeding powerful figure summoned by Longzhen did not appear again. Luo Yunyang did not hear any news about him either. However, even so, he still dared not take this matter lightly. After all, the gap between him and that figure was too wide. In the past 10 years, Luo Yunyang's cultivation had not changed much. This was because Luo Yunyang's body had attained the universe grade for a very short time, and it was inherently difficult to cultivate after one attained the universe grade. The required resources were also astronomical. In the past 10 years, he had not used the Silver Tower because of the strange figure, but also because he had been waiting for the resources for the Battle of Dragons. In the past 10 years, the ninth princess had sent offerings to the Mo Yunxiao that Luo Yunyang had created but had not given him any missions at all. This wasn't because the ninth princess was afraid of the consequences of using Mo Yunxiao, but because she felt that her trump card should only be utilized at a crucial point. Although Mo Yunxiao acted like he didn't care about anything, Song Yuan still sent people to convey various news from time to time. Therefore, Luo Yunyang still had a clear picture of what was going on in regards to the Battle of Dragons, which attracted many elites. The Battle of Dragons had been getting fiercer each day during the past 10 years, and many elites from different places were constantly emerging. The man role in the Earth list role kept changing. Just a few days ago, the purple-green twin swords, whom Luo Yunyang had dealt with before, had fallen. A ray of light suddenly cut through the sky. Luo Yunyang's eyes glimmered with anticipation when he saw the ray of light. He knew that this was the ninth princess's way of notifying him that she was going to employ his help. After smiling faintly at the signal, Luo Yunyang's figure disappeared in the void like a stream of water. As Luo Yunyang had expected, the ray of light was the ninth princess's request for help. As the Battle of Dragons intensified, the Divine Emperor artifact, which was extremely important to the Qianlong sect, had begun to appear in the world. This time, it was in a broken palace that had belonged to an ancient god emperor from the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos millions of years ago. The palace was located in the desert west of the Great Xinbu continent. The ninth princess hoped that Luo Yunyang would head over and enter the palace ruins to obtain the Divine Emperor artifact so that she could maintain the upper hand among the participants vying for it. Yunxiao, the ninth princess has been kind to both of us. That, the woman who looked very similar to Xiaoyun said pitifully. Luo Yunyang was well aware of the woman's intentions. He was merely using the woman as a cover. After listening to what she requested, he nodded his head immediately. I've always wanted to return the ninth princess's favor. Now that she's mentioned her conditions, I'll help her. After speaking, he walked towards the transportation portal of the massive ship. Before leaving, he said, I'll return soon. Wait for my good news here. Upon completing that extremely fake action, Luo Yunyang stepped into the transportation portal and returned to the Great Xinbu continent in half an hour. You must be Mr. Mo Yunxiao. I am the ninth princess's subordinate, Li. A man in white was waiting for Luo Yunyang outside the transportation portal. He greeted Luo Yunyang respectfully when he saw him. Cut the crap. Where are the palace ruins of the ancient god emperor? I need to hurry back after retrieving this thing. Luo Yunyang did not wait for the man to finish his sentence. Instead, he snapped at him loudly. The man, who had a high status as a subordinate of the ninth princess, was a little dissatisfied with Luo Yunyang's impatient tone. He scoffed inwardly to himself. Do you think this is 10 years ago? You're the number one person on the man roll, huh? Such impudence. However, on the surface, he smiled and said, Mr. Mo, please come with me. Chapter 776. Emperor Pan's Divine Realm, the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron. The sand glittered like gold dust in the endless desert. Luo Yunyang stood above the great desert and overlooked the vast sea of sand with a cold expression. This time, he was able to make a small gap appear within the space barrier in the vast desert. Inside this gap was a vibrant world. Actually, one should say that a ruined universe was inside it. Ancient god emperors had appeared before the 3 6th-level heavenly venerates that had unified the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos. Although they had also been heavenly venerate elites, they had died for one reason or another. The ancient god emperor known as Pan was a 3rd-level heavenly venerate according to the information collected by the ninth princess. The treasure he had left behind, the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron, was an artifact that had been able to suppress the entire Great Qinbu continent in the past. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron was one of Emperor Pan's most precious treasures. The Battle of Dragons, which happened once every 10,000 years, required the participants to rely on their abilities and obtain certain ancient god artifacts. Only this way could they become potential dragons that qualified to advance further. Mr. Mo, these are the martialists that Her Highness the Ninth Princess has invited to accompany you. After the divine realm of Emperor Pan opens, you'll need their assistance to obtain the treasured cauldron for the princess. The man pointed at the 7 or 8 martialists who were waiting in the desert and introduced them. The martialists introduced by the white-robed man all looked different. However, every single one had a level 7 or level 8 celestial domain grade cultivation base. The strongest one was a half-step universe grade. However, what caught Luo Yunyang's attention was their similar aura. In other words, they all came from the same sect. Luo Yunyang simply nodded casually at them. However, some of the men were looking at Luo Yunyang in a provocative manner. I thought the number 1 person on the man roll would be outstanding. Seems like that's not the case. If senior brother had not taken time off his cultivation, would he have been this famous? A handsome young man said provocatively. The man in the white robes frowned when he heard that. He did not want Mo Yunxiao to have any conflicts with the disciples of the Xianxia sect. After all, the Xianxia sect was very important to the 9th princess. Everyone, the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron is very important. The 9th princess's success in the Battle of Dragons will benefit all parties quickly. Thus, I think, Luo Yunyang made his move before the man in the white robes could finish his sentence. He executed the Do seal of the Walker's 9 secrets and conjured a huge golden lion, making it fly forward menacingly. The young man who had spoken was terrified. He was a celestial domain grade martialist, so he could use his internal celestial domain to substitute the nomological laws around him. However, he actually found it very difficult to move his body under the imposing might exuded by the ferocious golden lion. "Don't hurt him," the young man's companions shouted. Although they were ready to retaliate, they realized that they were unable to exert any strength. At the moment, they felt that they weren't facing Luo Yunyang, but a powerful and terrifying universe-grade elite. Mr. Mo, the golden lion's claws had already struck some of the martialists when the white-robed man shouted. Those martialists instantly shattered like glass and disappeared from the void. Mr. Mo, these were disciples of the Xianxia sect. You actually killed them. The Xianxia sect will never let this matter slide. The man in the white robes warned him. He had begun to consider what to do next. Luo Yunyang looked at the man and replied disapprovingly, "So what? I'll kill whoever pesters me." Although Luo Yunyang had spoken calmly, this did not sit well with the man. His party had started to fight among themselves even before the Battle of Dragons began. This time, the chances of obtaining the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron would be. Mr. Mo, according to the information we have gathered, these are the people that have been gathered by the other princes to fight for the Divine Cauldron. As the man was reporting in a monotonous tone, Luo Yunyang took flight and dashed towards the spatial crack that had appeared. He seemed slow, yet he had completely understood the Walker's 9 secrets, so he arrived instantly at the front of the crack. When Luo Yunyang appeared in front of the crack, other figures also arrived from every direction. These people belonged to more than 10 other factions. Among them were even 5th level and 6th level universe grades. "Scram!" a sinister-looking old man yelled in a murderous tone. When the old man arrived, many people hurriedly avoided him. Fearing that they might get acquainted with him, some of them even quickly retreated. "It's Shintu Feishui. Why is he here?" The man in white shuddered slightly as he spoke. "Because my family's 13th prince invited him here, of course," said a man with a cold demeanor. The sides of his lips curled upwards as he added, "He ranks 36th on the Earth roll. What a high ranking. The Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron is worth everything, isn't it?" The man sounded very pleased with himself. The moment he spoke, Shintu Feishui, who was wearing red robes, had already rushed over to Luo Yunyang. When he waved his hand, the giant claws that covered the sky swiped at Luo Yunyang. Shintu Feishui's cultivation was pretty good. If he had been in the Divine Union Void, he definitely wouldn't have been weaker than the 6 sacred emperors. It was a pity that he was now facing Luo Yunyang, who had already practiced the Walker's 9 secrets and possessed the eternal divine scripture. The moment the elderly man made his move, Luo Yunyang quickly formed seals with his hands. Instantly, 7 word seals one were formed by Luo Yunyang's hands. The moment Luo Yunyang flipped his palms out, an extremely powerful force exited his palms and struck the massive claw. In an instant, the giant claws were shattered and the blood-colored figure was smashed into smithereens. A universe grade was difficult to kill. A scarlet universe flower emerged from Shintu Feishui's body and bloomed 300 miles away. In order to better integrate himself into the purple cloud great cosmos, Luo Yunyang was prepared to stir up trouble. Hence, after shattering Shintu Feishui's body, he naturally wouldn't allow the flower of the universe to bloom again and thus conjured another seal to create a treasured gourd that sucked in Shintu Feishui's universe flower. As the treasure gourd shattered, Shintu Feishui's soul was also completely destroyed. The other martialists who had originally wanted to rush into the sacred realm of Emperor Yuan stared blankly at what had happened. Their original plan had been to rush inside before taking small steps towards finding the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron. Luck would then determine who obtained the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron. They had never imagined that such a fiery situation would occur before they had even entered. Shintu Feishui, who had been killed with one slap, was a universe grade that ranked 36th on the Earth roll. The man in the white robe stared at Luo Yunyang in disbelief. A subordinate of the 13th prince even said through chattering teeth, "How is this possible? How can Shintu Feishui die? How could he die like this? The Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron is mine. Get lost if you don't want to die." Luo Yunyang stared at the thousands of people that had gathered as he shouted. The people sent by various sects to obtain the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron were all elites from the great Xinbu continent. However, they were all reluctant and fearful now. "Everyone, let's join forces. I don't believe he can inhibit all of us by himself." Someone tried to spur the crowd. This person's words were well received. Give the great benefits on the line. Not many people could remain calm. "Yes, let's do it together. Let's kill him." Thousands of people shouted at once. They were elite martialists, so they were prepared to act whenever it was required. The man in the white robes, who was the 9th princess's subordinate, was unhappy as he said, "So what if you have a higher cultivation? Why are you trying to show off? Once you enter the realm of Emperor Yuan, everyone will be free to kill one another. Even if you do not obtain the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron, you could receive a lot of benefits. You might not amount to anything significant if you escape now with your life." While the man in the white robes was lamenting, Luo Yunyang made a move again. His hands started forming 2 hand seals quickly, making countless golden threads appear in the void. In an instant, a huge spider web appeared in the void. The stronger martialists that were dashing towards Luo Yunyang were restricted by the spider web, while those with weaker cultivation bases were killed instantly. What sort of move is this? Run, Mo Yunxiao, I have no intention of competing with you. We do not want the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron anymore. Please let me go. Mr. Mo, my master and the 9th princess are friends. If you let me off, we'll definitely assist you in obtaining the Tri-Flood Divine Cauldron." Luo Yunyang did not give 2 hoots about these pathetic pleas. His hands moved in a similar fashion and the golden thin thread shrank rapidly, killing the entrapped people in the blink of an eye. The entrance to the divine realm of Emperor Yuan was formed. However, at the moment, no one was able to enter. Luo Yunyang smiled at the man in the white robes, who was staring at him in shock, before strolling into the divine realm of Emperor Yuan. Although the divine realm of Emperor Yuan was called a divine realm, it was actually a broken universe with countless shattered stars and cracks in the spatial void. All sorts of astral winds and raging flames engulfed the realm, giving off a deadly atmosphere. However, Luo Yunyang saw a lot of things that caught his interest in the Divine Emperor's realm. Chapter 777. 5th Level Heavenly Venerate, 1 Thought 1 Realm 9 Treasured Lands, 6 Desolate Wastelands, and a single passageway. Luo Yunyang's mind power quickly enveloped the vast broken universe and had a clear understanding of it in a few minutes. It was also through this understanding that Luo Yunyang began to realize that the battle of dragons that occurred every 10,000 years was in fact a way to nurture a heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang's current strength was more than enough to fight against an ordinary heavenly venerate. However, it wouldn't be enough even if he added up all the attributes of his 3 clones when facing a 4th level heavenly venerate like Elder Lu. Besides finding a safe place to stay, he also wanted to further improve his cultivation base after fleeing from the Divine Union Void. However, improving his cultivation wasn't an easy task, especially for the 1 Yuan universe inside his body. It was really difficult to advance by simply absorbing the spiritual energy in the world. This was also why Luo Yunyang had not improved at all, even though he had cultivated hard for the past 20 years. While exploring the 9 treasured lands, most people believed that the Tri-Flood Cauldron would be the most precious treasure there. However, in Luo Yunyang's opinion, the most important item in this broken universe would be the universe's source, which had been left behind by Emperor Pan. Although the universe source was broken due to the death of Emperor Pan and was considered useless by most people, Luo Yunyang was in need of universe sources. They could enhance the foundation of his 1 yuan universe. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang walked out of the divine realm of Emperor Pan. He had basically ransacked the entire realm, and that seemingly damaged universe source had brought him great benefits. However, when Luo Yunyang stepped out of the divine realm, he suddenly felt wary. Apart from the man in the white robes, another middle-aged man was standing outside of the divine realm of Emperor Pan, watching him quietly. The middle-aged man, who exuded a heavenly venerate aura, was a second-level heavenly venerate. After secretly coming to the purple cloud cosmos, Luo Yunyang did not want to come in contact with other heavenly venerates that soon. He was intending to cultivate slowly before advancing to a heavenly venerate and thus becoming a member of the purple cloud cosmos. His expression stiffened and he raised his guard. Ha ha ha, young man, aren't you doing good? The middle-aged man smiled faintly. I originally thought that the Battle of Dragons this time would be another fight between the mysterious sects. I never expected a surprise like you. The middle-aged man shot a thorough look across Luo Yunyang's body and commented, you have a good aptitude and an even better understanding. Are you willing to join the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect? Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect. Tons of information regarding the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect appeared in Luo Yunyang's head instantly. The founder of the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect was a 4th-level heavenly venerate who was considered a second-tier force in the entire Purple Cloud Great Cosmos. Being invited to join the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect was definitely a good opportunity. Becoming a disciple of the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect would allow him to take his time and cultivate slowly. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yunyang asked, can you give me a better cultivation technique if I join the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect? Of course, the middle-aged man wasn't angry about the demand. Instead, his reply was loud and clear. Not only will we provide you with cultivation techniques, but we'll even provide an astronomical amount of resources. While top-notch cultivation resources can't be provided, such items can be redeemed by completing missions or tasks. Luo Yunyang had already decided to join. The reason he'd asked these questions was just to make the middle-aged man feel more at ease. If that's the case, then I am willing to join the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect. The middle-aged man wasn't surprised that he had recruited Luo Yunyang as a new disciple of the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect. Although Luo Yunyang was well known in the Great Qinbu continent, he wasn't really of any significance to these middle-aged men. How could he have the right to make these heavenly venerates take notice of him if he wasn't one himself? Mo Yunxiao, from this day on, you will become an inner disciple of the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect. You'll be able to enter the mountain gate of the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect with my seal for cultivation purposes. The middle-aged man waved gently and a seal fell into Luo Yunyang's hands. Then, he said in a deep voice, the opportunities present in the Battle of Dragons are huge. Do not give up if you are participating in it. Try to improve your cultivation base and become a universe grade during the secret cultivation period. After all, the protagonists of the Battle of Dragons are universe grade martialists. As soon as he said that, he suddenly thought of something. My name is Yuan Mo, and I am the second disciple of the Purple Luminous Heavenly Venerate. When Luo Yunyang took the seal, he sensed that a mysterious array formation was contained within the seal, which was linked to a space in the endless void. Yuan Mo shot a look at the cauldron in Luo Yunyang's hand before disappearing without a trace. Luo Yunyang took the seal but did not use it immediately. Instead, he turned to the white-robed man standing aside. The man congratulated him graciously. Mr. Mo, you have ascended into a huge sect. Your future will be limitless. Luo Yunyang smiled at the man before casually taking out the azure small cauldron and said, this is what your master wanted. You can take it back now. Tell her that we are even from now on. The man still wanted to talk, but Luo Yunyang did not give him the opportunity to do so, as he disappeared without a trace with a wave of his hand. Luo Yunyang was sitting in lotus position within an internal space. This time, He was inside the body of the chaotic four-origin beast and was manipulating Mo Yunxiao's body, making it walk around. Yunxi was seated opposite Luo Yunyang, brewing tea. The fragrance of the tea diffused towards Luo Yunyang. Speaking of that, it was quite dangerous this time. Luo Yunyang took a sip of tea as he lamented. Yunxi filled up Luo Yunyang's teacup again and mumbled, "Heavenly Venerate Yuan Mo isn't your match. Just deal with him directly if he appears to discover anything. If worst comes to worst, we'll just leave the purple cloud cosmos again." Yunxi knew some of the secrets of Luo Yunyang's small silver tower and thus had some confidence when she suggested that. Luo Yunyang, who was also confident in the small silver tower, chuckled. "That's easy to say, but if an almighty is watching, he might even notice that I'm using the silver tower if we use it too many times. Furthermore, the majority of the human tribe has started to live and work here in peace. If there is another great migration, there may be some unexpected complications. In any case, I don't want to run anymore." Yunxi nodded gently. "You have to remember not to put too much pressure on yourself. Although I don't know what Yuan Mo's intention was for recruiting me, I must not let the rare opportunity of this battle of dragons slip by. I also have to pay a visit to the purple luminous mysterious sect, no matter what happens. I'll have to see what benefits are involved." After activating the token through Mo Yunxiao, a golden radiance enveloped him instantly. The golden radiance flashed. When it dimmed, Luo Yunyang found himself outside of a gigantic purple mountain. The purple qi all around was majestic. Even Luo Yunyang's cultivation felt a little oppressed while he was standing under the gigantic purple mountain. Mo Yunxiao had been invited by Yuan Mo, so he was welcomed inside the gigantic purple mountain. The young man responsible for hosting Luo Yunyang seemed to be in his 20s and had a peak celestial domain grade cultivation base. The young man, who was named Qingfu, was very warm to Luo Yunyang. Not only did he explain most of the situation in the purple luminous mysterious sect, but he also arranged a place for Luo Yunyang to live in. Then, he talked in detail about the important places in the purple luminous mysterious sect and led Luo Yunyang to the scripture hall. As an inner disciple of the purple luminous mysterious sect, Luo Yunyang could enter the first 6 floors of the scripture hall, and he also had the right to transfer a maximum of 100 primal chaotic crystals within the purple luminous mysterious sect. There weren't many people in the entire purple luminous mysterious sect, so Luo Yunyang had only encountered a few during his tour. "Senior brother Mo, if there is nothing else, I will leave to handle some other things first. If there is any other assistance you require, feel free to look for me," Qingfu politely told Luo Yunyang before leaving. After sending away Qingfu, Luo Yunyang went into the scripture hall again. Although he had gained some understanding of the 8 great continents thanks to the 9th princess in the past few years, there ought to be something different that a large prestigious sect could provide. Because of his identity as an inner disciple, the entire scripture hall was open to Luo Yunyang. He quickly found some information and took his time looking at it. A day later, he got up from his seat. The information in the scripture hall, especially the description of the heavenly venerates, was an eye-opener for Luo Yunyang. This was also the first time he had come into contact with such a careful and detailed differentiation of the heavenly venerates. First-level heavenly venerates could condense a universe and leave the river of time and space. They basically had the power of 1 yuan. Second-level heavenly venerates could condense the power of a universe as well, but this sort of condensing process was not easy. A low-level refinement occurred, whereby 1 + 1 = 2. However, a higher-level refinement could surpass that. After becoming a second-level heavenly venerate, one could transform into millions of things and possess thousands of clones. Third-level heavenly venerates could have 3 condensed internal universes and also receive multiple power boosts. After condensing 4 internal universes, 4th-level heavenly venerates had the ability to split the void. Elder Lu was a 4th-level heavenly venerate. After condensing 5 internal universes, 5th-level heavenly venerates would attain 1 thought 1 realm. There was no record within the scripture hall about 6th-level heavenly venerates. However, when Luo Yunyang read about 1 thought 1 realm and some descriptions of great heavenly venerates, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He had been walking on the wrong path. This was very dangerous. Chapter 778, Annihilation Star Sky, Divine Incarcerate Tribe. A 5th-level heavenly venerate could create a world with a thought. Although Luo Yunyang did not really understand how, he was certain about one thing: the chances of him exposing himself would increase if he encountered a stronger heavenly venerate. The description of a 6th-level heavenly venerate was very vague. The phrase that left the deepest impression on Luo Yunyang was, impossible to describe. Impossible to describe. These 3 words seemed peculiar, but only people like Luo Yunyang knew how terrifying they were. He had entered the purple cloud great cosmos in secret, so his identity might be exposed if the 3 great heavenly venerates noticed him obtaining too many benefits in the Battle of Dragons. Once that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable, as every celestial domain grade elite had been issued the warrant. There were countless benefits in the Battle of Dragons. However, if he was too involved. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath after thinking a lot. He felt that joining the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect was a pretty good opportunity. Although the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect was still an unfamiliar place to Luo Yunyang, it had already given him a stable identity. After thinking things through, Luo Yunyang made up his mind. In this Battle of Dragons, he would have to remain steady. Meanwhile, he would need to find other ways to gain resources for cultivation. Luo Yunyang, who had made his decision, placed all his attention on the scripture hall of the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect. Although there were no top-grade techniques in it, there were countless things concerning the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos. Half a year passed in a jiffy. During the past 6 months, Luo Yunyang's cultivation had not progressed much, but he had become very familiar with the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos. The Purple Cloud Great Cosmos was not as stable as he'd thought. Although the 8 great continents hadn't been threatened by anything before, a large number of indiscriminate killings were happening daily on the Annihilation Star Sky, which was situated outside the 8 great continents. Purple Cloud Calendar Year 100,000. The Divine Incarcerate tribe appeared for the first time. Mengxingtu and many other places fell. The galaxies were flooded with blood and the land wailed in sorrow. Purple Cloud Calendar Year 200,000. The 3 great heavenly venerates battled Haichi, the great commander of the Divine Incarcerate tribe on the Annihilation Star Sky. Hundreds of heavenly venerates fell and the Annihilation Star Sky was left in tatters. Great Commander Haichi left with a serious injury and the Annihilation Star Sky became a wasteland. Purple Cloud Calendar Year 300,000. The 10 legions of the Divine Incarcerate tribe descended on the Annihilation Star Sky once again. The war was unceasing, as elites fought constantly. In order to inspire the elites of the 8 great continents, the merit system was put in place. Information about the Annihilation Star Sky constantly appeared in Luo Yunyang's head. Although the Annihilation Star Sky was a dangerous place, there should be great opportunities there. Besides, when the 3 great heavenly venerates had fought against Great Commander Haichi, many heavenly venerates had died. Even though most of their internal universes had exploded, plenty of them must have been preserved. There should be countless opportunities inside. Luo Yunyang now felt very poor, as he had almost reached the point of being too stretched out. The 1 yuan universe inside his body required tons of resources to improve. The chaotic 4-origin beast required a lot of resources to improve as well. Even his heavenly venerate true body was the same. Although it seemed like he was very safe hiding in the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos, Luo Yunyang was actually feeling pressured. This unknown existence was really powerful, even though it was just some form of astral projection. If he were to try locating Luo Yunyang personally, it would be very plausible that Luo Yunyang would be discovered. Without sufficient power and strength, both Luo Yunyang and the Milky Way's human tribe would need to continue hiding like mice. Although hiding seemed safe, it was unsustainable when it came to ordinary people. Becoming stronger was the only option. He had to rapidly become stronger. Luo Yunyang believed that he could only truly settle down safely when both he and the chaotic 4-origin beast became heavenly venerates. After leaving the scripture hall, Luo Yunyang walked to the main hall of the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect, where missions were issued. He was cursing inwardly, as he was unhappy with the management methods of the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect. In the Divine Union Void, a virtual universe would have solved the problem. However, the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos, which was obviously much stronger than the Divine Union Void, still had a special hall where people could accept missions. Compared to the cold silence in the scripture hall, the mission hall was different, as many people were walking about. However, most of them were only galaxy-grade or early-stage celestial domain-grade martialists. When Luo Yunyang entered, his green robes attracted many respectful greetings from the people there. Luo Yunyang could sense the sincere respect they felt. Although they did not know who Luo Yunyang was, this did not hinder their respectful treatment of Luo Yunyang. The disciples who were responsible for releasing the missions had a pretty high status in the sect and usually gave the cold shoulder to the people requesting missions. However, when they saw Luo Yunyang coming, almost everyone stood up respectfully and said, "Greetings, Uncle Master. Are there any missions to the Annihilation Star Sky?" Luo Yunyang didn't really care about respectful greetings. "Uncle Master, there are always missions to the Annihilation Star Sky, but that place is too dangerous." Thus, the Patriarch has cautioned fellow disciples who are below the universe grade before they take on missions to the Annihilation Star Sky. Universe grades and weaker martialists should consider this carefully. Although it was implicit, these words actually meant to order disciples not to enter the Annihilation Star Sky unnecessarily. It wasn't a place for anyone below the universe grade. "I will take a mission to the Annihilation Star Sky," Luo Yunyang said. The disciple, who was shocked, wanted to persuade Luo Yunyang out of it, but Luo Yunyang said firmly, "I have already made up my mind." "Well, Uncle Master, the transportation portal to the Annihilation Star Sky will be open tomorrow. If you must go there, then you can bring this token with you to the transportation portal tomorrow," the disciple who was serving Luo Yunyang said helplessly. "Uncle Master, elders who go to the Annihilation Star Sky usually form teams before going. You may join other elders, as it would give you a greater hope of survival." Luo Yunyang nodded, acknowledging the disciple's kind intentions. However, he wasn't going to team up with anyone. He really didn't need to join a team. Although his clone was only at the peak celestial domain grade, the cards he had up his sleeves were enough to make him no weaker than an ordinary peak second-level heaven venerate. According to the records in the scripture hall, most of the killings occurred between universe-grade martialists. Hence, he wasn't going on a risky expedition but most likely a walk in the park. "I got it." Luo Yunyang nodded at the disciple and left with the token. Uncle Master looked a little familiar. Discussions were heard in the hall after Luo Yunyang left. "That's right, although I have never heard of this Uncle Master." He was wearing the logo that represents Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect Elders. Mo Yunxiao. His registered name is Mo Yunxiao. He ranked first on the man roll some time ago. I did not expect him to come to the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect. He actually dares to venture to the Annihilation Star Sky after joining us merely half a year ago. Isn't it too risky? Luo Yunyang did not mind the discussions that were taking place. It was normal for those Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect disciples to be unfamiliar with him since he was rather new there. He wouldn't have joined the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect if he hadn't met Yuan Mo Heavenly Venerate. Although Luo Yunyang had a respectable status in the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect, he still felt like an outsider. After a day of rest in his cave residence, he arrived at the transportation hall. Because the transportation hall was not open every day, there was already a big number of people waiting in the hall when Luo Yunyang entered. While Luo Yunyang frowned at the scene, almost all the disciples who saw him quickly greeted him. "Uncle Master, please go ahead first." Luo Yunyang naturally did not refuse this act of courtesy and strolled into the transportation hall. Besides chairs, there were also various kinds of flowers and fruits in the transportation hall. 3 men and 2 women were sitting on chairs made of white jade and chatting among themselves. Although they appeared rather at ease, the disciples around them remained very respectful and did not dare to make a sound. When Luo Yunyang walked over, a man with a 6th-level universe-grade cultivation base glanced at him and said, "Mo Yunxiao, I think you should forget about taking on a mission to the Annihilation Star Sky. Our team is full, so it is impossible for you to join." Anyone would be pissed out by the way the man spoke, but Luo Yunyang could feel that the man was giving him a piece of advice out of goodwill. Luo Yunyang could understand why the man would not allow him to join them. After all, a strong team wasn't made up of many people. If the strength of the team wasn't balanced, it might even decrease the team's overall effectiveness. "Thank you, senior brother, but I still want to take a look." Luo Yunyang's insistence made the rough-looking man's face turn slightly dark. He snorted in response, "Whatever. As your senior brother, I'll still give you a warning. It is best not to go more than 300,000 miles into the Annihilation Star Sky. However, you can test your luck outside of that perimeter." Seeing that the man still gave him some advice out of goodwill, Luo Yunyang had a more favorable impression of him. He smiled and said, "I got it, senior brother. Uncle Masters, the transportation portal is open. You may depart now," the disciple in charge said respectfully. The rough man smiled and said, "Okay, let's set off." "Oh, Mo Yunxiao, As a senior brother, I will give you another piece of advice. Even if you encounter people from the same sect or tribe, don't be too trusting. This advice might even save your life when the time comes. The man chuckled as he entered the portal. Chapter 779, 5th level Heavenly Venerate Internal Universe. In the central point of the Annihilation Star sky, Luo Yunyang was standing on a meteorite. It seemed as if his entire body had fused with the meteorite. He was like a hunter with great patience waiting quietly. 1 year had passed ever since he had entered the Annihilation Star sky, but Luo Yunyang had gained a lot in that year. He had killed a dozen divine incarcerate tribe elite martialists and obtained various resources that had allowed his cultivation to enter the 2nd level universe grade. Luo Yunyang. Power, 18 speed, 16 constitution, 17 mind, 11 bloodline, 0.31. Thanks to this advancement, most of Luo Yunyang's attributes had increased by 1 yuan. Although this improvement was relatively small in contrast to his previous improvements, his attributes had still increased considerably. After all, Luo Yunyang's attributes were now represented with black yuan figures. A +1 was equivalent to gaining 1 yuan. Luo Yunyang wasn't too satisfied with improving by a level after more than 20 years of cultivation and the use of massive resources. What made him even unhappier was his chaotic 4-origin beast clone, which was still unable to advance to the universe grade. Of course, this was partly because Luo Yunyang had used most of his resources on himself. A faint sound suddenly rang in Luo Yunyang's ears. Like a sensitive hunter, Luo Yunyang reacted to it. The person he had been waiting for had finally appeared. Ha ha ha, a dead heavenly venerate, how dare she scare us, damn it. Feels so good to shatter that female heavenly venerate's consciousness. A sacred purgatory martialist whose head was covered in dark purple scales said delightedly. Luo Yunyang was able to remain very calm while facing the divine incarcerate tribe. Although the hatred in his blood still existed, killing them for a whole year had made him feel somewhat numb. Old worm, we have to be careful. Those damn bugs might appear suddenly out of nowhere. Next to the divine incarcerate tribe martialist was his partner, who appeared more well-built. He said in a serious tone, over the past year, we have lost contact with 10 of our small teams. According to the analysis of the headquarters, the indigenous people of the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos should have sent a top hunting squad into this area. We have to be careful. The 5 divine incarcerate tribe martialists walked out slowly. The scales on their bodies were covered in different patterns. Luo Yunyang had a deep understanding of the divine incarcerate tribe after a full year of encountering them. The different patterns represented different powers of the divine incarcerate tribe. They had a different approach to cultivation than the human tribe. A divine incarcerate tribe martialist's cultivation path was decided when they were born. Different patterns represented different ways of cultivation. There was no communication with the divine incarcerate tribe. Although both factions were intelligent, they only fought and killed each other. Saying too much nonsense might even cost a life. Usually, it would cost the life of the person who spoke too much. Walker's 9 secrets. Luo Yunyang instantly made 2 hand seals and a golden light shrouded the 5 divine incarcerate tribe elite martialists. Although they were vigilant right from the start and the patterns on them were like a natural array formation that was glowing brightly in the void, Luo Yunyang was a peak universe grade, so the gap between them was too large. When Luo Yunyang executed the life-death resounding fate along with a sun seal, all of them were destroyed. The souls of the divine incarcerate martialists were instantly shattered. After killing this small team of divine incarcerate tribe elite martialists, which could be considered pretty strong, Luo Yunyang quickly gathered all the loot and flew away. Just 10 minutes later, at the location where the battle had taken place, a divine incarcerate tribe battle squad that was glowing with a golden light arrived quickly. Every member of the divine incarcerate tribe battle squad had a peak universe grade cultivation base. However, the aura they exuded was much stronger than a first-level heavenly venerate's aura. It's the same person, a slim, soft-spoken female divine incarcerate tribe elite said while conjuring some hand seals to reverse time with a ray of light. However, they could only see their 5 dead tribesmen who had been silently killed by a golden thread. They were unable to see the eerie Luo Yunyang. One day, I will catch this hunter. A towering divine incarcerate tribe elite yelled in rage as the pattern of his scales transformed and something that looked like the imprint of a small tripod appeared on his forehead. This pattern represented the royal family of the divine incarcerate tribe. Usually, members of the royal family wouldn't appear on the Annihilation Star sky. They did not lack resources after all. Luo Yunyang did not care much about the appearance of this battle squad. The reason he did not want to meet this battle squad, besides safety, was because he did not want to expose himself too much, as this would increase the danger of his time on the Annihilation Star Sky. A broken heavenly venerate's weapon. Luo Yunyang toyed with the long sword in his hand as his eyes glimmered. Heavenly venerate weapon was a term used in the purple cloud great cosmos. All heavenly venerate elites had their own weapons. After all, a weapon was directly related to a heavenly venerate's combat abilities. The heavenly venerate weapon in Luo Yunyang's hands had an origin of 2 universe marks and 2 elements, water and fire. This meant that the owner of this weapon had once been a second-level heavenly venerate that had managed to condense 2 different universes of water and fire. Luo Yunyang had not yet condensed his own heavenly venerate weapon. However, a heavenly venerate weapon was much more valuable than a universe source. Although Luo Yunyang's 1 Yuan universe could also refine the heavenly venerate weapon, it would be too wasteful to do so. An annual gathering. Luo Yunyang recalled the announcement of the Allied forces when he had first arrived on the Annihilation Star. During the gathering, there would be extremely unstable black astral winds and exchanges on the Annihilation Star sky. He might be able to obtain something during the exchange. Just like a fish swimming through the waves, Luo Yunyang was flying very fast across the Annihilation Star sky. Cultivators like Luo Yunyang should be able to tear apart the void and traverse across it to a certain point. However, on the Annihilation Star, even a heavenly venerate wouldn't dare traverse through the void. It was too dangerous. The Annihilation Star sky was filled with the broken internal universes of many fallen heavenly venerates. Most of these universes were in the cracks of the void, so if someone unknowingly traversed the void, they might be cut into pieces by the fragments of those internal universes. There was even a rumor that a 4th-level heavenly venerate had once been trapped in the Annihilation Star sky and had been forced to rely on his great perseverance to walk back step by step. 3 days later, Luo Yunyang reached a meteorite that looked just like a gigantic stone mountain. He looked at the bare, lifeless stone mountain while walking towards it. Token. A black shadow strangely appeared by Luo Yunyang's side and shouted. Luo Yunyang waved his hand and the token appeared in his palm. This was his identification, so it was very important in the Annihilation Star sky. The man glanced at Luo Yunyang's token before shaking his head. It seems like you're really lucky. You are the sole survivor of a 5-man team. There were so many dangers in the Annihilation Star sky that even most elites from the larger sects would form an alliance or a team with one another after entering. Lone rangers like Luo Yunyang were almost non-existent in the Annihilation Star sky. Luo Yunyang did not bother explaining his situation before going right in. Inside the meteorite were thousands of miles of space. Not only were there pavilions and buildings, but there were also various kinds of entertainment. Many people bowed respectfully in Luo Yunyang's direction when he came in. While people of different cultivation grades were inside, most of them were galaxy grades. They were considered service crew here. After entering a fine house that had been prearranged, Luo Yunyang was led by a waiter to a very luxurious hall. In the hall, some people were drinking, some were chatting, and some were even fighting. The sinister dangers of the Annihilation Star sky even made peak universe-grade martialists feel pressured. Thus, when they arrived at the safe haven guarded by the heavenly venerates, they could finally relax. Luo Yunyang had been hunting for the past year. Hence, he did not need to vent his emotions and decided to relax instead. He was paying attention to a white jade wall west of the main hall. There were plenty of exchangeable items written on the wall. Broken universe source, 10,000 primal chaotic crystals. Defensive heavenly venerate battle armor. Damaged, in exchange for an offensive heavenly venerate weapon. Exchange only. Other inquiries not welcome. Please do not disturb. Not accepting primal chaotic crystals. Heavenly venerate origin source tree. Small defects. Corpse of a divine incarcerate tribe. Headless, divine inscriptions complete. Just as Luo Yunyang was looking through the information and pondering what he would like to exchange, he heard someone ask, "Is that junior brother Mo Yunxiao?" Upon hearing that, Luo Yunyang turned his head and saw the rough-looking man he had met at the transportation portal of the purple luminous mysterious sect. He already knew the name of the man, so he replied with a smile, "Oh, it's senior brother Teng Hao." "Greetings, senior brother." Luo Yunyang looked beside Teng Hao and realized that there was only one man and 2 women left in their group. Tang Hao's team had been comprised of 3 men and 2 women. Now, Tang Hao included, there were only 2 men and 2 women. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang seemed to understand something. Junior brother Yuan Ming has fallen. Tang Hao, who seemed to understand why Luo Yunyang was glancing at his team, said bitterly. Luo Yunyang remained silent. After all, it was normal for 1 or 2 people to die in the Annihilation Star Sky. Junior brother Mo, we're lacking a team member. Join us. Chapter 780. Where a 6th level heavenly venerate fell. Luo Yunyang would not accept Tang Hao's invitation. What he had obtained during the past year vastly exceeded what most teams would gain in decades. Besides, he wasn't willing to let too many people in on his secrets. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to reject Tang Hao's kind offer, the man standing behind Tang Hao suddenly reminded him, Senior brother Tang, I forgot to tell you that Li Yang has agreed to join our team. Tang Hao frowned when he realized what his junior brother was trying to imply. He was rejecting the idea of letting Mo Yunxiao join the group. There was no person named Li Yang who wanted to join their group. Although Tang Hao wasn't comfortable with this decision, their team had been formed based on each other's common interests. Although he was the leader of the team, he couldn't ignore the opinions of the other members. Hence, he could only endure the dissatisfaction he felt. Luo Yunyang was secretly delighted. He had never thought that a solution would appear just as he had started to get worried. However, on the surface, he still acted like he had been humiliated and muttered bitterly, if that's the case, then we'll team up next time, senior brother. Then, Luo Yunyang turned and walked away. Tang Hao's 2 female companions were very attractive. Although the 2 of them did not express their opinion, it was clear that they were reluctant to let a stranger join their team. Luo Yunyang went to look for a place where he could continue browsing. Just as he found an item that could improve his 1 yuan universe, the hall, which had originally been rowdy, suddenly fell silent. 7 or 8 people entered the hall when Luo Yunyang turned his head to check out this weird situation. The man at the front of the group seemed very familiar to Luo Yunyang. Although he was very certain that this was the first time he was seeing that man, this sense of familiarity felt very real. The man's handsome face and scarlet eyes were filled with aggression. However, compared to his prideful grandeur, what was even more shocking was the person behind him. It was a 3rd-level heavenly venerate. 3rd-level heavenly venerates were not only powerful but also formidable. Heavenly venerates rarely appeared in the Annihilation Star Sky. Hence, it was absolutely shocking that a 3rd-level heavenly venerate had appeared there. Ha ha ha, I am very happy to meet all of you. The handsome young man, who had a 5th-level universe-grade cultivation, laughed proudly. My name is Long Xin, but you can call me 3rd Young Master. As soon as he said that, he waved his hand and a figure condensed in midair. This person is Luo Yunyang, a fugitive from the Longland Great Cosmos. He is wanted by the Long family's patriarch. Long Xin said coldly, if anyone has information about him, please tell me immediately. Of course, you will be rewarded. Luo Yunyang remained calm. He finally understood why Long Xin seemed so familiar. Young Master Long, we will definitely notify you immediately if we see this man. A man who looked like he was in his 30s stood up and assured Long Xin. Long Xin laughed heartily and said, thank you so much. After saying that, Long Xin scanned his surroundings and added, I have a piece of information that I would like to give everyone here free of charge. A Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate died in this region. His internal universe is going to appear now. I'm here to inform everyone that this Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's internal universe is going to appear within 1,000,000 miles from the Annihilation Star Sky's central point. No one is allowed to enter until I obtain the items in that internal universe. Long Xin then said in a resolute, decisive tone, if anyone dares to enter without my approval, I'll kill them without showing mercy. No one dared to make a sound in the huge hall. Anyone who was able to enter the Annihilation Star Sky was basically a martialist with some support. All of them had some understanding of the power behind Long Xin as well. Besides, a 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate was standing behind him right now. In the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos, a 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate was considered a formidable figure, so all the people present were far inferior compared to Heavenly Venerates. Luo Yunyang didn't even look at Long Xin. He looked just like an ordinary spectator staring blankly at the scene. However, as soon as Long Xin appeared, Luo Yunyang had a thought. He had to keep Long Xin in the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos, no matter what. That would allow him to take revenge and get something he needed that Long Xin possessed. Luo Yunyang should have broken through the 9th gene seal by now, yet no matter what he did, he still wasn't able to break through. Luo Yunyang believed that there had to be a problem with the 9th gene seal. Otherwise, he would not have failed to break through after raising his bloodline attribute to a terrifying level via the attribute regulator. Furthermore, that figure from the Longland Great Cosmos was such a bully. Luo Yunyang had to get back at him, no matter what. Another important reason was the internal universe of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate. Luo Yunyang knew who was this Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate. According to the records in the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect, this Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate had been one of the top figures in the entire Purple Cloud Great Cosmos. He had been a 6th level Heavenly Venerate. The Heart Sword had been a 6th level Heavenly Venerate. If he had not died during the battle against the Divine Incarcerate tribe, he would have become one of the rulers of the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos. According to the records of the Purple Luminous Mysterious Sect, the death of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate had been related to events that were impossible to describe. This was why the majority of the records of the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos did not mention the existence of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate. After the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate had died, 5 of the 6 internal universes in his body had collapsed directly. However, the 5 collapsed universes had also created an enormous energy that had made his last and most important internal universe vanish completely. That internal universe contained all of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's treasures. The gap between each level of Heavenly Venerate was as great as the gulf between heaven and earth. The treasure collection of a 6th level Heavenly Venerate would probably be able to make anyone go crazy. As these thoughts were going through Luo Yunyang's mind, Long Shen said, "I need some assistance. As long as you accept my conditions, you can come forward and register." Many people stepped forward after hearing Long Shen's words. Although they knew that they weren't going to receive any of the benefits or the treasure, they were still more than happy to receive a token of appreciation from Long Shen. Luo Yunyang did not go forward. Like most people, he was quietly watching everything from afar. However, Luo Yunyang left shortly after a bigger crowd gathered around Long Shen. "I am sorry, junior brother Mo." Tang Hao, who had waited for Luo Yunyang outside the main hall, apologized when he saw him. "Senior brother Tang, don't worry about it. It is perfectly normal, as the other senior brothers do not know anything about my cultivation." Although Tang Hao still wanted to say something, he eventually chose not to after opening his mouth. After Luo Yunyang left Tang Hao, he stayed in the meteorite for 3 more days before leaving quietly. During those 3 days, many teams began to assemble beside Long Shen, and some core disciples of a certain top sect held a big banquet to warmly welcome Long Shen. However, all this had nothing to do with Luo Yunyang. On the core star domain of the Annihilation Star Sky, the sacred lotus body conjured by Luo Yunyang moved cautiously. In front of him, 2 elites from a Divine Incarcerate tribe assault squad had noticed him. In an instant, tens of thousands of blade lights rose in the void. When the blade lights gathered, the sacred lotus body was severed into pieces. The moment the body collapsed, a storage bag landed in the hands of this hunting team of elites. What a pauper! The Divine Incarcerate man who belonged to the royal family scoffed after opening Luo Yunyang's storage bag. Although there were some things in Luo Yunyang's storage bag, these things were too insignificant for royalty like him. "Look, what is this?" A Divine Incarcerate woman suddenly grabbed a jade piece and exclaimed. When she grabbed it, a chart suddenly appeared. The Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's internal universe is going to appear. The Divine Incarcerate tribe royalty was excited when he saw the chart. Good, good, good. I never expected to catch such a big fish. The treasure of a 6th level Heavenly Venerate will be able to help me break through and become at least a Heavenly Venerate. The eyes of the other Divine Incarcerate elites in the 2 assault squads lit up instantly. They were like bloodthirsty sharks ready to pounce forward at any moment. These indigenous people from the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos must have invested in a lot of people. We only have 10, so we can't deal with them. We need to find more people and come up with a plan, the Divine Incarcerate royalty said coldly. A short while later, the 2 Divine Incarcerate assault squads left. Luo Yunyang grinned when he saw their figures turn and leave. His body had quickly disappeared without a trace from the Annihilation Star Sky. Now that he had cast his bait, all he had to do was wait it out. 10 days later, Long Shen took hundreds of people and went to an area in the Annihilation Star Sky. His blood-red eyes and that haughty gaze made it seem like he was proud of himself. He was proud of himself because it seemed as though all the elites here had submitted themselves to him and his plan was going to succeed. Young master, although you brought a lot of helpers this time, the news regarding the re-emergence of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate might have reached the Divine Incarcerate tribe. The third-level Heavenly Venerate advised him. However, Long Xin was not bothered by this at all. So what if they know? The reason I shared the news of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate was so that more people would be enticed to come and participate. As far as I know, the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate died with lots of resentment, so the best way to clean up this resentment is to make it bloodier. Chapter 781, Mutual Deception. No one knew how many treasures were left behind in the internal universe of a 6th-level Heavenly Venerate. However, these numbers could be referenced. In the history of the Annihilation Star Sky, several top disciples from a large sect had once jointly discovered an internal universe left behind by a deceased 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate. The primal chaotic crystals inside had been amassed in mountainous piles. There had also been all sorts of top-grade battle armor, weapons, and even a legendary treasure. Therefore, although most of the important and valuable treasures of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate would belong to Long Xin, the rest of the lower-grade items still intrigued disciples from various large sects. Long Xin smiled at all the martialists that had joined him, even though he was secretly scoffing at them inwardly. Although there were some formidable figures in the purple cloud great cosmos, these younger martialists would at best follow him around like cheerleaders. As Long Xin had these thoughts, a wave of arrows shot from afar and flew towards him and his group. Each of these arrows contained massive energy, leaving no room for escape as they hurtled through the void. Some of the martialists that followed Long Xin were caught off guard and got turned into ashes when they were struck by the arrows. Ambush! Someone yelled while the others quickly drew their weapons to guard themselves. Long Xin, who was in the middle of the group, appeared indifferent. He merely glanced at his Heavenly Venerate bodyguard and indicated his intent. Amid deadly silence, golden threads started rising as they passed through the void stealthily and cut down people one after the other. Universe-grade martialists would not die, even if their bodies were destroyed. As long as their universe flower remained intact, they wouldn't perish. However, the golden thread instantly annihilated the consciousness and universe flowers of the slain martialists. It's the assassin from the Divine Incarcerate tribe. Some people screamed in horror, get into formation to deal with him. In the midst of this chaotic situation, a golden silk thread cut through the void and shot towards Long Xin. Long Xin's eyes flickered with a cold glint towards the Divine Incarcerate tribe martialist that had actually dared to attack him. His scarlet eyes burned even brighter and a mysterious scarlet flame ignited the golden thread. Ah! A scream resonated throughout the void as an assassin from the Divine Incarcerate tribe was incinerated. When the 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate standing guard beside Long Xin snapped his fingers, rays of light shot out in all directions. When these rays of light shot out, the figures hiding in the void suddenly found themselves trapped in the small space they were in. These figures were struggling wildly just like trapped animals with no chance of escaping. What's the big deal about bullying juniors? A frosty voice echoed throughout the void as a Divine Incarcerate tribesman with 6 heads and 13 arms who was wielding a sword that consisted of 3 colors appeared. He brandished his arms and shattered boundaries created by the rays of light. In an instant, the assassin from the Divine Incarcerate tribe managed to escape death. A 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate. Long Xin's 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate bodyguard said, "You're breaking the rules by coming here. I'll give you a chance to leave and I'll pretend nothing happened." The 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate from the Divine Incarcerate tribe warned him. Long Xin's Heavenly Venerate bodyguard sneered before shooting at the Divine Incarcerate tribe Heavenly Venerate. When the 2 3rd-level Heavenly Venerates clashed, the entire Annihilation Star Sky felt like it was going to rupture. Luo Yunyang was hiding 100,000 miles away like the best hunter, waiting patiently for a chance to strike at his prey. The hatred between the human tribe and the Divine Incarcerate tribe was extraordinary. In the purple cloud great cosmos, they had also been involved in the everlasting massacre against the 3 other large tribes. They would never give up on a figure like Long Xin. Things were proceeding as Luo Yunyang had predicted. However, he wasn't prepared to make any moves at the moment, as he knew that this matter wasn't simple. The battle between the 2 3rd-level Heavenly Venerates was earth-shaking. However, both of them seemed to have reservations while fighting against each other. Just as the battle reached its climax, the 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate of the Divine Incarcerate tribe was nearly struck by the palm of Long Xin's bodyguard. However, he brandished his battle halberd and cleaved at his opponent. Long Shin's bodyguard brandished his blade and conjured a shield that seemed like a mass of surging primordial chaos in front of him. However, at the same time, a giant hammer appeared behind him and smashed heavily against his head. It wasn't easy for a third-level heavenly venerate to die, but it was still very possible when they were facing a humongous threat. Just as Long Shin's bodyguard was in danger, yet another figure appeared swiftly. This person was also a third-level heavenly venerate. However, when the flag in his hands was waved, it trapped both the halberd-wielding heavenly venerate and the hammer-wielding heavenly venerate between the two vortexes. It's a fifth-level heavenly venerate weapon. A divine incarcerate martialist with golden scales exclaimed. Of course it's a fifth-level heavenly venerate weapon. Why else would I be so careless? Long Shin chuckled. It's a rather bountiful catch this time. I managed to hook 2 third-level heavenly venerates. Thanks. Long Shin then added arrogantly, however, there's no reward for any of you. The elites from the Divine Incarcerate tribe and the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos finally understood that they were merely chess pieces to Long Shin. The Divine Incarcerate tribe martialists were boiling with rage, yet the martialists from the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos only cursed silently without making a comment. While the killing continued, a crack appeared in the void. The space behind this spatial crack looked terrifyingly deadly. Long Shin grinned when he saw this crack. I did not lie at all. The Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's internal universe is here. As soon as he said that, Long Shin rushed towards the broken internal universe. Upon seeing Long Shin dash towards the internal universe, the elites from the Divine Incarcerate tribe and the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos followed him. In their opinion, while it was important to kill their opponents, it was even more important to gain some benefits. Only the 4 third-level heavenly venerates remained. Neither of the third-level heavenly venerate of the Divine Incarcerate tribe entered, as they were trapped in the bubble unleashed by the small flag and simply couldn't break free. Long Shin's 2 bodyguards felt completely relieved. They had to kill 2 third-level heavenly venerates for Long Shin, as this would make Long Shin's battle records look more brilliant. In their opinion, the Divine Incarcerate tribe and Purple Cloud Great Cosmos martialists did not pose any threat to Long Shin. There would be no problems as long as their master's wishes were fulfilled. Therefore, they did not pay any attention to Luo Yunyang, who had dashed rapidly into the broken internal universe. After entering the broken universe, Luo Yunyang immediately sensed a lot of dangers. The most common occurrence were all sorts of cracks, tears and ruptures, which were formed by the collapse of the universe and could even swallow a universe-grade elite. Some cracks even contained strange time and space forces. If a universe-grade elite accidentally entered these cracks, they would age instantly from a young outstanding genius to an old and frail elder. Of course, all kinds of treasures were also constantly appearing. For example, a lucky disciple from a small sect obtained a gourd that enlarged in the void. This gourd actually featured the 2 universe origin marks, so it was very valuable. Some people even obtained corpses of top-grade divine beasts. Luo Yunyang didn't make any moves, no matter what kind of treasures appeared. He was like a ghost quietly haunting Long Shin, who was spearheading his way forward. Long Shin didn't do anything, yet no one dared to follow him after his first move. He seemed very familiar with this broken universe and thus did not encounter any obstacles along the way. After a quarter of an hour, Long Shin appeared on a plateau high up. Swords of varying colors stood proudly on a distant plateau. When Long Shin arrived, the swords started to ring. As soon as Luo Yunyang saw the huge plateau, he immediately sensed an almost infinite amount of spirit essence. His 1 yuan universe needed to devour everything to improve. Luo Yunyang had a feeling that his 1 yuan universe would improve at least 100 times if it engulfed all this spirit essence. Ha ha! Concealed Sword Sky Plateau. How great! Long Shin's body rose up gradually until it overlooked the vast amount of swords. Both his hands moved suddenly, forming a seal. When the seal was completed, a golden halo appeared in Long Shin's hands. He seemed to relax greatly as his gaze landed on Luo Yunyang's position. Come out, I never imagined that I would be followed by you. It's a pity, though. Despite following me, you have reached a dead end, Long Shin said calmly. While Luo Yunyang had followed Long Shin, he had utilized his attribute regulator to make adjustments to his speed and mind attributes. How did you notice me? Luo Yunyang asked as he walked out in the form of Mo Yunxiao's clone. It doesn't matter. What's important is that you are going to die. Long Shin brandished his palms towards Luo Yunyang. This time, I'll show you the power of the Heartless Divine Sword. Chapter 782. nine-colored sacred metal Long Xin's execution was swift and decisive. As his palms were brandished, it seemed as if boundless sword intent covered the entire concealed sword sky plateau. The sword light dazzled with a green and blue radiance as it shot towards Luo Yunyang. Walker's 9 secrets, Great Sun Ring Seal. Luo Yunyang yelled as a great sun erupted from his hands and slammed against the sword light. However, the seemingly mighty sun was instantly severed in half by the sword light. It was like cutting a piece of tofu. Silent, yet swift and unobstructed, Mo Yunxiao's body was severed in two as Long Xin sneered at Luo Yunyang proudly. In Long Xin's opinion, killing an unknown guy was no big deal. He was very angry at the guy, who had followed him into the concealed sword sky plateau. After all, being followed was an insult to him. Aren't you very daring? How are you qualified to compare to me, you stupid puny fly? Long Xin said callously. His gaze returned to the 9-foot-long sword, as he was more enchanted by it. Indeed, a weapon worthy of a 6th-level heavenly venerate. 6 universe origin marks, each one contained. As he was mumbling to himself, he suddenly sensed a looming threat. The premonition appeared suddenly yet felt very real. He didn't even have time to react as the threat descended upon him right away. He saw with his own eyes a massive gray pestle appear before him. Every part of him was shrouded by it when it came into view. Although he had many life-saving treasures on him, those treasures were suppressed by something, so he simply couldn't activate them. What was going on? What was going on? My family's patriarch will not. Luo Yunyang knew what Long Xin was going to say, but he wasn't worried about the Long family patriarch at all. Hence, he was equally unscrupulous as his eternal divine pestle shattered Long Xin's consciousness. Eternity obliteration. Luo Yunyang hurriedly formed a series of hand seals to generate a grayish light that enveloped Long Xin's battered body. Thanks to that grayish light, everything seemed like it was fading away. Luo Yunyang had planned to capture Long Xin and interrogate him about the 9th gene seam. However, after seeing Long Xin's seemingly infinite memes, Luo Yunyang realized that it was not an easy task to capture Long Xin. He would wind up getting the short end of the stick if he decided to take Long Xin by force. Therefore, Luo Yunyang chose to kill Long Xin. He could only take a gamble and hope that he could find the secret technique to unraveling the 9th gene seal amongst the items left behind by Long Xin. The eternal divine pestle had many uses. Thus, until now, Luo Yunyang had only been able to execute a very small part of it. Luo Yunyang was finally relieved when he was no longer able to sense Long Xin's aura. He made a grabbing motion at nothing in particular and Long Xin's storage bracelet immediately fell into his hands. This storage bracelet was sealed. However, now that Long Xin was dead, this shouldn't be a problem for Luo Yunyang. In just a short while, Luo Yunyang had gone through everything in the storage bracelet. After taking a good look at the bracelet, Luo Yunyang could not help but sigh deeply. Poverty really limited his imagination. Over the years, Luo Yunyang had traveled to a lot of places with the help of his attribute regulator, small silver tower, and clones. Hence, he could be considered well-informed and experienced. However, when he saw the amount of wealth Long Xin had in his storage bracelet, Luo Yunyang was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Although Luo Yunyang had obtained many good items after coming to the Annihilation Star Sky, his 1 year of hard work was nothing compared to the things in Long Xin's bracelet. It was an astronomical amount of wealth. Long Xin had 2 third-level heavenly venerates as servants and a treasure flag that could become a world itself when brandished by its wielder. These things alone were already very difficult to obtain. However, what Luo Yunyang had obtained now was worth more than that treasured flag. For example, Long Xin had 3,000 origin orbs that could improve the chaotic 4 origin beasts' cultivation. In the purple cloud great cosmos, 1 origin orb could bankrupt an entire mid-tier sect. However, Long Xin actually possessed 3,000 of them. If Long Xin already had such wealth, then what about the Long family? Luo Yunyang's attention shifted to the decree glimmering in the golden light again. He was no stranger to it, as it was deeply imprinted his mind. Because of this, Luo Yunyang had had no choice but to leave the Divine Union Void and escape to the purple cloud cosmos. If it had not been for this warrant, Luo Yunyang would have continued quietly cultivating in the Divine Union Void. Although Long Xin had possessed this decree, he had been killed before he could utilize it. Seal. Luo Yunyang immediately sealed up all the items in the storage bracelet by using the eternal divine pestle. Although he did not find any restrictions in Long Xin's bracelet, it was undoubtedly a safe practice to seal the items with the eternal divine pestle for the sake of caution. After doing that, Luo Yunyang turned to look at the concealed sword sky plateau. Undoubtedly, the dead 6th level heavenly venerate must have left many restrictions in his internal universe. However, most of the restrictions had been destroyed when Long Xin had made his move against Luo Yunyang. Therefore, everything went smoothly. After that, his 1 yuan universe opened up and all the swords in the hidden sword skyland flew quickly into his internal universe. Phew, Luo Yunyang frowned when he absorbed the last sword into his body. He suddenly felt his blood turn cold. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Had the Long family discovered Long Xin's death? Was that elite existence going to cross the cosmos to come arrest him? As Luo Yunyang wondered what would happen, a light spot that was only the size of a firefly rushed out from the middle of the concealed sword sky plateau and flew straight towards Luo Yunyang. The moment this light spot appeared, it immediately enveloped Luo Yunyang's body. Instantly, Luo Yunyang discovered that the light spot had actually broken into his body. Actually, it had invaded his mind. Youngster, since you entered the depths of my internal universe, you should know that entering the place of death of a 6th level heavenly venerate is an extremely dangerous act. When this faint voice was heard, a towering, middle-aged man who looked intelligent and refined appeared in Luo Yunyang's heart. Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate, Luo Yunyang mumbled when he saw the figure. That's right, I am the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate. The Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate grinned and said, back then, I was sabotaged by someone and reduced to nothing. Fortunately, I had a way of escaping. Although it wasn't very impressive, I am still back. You are pretty good, but you're still far from being comparable to me. Hand over your body and I promise you that when I become a 9th level heavenly venerate, I will return this body to you. In addition, I will accept you as a disciple. Luo Yunyang looked at the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate calmly. Although the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate was a 6th level heavenly venerate, he was only a mere trace of consciousness now. He faintly said, Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate, you have planned a lot of things indeed. It's a pity that you met me. Instantly, he executed the shattering heavens and the energy of the technique exploded forward. However, the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate simply scoffed when Luo Yunyang executed this technique. Puny ant, how dare you fight me when you're not even a heavenly venerate? In the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's opinion, giving Luo Yunyang a small opportunity had already been an act of kindness on his part. However, this puny ant had not accepted his act of kindness. Instead, he had acted against him. He was simply overestimating his abilities, which was utterly disgraceful. When he glared at Luo Yunyang, 2 sword lights shot from his eyes. Although he was only a trace of consciousness, it was still easy for him to kill a 1st level heavenly venerate. However, this time, the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate was destined to experience a tragedy. His sword light was shattered when it collided with Luo Yunyang's shattering heavens. Then, his trace of consciousness was drawn into the crushing energy of Luo Yunyang's shattering heavens. How is this possible? How can your mind be so powerful? The Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate said fearfully. He had never expected Luo Yunyang's mind power to be so much stronger than his. Take a guess. Luo Yunyang did not waste his time answering the question. Instead, he decided to ridicule the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate. His shattering heavens also began to speed up while destroying the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's trace of consciousness and turning it into ashes immediately. Numerous pieces of information quickly appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. When this information surged into his mind, he suddenly saw a token in the middle of the clean consciousness of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate, which looked like a white ball. It was a token that was only the size of a palm but flashed like a rainbow. 9-colored sacred metal. The name of this extremely rare treasure appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind as soon as he looked at the token. As soon as he thought about it, his mind shrouded the token. Chapter 783. Hongmeng Temple. Reversing time. The most important items of heavenly venerates were basically their weapons, as every weapon required a great deal of effort to be refined. This was especially true for heavenly venerates that had reached the 6th level. The might of their cultivated weapons would be even stronger and even more precious. There were even some weapons of 6th level heavenly venerates that had a value of more than half of all the items on their bodies. What was left within the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's last trace of consciousness wasn't the heartless divine sword that contained 6 origin universe marks, but a tablet made of 9-colored sacred metal. Thus, Luo Yunyang attached great importance to this tablet. He could tell that the value of this tablet would definitely be extraordinary. Eon Martial Token. As his mind power interacted with this token, lots of information appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. The information that appeared left Luo Yunyang in a state of slight disbelief. Luo Yunyang felt like his eyes had been opened after he came into contact with the Longland Great Cosmos and other places. However, although he had gained a lot of knowledge, he still felt great regret. This regret was caused by his knowledge and experiences. There were endless humans in the vast worlds. These humans didn't just include the human tribe of the Milky Way, but also the human tribes of various great cosmoses. Luo Yunyang believed that the human tribe that had constructed the small silver tower and had already been exterminated by the mysterious underworld race had also been a part of this endless human race. Humans were a large race within these vast, endless cosmoses. What supported the entire human race wasn't heavenly venerates. Though heavenly venerates were powerful, they were just the backbone of the human race. What truly supported the human race were almighties. What were almighties? The human race considered them the pillars that held up the sky. These supreme powers that were the core of the human race wouldn't pay any attention to the fate of an ordinary tribe or even a human tribe that dominated an entire cosmos. Their main purpose was to help the human race foster almighties that could continue supporting the human race. Hong Meng Temple. This was the core power that dominated the human race in all the vast skies and lands throughout millions of cosmoses. The most basic requirement for stepping into Hong Meng Temple was having a peak universe-grade cultivation base. There were no top-notch geniuses or innately talented prodigies there. Only people who had survived reaching the peak universe grade had the right to be top-notch geniuses groomed by Hong Meng Temple. Hong Meng Temple didn't groom heavenly venerates but almighties. Age, aptitude, and other aspects weren't too important in Hong Meng Temple. After all, Hong Meng Temple's recruitment happened once every eon. 1 eon equaled 129,600 years. Places like the Divine Union Void, where Luo Yunyang was from, simply didn't know about Hong Meng Temple's method of recruiting disciples because they didn't have the qualifications to be recruited by Hong Meng Temple. Peak universe grades from over 100 great cosmoses had the right to participate. Each time, Hong Meng Temple would at most recruit 36 people. This meant basically that at most one person per great cosmos could get in. Sometimes, a great cosmos wasn't even able to produce one. Of course, there were also some special circumstances regarding this recruitment. During each recruitment, Hong Meng Temple would release 10 Eon Martial tokens. As long as the people who obtained these tokens used them while Hong Meng Temple was recruiting, they could become Hong Meng Temple disciples. However, each time Eon Martial tokens appeared, an endless massacre would begin. The Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate had obtained 1 Eon Martial token somewhere. Although he couldn't use it himself, he'd wished to groom a disciple. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet groomed his own disciple before falling in the Annihilation Star space. The time when Hong Meng Temple recruited disciples had already arrived. Luo Yunyang was slightly excited as he clutched the token tightly. At the moment, his heart was beating very quickly. Thanks to his attribute regulator and 3 clones, Luo Yunyang had always been very confident. However, the extreme power of the Long family patriarch had still made him feel some despair. Even with the inextinguishable eternity scripture and the eternal divine pestle, Luo Yunyang still wasn't able to feel confident about surpassing the Long family patriarch, who might be a 9th-level heavenly venerator or even an almighty. Deep down, Luo Yunyang knew that the difference was just too great. However, the 9-colored token gave Luo Yunyang hope. Hong Meng Temple groomed unrivaled heavenly venerates and unparalleled almighties. Only by entering Hong Meng Temple would he get the opportunity to find the Long family patriarch and get revenge. When he comprehended the information on this Eon Martial seal, Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed with hope. Longland Great Cosmos. A black palace was suspended high above the Longland Great Land like a sacred mountain overlooking everything beneath it. Although it just looked like a palace, the rooms within it were millions. Within an inconspicuous room in the West Wing, 3 universe-grade martialists were meditating in a lotus position. Although the 3 of them had their eyes shut and were circulating the energy within their bodies, the movement of even a single blade of grass in the wind wouldn't escape their senses. Crack! The 3 universe grades opened their eyes at the same time when they heard this. They actually appeared slightly panicked. No doubt about it, they were slightly panicked. This was because the place they were in wasn't ordinary. The life marks of the entire Long family's descendants were stored there. Life marks weren't easy to refine. The life marks of the entire Long family had been refined by the patriarch by obtaining a bit of essence blood from each of them before personally refining it. Each life mark that broke signified a person's death. Although there had been deaths in the Long family in many millenniums, only 2 individuals who had possessed life marks had fallen. The gazes of the 3 universe grades all turned to the spot within the room that looked like a pagoda. In just a moment, they saw the broken life mark that had been expelled. It is young Master Long Shin's life mark. The universe grade powerhouse standing in the center said in a quivering voice. Long Shin's status within the Long family had been very high. Although Long Shin's death had nothing to do with them, the thought of having to report this matter made them feel sick in the stomach. If the family head was displeased, there was even a possibility that universe grades like them could be killed on the spot. After all, even the family head had emotions. What do we do? The man on the left side with great difficulty. The universe grade put on a strong front and replied, right now, we can only let heaven decide our fate. In my opinion, we still have to report this important matter as soon as possible. It might be a problem if we report it too late. In just a minute, the 3 martialists carried Long Shin's broken life mark to the central hall of the Long family. The Long family head was an imposing middle-aged man. 8 different glows constantly flickered behind him, forming a huge ring around him. He was an 8th level heavenly venerate. Long Shin is dead, are you all certain? The imposing manner of the 8th level heavenly venerate family head had already made the 3 universe grade martialists prostrate themselves on the ground. Although their hearts were filled with fear, they still replied calmly. Family head, young Master Long Shin's life mark has already been broken. Where is Long Shin? The Long family head glanced at a middle-aged man standing at his side. The middle-aged man answered, in the purple cloud cosmos. Young Master Long Shin received an opportunity from the patriarch. He was told that a universe left behind by a 6th level heavenly venerate would appear in the annihilation star sky. Then, the middle-aged man said with certainty, young Master Long Shin took 2 3rd level heavenly venerates with him this time. They should have been able to properly protect young Master Longshin. How could they have allowed young Master Longshin to encounter any danger? The Long family head exhaled deeply. He held Long Shin's life mark and rapidly moved his hands. Layers of abstruse light shot out of the void and gathered. As these lights flickered, the silhouette of Long Shin appeared. However, the moment it appeared, it seemed as if a boundless might immediately swept his silhouette away. The image that had just appeared turned into wisps of smoke in an instant. The Long family head went rigid. He raised a hand and made a grabbing motion as 8 colorful lights gathered towards the silhouette of Long Shin. Before the 8 lights could reach Long Shin's body, a powerful energy broke them. The Long family head was furious. He was a supreme entity of the Long family. When had he ever suffered like this? Just as he was about to use other methods, he saw 2 seemingly hallowed figures appear in the large hall. Greetings, Patriarch. The Long family head got up and spoke respectfully. The Long family patriarch, who couldn't be discerned clearly, eyed the Long family head calmly before speaking to the person beside him. Brother, I will really have to trouble you this time. It's no big deal. The vague figure's voice was warm and mild. The figure waved his hand and a hexagonal disc appeared over the broken jade mark. As the disc spun, Long Shin's figure was visible. When Long Shin's figure stopped for a bit, an image of Luo Yunyang wielding the eternal divine pestle appeared. The ambush of the pestle was shown clearly before everyone. A thick killing intent flashed across the Long family patriarch's eyes as he said icily, a real bane. To think that he would actually be hiding in the purple cloud cosmos. This time, however, he must die. Chapter 784. A startling move. What were almighties and great mystic ability users? They were entities that could reverse the flow of time, turn matter into nothing, and bring the dead back to life. Luo Yunyang had been gone in secret, but everything had been exposed now. Luo Yunyang still didn't know about this, not because he was careless, but because the difference between him and his enemies was just too great. He had slain Long Shin, taken everything from the Heart Sword, and even obtained the Aeon Martial Seal. All of this made him feel somewhat carefree. At the moment, Luo Yunyang was holding the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's Heartless Divine Sword in his hand. Luo Yunyang had absorbed the last remaining trace of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's consciousness, so he had also accepted the majority of the Heart Sword's memories graciously. Although the Heartless Divine Sword seemed like an ordinary long sword, it possessed the universe origin marks of 6 universes. Using each yuan mark would produce a corresponding power. Although Luo Yunyang had taken over the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's memories, he could only utilize second-level Yuan marks as of now. Besides requiring control over the Heartless Divine Sword, Luo Yunyang also needed a corresponding power in order to use these Yuan marks. It was just like the Eternal Divine Pestle. Although Luo Yunyang's comprehension of the Eternal Divine Pestle had gotten deeper, the power the Eternal Divine Pestle could unleash in his hands didn't seem overly powerful. After taking everything, Luo Yunyang once again transformed into Mo Yunxiao and stealthily retreated. Although he had already obtained the Aeon Martial Token, Luo Yunyang still didn't want his identity as Mo Yunxiao to be exposed. After all, he had used this identity for quite some time already. An intense massacre was still taking place in the Broken Universe. Purple Cloud Cosmos powerhouses and Divine Incarcerate powerhouses were locked in a furious battle. Universe-grade martialists would be falling at any moment. Luo Yunyang sneakily retreated. Just as he was about to leave this broken universe, he came across a one-sided close combat. Usually, Luo Yunyang wouldn't be interested in this sort of fight. It was all the same to him whether a Purple Cloud Cosmos martialist or a Divine Incarcerate tribesman died. However, when he saw Tang Hao fighting with a broken arm while his weapon started to break down, Luo Yunyang decided to aid him after some hesitation. He didn't make a move personally. Instead, he utilized the first-level Yuan mark powers on the Heartless Divine Sword with a thought. A sword light sliced the few Divine Incarcerate tribesmen like a passing gale. The Divine Incarcerate martialist besieging Tang Hao and his group all had strong combat abilities. However, as that sword light breezed through them, they didn't seem to show any signs of a reaction. They just died right then and there. Tang Hao, who had been trying to flee but couldn't do so and had been prepared to die, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the enemies around him die. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives," Tang Hao and the others said despite not being able to see a single figure in the void. Although Luo Yunyang rather liked Tang Hao, he couldn't afford to play around with a matter that concerned his safety. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Instead, he immediately disappeared. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to exit the broken universe, a wave of magnificent energy suddenly appeared in the void. Luo Yunyang felt his heart trembling the moment this energy appeared. Although he quickly stabilized his mental state, Luo Yunyang was afraid that whatever he had done had been exposed. 3 silhouettes appeared in the void. These 3 figures had different faces, yet when they appeared, 6 different colored glows flashed constantly by their side. 6th-level Heavenly Venerates. They were the 3 6th-level Great Heavenly Venerates that had authority in the entire Purple Cloud Cosmos. Just as Luo Yunyang was considering whether to immediately use his small silver tower and traverse somewhere else, the 6th-level Heavenly Venerate in the middle said calmly, "I am Longxiang. Everyone come out immediately." Divine Incarcerate Tribe, Scram. Within the Purple Cloud Cosmos, the 6th-level Great Heavenly Venerates were Supreme Masters. Their words were an unquestionable decree. All the martialists fighting within the broken universe looked shocked. They had never imagined that the 3 Great Heavenly Venerates would actually appear at this sort of place. Just as some people were looking reluctantly at the treasures just within their grasp, a wave of mysterious power ejected them all from the broken universe. This time, nobody was half-hearted. Luo Yunyang rubbed the Aeon Martial Token in his hand and calmed down immediately. He watched the 3 Great Heavenly Venerates and waited for them to go on their way. Although the Divine Incarcerate martialists had experienced great losses, they didn't dare speak when they were ejected from the broken universe. Now that the 3 Great Heavenly Venerates had appeared, having the option to survive was already a great favor. If they didn't know how to carry themselves here and continued to cause trouble, only death would await them. Even though a 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate from the Divine Incarcerate tribe was dead, they didn't dare say anything about revenge. Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang, young Master Long Xin plans to kill the Divine Incarcerate tribe's Heavenly Venerate this time. We still haven't completed our task. If you let them leave, it will be difficult for us to give an explanation to our young master. Great Heavenly Venerate, could you delay it a little so that we can kill the Divine Incarcerate tribe's 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate before letting them leave? The 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate who accompanied Long Xin had spoken. Although his cultivation was vastly inferior to Great Heavenly Venerate Long Zhang's, he was still confident with Long Xin and the Long family supporting him. In the Purple Cloud Cosmos, Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang's words were the law. He didn't appear very happy to have someone publicly contradict him. Young Master Long Xin, who? You foolish dogs can't even do a bodyguard job properly. If you weren't so useless, would young Master Long Xin have died here? The third-level Heavenly Venerate's face stiffened when he heard what Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang had said. He had never imagined that his master would have already died. What did you say? Young Master Long Xin is dead. How can that be? How could young Master Long Xin have died? Who could have killed him in this sludge pool? You are lying. The third-level Heavenly Venerate's voice sounded panicked. He no longer cared about the respect he ought to show to a sixth-level Heavenly Venerate. As he wailed, he quickly formed hand seals to try and communicate with Long Xin. In the past, by using this method, he would have received a response from Long Xin after a moment. However, this time, there was no reply, no matter how much he tried. If that third-level Heavenly Venerate still couldn't understand what was going on, then he had to be really hopeless. His body started to tremble, and he broke into a cold sweat. Young Master Long Xin was dead. Although he wasn't willing to accept this truth, Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang's words and the fact that young Master Long Xin was uncontactable meant that his backer was gone. Who was it? Who killed young Master Long Xin? Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang, if you let go of these divine incarcerate martialists, how are we going to avenge young Master Long Xin? You would be deliberately letting the enemies who killed young Master Long Xin go. Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang was very unhappy to be criticized twice. Thus, he waved his hand and a palm smacked the third-level Heavenly Venerate's face and made him drop on the ground. The third-level Heavenly Venerate no longer made a sound, nor did he stand back up. At the moment, it seemed as if he had collapsed completely. Luo Yunyang watched all this in silence. It was natural that the Long family would have a reaction to Long Xin's death. It was also because this matter couldn't escape the notice of the Long family that Luo Yunyang was using the divine incarcerate tribe as a smokescreen. However, he had never imagined that Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang would determine that Long Xin hadn't been killed by the divine incarcerate tribe so fast. There might be a reason behind this that Luo Yunyang wasn't aware of. No matter what it was, Luo Yunyang knew that the disparity between him and the Long family was just too big. To think that there is someone amongst you that actually killed young Master Long Xin. That's really great. Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang's gaze fell on Luo Yunyang and the other martialists from the Purple Cloud Cosmos. Step forward yourselves. Whoever did this must know that they cannot hide it. Luo Yunyang didn't make a sound. At the moment, all he could do was watch quietly for any changes and wait for the situation to unfold. The elites of the various Purple Cloud Cosmos tribes were all appalled. Long Xin's death was shocking enough. What was even more terrifying was that the person who had killed Long Xin was amongst them. Many people had been unhappy with Long Xin. However, nobody had ever had any intention of killing Long Xin, as most of them were aware of Long Xin's position. Now, Long Xin had actually been killed. Tang Hao's facial expression fluctuated. He recalled the sword light that had saved him. Although it was hard to draw a connection to Long Xin's death, Tang Hao had a strong feeling that the sword light must have probably come from the person who had slain Long Xin. After some hesitation, he chose to shut his mouth. You don't have to confess because I don't even need to investigate. This matter will be investigated by Almighties. Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang had just said this, when a spot of light appeared in the void. The light gathered instantly and formed a figure. Although this figure didn't exhibit any radiance, when it appeared, even Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang and the other two people's auras were stifled. Greetings, Patriarch. Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang and the other two bowed respectfully when they saw this figure. The Long family Patriarch waved an arm before fixing his gaze on Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, I never imagined that you would actually escape to the Purple Cloud Cosmos. If you lived like an ignorable existence, such as an ant, perhaps I might have been willing to let you live a little longer. However, you shouldn't have challenged my sanctity. Today, you must die. Chapter 785. Rushing upwards, the Long family Patriarch was like a god floating in the void. His arrival had made countless powerhouses bend their knees. Even Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang and the other masters of the Purple Cloud Cosmos had to behave respectfully before the Long family Patriarch. Luo Yunyang stared at the silhouette of the Long family Patriarch as many thoughts and ideas went through his mind. However, on the surface, he appeared calm. The Long family Patriarch had seen through Luo Yunyang's chaotic four-origin beast clone. Generally speaking, this sort of clone was hard to distinguish. However, the Long family Patriarch had actually done it just like this. This shocked Luo Yunyang, who became much warier of the Long family patriarch. Most of his power wasn't within that clone, and most of his attributes had been added to his main body via the attribute regulator. You can't kill me, Luo Yunyang told the Long family patriarch calmly. The Long family patriarch didn't say anything, yet everyone around quickly revealed their intentions. Luo Yunyang, I know who he is. This is the person on the warrant jointly issued by the three great heavenly venerates. I never imagined that he would really be in the purple cloud cosmos. I do not know why the Long family issued a warrant for his capture. Damn it, how curious. All sorts of discussions broke out. Luo Yunyang couldn't hear their delight, but he could see in their expressions that these people were delighting in his misfortune. He also noticed some of them actually shooting him disdainful stares. This made Luo Yunyang feel a little unhappy. Vile being, you actually dared to speak to the patriarch this way. On your knees, great heavenly venerate Longxiang shouted furiously. As masters of the purple cloud cosmos, they had not known that this Luo Yunyang fella had hidden in their purple cloud cosmos, even though the Long family had issued a warrant for his capture. This made great heavenly venerate Longxiang and the others extremely fearful. They were afraid the Long family patriarch would vent his fury on them. Naturally, the three of them didn't see Luo Yunyang in a good light. Luo Yunyang was the epitome of calmness in the face of furious great heavenly venerate Longxiang. Although he didn't wish to offend great heavenly venerate Longxiang, how could he be frightened just by one line? The master hasn't spoken yet. Why has a lackey appeared all of a sudden? I dislike being barked at by dogs. Luo Yunyang eyed great heavenly venerate Longxiang as he jested. Luo Yunyang didn't regret humiliating great heavenly venerate Longxiang in this manner. Even if he didn't offend great heavenly venerate Longxiang, this overbearing great heavenly venerate wouldn't let him off. Luo Yunyang, who was feeling rather sullen, would offend this great heavenly venerate until he had his fill. Great heavenly venerate Longxiang had an impulse to rip Luo Yunyang apart. The words of this little thief were too vile. Just as he was about to rush out, the Long family patriarch spoke faintly. Do you still wish to rely on your space node methods to leave? Let me warn you, the entire purple cloud cosmos has already been sealed by my great mystic ability. Even peak heavenly venerates wouldn't be able to escape, let alone someone like you. I know that this is just a clone. Your real body should also be in the purple cloud great cosmos. Therefore, you can't run away. The Long family patriarch's voice was placid, but there was inexhaustible confidence in it. Tang Hao watched all this quietly. He had always had a good impression of Mo Yunxiao, who was a clone of Luo Yunyang. However, he had never imagined the Mo Yunxiao, whom he called junior brother, would actually be such a person. He had killed Long Xin. He was also the fugitive wanted by the Long family patriarch. His existence wasn't a good thing for the purple luminous mysterious sect. However, this made Tang Hao feel heartfelt admiration. Really, I think that you can't kill me. How about we have a wager? If I lose, you can have the item you want. How about that? Luo Yunyang's real body was already gripping onto the Aeon Martial token. The Long family patriarch was normally prudent when dealing with such situations. However, under the current circumstances, he believed that Luo Yunyang really had no possibility of turning the tables. Thus, he replied calmly, "Vile being, do you think saying all this rubbish is of any use? You can't run." As he spoke, the Long family patriarch's gaze froze. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang felt his head tightening as an extremely powerful force was flocking towards him. Luo Yunyang felt as if he was a puny ant in the face of this force. Although he had already been prepared, he now felt like he would be immobilized soon. This happened really quick, yet Luo Yunyang was even faster. In an instant, a 9-colored pillar of light shot upwards from Luo Yunyang. This pillar of light, which was especially resplendent, illuminated half the void. Even though the Long family patriarch's mind powers had already sealed the void, it was still shattered when this wave of power struck. The Long family patriarch's face stiffened, while Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang and the other two were shocked. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky of the Immortal Tribe exclaimed, "It's the Aeon Martial token. How can it be?" In Great Venerate Astonishing Sky's opinion, Aeon Martial tokens were basically a myth. Even people who had a cultivation that exceeded theirs by far wouldn't see an Aeon Martial token in their lifetime. After all, the probability of this item appearing was really small. Furthermore, even if it appeared, it wouldn't be in the hands of an insignificant person like Luo Yunyang. It would appear in the hands of top elites of the great cosmos or amongst the strongest disciples of supreme sects. The Long family patriarch had sealed the void, yet he couldn't seal this glorious nine-colored pillar of light. In just a moment, the Long family patriarch had already stopped attacking Luo Yunyang. Although he felt that killing Luo Yunyang would be just like squishing a bug, he definitely wouldn't offend the unparalleled Hongmeng Temple because of this puny ant. Why do you have an Aeon martial token? The Long family patriarch's gaze then fell on the other universe-grade martialists gathered there. To him, these universe-grade martialists were just like ants. He hadn't paid any attention to them because Luo Yunyang hadn't shown any signs of being a threat. If he wanted, he could make Luo Yunyang die with just a snap of his fingers. However, Luo Yunyang had used the Aeon martial token, making him lose a great deal of face. He was already feeling unhappy deep down. If word of this disgraceful incident spread, then the three great heavenly venerates were all paying attention to great heavenly venerate Longxiang's every move. However, when the Long family patriarch looked over with an unsavory gaze, they understood his intent. Every person gathered there was an elite of the purple cloud cosmos. He really wouldn't be able to make a move and kill all of them. Scram, the great heavenly venerate said before he waved his hands, sending all of the purple cloud cosmos martialists away. Patriarch, I have already completely erased their memories. The Long family patriarch nodded but didn't say anything. His gaze was still on Luo Yunyang's body. It was a lucky break. What about it? Luo Yunyang snickered as he saw the Long family patriarch stop making a move on him. The Long family patriarch understood that this despicable man called Luo Yunyang was pissing him off on purpose. However, even though he knew, now that the two of them had reached this state, Luo Yunyang couldn't try building a relationship with him. The Aeon martial token really surprised me. Seems like your body really contains a number of miracles. Then, the Long family patriarch said calmly, however, having the Aeon martial token doesn't necessarily mean you can enter Hongmeng Temple. The Long family patriarch had just spoken when a chariot sliced through the void. An imposing middle-aged man clad in golden armor came over magnificently. 7 colored lights were flashing behind him. Evidently, this person's cultivation base was at the 7th level heavenly venerate. He was a little stunned when he saw the Long family patriarch. Then, he smiled. Greetings, sir. The Long family patriarch nodded his head lightly and smiled at the man in the golden armor. Although it seemed like nothing had been said, what ought to be said had already been said between the two of them. The armored man looked at Luo Yunyang. His originally mild gaze now seemed slightly fussy. You actually obtained the Aeon martial token. Hongmeng Temple will give you a chance. In half a year, the Hongmeng Temple's test shall officially begin. You will have the right to participate in this test. The man in the golden armor spoke in an unquestionable tone. Without waiting for Luo Yunyang to speak, he added, the Aeon martial token in your hands can be used to enter the Hongmeng Sky Realm. When that time comes, it will automatically inform you how to enter the Hongmeng Sky Realm and how to participate in the test. Luo Yunyang had already realized that things would change when this man had greeted the Long family patriarch. However, he had never expected that the man in the golden armor would actually turn his Aeon martial token into entry rights. This was too much. I possess the Aeon martial token. Luo Yunyang, who had already known what the Aeon martial token was used for, said solemnly. I know that you possess an Aeon martial token. However, the Aeon martial tokens released these past few years are of lower quality. The man in the golden armor continued speaking indifferently. Thus, the temple bestows us with the right to make rulings. If you don't wish to participate, I can invalidate your entry. Luo Yunyang felt anger rising as he saw the smug expression on the man's face. However, Luo Yunyang still remained calm. Luo Yunyang, the people who enter Hongmeng Temple's elimination fight are elites from many different places. I can only wish you all the best, the Long family patriarch said. After completing Hongmeng Temple's fight, you will find it very difficult to leave the purple cloud cosmos. Chapter 786. Long Tang Hongmeng, the selection begins. The Long family patriarch's figure disappeared from the void. As he left, the stifling force that was all around dissipated rapidly. The three great heavenly venerates all stared at Luo Yunyang weirdly. Thanks to the incident that had just occurred, they now felt slight respect for Luo Yunyang despite their astonishment. Making a supreme figure like the Long family patriarch swallow his words in front of so many people was equivalent to slapping him viciously across the face. Dignity was extremely important for an unrivaled existence like the Long family patriarch. Most of the time, he would be willing to lose some benefits in order to avoid losing face. However, Luo Yunyang had actually made the Long family patriarch lose so much face. In the end, although the Long family patriarch had used some methods to wreck Luo Yunyang's entry to Hongmeng Temple with the Aeon Martial token, he would still have to pay a considerable price for doing so. What sort of price exactly, the three great heavenly venerates didn't know. No one could question that Luo Yunyang, who wasn't even a heavenly venerate, had made a great existence like the Long family patriarch suffer. The difficulty of such a task was unimaginable. Luo Yunyang, the purple cloud cosmos has already been sealed. Just sit tight and wait for 6 months. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky said. Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang didn't say anything. He had been insulted by Luo Yunyang twice and had naturally taken offense. Luo Yunyang nodded at Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky before quickly leaving the Annihilation Star Sky. Now, there was no need to hide, as he was certain that his identity had already spread throughout the purple cloud cosmos. In just half a day, Luo Yunyang had already returned to Immortal Lake Star. Although there was no news from the purple luminous mysterious sect, Luo Yunyang didn't want to trouble the sect right now. He didn't immediately begin cultivating upon his return to the Immortal Lake Santa. Instead, he used his mind powers to sense the situation around the Immortal Lake Star. The Immortal Lake Star was teeming with vitality. Although they had already left the Divine Union Void, Luo Yunyang could clearly feel that the people of the Milky Way's human tribe were leading rather good lives here. As his consciousness drifted in the void, Luo Yunyang sensed a baby sleeping blissfully. He sensed the joyous smiles of children, the sparring youths, all these things were joyful and perfect. However, Luo Yunyang knew that if he couldn't enter Hongmeng Temple, all of these perfect things would just become an illusion. He possessed the attribute regulator and 3 clones. It would be unforgivable if he failed the Hongmeng Temple entrance test. However, when he thought about this, Luo Yunyang tested his little silver tower to check whether he could move out of the purple cloud cosmos by using it. Unfortunately, when he tried choosing a mission, the silver tower only replied, "Due to inference, a pathway can't be opened for the time being." The small silver tower didn't say what the interference was, but Luo Yunyang knew exactly what it was. After going through the resources he possessed, he drew up a plan. Even though he was going to consume all the resources he had, he would have to raise the level of his body as well as the chaotic 4 origin beast's level. His body's 1 yuan universe had already reached level 2 of the universe grade. On the other hand, the chaotic 4 origin beast was still at the celestial domain grade. Based on Luo Yunyang's understanding of the chaotic 4 origin beast, as long as it was able to advance to the universe grade, its power would experience explosive growth. This sort of explosive growth would also allow Luo Yunyang's cultivation base to experience massive improvement through the adjustments of the attribute regulator. After making that decision, Luo Yunyang's mind entered cultivation. In 6 months, he could use his strongest methods to raise his cultivation base as much as possible. Luo Yunyang didn't cultivate his heavenly venerate true body, as it would improve slowly and his heavenly venerate entities wouldn't be permitted to participate in Hongmeng Temple's selection. Hongmeng Temple would definitely have certain methods to prevent heavenly venerates that tried to sneak in. If his heavenly venerate true body was blocked, all that cultivation would have been for naught. Cultivating the 1 yuan universe was a routine for Luo Yunyang. On the other hand, the breakthrough of the chaotic 4 origin beast would require various resources and materials. Luo Yunyang had obtained the treasures of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate. While he hadn't obtained all the required resources, they were still more or less complete. Doing this in 6 months would be a little tight. Luo Yunyang was in seclusion. The Immortal Lake Star was calm and peaceful, and there wasn't even a single bit of news from the 9th princess, who was participating in the Battle of Dragons. As for the Purple Luminous Sect, they had shut their doors and anything that involved Luo Yunyang had been sealed off. In fact, the current Purple Cloud Cosmos was in an extremely stifled state. Even the Battle of Dragons seemed to have been halted as of now. The various princes and the sects backing them all now knew that a Supreme Almighty was watching this void. Even though it was only a clone, the 3 great heavenly venerates were shaking in fear and trepidation these days. Ordinary heavenly venerates would be even more fearful. Not many people knew why such a supreme entity had come to the purple cloud cosmos. However, some information was being circulated. Thus, the ninth princess who was participating in the Battle of Dragons wasn't having a good time. Even some of the sects that had always supported her announced that they would be leaving. Some of them used extreme methods to draw a boundary between them and her. However, the Long family patriarch overseeing the purple cloud cosmos didn't care about all these trifling matters. This time, he definitely needed to kill Luo Yunyang. A supreme entity like the Long family patriarch could split himself into thousands of clones. Therefore, a clone might seem to be sealing the purple cloud cosmos, but he was also watching a young 20-something man in the Longland Great Cosmos. "Greetings, Father." The man greeted the Long family patriarch respectfully. It was already difficult for an entity like the Long family patriarch to produce progeny. However, this man had some special characteristics. His birth had been a result the Long family patriarch had made a great effort to produce. Furthermore, his mother was a 9th-level heavenly venerate. This was why he possessed a special body upon birth that most people couldn't hope to get even if they spent an entire lifetime cultivating. To have this child, the Long family patriarch had obtained the sapling of a realm divine tree from an existence of an equal level with him. Afterward, he had used some sort of secret arts to implant this sapling into this boy's internal space. This made his internal universe start to fill with boundless cosmic energy. In terms of innate ability, the child of the Long family patriarch would only need 100 years to ascend to a heavenly venerate level. However, to make his son enter Hongmeng Temple and become an existence that surpassed a heavenly venerate, the Long family patriarch had always suppressed his son's cultivation base. Of course, during this suppressive process, he had also thought of many ways to raise his son's strength. "Long Teng, how are you feeling?" The Long family patriarch had already seen his son's cultivation clearly and wanted to know his son's current mental state. "Don't worry, Father. Although it is difficult to get into Hongmeng Temple, it won't be a problem for me." Long Teng's tone was slightly arrogant. He naturally had a reason for being arrogant. Even 3rd-level heavenly venerates of the Long family's internal branch had been defeated by him. Of course, this was partly because the other parties didn't dare touch him due to their status. The Long family patriarch smiled while watching his high-spirited son. "Very good, you were already born special. Thanks to the guidance and training you've received all these years, entering Hongmeng Temple shouldn't be a problem." Then, he smiled faintly. "I have already made an arrangement, so someone will put you in a different group from those really sick fellows." The Long family patriarch smiled proudly. "Your first opponent is Luo Yunyang, a fella that obtained an Eon Martial token. Don't show any mercy to this person." Long Teng didn't know anything about Luo Yunyang. However, when he heard his own father give him these instructions, he replied, "Although the fight will happen in Hongmeng's virtual realm, I will definitely leave a wound that will obliterate his soul. It's good that you have so much confidence, my son. Actually, his participation in this selection will result in his death. Tenger, you don't have to specifically focus on him." Long Teng spoke to his father a little more before he left. The opponent his father had arranged for him simply didn't pose any threat to him. Long Teng had seen something in his father's eyes. Therefore, he was prepared to make this unfortunate person called Luo Yunyang suffer. The Long family patriarch nodded his head gently as he watched his spirited son. He was very confident in his own son. Although there were quite a lot of legends about Luo Yunyang in the Divine Union Void, he was just an ant in the eyes of the Long family patriarch. How could an ant hope to compare to a dragon? Half a year passed in a flash. When the appointed time arrived, Luo Yunyang opened his eyes. His gaze was tranquil, but he gave off a very dignified vibe. Universe 4 grade, this was only the progress of his own body. His chaotic 4 origin beast had already advanced to the universe grade. As Luo Yunyang had forecasted, the now universe grade chaotic 4 origin beast's power had improved tremendously. "Candidate, the selection is about to begin. Please finish your final preparations." A dull voice rang from the Eon Martial token. As soon as Luo Yunyang breathed in deeply, he found himself in an arena. A tall, handsome man with a small scarlet tree mark on his forehead was smirking at him. His gaze was filled with disdain. Chapter 787. Blow out, blow out. Luo Yunyang, please choose an appropriate weapon. Luo Yunyang hadn't had time to study his opponent when this thought appeared in his mind. When he had to choose the appropriate weapon, he almost instinctively chose the Eternal Divine Pestle. Although he had not used the eternal divine pestle too many times, he had a great understanding of it. Sorry, you can't choose this. Please select a normal weapon. The machine voice spoke again. Can't choose this. Luo Yunyang frowned when he heard that and said immediately, Heartless Divine Sword. This time, Luo Yunyang wasn't disappointed, as the Heartless Divine Sword refined by the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate appeared in his hands. Long Teng sneered when he saw the Heartless Divine Sword in Luo Yunyang's hands. Instantly, a 9-colored battle halberd appeared in his hands. Purple Cloud Great Cosmos Bumpkin, you must have never seen a 9th level Heavenly Venerate weapon. Let me give you a tip. You can choose any weapon that doesn't exceed a Heavenly Venerate weapon. Long Teng waved the battle halberd in his hand and said, for example, my Sky Celestial Halberd is a 9th level Heavenly Venerate weapon. The Hongmeng Temple selection was held in the virtual space of Hongmeng Realm. Anyone that could enter the Hongmeng Realm was basically a Heavenly Venerate elite. Thanks to Luo Yunyang, almost all Heavenly Venerates in the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos were watching this match. This was not because they wanted to cheer on Luo Yunyang, but because Luo Yunyang's main body was in the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos. The Heavenly Venerates in the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos were fully aware of this situation. Although they were very unhappy about it, they had no other choice. Damn it, the information is incorrect. He is at a disadvantage even in this aspect. A Heavenly Venerate who was watching with a friend sighed. While most of the Heavenly Venerates felt sorry for Luo Yunyang, they did not speak much about it. It was better to keep quiet in their opinion. Luo Yunyang has been matched against a very strong opponent this time. I hope he meets a weaker opponent next time, an Immortal Tribe 3rd level Heavenly Venerate said expectantly. Don't even think about it. Luo Yunyang won't have another match if he loses now, replied a 4th level Heavenly Venerate. I heard that failure in the first 3 matches results in elimination. This is not fair. A female Heavenly Venerate who felt aggrieved for Luo Yunyang said, it would be unfair for the loser if both of them were powerhouses. The female Heavenly Venerate's words won the approval of many people. However, the 4th level Heavenly Venerate snapped, you should see what sort of geniuses Hongmeng Temple is nurturing. They are nurturing almighties that would surpass even Heavenly Venerates. The road to becoming an almighty is extremely difficult. Most of the time, luck is part of the equation as well. If he can't even manage to get a good position in the selection, then how could he possibly become an almighty? This made the female Heavenly Venerate shut her mouth right away. Although she wasn't very convinced, she also had to admit that this made sense. The patriarch of the Long family was seated high in the void, watching the examination. Although he knew that his son would definitely win the competition, he had still gone to the Hongmeng realm to watch the selection. After seeing Luo Yunyang's weapon of choice, the patriarch smiled faintly. He had been a little too concerned about this Luo Yunyang fellow. Luo Yunyang, my name is Long Teng. Today, you will have only one chance to make your move. Show me what you've got. Long Teng glanced at Luo Yunyang proudly and spoke with a commanding attitude. He wanted to battle the greatest figures of the various great cosmoses. What was a mere person like Luo Yunyang to him? Long Teng. Luo Yunyang instantly understood when he heard these 2 words. Although this was the Hongmeng realm, he felt as though he was using this body. The Hongmeng realm was much stronger than the virtual realm. Luo Yunyang made up his mind as he glanced at the sword in his hand. Is that so? Then take this. Although Luo Yunyang had been training in seclusion for the past 6 months, he had obtained all the memories of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate, so it could be said that he had mastered all the Heartless Divine Sword's secret techniques. However, mastering something was totally different from executing it. Without the support of a 6th level force of the universe, the amount of mind power required to put forth the full display of power of the Heartless Divine Sword was extremely terrifying. Almost instantly, Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator. Luo Yunyang. Power, 21 Speed, 19 Constitution, 20 Mind, 14 Bloodline, 0.31 Heavenly Venerate True Body. Power, 1.1 Speed, 1.2 Mind, 0.8 Constitution, 0.9 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast. Power, 12 Speed, 10 Mind, 13 Constitution, 21. After viewing all his attributes, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up as he rapidly adjusted his mind attributes. When all the attributes of his body and the mind attribute of the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast were combined, Luo Yunyang's total mind attribute reached 87 yuan. The other attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast and the heavenly venerate true body were added to the rest of the attributes in Luo Yunyang's body. Hence, it seemed like there weren't any changes to Luo Yunyang at all. Since you asked for it, don't mind me. Take this. Luo Yunyang yelled as the heartless divine sword in his hand moved. Long Tang glared at Luo Yunyang but did not budge. He had been taught by the Long family patriarch not to treat anyone lightly. Even a lion had to exert strength in order to hunt a rabbit. However, Luo Yunyang, who had chosen the heartless divine sword, was only an insignificant figure in his opinion that wasn't worth all his effort, let alone all his attention. Just go ahead, I'll make mine when it's time. Long Tang was full of confidence. The Long family patriarch wasn't against his young son's behavior. In fact, he felt that his son was doing well. Although one had to be cautious during cultivation, one should be domineering when they absolutely had to. For example, now, if his son acted cautiously this time, he would think that something was wrong with his son's upbringing. In Longland Great Cosmos, hundreds of disciples sitting in the Great Hall of the Long family observed the battle. After all, the patriarch of the Long family was a very reputable figure. Naturally, Longzhen was amongst them. Longzhen looked at Long Tang jealously. Although he was about the same age as Long Tang, their status in the Long family was very different. If had not been for Long Tang, he felt that the resources of the Long family would have been his and he would have been the one participating in this battle in the Hongmeng realm instead of that despicable fellow. Damn, Luo Yunyang, if it weren't for you, I would have gotten the mysterious yellow supreme blood and I might have been able to enter the selection. If I become the person who's nurtured by Hongmeng Temple, the Long family will not be able to tie me down as I soar to greater heights. While Longzhen was filled with jealousy, Luo Yunyang made his move. Rays of light shot up from the five-colored long sword in Luo Yunyang's hands. Longzhen did not sense anything when the light rose. However, as the rays of light congregated, he suddenly felt a torrential wave of might that was as vast as the sky and earth. He even had the impulse to cough out blood. What was going on? He couldn't take this move at all. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't weak, he shouldn't be that. This is the power of a 5th-level universe origin mark. Luo Yunyang has conjured the 5th-level universe origin mark. A Long family heavenly venerate exclaimed. Longzhen reacted immediately after hearing that exclamation. No wonder that he couldn't see through the mystery of the sword move. After all, it actually contained the boundless power of the universe origin mark. The power of the 5th-level universe origin mark. His strike was equivalent to an all-out attack by a 5th-level heavenly venerate. This was not something that could be accomplished just by having a 5th-level heavenly venerate weapon. The user needed the corresponding strength, and this also placed a large strain on one's mind power. Long Tang was dumbfounded momentarily. Although he was clutching tightly to his battle halberd, he did not know how to swing it. Suddenly, he was in a horrifying state of anxiety. However, when he instinctively waved his battle halberd and executed his strongest moves, he felt dizzy as an intense pain engulfed his mind out of the blue. Buzz. When Long Tang opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his own residence. The mechanical voice spoke in his ears again. Sir, you have already failed the selection. You cannot become a Shenzi nurtured by Hongmeng Temple. You're also not a heavenly venerate, so you have lost the qualification to enter the Hongmeng realm from now on. The mechanical voice dampened Long Tang's spirits. He had suppressed his cultivation all these years just for the chance to enter Hongmeng Temple. Now, he had just lost this opportunity to a person he had not bothered paying much attention to. He couldn't believe everything that had happened. This was tantamount to severing the path to greatness that had been paved for him all these years. The Long family patriarch's face was filled with murderous intent. His body was in Longland Great Cosmos, but the murderous intent surged up 90,000 miles directly from where he was, causing huge stars to blow up. Luo Yunyang, I will get back at you for this. The patriarch roared in rage as the entire purple cloud Great Cosmos shook. Chapter 788. Stunning in the purple cloud Great Cosmos, the three great heavenly venerates were dumbfounded. They really did not know how to feel right now. How was this possible? They were well aware of Long Tang's background. It would have made sense if Long Tang had defeated Luo Yunyang with a slap. However, Luo Yunyang had actually defeated Long Tang with a single move. What was even more shocking was that they recognized the move Luo Yunyang had executed. It was the single sword suppressing 5 cosmoses. This had been the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's move. Even when he had become a 6th-level Heavenly Venerate, he had still often used this move. They were no strangers to this move, as they had fought with the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate in the past. How can it be? Luo Yunyang hasn't become a Heavenly Venerate yet. Even though he is talented, he can't, said Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang. He wanted to say that Luo Yunyang shouldn't have the amount of mind power required to conjure that move. Heavenly Venerates had 9 levels. Each level was a universe, but apart from power, one also needed mind power. Luo Yunyang must be immensely talented to be able to execute the single sword suppressing 5 cosmoses. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky said, if Luo Yunyang becomes a disciple of Hongmeng Temple, then we. Heavenly Venerate Longxiang was silent. He had always been harsh on Luo Yunyang. Hence, it wouldn't be good news if Luo Yunyang rose to power. However, he wasn't able to comment on how inferior Luo Yunyang was anymore, not because of Luo Yunyang's performance, but because the person Luo Yunyang had defeated was the youngest son of the Long family patriarch. If Luo Yunyang was inferior, then what about the youngest son of the Long family? Someone has emerged victorious. In the Hongmeng realm, most of the heavenly venerates that were watching the battle had received a message. Although most of them had their own theories on the people that would be recruited by Hongmeng Temple, the outcome of the fight between Luo Yunyang and Long Teng caught the attention of many people, as it had been decided while other battles were just beginning. Everyone who participated was an extremely talented person in their individual great cosmos. Even though there were differences in the abilities of such talented people, the discrepancies wouldn't be too huge. Hence, no one should be able to win by such a wide margin. One could imagine the might of a person able to pull off such an overwhelming victory. Demodian, who was dressed in golden armor, was watching the battle quietly. Not only was he one of Hongmeng Temple's guards, but he was also a Dishan tribe heavenly venerate. Dishan tribe was a branch of the human tribe. However, most of the elites of Dishan tribe felt that they were vastly superior to the ordinary human tribe. Although they did not dare to suggest that they should be in a different category than the human tribe, they had crowned their own tribe with the title, Dishan. Demodian was a genius of Dishan tribe, but he wasn't gifted enough and could thus only serve as a servant in Hongmeng Temple. He could not become an existence superior to a heavenly venerate. Seems like someone has emerged as the victor. I guess this time we will be able to see the appearance of an absolute genius. Demodian jested sarcastically while speaking to his comrade. However, when he studied the participants of the match carefully, he scoffed and rolled his eyes. This match doesn't count. Why? Demodian's companion was also a guard of Hongmeng Temple, so his status wasn't lower than Demodian's. I know very well who is participating in the match. One of them is the youngest son of the Long family patriarch of Longland Great Cosmos. Demodian chuckled. When Demodian's companion heard that, he understood immediately and said, some people just can't compete against people who have been born to be strong. Damn it, why couldn't I have been born like this? This was, of course, said sarcastically. Demodian grinned and replied, I think you simply have no hope in this lifetime. Who is the other person? Although the youngest son of the Long family is strong, he shouldn't be strong enough to defeat his opponent with a single move, right? It's a lucky kid who obtained an Eon Martial token, but I don't think he meets the qualifications. I directly annulled his Eon Martial token and just gave him a chance to compete, Demodian said smugly. His companion glanced at him and lamented. You are basically destroying his cultivation opportunity. You might as well have killed his parents. Demodian smiled grimly and scoffed. He's just an ant. He would be disgracing himself even if he got lucky. Being beaten in a single move. That Luo Yunyang dude is really unlucky. Demodian's companion did not respond, as he was now a little apprehensive. Are you stupid? You think Long Teng thrashed Luo Yunyang with a move? It's Luo Yunyang who defeated Long Teng with a move. I've never seen anyone like you. You can't even tell the difference. Dishan tribe, I think you might as well call yourself Disha tribe. 1. Sha means fool. A man who was also clad in golden armor and had a pair of completely black eyes told Demodian. Demodian and the black-eyed man were enemies. After hearing the man's sarcasm, he stared blankly for a moment before laughing out loud. Nonsense. How dare you spout nonsense on this matter? The Long family patriarch will never let you off if he discovers this. Demodian added excitedly, please apologize to me quickly. I will act like it never happened and I will not report back to the Long family patriarch. The man with the black eyes sneered and did not respond. However, the look of disdain on his face intensified a little more. Modian wanted to continue speaking, but his companion interrupted him. That's correct. Long Tang was thrashed by Luo Yunyang in a single move. He hasn't broken through to the heavenly venerate level, but he can conjure a 5th level universe origin mark. Very impressive. His words stunned Mo Dishan momentarily. After hesitating slightly, he hurriedly switched to the battle results between Luo Yunyang and Long Tang. The results indeed showed that Long Tang had been defeated by Luo Yunyang with a single blow. Modian's expression turned to shock when he saw the gorgeous sword light that illuminated the sky. Since he had invalidated Luo Yunyang's token, the enmity between him and Luo Yunyang had been set in stone. However, in Modian's opinion, Luo Yunyang was only an insignificant ant that he didn't have to care about. The ant had now skyrocketed upwards, making Modian a little uncomfortable. What the hell is going on with the Long family? They were the ones that asked me to arrange this match up against Luo Yunyang. Modian blurted out almost instinctively. Modian only came to a realization after saying that sentence. If someone were to spread the words he had said, then the Long family patriarch would become a laughing stock. However, it was too late when he finally realized his blunder. Do not spread this around. Although Modian knew that it was useless to say so, he still couldn't help it. Almost everyone would agree to Modian's request. However, a quarter of an hour later, the information still spread across the entire Hongmeng realm. The Long family patriarch literally lifted a stone and hit himself in the foot. They thought they had found an easy opponent for their son, but they didn't think that this stone would actually be a boulder. I don't respect that old thing. After living for eons, he still has to hold his son's hands. This time it all really blew up. I don't know how he's going to explain this to his wife. Some narrow-minded almighties verbally attacked the Long family patriarch immediately. Meanwhile, many more were looking at the result of the battle between Luo Yunyang and Long Tang. This person had a bright future. This evaluation appeared in many discussions, various large sects across the great cosmoses, and also among a power family that intimidated many great cosmoses. This young man does not have any master to learn from. Take a trip over there and say that the Sky Wind tribe has an angel awaiting his hand in marriage if he is willing, a supreme being said gently. Some top-level emissaries from elite sects even traveled across the void and entered the purple cloud great cosmos directly while heading towards Luo Yunyang's location. Their only hope was that Luo Yunyang would enter Hongmeng Temple and become one of their sect's disciples. Although Hongmeng Temple nurtured humans into almighties, the almighties they groomed wouldn't be able to join any sects. Hongmeng Temple belonged to the entire human tribe. The clone of the Long family patriarch had been keeping watch over the purple cloud great cosmos to prevent Luo Yunyang from escaping. He had originally planned to cut off Luo Yunyang's escape route after his son won the battle. However, his son had lost. Killing Luo Yunyang would be as easy as squashing an ant. However, he did not dare to challenge Hongmeng Temple, as the last person who had provoked Hongmeng Temple had been dead for a long time. Although the Long family was strong, it paled in comparison to that person's massive family powers. In the end, that person had provoked someone he shouldn't have and laid his hands on someone he shouldn't have during the Hongmeng Temple selection. Thus, he had been annihilated immediately. Luo Yunyang, this matter is not over. The patriarch of the Long family thought to himself before he withdrew his clone. He left first. However, as he left, he also made up his mind. He couldn't allow Luo Yunyang to enter Hongmeng Temple. Losing any matches in the first 3 rounds would result in direct elimination. Luo Yunyang had just experienced the first round. Luo Yunyang paid no attention to the resentment of the Long family patriarch. Right now, he had a guest to deal with. An unexpected guest. Mr. Yunyang, this was my master's blunder. He ordered me to come and apologize to you. I hope you will let this matter slide, Mr. Yunyang. The guest was a middle-aged man with a soft face and an elegant temperament. He wasn't from the immortal tribe, but he represented great heavenly venerate Longxiang. Chapter 789, 3000 guests, doesn't Longxiang have legs? Asked Luo Yunyang with an unsympathetic glance at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man felt that this reply was very disrespectful. It was as though he had completely disregarded the status of great heavenly venerate Longxiang. Although the man was not from the human tribe, his face seemed awkward and uncomfortable. As the saying went, the servant should die if he brought dishonor to his master. If the person speaking to him hadn't been Luo Yunyang, the middle-aged man would have definitely brought unfathomable pain unto the person who had spoken so disrespectfully. He did not have much of a choice now. Since it was Luo Yunyang who had spoken in this manner, he could only quietly hide his displeasure in his heart. After all, Luo Yunyang was a potential candidate that could join Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. Although there was still quite a number of matches left to go, the fact that he had been able to take down Long Teng pretty much meant that he was rather sure to enter Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. A person of such caliber had already exceeded Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang's scope. Although Luo Yunyang was in the purple cloud cosmos, it would still be pointless for Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang to go after him without any qualms. Right now, Luo Yunyang was a person of interest for Hong Meng's Sacred Hall, which meant that people would be protecting him all the way. If Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang were to try anything funny, he might be eliminated. My master has been quite busy recently, said the middle-aged man. After taking a deep breath, he added, it is definitely better for us to quell any feelings of hostility. After all, in the purple cloud cosmos, Mr. Yunyang's tribe, are you trying to threaten me? Luo Yunyang snapped without letting the middle-aged man finish his sentence. While rolling his sleeves, he said, I have matters to attend to. Please show yourself out. As a disciple of Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang, the middle-aged man was used to getting his way in the purple cloud cosmos. Thus, being dismissed by the likes of Luo Yunyang infuriated him greatly. However, when the next guest walked in to meet him, the middle-aged man only inhaled sharply. He knew that guest. That man was an elder who wielded great power in one of the major sects of Jizan Great Cosmos. He knew this man only because his master, Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang, had had a short chat with him during an auction in the past. That elder had treated Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang like an elder would treat a younger person. My respects, Elder Tu, the middle-aged man said respectfully as he faced the elder. Elder Tu stared blankly for a moment before nodding his head without saying anything. The middle-aged man had a feeling that the elder had not recognized him even though he had nodded his head. It seemed like the middle-aged man did not even exist as far as the elder's memories were concerned. Just as the middle-aged man started feeling gloomy deep down, he heard Elder Tu jovially say, Mr. Yunyang, I am an elder from the mysterious green sect. I am here under my patriarch's orders to discuss a few matters with you. The patriarch is the master of the mysterious green sect and sincerely hopes that you will be able to join us, he said in a respectful tone. So long as you are willing to join us, the patriarch will take you on as a personal disciple. In terms of resource allocation and all other aspects, your status will not be lower than any other 6th-level Heavenly Venerate's status in the mysterious green sect. Furthermore, the patriarch has decided to carve out a territory in the Jizan mainland that will belong to you so that your tribe's people will have a place where they can settle down, Elder Tu said. Also, the middle-aged man had only listened to the first half of Elder Tu's words. However, that first half was sufficient to make him shudder. Enjoying a similar status to a 6th-level Heavenly Venerate was only the beginning. Even his own master had not received such treatment. Luo Yunyang was slightly excited about the terms offered by Elder Tu. After all, enjoying a similar status to 6th-level Heavenly Venerates would mean that he would have access to a vast amount of resources. More importantly, the mysterious green sect was willing to offer a massive amount of cultivation resources for his training. It was a pity that he felt a little restricted. If Luo Yunyang hadn't escaped the Divine Union Void, then all these terms would definitely have been very enticing. However, right now, things were no longer the same. He glanced at Elder Tu and said with a smile, I am extremely thankful for the generous offer of the mysterious green sect. I will consider this offer and get back to you as soon as possible. Elder Tu smiled and said, it is definitely important that you consider it, as this is a major decision. However, I am sure that the terms offered by the mysterious green sect are undoubtedly the best. Mr. Yunyang, should you have any other concerns, feel free to contact us, Elder Tu said with a bright smile. The mysterious green sect also has a heaven and earth mystic realm. Although it might not be as good as the great Hong Meng place of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall, it still is a gem amongst sacred realms. If you are able to join the mysterious green sect, then that mystic realm will be yours to use for no cost at all. Elder Tu's words were extremely enticing. However, Luo Yunyang only gave him a normal reply without revealing too much. As Elder Tu was leaving, another lady came by. She was also representing a large clan. A clan that wasn't any weaker than the Long family. This clan's offer was definitely more generous. However, Luo Yunyang was unable to accept it. He had to become a member of their family. A young lady from an aristocratic family was willing to marry Luo Yunyang. However, this was provided that Luo Yunyang would become a member of that family. The resources that family could provide Luo Yunyang with were 10 times what the mysterious green sect had offered. Initially, Luo Yunyang had intended to use a personification of himself to entertain the guests. However, as the number of guests increased, Luo Yunyang decided to entertain only the guests of the major families. In the Longlan Great Cosmos, a graceful and elegant lady stood before the Long family patriarch. However, the lady didn't have a pleasant expression on her face. As someone who had exceeded the cultivation level of a heavenly venerate, the Long family patriarch had always had a haughty outlook on everyone else. However, right now, even though he was sitting on a cloud high up in the air, he seemed to be in some sort of predicament. Tang Er's abilities far exceed those of an ordinary person. However, should he not be able to enter the Hongmeng Sacred Hall this time, his future route will definitely be very rough as a result. The lady's voice was calm yet filled with criticism. The dragon family elder could not do much about the lady's criticism. He knew clearly that she did not come from humble origins. Otherwise, his simple anger could have suppressed her. Unfortunately, at the moment, he could only try his best to pacify her. I never expected that Luo Yunyang would be so difficult to deal with either, the Long family patriarch said hoarsely. He had not expected things to turn out that way. He had only wanted to teach Luo Yunyang a lesson. He had never thought that his young son would get implicated into this whole mess. Will this matter be resolved just because you said you did not expect this? You should have considered the implications this whole incident would have on Tang Er. I don't care how you do it, but I want you to ensure that Tang Er is able to enter Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, the lady said bluntly. Otherwise, I am not going to let you off. The elegant lady waited out as she finished speaking. As she walked through the gates of the hall, she destroyed them to show her anger over this matter. Even though the Long family patriarch was really infuriated, the sight of that lady's back view left him no choice but to swallow his anger. Luo Yunyang, the Long family patriarch muttered as he whipped out his communication device. Ha ha ha, my old pal, it has been a while since we last contacted each other. A smiling, slightly plump man that was about 1.5 meters tall was projected by the communication device. It was easy to tell that this man was wealthy. It was also possible to tell that the Long family patriarch seemed slightly fearful while talking to him. Jinyuan, I know that the first-ranking Zongzi of Yin Yang Sacred is also participating in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's selection this time. The Long family patriarch took a deep breath before continuing in a serious tone. Jinyuan squinted his eyes. Are you trying to say that you want our sect members to go defeat Luo Yunyang? That's right. Although Luo Yunyang might have used 5 universe origin marks of that divine weapon, his strength definitely can't be that powerful. If your sect were to have a go, they would definitely beat him easily. The Long family patriarch's words were slightly enticing. I have a fruit from the heaven and earth divine tree with me, which I can offer to you. Jinyuan's face lit up upon hearing about the fruit of the heaven and earth divine tree. He needed the fruit so badly that he had even paid a special visit to the Long family patriarch in order to negotiate for it. However, back then, the Long family patriarch had kept insisting that he did not have the fruit of the heaven and earth divine tree. Hearing this now made Jinyuan burn with rage. Didn't you say you did not have it? Jinyuan felt angry about being deceived. I only acquired the fruit recently, the Long family patriarch explained with a straight face, even though he was blatantly lying. Alright, you old dragon. Consider this matter done if you give me the fruit of the heaven and earth divine tree. Jinyuan hesitated for a while before adding solemnly, while your son is not too bad, he is still no match for the Zongzis we have raised at the Yin Yang Sacred Palace. This time, I will get someone from Hongmeng Sacred Hall to make arrangements so that we can prevent Luo Yunyang from progressing any further. After discussing a few more terms and conditions with Jinyuan, the Long family patriarch hung up the communication device. His heart ached as he thought about the fruit of the heaven and earth divine tree he was about to give away. Half an hour later, the lineup for the next round of Hongmeng Sacred Hall selection was revealed in the Hongmeng realm. The most eye-catching part of the lineup showed that Luo Yunyang's next competitor would be a disciple of the Yin Yang Sacred Palace. Once the news was out, the people who saw it rushed like mad to inform Luo Yunyang and those related to him. In just a few moments, the crowd had been reduced to about half. The bustling immortal lake star had fallen silent. Chapter 790. Two dragons should not meet during Hong Meng's Sacred Hall selection. Anyone that lost the first 3 matches was eliminated instantly. Hence, participants followed dearly one rule: two dragons should not meet. When two dragons met, one would surely be on the losing end. In fact, Long Teng was also one of the young dragons vying for a spot in Hong Meng's Sacred Hall during this round. However, he had been unlucky enough to be matched against Luo Yunyang. Actually, it should be said that he had taken the initiative and gotten very unlucky after matching up with Luo Yunyang, which had resulted in his elimination. Long Teng was the youngest son of the Long family's patriarch. He was a top genius, so many people thought that it was a pity that he had been eliminated. However, some people also believed that this was really unfair to Long Teng. Nevertheless, things had already concluded. There was nothing he could do about it. After Luo Yunyang had defeated Long Teng in one move, the cheers he received while entering Hong Meng's Sacred Hall became very loud. Some powerful families even attempted to arrange betrothals with Luo Yunyang in order to allow their families to gain an additional member that could enter Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. However, when they saw Luo Yunyang get matched up against Yin-Yang Zongzi, everyone started to withdraw their offers. Yin-Yang Zongzi had cultivated for 100,000 years. That's right, Yin-Yang Zongzi had been cultivating for 100,000 years because he had been born at the wrong time. He had been born 100,000 years before Hong Meng's Sacred Hall had started recruiting new disciples. Under the circumstances, most people would have given up the option of being recruited by Hong Meng's Sacred Hall and cultivated by themselves and chosen the strongest paths. However, Yin-Yang Zongzi had not done so. It seemed as if he had chosen Hong Meng's Sacred Hall all his life. He had not let people seal his cultivation base or chosen other paths as he'd cultivated step by step for 100,000 years. It had taken Yin-Yang Zongzi 1,000 years to cultivate from planet grade to star grade, 3,000 years to cultivate from star grade to nebula grade, and 10,000 years to cultivate from nebula grade to galaxy grade. Finally, 50,000 years had passed before Yin-Yang Zongzi had entered the universe grade. Yin-Yang Zongzi had been suppressing his cultivation base for 50,000 years. This sort of suppression had made his strength reach disgusting levels. Some people even said that Yin-Yang Zongzi would be the only disciple recruited by Hong Meng's Sacred Hall that would surely become an almighty this time. Not only was his talent amazing, but his perception was limitless and he could also endure loneliness. Being able to endure loneliness was a form of praise and recognition that made people fearful. Aren't two dragons not supposed to meet? Why are these two talented elites pitted against each other? Some heavenly venerates were very unhappy with the announcement of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall and thus questioned the decision immediately. Hong Meng's Sacred Hall did not respond to these questions, but Yin-Yang Zongzi said something. Two dragons? How come I haven't seen two dragons? Yin-Yang Zongzi's words were harsh and domineering. Although many people felt that Yin-Yang Zongzi was being a little excessive, no one dared deny his abilities. Naturally, after seeing this situation, the Almighties who were proficient in deduction immediately understood what was going on. However, they simply turned a blind eye to the situation and treated it like nothing. A copy of information regarding Yin-Yang Zongzi appeared in Luo Yunyang's hand. This information had been left by Elder Tu from the mysterious Green Yuan sect. According to Elder Tu, their sect wouldn't form an enmity with an almighty because of Luo Yunyang. Of course, things would be different if Luo Yunyang could enter Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. Luo Yunyang wasn't angered by Elder Tu's remarks. After all, there was no free lunch in this world. Luo Yunyang wasn't too worried about this battle. He was well aware of his own strength. Although Yin-Yang Zongzi's cultivation was superb, Luo Yunyang did not fear it at all. The sun set and the stars sank. Soon, the day of the battle came and the atmosphere on the immortal lake star, which had been very relaxed initially, became tense again. Although the Long family's patriarch didn't come again, the 180,000 bloodline soldiers of the Long family had arrived and sealed up the void around the immortal lake star. Their leader was a 4th-level heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang acted as if he had not seen the seal at all. He was calmly waiting until the time was up and Yin-Yang Zongzi appeared in front of him. Because of the restriction of the rules, Luo Yunyang and Yin-Yang Zongzi had to wait 2 minutes before they could exchange any blows. Yin-Yang Zongzi's appearance had some sort of devilish charm. However, behind his handsome looks, Luo Yunyang could sense a gentle, soft side. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Please choose your weapon. The mechanical voice spoke in Luo Yunyang's ears again. Just like before, Luo Yunyang chose to continue with the heartless divine sword. Although he already knew that there were higher-level heavenly venerate weapons, he wasn't too familiar with those and hence decided to stick with the heartless divine sword. Yin Yang Zongzi, who was directly standing opposite Luo Yunyang, did not make a selection. Yin Yang Zongzi selected no weapon, as he was fully confident. He glanced at Luo Yunyang's sword and said dryly, "It's a waste of effort." Luo Yunyang did not respond, but his attribute regulator was already at work. It quickly displayed Yin Yang Zongzi's various attributes. Power, 31 speed, 35 constitution, 15 mind, 49. Luo Yunyang had an impulse to curse out loud when he saw Yin Yang Zongzi's attributes. Yin Yang Zongzi's attributes virtually crushed all of Luo Yunyang's attributes. Although Yin Yang Zongzi's cultivation base was higher than Luo Yunyang's, Luo Yunyang knew that cultivation base wasn't the only thing that played a part. Greater opportunities, greater perseverance, better luck. Luo Yunyang made a judgment after pondering for a moment. Yin Yang Zongzi's mind attributes were very high. Thus, he had to be very adept in regards to mind power. Luo Yunyang had conjured the 5th level universe origin mark on the heartless divine sword previously. This time, Yin Yang Zongzi would not compete against him in terms of power. Hence, Luo Yunyang immediately increased his mind attributes to 87 yuan by using the attribute regulator. The match begins. Before Luo Yunyang could speak, the mechanical voice was heard. Yin Yang Zongzi snorted coldly. He made no concessions or pauses as his eyes glimmered and a huge vortex swirled towards Luo Yunyang. In the depths of the vortex, a huge samsara wheel was rotating rapidly, ripping Luo Yunyang's mind towards the wheel frantically. Samsara wheel. Luo Yunyang came to a realization instantly. Yin Yang Zongzi must have gotten the inheritance from the samsara divine general. Luo Yunyang was much calmer than he should have been while facing such a move. His hand formed a motionless fundamental seal of the eternal divine scripture while releasing a life-death resounding fate technique through his mouth. The words, life, and death, contained vast power. This power was supported by Luo Yunyang's mind power. Luo Yunyang had adjusted his mind attributes to 87 yuan, thus even crushing Yin Yang Zongzi, who was trying to endure. Life and death. Luo Yunyang's body seemed like it was ripping apart under the effect of the samsara wheel. When Luo Yunyang's life-death resounding fate resonated, it caused the originally calm Yin Yang Zongzi to shiver in fear for a moment. His body trembled obviously, as the life-death sounding fate had shaken his core. This also sucked away most of the haughtiness he had previously had. The samsara's inheritance. You also received the inheritance. This jealous thought rang out in Luo Yunyang's mind. Luo Yunyang was as motionless as a mountain, but the speed at which he recited the life-death resounding fate got faster as it caused cracks to appear on the vortex of the samsara wheel. The battle between Luo Yunyang and Yin Yang Zongzi had attracted many people's attention. Compared to other one-sided matches, this was undoubtedly a struggle between two dragons. In many people's opinions, one of them was a tyrannosaurus with incomparably strong foundations and the other was a rising dragon. However, the fight between the two dragons definitely attracted most of the attention. In Hongmeng realm, most of the heavenly venerates were paying attention to this battle. The Long family's patriarch was staring at the screen. He had paid a hefty price in order for Luo Yunyang to be utterly defeated. Brother Long, have you seen this? My nephew is going to use a top-notch technique. Ha ha, I can't tell you what kind of technique it is. This is my nephew's good fortune, so maybe it will be an important part of his foundation in the future. Jinyuan and the Long family's patriarch were in a big hall in the Hongmeng realm as the proud Jinyuan laughed heartily. The Long family's patriarch looked at Yin Yang Zongzi with imperceptible jealousy. He knew that being praised by Jinyuan was an exceptional opportunity. Why had this opportunity fallen into the hands of the Yin Yang Zongzi and not his beloved son? The Long family's patriarch was secretly cursing to himself. However, he still appeared calm on the surface. I don't want anything else. I just hope your martial nephew won't let Luo Yunyang off too easily. Don't worry about this. With a wave of his hand, Jinyuan said, as far as I know, none of the people who have been defeated by my nephew escaped with their origin source intact. Hee. The injuries received in the Hongmeng realm won't be any different from actually receiving a blow to one's body. The heavenly venerates in the Hongmeng realm who were watching the battle were all seasoned individuals. Not only did they not show any impatience during the silent and motionless battle between Luo Yunyang and Yinyang Zongzi, but they were actually enjoying it. In their opinion, this sort of battle was more interesting than battles that relied heavily on extravagant display of formidable secret techniques. Am I seeing right? Yinyang Zongzi's body is shaking. Suddenly, a heavenly venerate made a comment in the Hongmeng realm. This person's comment soon attracted Jinyuan's attention. He immediately hit back without hesitation. Ha ha, there must be something wrong with your eyes. Chapter 791. Moving a rock but dropping it on one's foot. After receiving the request of the Long family's patriarch, Jinyuan never considered that his nephew, Yinyang Zongzi, who had progressed steadily for 100,000 years and was widely considered the strongest elite below a heavenly venerate, could lose. In his opinion, whoever matched up against Yinyang Zongzi in Hongmeng Sacred Hall's selection would be very unlucky. However, the comments that appeared in the Hongmeng realm made Jinyuan inexplicably uncomfortable. His sin would be too great if Yinyang Zongzi really lost to Luo Yunyang this time. It would be akin to destroying Yinyang Zongzi's 100,000 years of waiting in just a moment. Impossible. Yinyang Zongzi was terrifyingly talented. How could he be defeated by Luo Yunyang? His Yinyang Samsara Eye would even make a 5th-level heavenly venerate suffer. As Jinyuan consoled himself, he saw 2 streaks of blood streaking out from the eyes of Yinyang Zongzi. Although the streaks of blood were very thin, they were still tears of blood. Compared to Luo Yunyang, who stood there quietly, Yinyang Zongzi was in a rather bad state. A small sign could indicate something significant. Heavenly venerates only required a tiny hint of activity to determine the outcome. The Long family's patriarch had an ugly look on his face. He had paid a hefty price. However, everything would go down the drain if Yinyang Zongzi lost. How did Yinyang Zongzi turn out like this? The Long family's patriarch asked with a hint of obvious dissatisfaction. He was dissatisfied with Yinyang Zongzi. Jinyuan, who was sitting on one side, glared at the Long family's patriarch and screamed, "Shut up." The Long family's patriarch shut his mouth, even though he was very unhappy with Jinyuan's reprimand. The Long family's patriarch could understand what Jinyuan was thinking. After all, this matter involved the future of Yinyang Zongzi. Yinyang Zongzi would lose his future if he was defeated. Although Jinyuan held a high position, he had to shoulder the most important responsibility in this case. Yinyang Zongzi will not be defeated. The Samsara Eye is only one of his techniques. He can still use other techniques if he wishes. Jinyuan did not try to hide anything this time. The Long family's patriarch nodded. He knew that Yinyang Zongzi could crush Long Teng in every aspect. Luo Yunyang's mind power was strong, but he might not be able to overcome Yinyang Zongzi in other aspects. Furthermore, the overall quality of Yinyang Zongzi was considered by many to be the best. As the Long family's patriarch and Jinyuan were filled with anticipation, Luo Yunyang and Yinyang Zongzi's battle intensified. Unwilling to fail, Yinyang Zongzi began to burn his consciousness during the battle. This would increase his mind power rapidly. However, he also had to pay a hefty price for it. Yinyang Zongzi hadn't done this to defeat Luo Yunyang. As the life-death resounding fate got increasingly thunderous, he felt as if his Samsara Eye was dealing with a mountain instead of a person. Under the circumstances, he no longer intended to compete with Luo Yunyang in terms of mind power. He hoped to rely on his various secret techniques to defeat him. He was still very confident in his other secret techniques, as he didn't believe that Luo Yunyang would be better than him in other aspects as well. The Samsara resounding fate was very mighty. Luo Yunyang continued to restrict Yinyang Zongzi as he absolutely could not allow Yinyang Zongzi to escape. Luo Yunyang's life-death resounding fate got faster when he felt Yinyang Zongzi's mind power increasing. Life and death interchanged, turning everything into ashes. Yinyang Zongzi wanted to break out of the shackles placed on him promptly before things got worse. However, his mind would crumble once he severed the restrictions forcefully. Not only would that greatly reduce his fighting abilities, but it would also make him lose the match completely. Luo Yunyang, kill, do not humiliate. The vortex created by the Samsara wheel was on the verge of collapsing when the life-death resounding fate echoed again. Yinyang Zongzi, who could not endure this any longer, yelled, "Give me a chance. Let's call it a draw. I will definitely pay the price to satisfy you." Yinyang Zongzi was a man with a firm resolution. yet his heart couldn't calm down when his 100,000 years of persistence began to vanish into thin air. Hence, in the world that he and Luo Yunyang were in, which had been created by their mind powers, he began to beg Luo Yunyang for mercy. Luo Yunyang did not budge at all. Executing the life-death resounding fate time after time made him comprehend the secrets behind the technique. It turned out that the life-death resounding fate could actually be used in this manner. There was both life and death in the life-death samsara. Between life and death, the speed and frequency at which the two interchanged would result in a different level of power. Do you really want to make an enemy out of my yin-yang sect? Do you know that there's no happy ending for you if you do so? Yin-yang Zongzi's samsara wheel had collapsed completely, and even his body had also started to crumble in the Hongmeng realm. He appeared frantic at the moment. Did you think of the consequences of offending me when you chose me as your opponent? Luo Yunyang opened his mouth, and his voice reverberated across the void through his mind power. In your opinion, I'm supposed to be an ant that you can squash anytime you want. However, you have to remember that ants can sometimes bite and break towering trees. Besides, you aren't even a towering tree. After saying that, the two words of the life-death resounding fate were repeated 13 times by Luo Yunyang. The tone of the 13 frequencies was like a giant hammer striking heavily at Yin-yang Zongzi's mind. Yin-yang Zongzi's body in the Hongmeng realm was shattered instantly. In the secret hall of the Yin-yang sect, Yin-yang Zongzi, who was sitting cross-legged, coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, this injury was not a big deal to Yin-yang Zongzi. What he really had to face was the ongoing situation. He had lost. He had lost to Luo Yunyang. He had experienced failure before in his life, just not as terrible as this one. His 100,000 years of persistence had been ruined. Although it couldn't be said that he couldn't achieve great power without Hongmeng's sacred hall, his possibility of achieving greatness would be greatly reduced if he wasn't selected by Hongmeng's sacred hall. Luo Yunyang, it's all because of you. If you hadn't pushed me to the end, how could I have fallen? Yin-yang Zongzi bellowed in rage and resentment, as if everything had happened because of Luo Yunyang. He had never thought that things would not have turned out this way if he had not made a move on Luo Yunyang first. Yin-yang Zongzi felt so dizzy after roaring out in rage that he almost fell to the ground. He suddenly remembered the battle with Luo Yunyang and how greatly he had been hurt during the exchange. While Yin-yang Zongzi took a deep breath and got ready to recover his strength gradually, Jinyuan, who was in the Hongmeng realm, cursed in a flying rage. Jinyuan's loss this time was too huge. Although Yin-yang Zongzi had lost to Luo Yunyang because he was inferior in terms of strength, Jinyuan knew clearly that it was his own decision to let Yin-yang Zongzi battle Luo Yunyang that had caused this. In other words, everyone in the entire Yin-yang sect would think that he was the one who had destroyed the Yin-yang sect and cut off the path of Yin-yang Zongzi's progress. Damn it, what did I just see? In the Hongmeng realm, some people commented excitedly. Yin-yang Zongzi lost. Yin-yang Zongzi, who sharpened his sword for 100,000 years, lost. Ha 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 ha. Yin-yang Zongzi really lost. Didn't he think he was invincible? How could he possibly lose then? Didn't he think that he was bound to enter Hongmeng's sacred hall? How did he lose in such a miserable way? You get what you deserve. Martialists that disliked Yin-yang Zongzi did not show him any respect whatsoever as they lashed out at him. Many more people were comparing the battle between Yin-yang Zongzi and Luo Yunyang to the one with Long Tang, as both of these fights had been self-initiated. I've really learned a lot. Everyone has been fighting so hard for the opportunity to enter Hongmeng's sacred hall, yet some people actually throw such opportunities to the ground. I guess one doesn't need Hongmeng's sacred hall to become an almighty. Way to go, Yin-yang Zongzi. Jinyuan wanted to kill people. However, although he was an almighty and his murderous intent was surging, he did not dare to make any moves. If anyone dared to make any moves during this process, they would be provoking the entire Hongmeng's sacred hall, which would be a deadly choice even for extraordinary people like Jinyuan. Why did everything turn out this way? I just wanted to earn some resources. Jinyuan, come back. While Jinyuan was cracking his head thinking about how to let Yin-yang Zongzi re-enter Hongmeng's sacred hall, a faint voice spoke in his ear. Jinyuan's body trembled upon hearing the voice. He felt mainly guilty about Yin-yang Zongzi's state. However, he was extremely scared when he heard this voice. After all, that person was too strong. Yes, senior brother. After saying that, Jinyuan glared at the Long family's patriarch. Long Bingtian, we are not finished. Jinyuan said very solemnly and bitterly. Long Bingtian was the Long family's patriarch. He wanted to explain himself, but Jinyuan had already disappeared without a trace. Seeing how Jinyuan had reacted, Long Bingtian knew that Jinyuan would become one of his enemies from now on. The feud between the two of them would be difficult to resolve. Chapter 792, Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid. Luo Yunyang had won. The news was like a whirlwind that blew across the many heavenly venerates that had gathered in a virtual region of the Hongmeng realm. Shocking, shocking, shocking. Almost everyone who heard this news was shocked. Besides shock, people didn't know any other words that could express their feelings. Some people had still doubted Luo Yunyang when Long Teng had been defeated by him. However, it had been Yin Yang Zongzi's turn now. The hapless Yin Yang Zongzi would probably never get a chance to enter Hongmeng Sacred Hall again unless he could wait another 100,000 years. Could he afford to wait, though? Many people were very uncomfortable with the domineering Yin Yang sect. Hence, sarcastic and mocking remarks began to appear in the Hongmeng realm. In the purple cloud Great Cosmos, Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky left his cave residence immediately after watching Luo Yunyang and Yin Yang Zongzi's battle. He knew that he had to maintain a good rapport with Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't a Heavenly Venerate yet, he would become a very impressive figure once he left Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Luo Yunyang might even become an existence that could have control over his fate. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky saw countless light streaks when he arrived at the Immortal Lake Star. Among those light streaks were all kinds of mounts and void-crossing flying crafts. Brother Astonishing Sky, please wait a moment. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky heard a voice just as he was about to go on his way. He looked up and saw Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang rushing over. As the three Great Heavenly Venerates of the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos, they would usually join forces to fight against their enemies. However, this time, Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky was really unwilling to head off together with Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang. The reason was very simple. It was because Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang had offended Luo Yunyang. If he appeared with Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang, wouldn't he offend Luo Yunyang too? However, it wouldn't be beneficial for him if he drew a clear line between himself and Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang in the Purple Cloud Great Cosmos. Just as Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky was mulling this over, Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang walked over quickly and said, "I did something wrong, Brother Astonishing Sky. I will be done for if you don't help me this time." Although Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang maintained his former demeanor, Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky was able to hear his depressing tone. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky knew why Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang was dispirited. Although he secretly thought that Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang deserved this, he still remained indifferent as he replied, "It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost, Brother Longxiang. What you have to do now is show your sincerity." Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang nodded in agreement. "I am prepared to be sincere, but I still need someone to speak up for me. Brother Zhenshin, in view of our long friendship, please help me with this. I will never forget your kindness and help." Although Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky felt a little annoyed, he did not want to make an enemy out of Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang either. After hesitating for a moment, he finally agreed with a heavy voice. "Since Brother Longxiang asked, I shall give it a try." The Immortal Lake Star looked splendid as numerous important figures from all over the place gathered there. There were also some gorgeous women on the Immortal Lake Star. Even people like Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky were mesmerized by those women, who appeared amorously flirtatious. However, he knew very well that these women were all direct disciples from top sects of different great cosmoses. Anyone who was able to marry such a woman would need to be at least a 9th level Heavenly Venerate. Even though he was a 6th level Heavenly Venerate, this was nothing among top sects. "I haven't seen you in a long time, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu." Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky quickly welcomed a woman with a bright face that seemed as dazzling as the bright moon in the sky. He gazed at the woman with reverence and a trace of admiration. This was the kind of admiration that came from the bottom of his heart. However, he also knew that he could only admire her. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Astonishing Sky." Heavenly Venerate Nongyu nodded. "Nongyu, you're here this time." Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky stopped before he finished his sentence, as he realized that what he wanted to ask was a little inappropriate. Although Heavenly Venerate Nongyu was a 4th level Heavenly Venerate, she came from a strong background. Furthermore, Her status in the Rising Sky Feather sect was very high. It could be said that she would have an extraordinary future. Hence, she was here to seek an arranged marriage. I'm here with the elders of my sect to see Mr. Luo Yunyang Heavenly Venerate was not abashed at all as she spoke casually. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Yunyang Heavenly Venerate had said. He looked towards the crowd that was chatting and gathering outside the hall and wondered how much longer he would have to wait before he could see Luo Yunyang. Time wasn't a big problem for them, as they were Heavenly Venerates. While waiting, they could quickly enrich themselves through various methods. I didn't expect such a person to appear in the purple cloud great cosmos. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu lamented. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky was more envious than jealous when he heard that. If only he could possess Luo Yunyang's capabilities, then when he faced the person he fancied, he wouldn't just as Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky was thinking about this, Luo Yunyang was quietly listening to an 8th level Heavenly Venerate speaking to him. An 8th level Heavenly Venerate was a lofty existence. Although one still couldn't intimidate the large sects, an 8th level Heavenly Venerate was already a formidable figure that could be the face of a sect. This 8th level Heavenly Venerate was also the first to come to the Immortal Lake Star in person to meet Luo Yunyang. The present I have just given you is just a small gift to congratulate you on your victory against Yinyang Zongzi, Mr. Luo Yunyang. This time, I have come to discuss something with you under the orders of the Patriarch. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's words were polite and formal. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't a Heavenly Venerate yet, in Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's opinion, Luo Yunyang's position was no lower than his own. In the future, his status would even be inferior to Luo Yunyang's. Therefore, there was no arrogance in his tone while he spoke to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had a pretty good impression of Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble. Of course, he only had a good impression, nothing more. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble was from the Rising Sky Feather sect. This was the first time Luo Yunyang heard of the Rising Sky Feather sect. However, through the information he had gathered, he knew that the Rising Sky Feather sect was one of the 8 great sects in Longtian Great Cosmos. It could be said that they rivaled the 3 Eras Supreme sect. However, in one aspect, the Rising Sky Feather sect was inferior to the 3 Eras Supreme sect. It was rumored that the Patriarch of the Rising Sky Feather sect was in danger of dying. Generally speaking, upon becoming a Heavenly Venerate, one would have already transcended the long river of time and space and would not die, neither would the Almighties who had surpassed the Heavenly Venerate level. However, this didn't mean that Almighties couldn't die. In many cases, they did not die because their lives had come to an end. The Patriarch of the Rising Sky Feather sect was facing a huge problem. Luo Yunyang knew that time was running out for the Patriarch of the Rising Sky Feather sect. Precisely because of this situation, no one dared to provoke the Rising Sky Feather, as the Patriarch would be brutally fierce at this point in time. The period during which a universe grade becomes a Heavenly Venerate is extremely important. The more solid your foundation is, the more room there is for improvement when you become a Heavenly Venerate. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble lamented. My talent wasn't that great, so my foundation is not too strong. Thus, I was only able to reach this level. It will be extremely difficult for me to become a 9th level Heavenly Venerate, even if I'm given great opportunities. Luo Yunyang didn't respond. Strictly speaking, he and Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble were still strangers. There was no way Luo Yunyang could let their conversation become so profound when their friendship was rather shallow. Have you ever heard of the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid? Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble suddenly changed the topic. Luo Yunyang had heard of the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid. It was a supreme treasure fluid formed when the Origin Universe was just established. Legend had it that whenever a drop appeared at the auction market, its price was outrageous. The Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid would be the best item for Luo Yunyang's Chaotic 4 Origin Beast, which needed to advance. According to legends, the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid had only existed in ancient sects. My sect is willing to provide you with 3,000 cubic meters of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid to help you create the strongest foundation, and our scripture hall will be open to you. Furthermore, we will offer our Sky Feather Origin Sword to serve as your weapon. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble revealed their many offers in a single breath. Every single one of them could easily sway a person's mind. Luo Yunyang maintained his calm and composure, even though the offers of Luanshi Great Heavenly Venerate excited him. This was 3,000 cubic meters, not 3,000 drops. The value of this grand primordium chaotic fluid alone was enough to tempt him. What about the conditions? Luo Yunyang took a deep breath to calm himself down before speaking. The conditions are very simple. You just have to become a disciple of the Sky Feather sect. Of course, you're free to do anything. Your movements will not be restricted, said Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble. Also, if you are willing, we hope that you will take our core disciple as your wife. Of course, this depends mainly on your wishes. We will not demand it. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble explained as if he was afraid that Luo Yunyang would misunderstand the conditions. Many thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind as he looked at the sincere Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble. He knew that there was no unconditional love in the world. Things had to be rather complicated for the Rising Sky Feather sect to make such a generous offer. Great Heavenly Venerate, may I know why? Chapter 793. Fortunes rise and fall. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's gaze was fixed on Luo Yunyang. Although he didn't display his mighty aura, the air of an 8th level Heavenly Venerate was still far-reaching. I'm not afraid to tell you the reason. It is to survive. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's words were a tad sorrowful. Our patriarch wouldn't last another Yuanwei. A Yuanwei was a very long period of time. For most ordinary human tribes, it was simply a period of time that could only be imagined. However, for Almighties, especially those from large sects like the Rising Sky Feather sect, a Yuanwei was too short. Without the support of an Almighty, the Rising Sky Feather sect would be like a piece of meat waiting to be gobbled up. You are sectless. As long as you enter Hong Meng's Sacred Hall, your chances of becoming an Almighty will be very high. Therefore, you are worthy of our selection. Luo Yunyang nodded his head gently. He understood Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's meaning. After taking a moment to ponder this, Luo Yunyang made his decision. Although the Rising Sky Feather sect's circumstances were the worst, the conditions offered were the best. Even though the other sects rated him highly, Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to agree to their conditions. All right, I accept. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yunyang spoke up resolutely. There was a look of slight sadness on his face as Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble exhaled. He was an 8th level Heavenly Venerate, yet he had to entrust the fate of his sect to Luo Yunyang, who had yet to even become a Heavenly Venerate. He felt slightly uncomfortable doing so. All right, Yunyang is decisive indeed. Thus, from this day on, you are the Rising Sky Feather sect's core disciple. As he said that, a token had already appeared in Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble's hand. This token is a node that leads to the Rising Sky Feather sect. Yunyang, you can use this node to enter the Rising Sky Feather sect. You can take the stuff given to you at any time. Luo Yunyang nodded and took the token from Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble. After saying all this, Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble replied, my disciple, Heavenly Venerate Nong Yu, is outside. Why don't you two meet? Luo Yunyang understood what he meant. However, he really didn't intend to do that. Thank you, Great Heavenly Venerate. However, I don't wish to be distracted during this period. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble chuckled but didn't insist. Luo Yunyang had already joined the Rising Sky Feather sect. There would be many more chances like this. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble had confidence in his own disciple. As Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble left, news of Luo Yunyang joining the Rising Sky Feather sect spread. The majority of the guests that wished to pull Luo Yunyang into their respective sects chose to leave upon discovering that Luo Yunyang had already made his choice. Although Luo Yunyang was rather valuable in their eyes, these large sects had many choices. They might feel regret about Luo Yunyang's decision, but they didn't have to recruit him at all costs. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky and Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang exchanged complicated looks when they heard that Luo Yunyang had joined the Rising Sky Feather sect. There were no longer any others waiting, so the two of them walked over to the Bloody Blade Monarch, who was in charge of receiving guests. However, the Bloody Blade Monarch told them apologetically that Luo Yunyang wouldn't be seeing anyone. The reason could be summed up in just one word, busy. He was busy. Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang looked slightly bitter. He felt a little upset at Luo Yunyang for not showing them any respect by acting in this manner. However, he could only swallow his anger. Luo Yunyang enjoyed the protection of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall now, so even an Almighty wouldn't dare do anything to him. Furthermore, the Rising Sky Feather sect that Luo Yunyang had just joined could obliterate him at any time. While Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky didn't look too happy, this was just an act he put on for Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang. He knew that the reason he had received this sort of treatment was mainly because he had come with great heavenly venerate Longxiang. He should probably be able to see Luo Yunyang once he came to visit on his own. So what if he entered Hongmeng's Sacred Hall? Even though Hongmeng's Sacred Hall can groom almighties, they only manage to nurture 1 or 2 almighties each time at best. Most of the others fall. Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang said sourly as they left the immortal Lake Star. He was infuriated by Luo Yunyang's cold shoulder treatment, so his words were filled with bitterness. Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky didn't say a thing. However, he knew that what Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang had said was the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come along with Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang to call on Luo Yunyang. However, he didn't comment on the words of Great Heavenly Venerate Longxiang. Although Luo Yunyang didn't see Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky, he still met with an attendant from Hongmeng's Sacred Hall through the Hongmeng realm. Or rather, this attendant contacted Luo Yunyang voluntarily. Mr. Luo, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall elders have already determined that you are amongst the 10 strongest candidates. After the 3rd round of selection matches, you will immediately receive the status of a junior student of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. This attendant, who was clad in golden armor, said cheerfully, because you are one of the most powerful candidates, you have the right to decide who your opponent in the next fight shall be. He would be choosing the next opponent. Luo Yunyang glanced at the attendant and said with a faint smile, was it like this the last 2 times, when I was selected as an opponent by others? The attendant replied with a smile, Mr. Luo, your guess is correct. However, I fear that Yin-Yang Zongzi feels remorse about selecting you as his opponent. Luo Yunyang didn't have a favorable opinion of Yin-Yang Zongzi. Thus, he didn't care whether Yin-Yang Zongzi felt remorse or not. He glanced at the attendant in the golden armor and asked, do you have any recommendations on who my opponent should be? This is information on all the participants. You can take your pick, Mr. Luo Yunyang. The attendant in the golden armor placed a set of information in the void. Luo Yunyang appeared slightly delighted when he saw this set of information. He tapped on one of the images that had condensed in the air. I want him then. In the 3 Era Supreme Sect, Profound Calm Zongzi was currently cultivating in a lotus position. He had just been comprehending something rather profound. Congratulations, senior brother. You rank 32nd on Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's list. You will definitely be entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, someone said loudly as Profound Calm Zongzi left his training chamber. Profound Calm Zongzi felt rather happy about being congratulated. However, he acted as if he wasn't fazed. Although the 3 Era Supreme Sect was a large sect, it was nothing in the face of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. In all these years, not a single person out of hundreds of 3 Era Supreme Sect Zongzis had managed to enter Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Thus, the entire 3 Era Supreme Sect viewed the possibility of Profound Calm Zongzi entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall with great importance. Even the immeasurable Sacred Mountain had gotten people to send over various treasured resources for Profound Calm Zongzi to use. However, what displeased Profound Calm Zongzi was Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who had stolen an ultimate treasure of the 3 Era Supreme Sect, had actually become the number 1 seeded candidate amongst those who had a chance of entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. This obviously displeased him tremendously. If it had not been for the fact that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's might wasn't to be trifled with, the 3 Era Supreme Sect would have charged towards the Purple Cloud Cosmos long ago. However, even though Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master was filled with resentment, all he could do was watch. Luo Yunyang, after entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, I will make you pay the debt you owe me. Profound Calm Zongzi clenched his fist and muttered resolutely. Although Luo Yunyang's performance had been astonishing, Profound Calm Zongzi also had his own advantages. The 3 Era Supreme Sect's 3 Supreme Scriptures actually continued with a technique from Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The two complemented one another. Profound Calm Zongzi was confident that his cultivation base would rapidly improve if he made it into Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. After calling on his master, Profound Calm Zongzi quickly entered the Hongmeng realm. Because of the seedings, he was concerned about the draw for his next match. I don't want to meet any of the top 10 seeded fellows. Profound Calm Zongzi wished this in his heart and quickly visited the page for Hongmeng's Sacred Hall selection matches. When he saw his own name on the first line, he felt his entire head buzz. Being placed in the first row generally meant that the person's strength was well respected. Although his strength ranked 32nd, it was still a far cry from the first row. His eyes rapidly darted to his opponent. The name Luo Yunyang appeared. Profound calm Zongzi felt his limbs turn slightly numb when he saw this name. Before the Hongmeng Sacred Hall selection, Profound calm Zongzi had been itching to lay his hands on Luo Yunyang and get revenge. However, the opponent Profound calm Zongzi least wanted to see right now was Luo Yunyang. He wasn't a match for Yin Yang Zongzi, so he naturally wouldn't be a match for Luo Yunyang. After inhaling sharply, Profound calm Zongzi went to contact his master and report this matter. Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect master, who placed great importance on this issue, didn't say anything. He just contacted the patriarch of his own sect. In just a moment, Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect master had appeared in front of his disciple with a dark face. The patriarch understands that Luo Yunyang has chosen you to be his opponent. Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect master's voice was pained. This can no longer be changed. Luo Yunyang had chosen him. Profound calm Zongzi had a disgusted look on his face as he rambled somewhat maniacally. Luo Yunyang is taking this opportunity to get revenge. Master, we can't let him prevail. Profound calm Zongzi, who always kept his cool, was now in this state. As Buddha's Sacred Mountain Sect master glanced at his disciple, he could only sigh silently. Chapter 794, Hongmeng Heaven Roll. What to do? What to do? What to do? This was the only thought in Profound calm Zongzi's mind. He knew he wouldn't be able to beat Luo Yunyang. During the Hongmeng Sacred Hall selection, even his own sect's almighty wouldn't be able to do anything against Luo Yunyang. Was he going to lose the most important opportunity in his life because of Luo Yunyang? No, that absolutely couldn't happen. As these thoughts went through Profound calm Zongzi's mind, he realized that the only person in this vast world that could help him was Luo Yunyang. Profound calm Zongzi found this conclusion laughable. However, he truly believed that was the only way. As long as Luo Yunyang was willing to let him off and end the match in a draw, Profound calm Zongzi could be saved from this terrifying elimination. However, what did he have that could get Luo Yunyang to help him? After hesitating for some time, Profound calm Zongzi finally gritted his teeth and started using his identity within Hongmeng realm to contact Luo Yunyang. This was the only thing Profound calm Zongzi could do under the current circumstances. However, he had never expected that Luo Yunyang would actually accept when Profound calm Zongzi reached out to him. The two appeared in a tiny space within Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Profound calm Zongzi felt gloomy as he watched the smiling Luo Yunyang. How could this fellow be like a chameleon that always gave people fake smiles? Profound calm Zongzi had the urge to punch out and shatter that smiling face of his. However, deep down, his helpless self knew that he wasn't Luo Yunyang's match. Furthermore, he still had to ask Luo Yunyang for something. Luo Yunyang, did you arrange this match? Profound calm Zongzi said as he took a deep breath. Luo Yunyang gazed at Profound calm Zongzi without concealing his smile. Not bad. Profound calm Zongzi really had the urge to smash his fist into that repulsive person's smug face. Because of Luo Yunyang, Profound calm Zongzi had become the most unwelcome person on the Eternal Sacred Mountain. Once, when Eternal Sacred Mountain Sect Master had flown into a rage, he had pointed and cursed at him. Profound calm Zongzi could never forget all these things. He had sworn to himself many times that he would definitely make him pay. Why did you do it? Although Profound calm Zongzi knew that he was being a little foolish, he couldn't help blurting this out. I just don't like you. Is that a good enough reason? Luo Yunyang smirked at Profound calm Zongzi. Profound calm Zongzi inhaled deeply. He was unable to deal with Luo Yunyang. Right now, all he could do was stare at Luo Yunyang furiously. Do you know that you are destroying my path? Luo Yunyang eyed Profound calm Zongzi and said calmly, don't pretend. If you had such an opportunity, I'm sure you wouldn't hesitate either. Profound calm Zongzi fell silent when he heard this. He wouldn't have hesitated if he could have defeated Luo Yunyang. Fairness or anything else really wouldn't have mattered. If we had a tie, we would both enter the last match. Profound calm Zongzi took a deep breath before continuing. If you have any conditions, I will do my best to meet them. Although Profound calm Zongzi put on a calm face, his heart was thumping like mad. He was worried that Luo Yunyang would extort him for all that he had. However, at the same time, he was also worried that Luo Yunyang might reject his offer. Oh, looks like you are rather confident. In that case, you just have to give me a copy of the Eternal, Buddha, and immeasurable divine scriptures. If you do, I will end the match with you in a tie. Luo Yunyang flashed a bright smile at Profound Calm Zongzi. Profound Calm Zongzi knew that Luo Yunyang was greedy, but he had never imagined that Luo Yunyang's requests would actually be that excessive. Even Profound Calm Zongzi had only seen one of the 3 divine scriptures before. Luo Yunyang, these conditions are too much, said Profound Calm Zongzi after taking a deep breath. His eyes were gleaming with fury. Luo Yunyang glanced at Profound Calm Zongzi and said calmly, I never harbored any hope that you would agree. Your 3 divine scriptures might be great, but I believe that I will have even more choices after entering Hong Meng's sacred hall. By this point, Luo Yunyang's virtual body was already starting to fade away. Profound Calm Zongzi wished to call out to Luo Yunyang but couldn't bring himself to do so. The 3 great divine scriptures were the 3 Era Supreme sect's ultimate treasures. During all his years of training, Profound Calm Zongzi had learned that the 3 great divine scriptures couldn't be imparted to outsiders. However, if copies of the 3 great divine scriptures weren't given to Luo Yunyang, Profound Calm Zongzi would lose this opportunity. Hong Meng's sacred hall could help Profound Calm Zongzi surpass heavenly venerates. Without Hong Meng's sacred hall's grooming, Profound Calm Zongzi might not even become a peak heavenly venerate. Exchange, every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. However, as Profound Calm Zongzi gritted his teeth and made his decision, he had to face another problem. He simply didn't have the 3 great divine scriptures. He didn't even have the complete Buddha divine scripture he was cultivating. After hesitating for a moment, Profound Calm Zongzi ultimately headed to the cave abode of his master. He knew his own master would have some say in whether this could happen or not. Buddha's sacred mountain sect master didn't speak up straight away upon hearing his disciples' words. Instead, he gazed at Profound Calm Zongzi. Don't you think we should come to a compromise with Luo Yunyang regarding this? This question made beads of perspiration drip down Profound Calm Zongzi's forehead. In his opinion, he felt that they should. However, what exactly was his master's stance? Why was he asking in this manner? Profound Calm Zongzi finally gritted his teeth and replied, I believe we should in this case. Profound Calm Zongzi's back was drenched in sweat as he said this. After all, the sect's 3 great scriptures would be given in exchange. A faint smile appeared on the face of Buddha's sacred mountain sect master. This smile made Profound Calm Zongzi feel more at ease. The sect's divine scriptures are very important. It could even be said that these 3 supreme divine scriptures are amongst the foundations of the 3 Era Supreme sect. However, have you ever thought that, beyond scriptures, what is most important is people? Without the support of the patriarch, the 3 Era Supreme sect would have never reached this level. Thus, compared to the scriptures, it is more important that you become a person that can support the 3 Era Supreme sect. At this point, Buddha's sacred mountain sect master lowered his voice. Go tell Luo Yunyang that the 3 Era Supreme sect agrees to his conditions. However, those 3 scriptures can only be viewed by him. Profound Calm Zongzi actually had prepared many arguments to try convincing his master. However, there was no longer any need, as his master had agreed right away. Thank you, master. Profound Calm Zongzi bade him farewell. Buddha's sacred mountain sect master sighed softly as he watched his disciple leaving, not because he felt pity, but because his disciple would be facing the might of a little thief that he didn't think very highly of. I hope Profound Calm doesn't disappoint me. During the 3rd round of the selection matches, Luo Yunyang attracted a lot of attention. The opponent Luo Yunyang had picked, Profound Calm Zongzi, was a really unfortunate chap in most people's opinion. He'd actually had an opportunity to get into Hong Meng's sacred hall. However, now that he had been selected, this opportunity would be gone. Many people felt sympathetic just thinking about it. However, while Luo Yunyang and Profound Calm Zongzi fought intensely, the final result was a tie. Anyone could tell that Luo Yunyang had gone easy on his opponent. However, Hong Meng's sacred hall acknowledged this result. As the 3rd round of matches ended, the elimination of the first 3 rounds was considered concluded. The geniuses that would be proceeding to the next round of matches wouldn't relax yet. Many people would still be eliminated from the selection in the following matches, and every single genius that had reached this point definitely didn't want to be eliminated. At the moment, Luo Yunyang was at the virtual announcement center in the Hong Meng realm. The reason he hadn't left was because he was waiting for a result. Actually, many others were waiting for a result like Luo Yunyang. Although they were all top individuals, many of them currently appeared somewhat apprehensive. That's right, they were apprehensive. This was because, according to the rules, the name list of the people directly entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall would be announced next. This name list generally only included 6 people. As long as the people that entered this name list didn't die, they practically would have half a chance of becoming an entity that surpassed heavenly venerates. Anyone capable of making this name list was recognized as an unrivaled supreme entity. Actually, even top-tier geniuses had an extremely small chance of entering this name list. Thus, this name list was called the Hongmeng Heaven Roll. Luo Yunyang, you shouldn't have gone easy during the 3rd round. Although I know that you will gain many benefits, doing so would make you lose the chance of making the Hongmeng Heaven Roll, a beautiful lady that walked gracefully to Luo Yunyang's side said. Luo Yunyang didn't know who this lady was, so he smiled at her and replied, "Thank you. Even if I can't get on the Hongmeng Heaven Roll, I will just have to fight my way into Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. I think it shouldn't be too difficult." Although Luo Yunyang hadn't spoken too loudly, many people who were waiting in the hall just like him had heard his words. However, no one said much. "It's here," someone suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 795. Return to the Divine Union, Primordial Chaotic Body Refinement. The Hongmeng realm was like a real world. Although it was only a martialist's consciousness that entered the Hongmeng realm, the Hongmeng realm could portray everything as if it were real. For example, one's mind power and cultivation base. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Hongmeng realm allowed heavenly venerates thousands of light years apart to mutually benefit from each other. Luo Yunyang watched the slowly unfolding name list with ardent anticipation. Although he acted like he wasn't too concerned about directly entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, deep down he really hoped that his name would be on it. Golden light shimmered on the Hongmeng Heaven Roll. The first name wasn't Luo Yunyang. Xuantian Zhaoxing. The 2 words were suspended over the first spot. When those words appeared, a chorus of excited shrieks and cheers sounded throughout the virtual plaza. Luo Yunyang knew that Xuantian Zhaoxin was similar to Yin Yang Zongzi and was lauded as a generational genius. It was rumored that his parents were both almighties. There were even myths that Xuantian Zhaoxin had been born from the elements. However, regardless of all these myths and fables, the gist was that Xuantian Zhaoxin was someone that not many people could compare to. Luo Yunyang didn't care about the celebrations of Xuantian Zhaoxin and the others. He continued looked downwards and saw another name appear beneath Xuantian Zhaoxin's. Li Juyu. This name wasn't as eye-catching as Xuantian Zhaoxin's. However, Luo Yunyang knew that this was a lady because she had been victorious 3 times in the 3 exhibition matches. Still, her performances at these 3 victories hadn't been too astounding. If this lady ranked 2nd in the Hongmeng Heaven Roll, she would surely have some tricks up her sleeves. The 3rd and 4th name were familiar too. However, Luo Yunyang's name wasn't mentioned now either. Profound Calm Zongzi, who was also watching the name list, knew that he had no chance of entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall and was rather calm. After all, the Hongmeng Heaven Roll might be good, but it had nothing to do with him. Xuantian Zhaoxing, Li Juyu. Profound Calm Zongzi felt a little elated when he saw these names. There was a total of 5 names, and 4 of them already weren't Luo Yunyang's. Thus, the last one wouldn't be Luo Yunyang either. If Luo Yunyang wasn't on this list, just like Profound Calm, he would need to continue working hard to gain the right to become a disciple groomed by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Although there weren't any benefits for Profound Calm Zongzi in this regard, he still rather looked forward to it. Indeed, he really looked forward to it. However, when he saw the 5th name, Profound Calm Zongzi felt a little depressed. Nevertheless, he still put on a smile and said, "Congratulations, Brother Luo." Luo Yunyang smiled when he saw the 5th name on the Hongmeng Heaven Roll. Having one's name on a list was something to be happy about. Although Luo Yunyang didn't fear going through further selections, those entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall through the Heaven Roll would be much stronger than the ones entering through the Earth Roll or the Man Roll. The disciples recruited by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall every Yuanwei were split into 3 rolls: Heaven, Earth, and Man. There was a total of 36 disciples. The Heaven Roll included 5, the Earth Roll included 10, and the Man Roll 21. This was also how the 36 disciples were allocated. Profound Calm Zongzi's smile was slightly sincere. Luo Yunyang couldn't see that, yet he could guess as much. Thus, he replied with a smile, "Right back at you." Profound Calm Zongzi was really unhappy, as he hadn't made the name list. Although he knew that he shouldn't react to this, profound calm Zongzi couldn't help but say, "What's there for me to be congratulated for? You should be really happy that you won't have to encounter me in the upcoming selection matches. Don't you think that is a cause for celebration?" Luo Yunyang told profound calm Zongzi with a straight face. Profound calm Zongzi felt an impulse to swear. Was this something to be happy about? "You are downright mocking me, Luo Yunyang." Luo Yunyang didn't pay much attention to profound calm Zongzi, as he immediately left the Hongmeng realm. He no longer needed to care about the upcoming selection. He just had to wait for the final results before boarding the Hongmeng Sky Ark and heading towards Hongmeng Sacred Hall. The news of Luo Yunyang entering the Heaven Roll spread rapidly throughout the entire Purple Cloud Cosmos. Many heavenly venerates from the 8 great continents of the Purple Cloud Cosmos quickly gathered towards the immortal Lake Star. While Luo Yunyang was supposed to be a shoe-in, now things were already set. As Luo Yunyang was handling these matters with the heavenly venerates, a piece of news came: the Divine Union Void no longer had anyone from the Longland Great Cosmos. The Milky Way's human tribe had fled the Divine Union Void with Luo Yunyang. The Purple Cloud Cosmos was not bad in terms of vital energy and was way stronger than the Divine Union Void. However, it wasn't where the roots of the Milky Way's human tribe were. The person who informed Luo Yunyang of this news was a heavenly venerate from the Longland Great Cosmos whom he had only passed by and seen. However, only he knew the entire situation. Should Luo Yunyang return? Luo Yunyang gathered the Bloody Blade Monarch, Lu Qubing, and the others over to listen to their opinion. After finding out that they could return, the majority of them said it would be best to return if it was possible. Luo Yunyang pondered this for a bit and agreed to the request of Lu Qubing and the others. Although the Purple Cloud Cosmos was not bad, it still was not where the foundation of the Milky Way's human tribe was. There were no longer any people from the Longland Great Cosmos in the Divine Union Void. Or perhaps, even if there were people from the Longland Great Cosmos, they wouldn't dare provoke Luo Yunyang, who was already on the Hongmeng Heaven Roll. Returning didn't seem too bad. Universe-grade powerhouses oversaw the migration back, which happened quickly. In just a few days, Luo Yunyang had brought the Milky Way's human tribe back to the Divine Union. The Divine Union Void was the same as it had been before, yet a few heavenly venerates had fallen without any traces because of the Long family after Longzhen's arrival. Given Luo Yunyang's current might, the other 3 factions in the Divine Union Void simply couldn't fight the Milky Way's human tribe. Thus, the entire Divine Union very quickly returned to its former state and the human tribe was again on top. All these things weren't issues that Luo Yunyang concerned himself with. After completing the return to the Divine Union Void, he utilized the token that Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble had given him. With a dazzling flash, Luo Yunyang's body appeared in a vast expanse of void. There was no sky or land around, only drab gases. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, these gases contained powerful energy. Even planet-grade martialists would implode if they were to breathe just one mouthful. Congratulations to junior brother Yunyang for getting on the Hongmeng Heaven Roll. A bright and pretty lady walked over slowly. This lady was really gorgeous, so most people would find it difficult to look her straight in the face. Luo Yunyang, who had never seen this lady before, had a hint of doubt in his eyes. "I am Nongyu." It was tasked with coming over beforehand to lead junior brother into the Grand Primordium Chaotic Pool. Junior brother has to cultivate now. Just follow me. The lady appeared to have seen Luo Yunyang's doubt, so she spoke up. Although she was very shy, Luo Yunyang could tell right away that she possessed the power of a 4th-level heavenly venerate. Furthermore, according to Luo Yunyang's estimations, the combat strength of this lady wouldn't be weaker than that of Great Heavenly Venerate Astonishing Sky. "Thank you, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu." Luo Yunyang smiled. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's gaze swept across Luo Yunyang. She didn't say anything. She just led Luo Yunyang towards the depths of these surging gray gases. Although someone was leading him, Luo Yunyang still sensed dangers during the journey. He even felt a pair of massive eyes fix on him for a moment. "Junior brother, this is the Grand Primordium Chaotic Pool, where the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid exists. The Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid promised to you is all inside." After walking for a short while, a pool that looked like black jade appeared before Luo Yunyang. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu pointed at the murky black liquid and said, "This is the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid." "Junior brother, although the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid has great benefits related to the cultivation of the body, I still suggest that you don't use it for cultivation. It is best to absorb all the chi of this chaotic fluid into your internal universe. Then, Heavenly Venerate Nangyu suggested, of course, you can also move this pool of grand primordium chaotic fluid into your internal universe. This could provide you with boundless power in future fights. Luo Yunyang didn't really pay much attention to the suggestions of Heavenly Venerate Nangyu. His internal One Yuan universe already had a restless tendency. This grand primordium chaotic fluid would be very helpful to his One Yuan universe, so Luo Yunyang had long ago decided to absorb it all by himself. Thank you, senior sister. I have already decided what to use the grand primordium chaotic fluid for. If there's nothing else, then I shall begin cultivating. Heavenly Venerate Nangyu felt rather unhappy, as she was being treated as a gift for Luo Yunyang. If Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble had not personally discussed it with her, she absolutely wouldn't have agreed to such a deal. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't even moved by the number one beauty of the Rising Sky Feather sect. Instead, he had asked her to leave. These actions really made her unhappy. Thus, an unwillingness to concede started to form in her heart. I shall take my leave then. I will just be within this space. If you need anything, junior brother, feel free to look for me. After saying that, Heavenly Venerate Nangyu bade him farewell and left. Luo Yunyang waited until Heavenly Venerate Nangyu was gone before swiping at the Grand Primordium Chaotic Pool and grabbing a fistful of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid in his hand. Although Luo Yunyang's body was currently very strong, this liquid felt heavy when it was on his hand. Chapter 796. Sky Feather Sword. Even a fist-sized dwarf star would feel like ordinary soil in Luo Yunyang's hands right now. The word, heavy, basically shouldn't describe anything his body could feel anymore. However, as that fistful of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid was in his hands, Luo Yunyang actually felt his hand shaking involuntarily. This shaking motion was caused by its weight. A drop of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid was heavy beyond measure. At first, Luo Yunyang didn't really believe the way others had described the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid. However, he had to believe it now. His mind was currently flooded with records concerning the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid. For example, a drop of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid during weapon smelting could improve the divine weapon's quality tenfold or even 100-fold. While refining pills or various fluids, just adding Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid could greatly improve the quality of the product. In many cosmoses and voids, one drop of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid could basically be akin to an entire fortune of a Heavenly Venerate. However, endless Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid was before Luo Yunyang, and Luo Yunyang was free to use it as he pleased. So much Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid was in fact a form of shackles. Once Luo Yunyang used all this Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid, it would be hard to separate himself from the Rising Sky Feather in the future. This meant that if the Rising Sky Feather were to encounter any trouble, Luo Yunyang would also be in trouble. It would be difficult even if he really wished to ignore it. However, Luo Yunyang knew very well that he couldn't be picky. Although he would surely soar to greater heights upon entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, the mortality rate of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was also rather high. Out of the 36 Hongmeng Temple disciples, only a few would be able to successfully walk out of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Sometimes, not even one came out. Luo Yunyang opened his mouth and swallowed that lump of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid. He didn't immediately use the techniques of his inextinguishable eternity scripture. Instead, he felt the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid enter his body. The entrance of the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid was an indescribable torture. Its overwhelming power would give devastating power to any organism. Of course, if one could endure it, repeated rewards and recovery would provide one with unimaginable benefits. The instant the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt as if his abdomen was on fire and was on the verge of exploding. A frenzied power was gushing towards his four limbs. This power ripped many tears into Luo Yunyang's body in an instant. However, as these tears enlarged, Luo Yunyang's skin and muscles had already started to squirm. Those tears were rapidly patched up by new layers of skin. Tear, patch, tear again, patch again. After 3 hours, that violent power had already vanished within Luo Yunyang's One Yuan universe. Luo Yunyang, who had only been in the initial stages of the Universe 5 grade, realized that he had reached the peak Universe 5 grade after swallowing that mouthful of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid. That progress was really disgusting. The grand primordium chaotic fluid was really a treasure formed in the origin universe. If the rising sky feather hadn't already been struggling for survival, they probably would have allowed such a treasure to be used on him. However, since he had already used it, how could Luo Yunyang let the rising sky feather down? While soaring above the grand primordium chaotic pool, Luo Yunyang waved his two arms and jets of grand primordium chaotic fluid shot towards his body. Then, Luo Yunyang took out the eternal divine pestle that was in his storage bracelet. The eternal divine pestle seemed to have sensed the grand primordium chaotic fluid around. The originally quiet eternal divine pestle slowly emitted a dusky glow. Amid this glow, time and everything else seemed to become unmoving eternities. The restrictions that Luo Yunyang hadn't been able to comprehend started to slowly turn into tall silhouettes in the dusky glow. These figures seemed to contain boundless power. Luo Yunyang absorbed the grand primordium chaotic fluid while comprehending these silhouettes. He had slowed down to a point that seemed abstruse. The flow of time had changed and the constellations had moved. The space filled with chaotic chi slowly got brighter, as if the sun had appeared in this place. However, when Heavenly Venerate Nongyu, who entered this space once again, frowned. Although the spiritual energy here was stronger than the spiritual energy on the sect's sacred mountain, it was rather worthless without the primal chaotic chi. Luo Yunyang couldn't really have absorbed all the grand primordium chaotic fluid, could he? Wasn't he afraid his body wouldn't be able to handle the collapse? Heavenly Venerate Nongyu hadn't been willing to come, but the Patriarch had ordered her, so she hadn't been able to decline. However, she hadn't moved quickly. Instead, she had walked for an hour before reaching the grand primordium chaotic pool, where Luo Yunyang was. Luo Yunyang's entire body was currently seated in the grand primordium chaotic pool. While the grand primordium chaotic pool always seemed to be bleak and desolate, it appeared to have already lost that terrifying glow. Actually, although its appearance was still the same, it no longer had its former charm and grace. Naturally, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu knew why this was so. She glanced at Luo Yunyang, who was in seclusion, and felt like she wasn't looking at a person but a massive, ferocious beast. An extremely powerful beast, a peak universe grade. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu could see Luo Yunyang's cultivation level with one look. Ever since she had become a Heavenly Venerate, she basically hadn't really thought much about universe grades. However, she had a feeling that if she and Luo Yunyang had a death match right now, she would die. Even though this wasn't a good feeling, the feeling was really intense and real. You were looking for me. Luo Yunyang's eyes suddenly flashed open. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu shuddered. The instant Luo Yunyang's eyes opened, she felt as though two beams of light that could split the earth had shot out, making her feel like shivering. The Patriarch says that you have already finished your cultivation session and asked me to show you around the Rising Sky Feather Sect, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu said after taking a deep breath. Luo Yunyang frowned. He didn't wish to go see the Patriarch of the Rising Sky Feather Sect, as there were still many things that he hadn't been able to comprehend. However, he knew that wouldn't do. After all, he had already taken a lot of good stuff from the sect. Take the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid for example. Without the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid, it would have taken Luo Yunyang at least 1,000 light years to become a peak universe grade even if he had cultivated bitterly. After all, his 1 yuan universe wasn't easy to cultivate. Alright, Luo Yunyang breathed in sharply and stepped out of the Grand Primordium Chaotic Pool. However, he shook his head slightly as he stepped out. What's wrong? Heavenly Venerate Nongyu knew how important Luo Yunyang was to the Rising Sky Feather. Thus, she hurriedly asked what was wrong when she saw Luo Yunyang's reaction. Luo Yunyang replied with a chuckle, I wasn't able to figure out some stuff. Luo Yunyang hadn't figured out the Buddha Divine Scripture and the immeasurable divine scripture of the Three-Era Supreme Sect. After getting the contents of those two divine scriptures, Luo Yunyang had started pondering how to combine the three divine scriptures. After all, he had been a disciple of the Three-Era Supreme Sect for some time and knew that combining these three divine scriptures would result in a path that would lead to becoming an almighty. This was also why he had chosen to let off profound calm zongzi and get these two divine scriptures instead. However, even though Luo Yunyang's idea was good, while comprehending the scriptures, he had realized that it was really difficult to combine the three techniques before he reached the peak of a Heavenly Venerate. No wonder the three divine scriptures of the Three-Era Supreme Sect had always been separated and cultivated individually. During this period, Luo Yunyang had used his attribute regulator and other methods but hadn't been able to make any progress. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu mulled this over for a bit and noticed Luo Yunyang's frustrated manner before saying, "Sometimes, it is better not to forcefully persist on some matters." As the two of them chatted, they arrived at a seemingly original void. Before Luo Yunyang were huge mountains with peaks shrouded in clouds. These mountain peaks seemed filled with sword chi. "This is the Sky Feather Sword Mountain," Heavenly Venerate Nongyu said with a trace of excitement. "Most of the time, there are at least 100,000 disciples practicing swordplay on this sacred mountain." 100,000 disciples wasn't really a big number for a power capable of dominating an entire great cosmos. However, given Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's status, one could imagine the cultivation base of the people she called disciples. Luo Yunyang nodded but didn't say anything. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu saw that Luo Yunyang didn't seem to be interested in talking, so she waved her sleeves and said, "Please come with me." The two of them flew at a fast speed and instantly appeared on a mountain peak thousands of miles away. Compared to the other mountain peaks, which were like giant swords shooting into the sky, this mountain peak was rather low and ordinary. Luo Yunyang didn't even notice anything out of the ordinary when he arrived. However, when his feet touched the ground, an extreme sense of dread filled his heart. Luo Yunyang had experienced this sort of dread when he had faced the Long family patriarch. "Patriarch, Luo Yunyang is here." Heavenly Venerate Nongyu cupped her fist and spoke respectfully, addressing a stone. Luo Yunyang followed Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's lead and looked towards the stone. He then realized that this stone actually looked very much like a person. "Luo Yunyang, I have already been sealed here for 10 yuanwees. It's rather normal that you can't tell." A voice rang out in Luo Yunyang's ear. "Sealed for 10 yuanwees." Luo Yunyang's mind started buzzing when he heard this. Wasn't this a bit of an exaggeration? "I called you over this time mainly to have a chat." That voice continued to speak in Luo Yunyang's ear. Chapter 797. Manipulating Space and Time, turning metal into water. The Rising Sky Feather sect was powerful and domineering, yet their patriarch had been sealed in a rock for 10 yuanwees. Luo Yunyang's heart felt cold when he thought about it. Although Luo Yunyang had mocked the Long family patriarch, he had largely relied on the influence of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Without Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's support, Luo Yunyang would only have been an insignificant ant in the face of the Long family patriarch. That was the truth, even if Luo Yunyang didn't wish to admit it. "Are you very curious about who could injure me so much?" The mild voice rang out in Luo Yunyang's mind once more. Luo Yunyang answered truthfully, "Indeed, in my opinion, almighties are the most supreme existences. Someone or something capable of injuring them so much indeed makes one curious. Heavenly Venerates transcend time and space, but almighties create laws." That voice lamented. "It seems like an almighty has already reached the extremities of evolution. However, there are just too many dangers in the path of evolution. I think I will not tell you about my circumstances. Telling you wouldn't be of any use." A slightly pained look flashed across Luo Yunyang's face. This patriarch's conversational ability was certainly underwhelming. Couldn't he chat properly? However, Luo Yunyang remembered one sentence that the patriarch had said, "Almighties created laws." After pondering for a moment, Luo Yunyang spoke. "Almighties create laws. Can you tell me more about this aspect?" "Very well. Your objective is to become an almighty. Letting you experience the differences between an almighty and a heavenly venerate would benefit you." The voice then added, "From now on, in the domain I am in, speed will increase 100 times." Luo Yunyang suddenly felt everything in his surroundings become much faster. As he tried to rush out of this area, he suddenly realized that there was a thin, durable spatial barrier all around. Only by breaking this spatial barrier could he rush out. However, as Luo Yunyang tried, he discovered that he had no way of actually breaking this spatial barrier. What was going on? Because the two types of law are different, trying to break this barrier won't be easy for you. The gentle voice went on. This is only a simple creation. Truly powerful almighties can immediately change the laws outside you. For example, they can turn metal into water or mountains into seas. As he said this, the mountain Luo Yunyang was standing on turned into an ocean with no end in sight. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath. He knew clearly that this was a method of using one's actual powers to change the world around. Heavenly venerates could only transcend the rivers of time. However, in the face of an almighty capable of creating laws, the demise of a heavenly venerate was as easy as the snap of a finger. How much more terrifying was the Long family patriarch compared to the Rising Sky Feather patriarch that had been sealed? This evaluation wasn't made based on the cultivation bases of those two, but based on the fact that the Rising Sky Feather patriarch was currently sealed up. On the other hand, the Long family patriarch was fine and dandy. The Long family patriarch couldn't touch him because of Hong Meng's sacred hall. However, if Luo Yunyang couldn't become an almighty and his training period in Hong Meng's sacred hall was up, the dangers he would face then would definitely be life-threatening. Many thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's mind. However, he was still willing to fight in progress. The Rising Sky Feather patriarch, who was sealed in stone, seemed to have sensed Luo Yunyang's fighting spirit, as a layer of gentle waves appeared on the surrounding ocean water. These gentle waves seemed to show their appreciation for Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang calmed down a short while later. He glanced at the sea all around him and finally said, "Is this a real sea?" "It is a sea made through the transformation of that mountain," the Rising Sky Feather patriarch replied. Luo Yunyang was silent for a bit before he cupped his hands in salute towards the Rising Sky Feather patriarch. He saluted him because he was in awe of the Rising Sky Feather patriarch's cultivation base. "Luo Yunyang, do you know why I'm being paid a hefty price to bring you to the Rising Sky Feather?" "I believe that you do. Speaking of that, I could grant a person comprehension to enter the realm overnight. However, any person that became a heavenly venerate would find it difficult to progress in the future. Therefore, I don't intend for you to use such methods. However, before you become an almighty, I still have some things that will be useful to you." The Rising Sky Feather patriarch paused for a moment before saying, "Would you be willing to have me as your master and accept the Rising Sky Feather sect's inheritance?" He would be becoming an apprentice. During Luo Yunyang's cultivation journey, the only formal master he'd ever had was the celestial world supremacy. However, their teacher-master relationship had been based on mutual benefit. The Rising Sky Feather patriarch's reason for accepting Luo Yunyang as a disciple wasn't much better than the celestial world supremacy's. However, Luo Yunyang felt that it wasn't the same. After all, he knew that accepting the Rising Sky Feather sect's offerings would mean taking up the cause of the Rising Sky Feather sect. "I accept." Luo Yunyang made his decision after pondering this for a bit. "All right, from now on, you will be my personal disciple," the Rising Sky Feather patriarch said resolutely. Wasn't this a little too easy? Becoming a disciple of an almighty was a grand prospect. After becoming one so easily, Luo Yunyang wondered whether his master was a fraud. "I have never been a fan of all those layman customs." The voice, which seemed to have sensed Luo Yunyang's thoughts, spoke. "My name is Duan Wanliu. Others call me Yuan Venerate Wanliu." Yuan Venerate Wanliu. These words appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind before he spoke respectfully. "My respects, master. The technique you cultivate should be the Three-Era Supreme Sect's inextinguishable eternity scripture. Although I don't really think much of the chap who created this eternity scripture, this is a technique that ranks highly even within the 36 great cosmoses when it comes to cultivating a one-yuan universe. Even though the Rising Sky Feather sect also has many techniques, there is still a disparity between them and this one. You just have to continue cultivating it." Luo Yunyang didn't find it strange that his cultivation base had been determined with one look. "What I want to impart to you is my self-created Sky Feather 13 swords." Yuan Venerate Wanliu's tone changed again. When the Sky Feather 13 swords were mentioned, Luo Yunyang sensed some pride in Yuan Venerate Wanliu's words. The first 9 swords of the Sky Feather 13 swords were created in correlation to the 9 levels of heavenly venerates. In the Rising Sky Feather sect, only heavenly venerates can cultivate this technique. Furthermore, each level of a heavenly venerate corresponds to cultivating one sword. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu is one of the most outstanding heavenly venerates in the Rising Sky Feather. Her current cultivation base is at the 4th level heavenly venerate. Cultivating up to the 6th sword of the Sky Feather 13 swords is not too bad. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu had been standing aside all this while just like a statue, not moving or talking, her presence non-existent. When she heard Yuan Venerate Wanliu mention her, she smiled at Yuan Venerate Wanliu. Yuan Venerate Wanliu didn't pay attention to Heavenly Venerate Nongyu as he continued speaking. 9 levels of heavenly venerates, each level a realm and a universe. Basically, cultivators that reach the heavenly venerate realm find it increasingly difficult to challenge higher-level cultivators. Of course, heavenly venerates that find it very difficult have basically reached their limits. You haven't yet become a heavenly venerate, but you can use the 5 universe origin marks of the Heartless Sword. This is already very impressive. However, there is a major flaw in that Heartless Sword. Therefore, even though you are able to utilize its 5 universe origin marks, you would at best only be able to handle an ordinary 4th level Heavenly Venerate. Against 5th level Heavenly Venerates or more powerful martialists, you would basically only experience defeat. Luo Yunyang admired the changes of the Heartless Divine Sword considerably. However, a flash of indignation appeared on his face when he heard Yuan Venerate Wanliu say this. Don't think that I am trying to scare you. The Heart Sword Venerate was just a junior, so I don't intend to vilify him. Yuan Venerate Wanliu then smiled gently. If the Heart Sword Heart of the Sword met Nongyu, his only possible fate would be death. Yuan Venerate Wanliu then added, Nongyu, let Yunyang have a bout with your Sky Feather Third Sword. Yunyang, you can use the 5 universe origin marks of the Heartless Divine Sword. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu didn't object to Yuan Venerate Wanliu's instructions. She just cupped her fists in salute at Yuan Venerate Wanliu and told Luo Yunyang, Junior Brother Yunyang, please. Although Luo Yunyang would be challenging himself by facing Heavenly Venerate Nongyu, using the Heartless Divine Sword's 5 universe origin marks should match Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's Sky Feather Third Sword. Please guide me, Heavenly Venerate. Luo Yunyang glanced at the beautiful Heavenly Venerate Nongyu as he spoke. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu smiled and made her move. A silver sword had appeared in her hand without Luo Yunyang noticing. As the sword was brandished, 3 silver full moons appeared in the void. Each full moon was extremely distinct and cold. However, when Luo Yunyang saw the 3 moons, he felt that they were like 3 massive universes. Each universe started to revolve rapidly according to its own unique laws. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang quickly made his move as well and unleashed a sword strike. The sword light of each of the 5 universe origin marks contained the power of a universe. However, as these 5 sword lights clashed with Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's 3 full moons, Luo Yunyang's sword lights disintegrated like paper meeting an intense blaze. Then, the 3 full moons, which were as calm as ever, broke through Luo Yunyang's defense. Chapter 798. Yuan Venerate Wanliu's gift. The 5 universe origin marks of the Heartless Divine Sword had actually lost to the level 3 universe origin marks of Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's sword technique. Although Luo Yunyang had already been prepared when he'd made his move, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu, who had already put away her sword, stood there calmly and gracefully. You have already exceeded my expectations by being able to strike back. Although that sword technique of the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate includes 5 universe origin marks, its usage of the universe origin marks is too harsh, Yuan Venerate Wanliu said with a hint of a chuckle. Luo Yunyang knew that getting the tutelage of an almighty was a rare, unrivaled honor. Thus, he said sincerely, please guide me, Master. Although the Heart Sword Heavenly Venerate's idea and cultivation weren't bad, his scope had already decided his boundaries. His sword technique simply makes use of a few origin marks. There is no integration, it's just like having the same amount of quantities to form something. However, because the arrangement isn't right, it has ended up being sturdy on one end yet flimsy in another aspect. Luo Yunyang understood Yuan Venerate Wanliu's explanation. When he had been in the Da Alliance, Luo Yunyang had already learned this sort of rationale. However, at the time, he had been a small fry. Now, he could utilize universe origin marks. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu stood elegantly aside. Although she seemed to be standing rather close to Luo Yunyang, she wasn't able to hear a single word of what Yuan Venerate Wanliu said. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu knew that she couldn't insist either. Although the Heavenly Venerate, who seemed rather composed, didn't seem to mind, she was actually shooting furtive glances at Luo Yunyang. After all, the Heavenly Venerate knew that a marriage alliance between her and Luo Yunyang would bind Luo Yunyang completely to the Rising Sky Feather sect. Although she instinctively felt a little opposed to such a marriage, she couldn't decline given the Rising Sky Feather's situation. Right now, as she saw Luo Yunyang sitting quietly on the ground in deep thought and smiling from time to time like a little kid, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu smiled faintly. It was a peaceful smile that even she didn't fully understand. However, this smile had still appeared on her face. After who knew how long, Yuan Venerate Wanliu's voice was heard in Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's mind again. This time, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu knew that Yuan Venerate Wanliu had finished teaching Luo Yunyang. Although she didn't know how much Luo Yunyang had gained, the Heavenly Venerate knew for certain that Luo Yunyang had definitely gained something based on his expression. You wouldn't be able to use the Sky Feather Sword even if it was given to you now. The Minor Feather Sword includes a total of 9 levels of universe origin marks. This was my sword back then. Use it for the time being. A long sword fell into Luo Yunyang's hands as Yuan Venerate Wanliu's voice was heard. The Minor Feather Sword was 3 meters long and looked like a coarse steel pole. Not only did it not have an edge, but it also didn't have a point. However, when this long sword appeared in Luo Yunyang's hands, he felt the universe origin marks of the sword. What made Luo Yunyang happier was that the Minor Feather Sword that looked like a steel pole was actually made from 120,960 small swords fused together. This was an ultimate treasure most suitable for using the Sky Feather 13 swords. Back then, I relied on this Minor Feather Sword to bring the rising Sky Feather sect to prominence. I hope you do not let me down. Yuan Venerate Wanliu then added, this sword has many wondrous uses that require comprehension. Remember, don't be bound to just my bound cultivation path. After Luo Yunyang expressed his gratitude to his master, Yuan Venerate Wanliu said softly, I'm tired. Let Nongyu show you around the rising Sky Feather sect. Remember, you absolutely mustn't use the thing I gave you unless your life is in danger. Master hopes that you won't even use it once. Luo Yunyang appeared slightly moved by these instructions. He nodded his head and followed Heavenly Venerate Nongyu towards the massive sword-like mountains of the rising Sky Feather sect. Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's reputation was rather great in the rising Sky Feather sect. Practically everyone who saw her would greet her respectfully. Luo Yunyang could see the adoration that some disciples felt for Heavenly Venerate Nongyu. If there was one word to describe Heavenly Venerate Nongyu's status in the rising Sky Feather, that word would be Goddess. Great Heavenly Venerate Rubble is currently in seclusion. Do you want to seek an audience? Heavenly Venerate Nongyu led Luo Yunyang towards a huge plaza. Luo Yunyang thought about it for a bit before answering, since the Great Heavenly Venerate is training in seclusion, let's not disturb him. It just so happens that I also wish to cultivate in seclusion for some time. Please help me arrange a place. Alright, Heavenly Venerate Nongyu paused for a moment and then pointed at a mountain. Peak to the left. That is the extending sky peak. It is a quiet place within the rising Sky Feather sect. Why don't you seclude yourself there? As she waved her hands, a cave appeared on the extending sky peak. Luo Yunyang didn't decline, as he saw that the condition of the extending sky peak wasn't too bad. He took to the skies and entered the cave abode quickly. The environment of the cave abode wasn't much of a problem for Luo Yunyang. Except for a sacred ground of primordial chaos, most places wouldn't make any difference for Luo Yunyang. As he sat in a lotus position, Luo Yunyang rapidly replayed the conversation he'd had with Yuan Venerate Wanliu in his mind. Every single sentence of this conversation seemed to linger in him. What made Luo Yunyang ponder the most was the Sky Feather 13 swords. Luo Yunyang believed that, right now, he could utilize the first 3 of the Sky Feather 13 swords at best. Just as Yuan Venerate Wanliu had said while imparting the 13 swords, when using the same amount of universe origin marks, the technique unleashed by some people might be like tofu, while others might unleash a technique as sturdy as steel. When it came to harmonizing these universe origin marks, the most important factor was mind power. Utilizing the universe origin marks required power, whereas integrating universe origin seals required mind power. Although Yuan Venerate Wanliu hadn't explained this clearly, Luo Yunyang knew that mind power was even more important as mastery reached a later stage. However, Luo Yunyang didn't immediately comprehend the Sky Feather 13 slots. Instead, he focused on the bracelet on his left hand. The tri-colored bracelet looked ordinary, yet it was the most important life-preserving item given to Luo Yunyang by Yuan Venerate Wanliu. Every color of the tri-colored bracelet represented a chance of life preservation, and each colored halo represented a full-force almighty attack. This item could be considered beyond precious. Luo Yunyang could sense the overwhelming power contained within the tri-colored bracelet. However, it was a pity that he couldn't use his attribute regulator to convert this power. Luo Yunyang made some hand seals and turned the tri-colored bracelet into a protective wrist guard before he picked up the Minor Feather Sword. Compared to the Eternal Divine Pestle, the Minor Feather Sword was much less abstruse. However, Luo Yunyang could fully utilize the Minor Feather Sword, whereas he could only use a few of the most basic abilities of the Eternal Divine Pestle. Luo Yunyang placed the minor feather sword across his knees and a dazzling golden manual appeared. Sky Feather 13 Swords. This was an image Yuan Venerate Wanliu had entered into Luo Yunyang's mind by using a great mystic ability. Every single image was extremely precious, and inside this manual were all the variations of the Sky Feather 13 Swords. As Luo Yunyang flipped through the golden manual in his mind, the first form of the Sky Feather 13 Swords appeared. A golden silhouette unleashed an extremely ordinary sword strike. If any galaxy-grade or weaker martialist were to see this sword technique, they would just consider it a really ordinary sword technique. However, thanks to this simple move, Luo Yunyang sensed a universe origin mark in that sword light. He also sensed that, as the sword light moved, that universe origin mark split into 12 before finally converging again. During this split, the move that had originally been one universe origin mark was layered ninefold and its offensive might increased ninefold as well. Compared to a level 1 heavenly venerate technique of the Heartless Divine Sword, the Sky Feather 13 swords weren't much more powerful. However, this move consumed way more mind power than the Heartless Divine Sword. One sword light split into 9 before reconverging into 1. A great deal of mind power was expended, as it was required to control this process. Luo Yunyang opened his eyes after meticulously comprehending this for half a day. He waved the minor feather sword in his hand and dozens of sword lights shot forth from the minor feather sword. These sword lights turned into 9 streaks before finally converging back into 1. This was called 1 Yuan Initialize. Compared to the 1 Yuan Initialize of the Golden Manual, Luo Yunyang's move was a little shaky. However, thanks to the minor feather sword, its might was many times stronger than using an ordinary sword. 3 days later, Luo Yunyang, who was thoroughly proficient in 1 Yuan Initialize, flipped open the golden manual in his head once again. The sword was split into yin and yang and could be displayed clearly. Second sword, third sword. Time trickled by. The time Luo Yunyang spent in a lotus position got increasingly longer. One day, after sitting in a lotus position for 3 days and not using a sword technique like he always did, he got up slowly. He sighed softly and put away the minor feather sword, not because he didn't wish to comprehend it further, but because he felt unable to keep up with the mental and physical strain. Although he already felt very familiar with the fourth sword of the Sky Feather 13 Swords, Luo Yunyang was unable to unleash it, no matter what he tried. This feeling was very unbearable. Chapter 799. Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Divine Creation Disk. A huge spaceship was zooming across the dark cosmos at a speed that exceeded the speed of light by far. Luo Yunyang was sitting cross-legged in deep thought. Even heavenly venerates couldn't cultivate in the dark cosmos. Hence, Luo Yunyang and the martialists in the other spacecraft weren't cultivating. Luo Yunyang was on his way to Hongmeng Sacred Hall. According to information Luo Yunyang had received after boarding, this journey to Hongmeng Sacred Hall would take a year. A year was a pretty lengthy duration for ordinary people, but for powerhouses like Luo Yunyang, it was just a short time of training in seclusion. Luo Yunyang wasn't able to draw and absorb energy from the dark void, so he studied his current state. Various attributes were clearly displayed through the attribute regulator in his mind. Luo Yunyang. Power, 25 Speed, 23 Constitution, 24 Mind, 18 Bloodline, 0.35 Heavenly Venerate True Body. Power, 1.1 Speed, 1.2 Mind, 0.8 Constitution, 0.9 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast. Power, 13 Speed, 11 Spirit, 14 Constitution, 22. Although the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid was a top-notch treasured fluid, it was still really difficult to expand the 1 Yuan universe, as it was only able to elevate Luo Yunyang's cultivation base to the peak universe grade. His own attributes remained similar to their state before the 1 Yuan universe had been created, as they had not improved significantly. However, they were still growing gradually, allowing Luo Yunyang to execute the 6th level universe origin mark of the Heartless Divine Sword. Becoming a heavenly venerate after entering Hongmeng Sacred Hall wasn't an issue at all. The biggest problem was how to leapfrog from a heavenly venerate to become an almighty within the duration of 1 Yuanwei. Luo Yunyang had asked Yuan Venerate Wanliu about the situation after entering Hongmeng Sacred Hall, but Yuan Venerate Wanliu had not given Luo Yunyang any concrete answers. Even when Luo Yunyang asked a second time, Yuan Venerate Wanliu replied with 4 profound words: "Do what you can." Luo Yunyang understood the meaning of these 4 words but did not know exactly why. Knock, knock. Just as Luo Yunyang had been about to look through the sky. Feather 13 swords, someone knocked gently on his door. The voice of the artificial intelligence which controlled the whole room was heard at once. Master, the visitor is Xie Longwei, who ranks third on the Earth roll. Do you want to see him? Xie Longwei, who was third on the Hongmeng Earth roll. Luo Yunyang pondered for a moment while he assessed the person's information. Xie Longwei's performance while competing for a place to enter Hongmeng Sacred Hall had also been very dazzling. Unfortunately, he hadn't entered the Hongmeng Heaven roll. Xie Longwei had been born in a higher class sect of the 36 great cosmoses. Thus, his status was somewhat higher than that of profound Kam Zongzi. Please come in, Luo Yunyang said after mulling this over for a moment. Xie Longwei was a young man who seemed to be about 20 years old. He was wearing a long robe and appeared very elegant. His handsome face coupled with a faint smile gave off a very pleasant vibe. Although Luo Yunyang was not acquainted with this person at all, his appearance still gave him a good impression. Brother Luo, I have always admired you. Many people say that you would have been the first person on the Hongmeng Heaven roll if you hadn't gone easy during the third battle. Xie Longwei smiled and spoke to Luo Yunyang as soon as they met. Luo Yunyang did not take these remarks too seriously. He just looked at Xie Longwei as he replied, Brother Xie, I don't think you're here just to praise me. Am I right? Ha ha ha, that's true, what is there to praise you about? Xie Longwei then added, there is no way to cultivate in the dark cosmos, so some of us are going to get together. Are you interested in participating, Brother Luo? Luo Yunyang had no great interest in this gathering. However, just as Xie Longwei had said, there was no way to cultivate here, so he nodded and said, well then, why not? Luo Yunyang followed Xie Longwei to a large hall. A band was playing a song joyously and small groups of people were chatting heartily among themselves. The arrival of Luo Yunyang and Xie Longwei attracted the attention of many people, including many familiar faces. Luo Yunyang saw a very familiar face when he entered the hall. The person in question was glaring ruthlessly at him. Luo Yunyang was very familiar with that person. After all, some time ago, he had ruined his chances of entering Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. It was Yin Yang Zongzi. Luo Yunyang had never expected to see Yin Yang Zongzi in that hall. Yin Yang Zongzi glared at Luo Yunyang. If looks could kill, he would have murdered Luo Yunyang hundreds of times over. Luo Yunyang looked back at Yin Yang Zongzi, who was glaring at him. If he had been able to defeat Yin Yang Zongzi once, he would also be able to defeat him a second time. Yin Yang Zongzi could sense the look of disdain on Luo Yunyang's face, so a murderous intent was exuded from his body instantly. However, just as he was about to make a move on Luo Yunyang, he heard someone snort coldly. Yin Yang Zongzi, this place isn't the Yin Yang sect. What are you waiting for? Apologize to Brother Luo, said a suave-looking young man, speaking to Yin Yang Zongzi in a commanding tone. Luo Yunyang could sense that this person's cultivation case wasn't greater than Yin Yang Zongzi's. Although Yin Yang Zongzi was unable to calm down, he still lowered his voice and apologized to Luo Yunyang. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo. Luo Yunyang looked at Yin Yang Zongzi, who was wearing blue robes, and finally realized what was going on. He was a follower. Yin Yang Zongzi had actually chosen to become a follower. According to the arrangement of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, every martialist who entered Hongmeng's Sacred Hall to become one of its core disciples was allowed to bring a follower. Followers would not receive any powerful resources in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. However, if any accident befell the core disciples that they had come with, they would be able to replace them and become the new core disciples. Still, followers were simply servants to the core disciples if they weren't able to replace anyone. Yin Yang Zongzi should have been amongst the people on the Hongmeng Heaven roll. Hence, the grievance he felt over being a servant was imaginable. Luo Yunyang felt very unsatisfied with the extreme fortune change Yin Yang Zongzi was going through. That fellow was obviously trying to get back at him in the future. Although he wouldn't be able to do so, his cocky expression and the fact that he was acting as if he were the victim made Luo Yunyang very uncomfortable. He sneered, is this a place for lowly people like you? Scram. Luo Yunyang felt more clear-headed after saying that. Are you going to get revenge on me, Yin Yang Zongzi? I'll make a fool out of you. Yin Yang Zongzi had always enjoyed a high and lofty status, so even now that he had become a follower, he did not consider the genius that he was following a significant person. Although the genius in question was not satisfied with Yin Yang Zongzi, he had to endure this dissatisfaction because of the agreement between their patriarchs. While Yin Yang Zongzi was the genius follower, Yin Yang Zongzi's appearance had in fact overshadowed his glory during this gathering. Yin Yang Zongzi had even tried to cause trouble with Luo Yunyang. This made the genius extremely infuriated. When had Yin Yang Zongzi experienced such injustice before? When Luo Yunyang spoke, he glared forward before hearing someone say, "Yin Yang Zongzi, what are you waiting for? Do you really want to be expelled from this spaceship that's heading to Hongmeng's Sacred Hall?" The voice calmed Yin Yang Zongzi quickly. He nodded at the speaker before looking at Luo Yunyang and saying, "I'll leave the hall now. I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me?" Luo Yunyang looked expressionless, yet his words were obviously very menacing. Yin Yang Zongzi's fists were tightly clenched. He knew that Luo Yunyang was deliberately trying to embarrass him. However, he realized that he had become a follower because he had been defeated by Luo Yunyang. There was no room for resistance when facing Luo Yunyang unless he replaced the person he was following as a core disciple. Yin Yang Zongzi looked at the suave young man, but the young man looked as if he had seen nothing and simply ignored Yin Yang Zongzi. After hesitating slightly, Yin Yang Zongzi hunched and walked towards the door of the hall. No one said a word. Although Yin Yang Zongzi did not have a greater status than them now, most people were still aware that Yin Yang Zongzi was stronger than them. Hence, seeing Yin Yang Zongzi enduring this humiliation made them feel a chill in their hearts. Luo Yunyang did not care about this. Knowing how to be flexible was no big deal. As long as he could keep up this imposing and crushing attitude, Yin Yang Zongzi would be nothing compared to him. Just as Yin Yang Zongzi was leaving the hall, someone giggled. Giving everything just for a glimpse at the divine creation disc. The person who said this had spoken in a very sarcastic, mocking tone. While Luo Yunyang's attention was caught by the mention of the divine creation disc, a strange spaceship was hiding in a dark planet not far away from the ship Luo Yunyang and the others were on. The report has confirmed that the 36 geniuses trained by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall this time will arrive in an hour, a mysterious underworld martialist said respectfully, addressing another mysterious underworld elite that was sitting above him. Although the mysterious underworld elder did not speak, there was a slightly maniacal glint in his eyes. Chapter 800. Beginning, blood-stained place. The huge craft that looked like a giant monster barreled through a dark cosmos. Luo Yunyang and the others were interacting while an aged man sat in a quiet room at the top of the ship drinking wine. That's right, he was drinking wine and having a side dish of some sort of beans. The old man, who looked very intoxicated, put down the wine bowl after popping a red bean into his mouth. "This is a bunch of vile bugs. How repulsive." A faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. "Oh well, it's an opportunity for those young fellows to do something. After all, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall isn't a place that cultivates mediocrity." He then issued an order to the flying craft. Instantly, a mission appeared on the communication devices of Luo Yunyang and the others. Slay the mysterious underworld Dark Hunters. The number of the mysterious underworld Dark Hunters was unknown. The strength of the mysterious underworld Dark Hunters was also unknown. The position of the mysterious underworld Dark Hunters was within 100,000 miles. Luo Yunyang frowned as he looked at the mission. There wasn't any information about this task, and the conditions were rather stingy. However, this was definitely a test set by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Although those who failed might not necessarily get kicked out of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, they would probably lose some huge benefits. First level Heavenly Venerate Hunter, 1 Hongmeng point. Second level Heavenly Venerate Hunter, 10 Hongmeng points. Third level Heavenly Venerate Hunter, 100 Hongmeng points. Luo Yunyang still wasn't too sure what Hongmeng points were. However, if Hongmeng points were some form of reward, Luo Yunyang guessed that they would be rather important in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The point value of the reward of a 9th level Heavenly Venerate Hunter was terrifying. However, if anyone present were to encounter a 9th level Heavenly Venerate, they wouldn't be thinking about obtaining these Hongmeng points but rather how far they'd have to run. In a minute, everyone will leave the ship and disperse. Good luck. Although this seemed like a good wish, it was a message that made one's insides feel chilly, like a cold joke at the end of an order. I never thought that we would get new tasks that quickly. Ha ha ha, I thought that competition with everyone would begin after we entered Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. I never imagined that it would be starting now, said a boorish-looking man with a metallic ring in his voice. Information about this man went through Luo Yunyang's mind. Zhen Tianming, disciple of the Qianyuan Path sect. It's rumored that he was born with the origin stem metal divine blood, so anything that falls into his hands is an outstanding divine weapon. He ranked second on the earth roll. However, it was said that he wasn't very satisfied with his position. Although Luo Yunyang was unperturbed, he sensed a number of passing glances. Clearly, these people had marked him as a target. There were 5 positions on the Hongmeng Heaven roll. Each person that obtained a spot would be able to get the greatest resources. Plus, these spots weren't fixed for all eternity. As Luo Yunyang was quietly watching the void, he saw a huge gray staff appear in that calm and soundless void. The appearance of this huge staff was somewhat sudden. As it appeared, a planet the size of at least 10 suns instantly disintegrated. Many figures rushed out of that planet. Although these figures were extremely fast, Luo Yunyang was able to determine their origin with one look. It was the mysterious underworld race. The mysterious underworld race had actually been in the domain of the human tribe and killed humans for a yuanwei before this talent had been produced. This made Luo Yunyang feel that the might of the mysterious underworld race was a pressing issue. While those figures flew out, someone shouted in a trembling, maniacal voice, "Why is it you, Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky? Why is it you?" Luo Yunyang only knew one Yuan Venerate Wanliu, who was his master. Now, based on the voice of this mysterious underworld powerhouse, Luo Yunyang could sense a deep fear for Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky. There was no response. Luo Yunyang knew that the reason there wasn't a reply wasn't because of fear, but rather because Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky simply considered it beneath him to even bother. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang suddenly felt his body move and appeared in the dark cosmos. Compared to the various great cosmoses filled with majestic vital energy, the situation in this dark cosmos was the exact opposite. This dark cosmos was like a massive black hole sucking away the spiritual energy of all living organisms. Thus, even hated enemies wouldn't battle in the dark cosmos under normal circumstances, as this sort of combat would make one suffer more often than not. Damned mysterious underworld beings, to hell with all of you. As this furious bellow was heard, a violet figure rushed frantically at the fleeing mysterious underworld powerhouses. The violet halberd in his hand was waved and dozens of violet streaks trapped 10 mysterious underworld race heavenly venerates within it in an instant. There were 8 first-level heavenly venerates and 2 second-level heavenly venerates. Anyone that could become a hunter was basically the cream of the crop within the mysterious underworld race. However, at the moment, all of them looked terrified as they faced dozens of purple streaks. With low growls, the 10 mysterious underworld heavenly venerates unleashed attacks simultaneously. Their techniques were different, but the murky gray aura wrapped around all of them like a sacred mountain. Luo Yunyang didn't know what kind of technique this was, but the martialist at his side said solemnly, "Mysterious underworld race, Millennium River Mountain." As this person spoke, the dozens of purple streaks had already bombarded the gray mountain peak. The peak crumbled instantly and a vast power scattered. The 10 mysterious underworld heavenly venerates were turned into dust on the spot. The violet halberd was like a flood dragon that weaved through the void and returned to the hands of a figure surrounded by a violet aura that extended for 3,000 miles. With his violet armor, this person looked like a god of war. Luo Yunyang wasn't unfamiliar with this guy. He was Xuantian Zhaoshen, who was first on the heaven roll and had slain 10 heavenly venerates in one move, including 2 second-level heavenly venerates. Through Xuantian Zhaoshen's attack, Luo Yunyang could sense that Xuantian Zhaoshen's weapon probably wasn't inferior to the minor feather sword he was holding. It could even be said that the grade of that violet halberd was a level higher than the minor feather sword he wielded. "Xuantian Zhaoshen, let's have a competition." A voice spoke as Xuantian Zhaoshen was looking magnificent. 2 giant black and white discs flew out of the newcomer's hands as he spoke. As the giant discs shimmered, each of them turned into 36 layers that were like 2 humongous grindstones that crushed towards over 20 frantically fleeing mysterious underworld powerhouses. Even though there was a level 2 heavenly venerate entity amongst this group of mysterious underworld beings, they were still obliterated by the giant black and white disc despite struggling with all their might. "Supreme Yin-Yang disc," someone exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, the face of the person who unleashed the technique could be seen. It was Yin-Yang Zongzi. Although Yin-Yang Zongzi was just an attendant this time, that godly technique shocked many people. Any notion of looking down on Yin-Yang Zongzi vanished at that moment. Luo Yunyang was slightly unable to discern the grade of the supreme yin-yang disc. However, his gut told him that this supreme yin-yang disc wasn't any weaker than the purple halberd. Bring it on. Xuantian Zhaoshan waved his violet halberd once again. The violet shadow of a dragon instantly turned into 365 paths that were clearly more powerful. The scope it enveloped widened as well. Crash, crash, crash. Amidst what sounded like planets colliding, a beautiful figure exchanged 9 punches with a mysterious underworld heavenly venerate in the void. Cracks appeared in the void as the third-level heavenly venerate crumbled. This lady didn't seem pleased about killing a third-level heavenly venerate. There wasn't even half a smile on her icy face. Li Juyu ranked second on the heaven roll and was one of the 5 females that had gotten into Hong Meng's sacred hall this time. Luo Yunyang wasn't watching the fights. His eyes had already discovered a 5th-level heavenly venerate that was currently fleeing. Luo Yunyang had already been prepared to give up when he noticed the status of that mysterious underworld 5th-level heavenly venerate. Although the Hong Meng points gained for taking down a 5th-level heavenly venerate would be great, anything that was hard to come by required more sacrifices. Even though Luo Yunyang could use the 4th sword of the Sky Feather 13 swords, there would still be a rather significant gulf between him and a 5th-level heavenly venerate that could use One Thought One Realm. However, when Luo Yunyang discovered this 5th-level heavenly venerate, the attribute regulator in his mind quickly displayed the attributes of the 5th-level heavenly venerate. Mind, 10, Constitution, 6. The other 2 attributes far exceeded Luo Yunyang's. However, the Mind and Constitution columns were rather low. This meant that this 5th-level heavenly venerate basically had strength for one more attack. With this thought in mind, Luo Yunyang made a decision. Yin-Yang Zongzi, who had recalled his supreme yin-yang discs once again, had his sights on a frantically escaping 4th-level heavenly venerate now. He smirked as he said, Xuantian Zhaoshan, let's join forces once and split the Hong Mong points equally for slaying this one. How does that sound? Xuantian Zhaoshan glanced at Yin-Yang Zongzi and replied, alright. The 2 of them practically unleashed attacks at the same time. The supreme yin-yang discs and that violet halberd smashed at the 4th-level heavenly venerate. Curse you! The 4th-level mysterious underworld venerate moved his arms and balls of light appeared in the void, splitting open the area where Xuantian Zhaoshan and Yin-Yang Zongzi were in an instant. Spatial splitter. However, this splitting power was instantly broken by the powerful attacks of those 2. Yin-Yang Zongzi coughed out a mouthful of blood when Xuantian Zhaoshan's violet halberd attacked in a frenzy before his 2 huge discs turned into a silver streak that shot at the enemy. When the streak of light passed through, the 4th-level heavenly venerate was severed in half. Yin-Yang Zongzi turned his head to the sky and roared at the top of his lungs, as if whatever grievances he had were being vented at this very moment. Chapter 801. Vast difference. The triumphant cries of youth were admirable. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky, who was having his wine aboard the ship, had an approving look on his face. He lightly tossed another one of those red beans into his mouth and muttered, Yin-Yang Zongzi is a genius. Yin-Yang Zongzi's roar drew the attention of many people. The handsome young man whose attendant was Yin-Yang Zongzi appeared slightly apprehensive. In his opinion, Yin-Yang Zongzi was trouble. Unfortunately, even though he didn't like Yin-Yang Zongzi, he had no way of suppressing his methods. Fortunately, he wasn't the high-spirited Yin-Yang Zongzi's target. Otherwise, that would have meant trouble for him. While that young man was distracted, a miserable shriek was heard. This shriek was accompanied by the body of a youngster on the man roll that turned into a strange black blaze. This blaze had shot from the body of a 1st-level heavenly venerate. It only took an instant for that genius, who was on the man roll, to turn into ashes. As that blaze killed the youngster, the 1st-level mysterious underworld heavenly venerate roared furiously and his body crumbled within the void. Tiny embers of that black flame that were like sparks capable of lighting up the sky shot out in all directions. It's Black Termination Starfire. Avoid it, quick! A genius who recognized this blaze shouted. That person escaped frantically, while many people had already appeared over 10,000 miles away. The mysterious underworld heavenly venerates who were still fortunate enough to be alive used this opportunity to flee in every direction. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky was watching apathetically aboard the ship. He actually seemed to be in a calm, natural state. With just one wave of an arm, Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky could save those deceased geniuses. However, he ultimately didn't do so. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky shook his head and lamented. So many Hong Meng points. They'll only have themselves to blame if they don't treasure this. As Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky was musing, Luo Yunyang had already appeared and blocked the path of the 5th level Mysterious Underworld Heavenly Venerate. The 5th level Heavenly Venerate was fleeing for his life. The reason he was escaping this quickly was because he was already injured and was terrified of Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky. One attack from Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky had already killed off a large proportion of their powerhouses. What he needed to do now was escape with his life. Because of his 5th level Heavenly Venerate status, he realized that some of the geniuses that had noticed him chose to avoid confrontation. Those geniuses might have been tempted by the Hongmeng points they could reap by taking him down. However, they weren't stupid either. It was best not to provoke an injured 5th level Heavenly Venerate, especially one that was fighting to survive. The 5th level Heavenly Venerate heaved a sigh of relief after fleeing 100,000 miles away. Although he was still under the scope of Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky, the Yuan Venerate had not yet made any moves, so he wasn't being hunted down. Being able to escape alive in the face of such an entity was a really fortuitous event. You are courting death. The 5th level Heavenly Venerate had a look of anticipation on his face, rather than fear, when a silhouette appeared in front of him. In his opinion, this youngster was simply here to be served. Strong. This youngster was very strong. He had yet to become a Heavenly Venerate, but the 5th level Mysterious Underworld Heavenly Venerate felt that the aura coming from this youngster's body didn't seem any weaker than a 3rd level Mysterious Underworld Heavenly Venerate's. He was a top-notch genius who had absolute confidence in himself. Otherwise, this person wouldn't have tried to hunt down the 5th level Heavenly Venerate. Generally speaking, such entities had the potential to become almighties. If the 5th level Heavenly Venerate could slay such an entity, then the reward bestowed by the tribe would be unimaginable. Just as he was planning to utilize his mind power to unleash a thunderstrike, he suddenly realized that his mind power was actually in a seemingly dried-up state. The harnessed power flowed haphazardly within his body, which was already on the verge of crumbling. This situation made the 5th level Heavenly Venerate feel terrified. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang slashed with his sword. Dozens of sword lights transformed into a pair of golden scissors in the void. When the scissors passed through, that 5th level Heavenly Venerate was cut in two. The 5th level Heavenly Venerate's consciousness had already been trapped by that golden sword light, so not a single trace could escape. Even a mark that the 5th level Heavenly Venerate had left in the river of time also disintegrated because of that golden sword light. After slaying one 5th level Heavenly Venerate, Luo Yunyang took to the sky and rushed towards the other fleeing Heavenly Venerates. The 13 sky feather swords imparted by Yuan Venerate Wanliu contained the power to cut through time and space. Killing 1st level Mysterious Underworld Heavenly Venerates was basically a piece of cake. 1 Yuan initialize, splitting yin and yang, 3 engraved moons. Luo Yunyang unleashed the first 3 swords of the 13 sky feather swords. Practically every move slew a fleeing 1st level Heavenly Venerate. Alright, everyone return. As the void became calm again, Yuan Venerate Wanliu's voice rang out. All the figures in the void quickly rushed back into the large flying craft. However, when everyone got seated, they realized that there were already 4 fewer people among them. A total of 36 elite geniuses had gotten into Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Now, 4 of them had died in just a short while. They had already fallen at the wayside even before they had reached Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Although those who had fallen had only been on the man roll, even Li Juyu and the others felt a little sympathetic. Not a lot of you died this time. A silhouette appeared as this voice spoke. This silhouette was Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky, who said dully, they had to put their lives on the line for this hunt. If they hadn't died here, they would have died somewhere further along the line. It's better to die earlier rather than waste resources. Although these words were said emotionlessly, nobody dared refute. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky's status made them all feel afraid. Yin Yang Zongzi, you can move up into the man role. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky's gaze fell on Yin Yang Zongzi. Yin Yang Zongzi, who was standing at the back, was delighted when he heard this. He cupped his fist and saluted immediately. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky nodded. He then turned to Xuantian Zhaoshen. You aren't too bad either. You obtained 635 Hongmeng points this time. Xuantian Zhaoshen expressed his gratitude but didn't say anything else. It felt as if all this was supposed to happen. Li Juyu, you have obtained 621 Hongmeng points. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky now turned his attention to Li Juyu with an approving expression. Xuantian Zhaoshan looked a bit uncomfortable. He was first on the Hongmeng heaven roll, yet he and Yin-Yang Zongzi had been obliged to join forces to slay a mysterious underworld 4th-level heavenly venerate. Under the circumstances, Li Juyu had actually gotten similar points. There was a look of anticipation in Yin-Yang Zongzi's eyes. He wasn't envious of Xuantian Zhaoshan or Li Juyu. He didn't have the same natural aptitude they did, so gaining so many Hongmeng points was already not bad. The requirements weren't high, temporarily getting the 3rd spot was fine. He knew that as long as his Hongmeng points were more than Luo Yunyang's, moving up to the heaven roll would be a shoe-in in the future. Besides, squeezing Luo Yunyang out of the heaven roll was what he hoped to do in order to wash away all his previous humiliation. Yin-Yang Zongzi did well too. 599 Hongmeng points. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky sounded like he approved. 599, this number was slightly lower than Yin-Yang Zongzi's estimate. However, he didn't dare say anything because the words of a top-notch almighty weren't something he could question. Third, he was third. Even if Luo Yunyang's point haul was close, he would only place 4th. This was only a tiny skirmish, but at least it was a decent start. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky went on to mention 10 names in total. These 10 people had obtained more than 100 Hongmeng points each. It could be said that, besides Yin-Yang Zongzi, Xuantian Zhaoshan, and Li Juyu, the others had at best only slain a 3rd-level heavenly venerate. Luo Yunyang's name wasn't amongst these 10. Yin-Yang Zongzi no longer cared about anything else. He was so delighted that he even cast sidelong glances at Luo Yunyang with the intention of provoking him. There are people amongst you who have never gained any Hongmeng points. Alright, you will all know why Hongmeng points are so important once you enter Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. There won't be any other opportunities like the one I gave you today in the future. Then, Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky added indifferently, the mysterious underworld race expended a great deal to try and assassinate you. Hee, more than 10 3rd-level heavenly venerates were sent. Why didn't you make the most of that opportunity? As he muttered to himself, Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky turned his eyes to Luo Yunyang. In fact, many people were also looking at Luo Yunyang, as he was the only one on the Hongmeng heaven roll whose name hadn't been mentioned amongst the first 10. Luo Yunyang, you really gave me a great surprise. Yin-Yang Zongzi noticed that Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky seemed even more enthusiastic when he said this. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky was clearly being sarcastic. Yin-Yang Zongzi had heard from his patriarch that Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky liked to poke fun at people. Perhaps Luo Yunyang hadn't even gotten into the top 20. In that case, I could really hope to replace him. 10,013 Hongmeng points. You have broken the record of all the geniuses groomed by the Hongmeng Sacred Hall. I really don't know whether to say that you are really gutsy or really fortunate. Yuan Venerate continued lamenting. Perhaps you have some powerful insight that most people don't. Chapter 802, Doorless Temple, Sky Earth Black Yellow 10,013 Hongmeng points. How was that possible? The person he was paying the most attention to was Luo Yunyang. He had originally thought that he had surpassed Luo Yunyang and was already on the path to redemption. However, Yuan Venerate's words were like a thunderbolt blasting straight at him. He had been self-satisfied after getting over 500 points, yet that disgusting Luo Yunyang had actually gotten over 10,000 Hongmeng points. This instinctively made Yin-Yang Zongzi feel doubtful. Although Luo Yunyang was definitely a genius, he couldn't be that sick, right? Everyone's eyes turned to Luo Yunyang, including the eyes of first-in-rank Xuantian Zhaoshan. Luo Yunyang appeared calm on the surface, yet he was bubbling deep down. Or rather, he was feeling indescribable anxiousness. Yuan Venerates were extremely powerful, so Luo Yunyang really didn't want Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky to see through his attribute regulator. Can he defeat a 5th-level heavenly venerate? Xuantian Zhaoshan asked, his tone laced with faint doubt. Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky eyed Xuantian Zhaoshan and said cheerily, that 5th-level heavenly venerate had already been injured by my attack. One could say at that point in time, he only had strength for one attack left. You would definitely die if you faced him alone. However, if most of you joined forces, it would be possible to kill him. At this point, Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky's gaze halted on Luo Yunyang. However, I don't understand how you could render him unable to even unleash that one attack. The perception of a Yuan Venerate wasn't something a Heavenly Venerate could compare with. Upon hearing Yuan Venerate Heavenly Venerate's doubts, He hesitated for a moment before answering, "I don't know, but when I stopped him, I could sense that he was in a very bad state. Furthermore, I was confident of surviving his attack. Because of the inextinguishable eternity scripture." Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky changed the topic. "Anyhow, you killed that 5th level mysterious underworld Heavenly Venerate. The ship will be able to leave the dark cosmos in a few days. All of you should make your own preparations." As Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky spoke, his body disappeared into the void without a trace. After Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky left, Yin Yang Zongzi and the others all looked at Luo Yunyang once more. "I will definitely be able to become an almighty at Hongmeng's Sacred Hall." Xuantian Zhaoshan eyed Luo Yunyang as he spoke resolutely. After saying this, he strode away. Luo Yunyang glanced at the leaving Xuantian Zhaoshan indifferently. Although Xuantian Zhaoshan was proud, he was a little small-minded. "Brother Yunyang, I'm hoping to exchange pointers with you when you have the time," Li Juyu said with a burning fighting spirit in her eyes. The other elite geniuses didn't seem resigned either. All 30-something of them were top individuals within their own great cosmoses who were widely praised. Although many of them were lagging behind in the rankings now, many people's fighting spirit was ignited. Everyone dispersed quickly afterward, as no one had any intention of staying around and chatting. "Brother Luo, if you issue a call to action right now, I think that you would gather quite some followers." Xie Longwei chuckled as he and Luo Yunyang were returning to their rooms. "We have to advance by leaps and bounds." Luo Yunyang looked at Xie Longwei and said indifferently, "We will be nothing if we fail to become almighties." Xie Longwei had a cold glint in his eyes as he watched Luo Yunyang walk back to his own cabin. "Luo Yunyang, I will definitely surpass you," Xie Longwei said resolutely while clenching his fists tightly. Perhaps due to the stimulant that was Luo Yunyang, the entire ship fell silent for some time. This sort of silence was stifling. A year later, Luo Yunyang, who had his eyes shut while trying to comprehend the Sky Feather 13 slots, suddenly heard a mechanical voice. "We have entered the range of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Everyone please prepare to leave the ship in 10 minutes. Luo Yunyang had a faint look of expectation on his face. They were already at Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Although he had mostly been cultivating with his eyes shut for the past year or so, Luo Yunyang hadn't really made great strides when it came to his cultivation base. They were in the dark cosmos, so it was difficult to absorb cosmic powers. Besides, Luo Yunyang's comprehension of his various cultivation techniques had already reached its limits. It could be said that Luo Yunyang urgently needed other methods to allow himself to break through. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, Nature Divine Plate. As he recalled what Yuan Venerate Wanliu had mentioned about the Nature Divine Plate, Luo Yunyang was unable to think straight. The most fundamental item of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, which was capable of nurturing Yuan Venerates and Almighties, was the Nature Divine Plate. According to the legends, the Nature Divine Plate arose from the origin cosmos and was the top ultimate treasure that had ever appeared. "Brother Luo, we were just waiting for you." A number of people greeted Luo Yunyang when he walked to the main hall of the ship. Although many of them aspired to become Yuan Venerates and crush the others down, Luo Yunyang was currently an unconquerable mountain. Before beating him, they had to maintain the strongest fighting spirit possible. "You are on your own." An indifferent voice rang throughout the main hall. It was the voice of Yuan Venerate Everlasting Sky. Following this announcement, Luo Yunyang and the others found themselves outside the ship. Then, they discovered that the place they were at was different from the voids they had visited in the past. Gases of two colors, yellow and black, differentiated the top and bottom part of this void. Even Luo Yunyang felt like he had some difficulty breathing at the beginning. Indeed, it was difficult to breathe. This was something that simply couldn't happen to existences of that level, yet it was actually happening. The gas here is black-yellow essence air. Although it can't be compared to the black-yellow origin air, it is still extremely valuable. Xie Longwei smiled at everyone around and said, "Star-grade martialists and weaker martialists would implode right away if they breathed in a mouthful of black-yellow essence air. It is also the existence of black-yellow essence air that results in the surrounding extremely powerful laws of the sky and earth. While our powers can topple mountains and overturn seas within the great cosmos, they would only create a few waves here." Luo Yunyang didn't test out what Xie Longwei had just said. He knew that Xie Longwei wouldn't tell them such a joke. Besides, this stifling black-yellow essence air would provide massive benefits to the people cultivating here. After all, the more stifled cultivators were, the stronger the cultivation results achieved would be. You are all part of this batch of elites. A calm voice was heard neither too close or too far away. The surging black-yellow essence air parted as if heralding the arrival of their king. As the black-yellow essence air flowed away, a tall middle-aged man in a long black robe strode over. The aura coming from this man's body was that of an 8th-level heavenly venerate. An 8th-level heavenly venerate could be an authoritative figure of a top-notch sect within a great cosmos. They could be considered real big shots beneath the Yuan venerate level. Basically, their words could be considered the law. I am Sen Tianlong, an attendant of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall's headquarters. You shall follow me and split up into groups based on the heaven, earth and man role. There should be a distance of 300 meters between each role. Sen Tianlong's voice didn't have a single shred of emotion, yet one could sense his unquestionable tone. Everyone quickly lined up accordingly in no time. Yin Yang Zongzi, who was in the third group, watched enviously as Luo Yunyang strode over to a spot somewhere in front of him. Luo Yunyang didn't have any time to care about Yin Yang Zongzi's jealousy. He was too busy scanning their surroundings. He felt like the area they were in was an extremely huge meteorite. The earth was like metal. Or rather, the sturdiness of this ground was many times stronger than steel. Luo Yunyang used some strength to step down, but there didn't seem to be any reaction from the earth. There were no flowers or grass, nor was there any vitality. There was really nothing else besides rocks and that black-yellow essence air. However, after walking for about 6 hours, Sen Tianlong, who was leading the way, announced, "We have arrived." A massive palace was now before Luo Yunyang and the others. This massive palace was entirely made out of black and yellow stone. Luo Yunyang felt simple, magnificent awe as he gazed at this place. He was the sky, he was the earth, he was. If Luo Yunyang had to describe this humongous palace, he would only use this description to depict it. The unadorned black-yellow primal stone was full of vicissitudes. Upon seeing these primal stones, Luo Yunyang felt the urge to pay his respects. This is the human race's most important fort. Although Sen Tianlong's voice didn't contain the slightest bit of emotion, Luo Yunyang could tell that there was a faint bit of lamentation in it that Sen Tianlong shouldn't have. You can consider being able to enter this place your fate. Come on, follow me into the hall. Sen Tianlong moved his arms and a golden glow illuminated Luo Yunyang and the others. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang realized that he hadn't seen a main door outside this palace. At the exact same moment, the glow that illuminated Luo Yunyang and the others carried their bodies and shot toward the massive stones. Although Luo Yunyang and the others knew that this glow wouldn't kill them, they still felt shaken as they barreled toward the massive stones, surrounded by that glow. In a moment, Luo Yunyang suddenly realized that a deep fissure had started appearing on the yellow-black stones all around them. It was a scar left behind by a blade. Chapter 803, Nature Gathers Everything Mystical. Who was it? Who could leave this deep blade scar on Hongmeng Temple? Although this was Luo Yunyang's first contact with Hongmeng Temple, just based on his senses, Luo Yunyang was able to tell that the black-yellow stones used to build Hongmeng Temple could self-regenerate. However, the blade mark still remained. Luo Yunyang's eyes were focused on that blade scar. At the moment, a blurry black silhouette appeared in his mind, standing thousands of miles away in the void and making a cut with his blade. This blade seemed to contain an unlimited mystery. When it descended, Hongmeng Temple glowed brightly. Even so, a deep fissure was still left on the black-yellow stone. What was that black silhouette? Luo Yunyang couldn't see clearly, but he felt that the black silhouette was like a supreme ruler that overlooked everything. When Luo Yunyang tried to see that blade strike more clearly, the scene that appeared in his mind was devastating. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang realized that he had already arrived at a huge plaza. The plaza was made of the exact same black-yellow stone. Luo Yunyang could see pavilions all around this plaza. Hongmeng Temple is the middle hall. You were all just in Hongmeng Temple's outer hall. Actually, we have a saying here. We say that Hongmeng Temple's inner hall is the actual Hongmeng Temple. The outer hall is just considered a city. Sen Tianlong sensed the doubts Luo Yunyang and the others felt and spoke up. Your sect's ancestral masters have basically come to Hongmeng Temple before, so they knew about the constructs. The reason they did not tell you this is because Hongmeng Temple is the human race's most important secret and no one is permitted to talk about it. If anyone amongst them could have become an almighty, this knowledge wouldn't have been restricted. However, anyone who couldn't become an almighty and possessed knowledge regarding Hongmeng Temple's layout would have it erased before they left. Heavenly Venerate, although Hongmeng Temple is important, isn't wiping our memories of Hongmeng Temple a little too, said a smiling youngster whose eyes were flickering with 7 different colors. Sen Tianlong didn't berate the youngster. Instead, he said nonchalantly, I too have to comply with this rule. Alright, come with me. When you enter Hongmeng Temple, the greatest opportunity you will get is viewing the Divine Creation Disc. This Divine Creation Disc contains boundless mysteries of the sky and earth. Although it is difficult to decipher, viewing it for a longer time will benefit you all even more. Remember, nature gathers everything magical. Sen Tianlong lamented slightly when he said these 6 words. These words clearly had an underlying meaning. Xuantian Zhaoshen, Li Juyu, Yin Yang Zongzi, and everyone else beside Luo Yunyang became alert. They evidently had some thoughts about these words, or perhaps they had heard them before. Nature gathered everything mystical. Luo Yunyang replayed these 6 words in his mind with a serious expression. He didn't know what these words meant, but he was certain they definitely indicated something. Brother Luo, my patriarch also said these 6 words before I was sent to Hongmeng Temple. I'm afraid that there is a rather considerable secret behind them. Xie Longwei's voice reached Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang nodded at Xie Longwei to express his gratitude. Although Xie Longwei was just giving him a hint, it wasn't that significant to Luo Yunyang. He was just being polite. Besides Luo Yunyang and Xie Longwei's voice transmission, others were also using voice transmission to discuss. Even though these voice transmissions wouldn't escape an 8th level heavenly venerate's attention, Sen Tianlong seemed like he hadn't heard anything. He just continued to lead Luo Yunyang and the others forward. A short while later, Sen Tianlong led the group outside of a palace hall with an exterior made completely out of black stone. While those people believed that this was just an ordinary palace, Sen Tianlong's somber expression made Luo Yunyang and the others sense that this small palace hall might be Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Was this really Hongmeng's Sacred Hall? Luo Yunyang wasn't the only one who was wondering. The others all had looks of slight skepticism on their faces as well. They weren't willing to believe that this was Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. I have been ordered to lead this Yuanwei's disciples to Hongmeng's Sacred Hall so they can view the Divine Creation Disc, Sen Tianlong said respectfully in front of that ancient hall as he displayed a token in his hand. Creak. As the stone doors creaked open, a frail old man who was only about a meter tall ambled out slowly. He glanced at Sen Tianlong and the seal before saying, Enter. Sen Tianlong nodded respectfully. Out of this batch of disciples, 4 have fallen and 1 has been brought in to fill in. There are still 3 empty spots. Could the Divine Elder possibly let this disciple fill a spot? The old man addressed as Divine Elder glanced at Sen Tianlong calmly. Although Sen Tianlong was an 8th level heavenly venerate and was considered a top-notch entity, he still trembled slightly under the gaze of the Divine Elder. He was trembling indeed. Luo Yunyang couldn't sense any aura coming from this Divine Elder. However, he could sense Sen Tianlong's fear for the Divine Elder based on his expression. Anyone who was stationed at Hongmeng's Sacred Hall would definitely be extraordinary. Didn't you go through great pains to get the opportunity to lead this young generation? The Divine Elder's voice was tranquil, yet Sen Tianlong felt his body shaking. Based on Sen Tianlong's expression, it was clear how much he valued and longed for this opportunity. Fortunately, the Divine Elder's following words eased Sen Tianlong's mind. Go on in. These 3 words excited Sen Tianlong. Thank you, Divine Elder, Sen Tianlong said respectfully. All of you must remember to try enduring for a bit longer. Not only will it be of great benefit to you, but it might also be a huge opportunity. Nature gathers everything mystical. When the Divine Elder was done speaking, he stepped aside. Sen Tianlong led the way as Luo Yunyang and the others entered the large stone hall. The stone hall wasn't a collapsible space like Luo Yunyang and the others had imagined. Inside were just 36 dark purple mats that had been placed on the ground neatly. Everyone follow the arrangement, the Divine Elder said before he slowly closed the large stone doors. Luo Yunyang sat down on the 5th spot. The moment he sat in a lotus position, he suddenly sensed that his body was no longer in the large hall. He was situated within a void of formless mass. The core point of this void was a round white jade-like piece suspended high up. Was this the Divine Creation Disc? As these questions appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind, his consciousness shot towards that round white jade-like item. Upon entering the round item, Luo Yunyang saw boundless laws get created and destroyed. He saw the ebb and rise of the cosmos. Luo Yunyang realized that the things he was seeing were becoming increasingly profound. As these things flooded his mind, he felt that he would be forgetting them all shortly. After viewing for 15 minutes, Luo Yunyang felt like his consciousness was going to explode. At the moment, extremely powerful energy seemed to want to expel Luo Yunyang's consciousness from this white jade-like realm. He mustn't leave. Although Luo Yunyang felt that he hadn't seen anything inside this white jade sphere, he had a feeling that everything he had seen was really useful. The reason he hadn't noticed anything so far was because his cultivation base couldn't decipher all this yet. He was only about to be expelled because his mind power was insufficient. Luo Yunyang didn't know whether his attribute regulator could be used here. With that thought in mind, he opened his attribute regulator and was stunned to see the attributes displayed in his head. Luo Yunyang. Power, 25 Speed, 23 Constitution, 23 Mind, 28 Bloodline, 0.35 Heavenly Venerate True Body. Power, 1.1 Speed, 1.2 Mind, 0.8 Constitution, 0.9 Chaotic 4 Origin Beast. Power, 13 Speed, 11 Spirit, 14 Constitution, 22 Luo Yunyang clearly remembered that his body's highest attribute had been 18. However, the highest figure had become 28 now. Why had such changes occurred? Could it be because he had viewed the divine creation disc? Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang converted all the attributes of his main body, the Heavenly Venerate True Body, as well as the Chaotic 4 Origin Beast clone into his main body's mind attribute. Mind, 114.8 Suddenly, Luo Yunyang felt that the power trying to expel him had vanished completely. The changes Luo Yunyang hadn't been able to understand at first could be vaguely comprehended now. For example, he saw a pagoda made up of countless laws gathered together. Luo Yunyang could determine that he had never seen any power of laws quite like this pagoda. Unknowingly, he had already lost himself within this comprehension. Inside the stone hall, someone yelled at the sky and stood up from the prayer mats. The moment they stood up, their bodies were shifted out of the large hall strangely. 1, 2, 3. In just a short while, there were only 11 people left on the 36 prayer mats. Out of these 10 people, besides the 5 who were on the heaven roll, 2 were on the earth roll and 3 on the man roll. The last person was Sen Tianlong. The divine elder had already appeared in another space. He looked at the 3 individuals sitting in a lotus position within this space and said, "Each generation is really weaker than the previous one." Chapter 804. Gaining comprehension. The space the divine elder was in was very small. It only had a 100-mile radius. There were no mountains, rivers, or living things here. The empty space was silent. The 3 figures sitting in a lotus position didn't make a sound even when the divine elder walked over. As the divine elder lamented, he elicited a response from the left. "Don't be anxious. It has merely begun." The divine elder extended his finger and made a tapping gesture, causing a prayer mat to appear. He took it and sat on. "Then I shall just see." There weren't any reflective surfaces in this space. However, as those 4 sat in the void, it seemed as if they could see everything with a mere glance. That kid is a waste. Innately born with 7-colored divine eyes capable of breaking thousands of techniques. However, his body's cultivation base is too weak, the divine elder said as a figure within Hong Meng's sacred hall disappeared. The figure sitting on the left, who had spoken to the divine elder, said dryly, "A high starting point might not necessarily be a good thing." As the 2 of them talked, only 5 people remained within Hong Meng's sacred hall. Besides Luo Yunyang, the other people remaining were Xuantian Zhaoshen, Li Juyu, Yin Yang Zongzi, and Sen Tianlong. Sen Tianlong wasn't even taken into account by the 4 elders. Just 4 people remain. This is way worse than last time. The divine elder sighed. In the last 100 yuanwees, the number of almighties we have produced has been falling. In the long run, everything will be difficult. The figure sitting in the middle nodded and spoke for the first time. Rises and falls occur naturally. Ups and downs go with the flow. The voice of the middle figure was tranquil, yet every single word seemed as though it contained magnificent awe. Even the sky and earth would start to reverberate along with this voice. The divine elder no longer said anything as he looked on respectfully. The figure in the middle had slowly turned around by now. As he turned, the situation within Hong Meng's sacred hall appeared clearly on the void they were facing. Luo Yunyang, Xuantian Zhaoshen, Li Juyu, and Yin Yang Zongzi were sitting quietly on the prayer mat. However, beads of perspiration had started to appear on Yin Yang Zongzi's forehead. Boom! Just as Yin-Yang Zongzi couldn't hold on much longer, a black and white beam of light rose from Yin-Yang Zongzi's head. The two colored lights rose by 30 meters and finally turned into two yin-yang fish that swam in a circle on top of Yin-Yang Zongzi's head. The two yin-yang fish, which were slightly blurry, crumbled shortly after swimming a few rounds. As the yin-yang fish crumbled, Yin-Yang Zongzi's body was immediately expelled from Hongmeng's sacred hall. A thread of yin-yang that can create an origin source. That's rather hard to come by. There was a hint of clear disappointment in the divine elder's voice. The tall figure to the right said nonchalantly, "A 1 in 10 chance of becoming an almighty. This isn't too bad." The figure on the right hadn't finished speaking, when a bright, pure moon appeared above Li Juyu's head. This moon was massive, and there was a life-like silver sacred tree on it. The instant this silver sacred tree appeared, Li Juyu's body was similarly expelled by a force. Only Luo Yunyang and Xuantian Zhaoshan remained in Hongmeng's sacred hall. Luo Yunyang had a calm expression on his face, and there were no changes to his surroundings. On the other hand, Xuantian Zhaoshan's surroundings were filled with countless white dragons that were weaving about. The divine elder and the other old individuals in this nameless space hadn't evaluated Li Juyu. However, based on the projection she had created, Li Juyu must probably have gained much more than Yin-Yang Zongzi. Yet another 15 minutes passed and Xuantian Zhaoshan started to look flushed. Just as his body started to sway, a scarlet glow shot out above his head and turned into massive roaring dragons. 100 dragons gathered in the void, spiraling with great intent. The originally calm divine elder clapped his own thigh and lamented. What a crazy fighting intent. This is the rare war sky creation origin source. As long as he doesn't slip up, he will definitely become an almighty and a war god of the human race. The three figures sitting in the void had looks of approval on their faces, especially the figure on the left, who said, if he cultivates the Xuanyuan Sky Book, he will be able to become an almighty in a Yuanwei. The figure in the middle nodded his head and said, indeed. Although the three figures were sitting shoulder to shoulder, the differences in their status were obvious from the way the divine elder treated them. There is still one more left. The figure sitting in the center said, nature gathers everything mystical. The longer one is able to survive in the divine creation disc world, the more opportunities one will get. He has already endured for 30 minutes. He should also rank within the top 10 disciples Hongmeng's sacred hall has groomed after all this time. This is a really pleasant surprise. A smile appeared on the divine elder's face. This kid is really good. He has dazzled even an old man like me. Luo Yunyang didn't know that he was being observed. Right now, he felt that he had already turned into a spring breeze floating across the void. This feeling was relaxing. However, as the feeling took shape, Luo Yunyang felt his body being tugged by a formless power that instantly turned into massive waves. With every change, Luo Yunyang would feel his soul become extremely weary and tired. Each time this tired feeling appeared, a massive energy would try to expel him. Endure. I must endure. Although Luo Yunyang didn't know what would happen if he endured for a longer time, he knew that the benefits would be greater the longer he lasted. Nature gathered everything mystical. While these words were repeated in Luo Yunyang's mind, he felt that he should endure more. Even though he hadn't seen the massive benefits of endurance, enduring longer would definitely beat giving up early. When Luo Yunyang felt like his consciousness was an intense sun illuminating everything, he realized he couldn't hold on for much longer. That grand power appeared once again. In the face of this massive power, Luo Yunyang's consciousness fell back. Just as Luo Yunyang's consciousness was about to be expelled, streaks of light rushed forth from the divine creation disk and entered Luo Yunyang's head. The instant these streaks of light shot out, Luo Yunyang didn't feel much. However, within Hongmeng's sacred hall, 18 streaks of light rushed into Luo Yunyang's body. These lights gathered and formed an 18-level pagoda that illuminated everything as brightly as a star. Hongmeng's sacred hall was the ultimate treasure of the human race. However, that 18-level pagoda had still rushed out of Hongmeng's sacred hall. The three figures sitting in the void and the divine elder were all astonished. The person sitting in the middle rapidly made some hand seals. In just a moment, a golden light silhouette appeared and pressed down against the pagoda being projected above Luo Yunyang's head. The figure in the middle was rather stirred up. I never imagined that this youngster would actually have so much potential. The divine elder glanced at the figure in the middle. If I remember correctly, you also gained the 18 colored lights of the creation origin source back then. I never. Imagine that there would be someone just like you after so many years. Check the origins of Luo Yunyang and spread the word that nobody is permitted to leak any news of this pagoda's appearance in the sacred hall. The middle figure then added firmly, if anyone dares leak the news, they'll be sentenced to death without pardon. While the figure in the middle was speaking, a figure in a corner of Hongmeng's sacred hall's outer hall opened his eyes all of a sudden. He moved his two arms and the image of the pagoda rushing out of Hongmeng's sacred hall appeared before him. An 18-path creation origin source. This will be a definite almighty as long as no accidents occur. Perhaps they'll even be a capable individual. Seems like there is an impressive person amongst this Yunwei's batch of Hongmeng's sacred hall human race disciples, the man muttered. Headquarters must be informed about this. The human race definitely mustn't be allowed to have another great entity. The man moved his arms rapidly and light spots appeared and vanished within the void. In just 1/10 of a second, on a cosmos lacking any suns or moons, a black-robed, grim-faced mysterious underworld being received the transmitted information. An icy glint flickered across his eyes. An 18-path creation origin source. This person has to die. Quickly investigate who is the person who obtained this 18-path creation origin source. As the black-robed mysterious underworld being issued this order, many snippets of information were rapidly sent out. Countless mysterious underworld beings hidden amongst the human race started their operations. In that unknown space, the three figures and the Divine Elder were currently talking. They were discussing how to groom Luo Yunyang. In my opinion, we should give Luo Yunyang a different treatment. The Divine Elder sounded a tad angry. He is a genius, so he should receive the treatment of a genius. Does anyone disagree or have any objections? The figure on the right said softly, Divine Elder, you want the best for Luo Yunyang. However, I think that we shouldn't spoil things with our excessive enthusiasm. If we do so, we might produce an undesirable result. He's just one step away from becoming a heavenly venerate. There is no need to change his state of mind, the figure on the left said, the Divine Elder is right. We should make an exception to groom him. Amid this stalemate, the figure in the center said, everything will remain the same. We will let nature run its course. We will only take action if the need arises. Chapter 805. Thousands of Paths. Luo Yunyang. Power, 25 Speed, 23 Constitution, 24 Mind, 49 Bloodline, 0.35 Heavenly Venerate. True Body. Power, 1.1 Speed, 1.2 Mind, 0.8 Constitution, 0.9 Chaotic. 4 Origin Beast. Power, 13 Speed, 11 Spirit, 14 Constitution, 22 Luo Yunyang was delighted when he saw that his mind attributes had doubled. However, in his opinion, although the growth of mind attributes was secondary, he had a feeling that his mind had become extremely clear. He could now understand things he had found difficult to comprehend in the past. This felt really good. For example, when it came to the Sky Feather 13 swords, Luo Yunyang had not been very clear about the fourth sword, 4 Battle Sky Images, initially. However, he was now able to grasp it very easily. What was going on? Luo Yunyang tried to use his consciousness to search for the changes in his body, but no matter how hard he searched, he could not detect any difference. Everyone gather at the gate of Hongmeng's sacred hall immediately. When Sen Tianlong's voice sounded in Luo Yunyang's ear through the communication device, he decided to give up trying to find out what was happening to his body and proceed towards the gate. Almost everyone was already waiting there when Luo Yunyang arrived. Many people were looking solemn, and some were even frowning. Yin Yang Zongzi and Xuantian Zhaoxing were mumbling to each other. However, when Luo Yunyang came over, the two of them stopped their conversation. Now, all of you will follow me to the sacred technique hall. Sen Tianlong was stern. Remember, don't covet too many of the sacred techniques inside the hall and don't simply yearn for powerful techniques. What you want to choose is the sacred technique that is the most suitable for you. The divine creation disc is a wonder. However, it is difficult even for me to turn the mysteries within the divine creation disc to my own benefit, let alone for you. Therefore, we need to move forward step by step along the road of enlightenment carved by our predecessors, which will definitely reduce any detours we have to take. As soon as he said that, the mighty pressure of an 8th level heavenly venerate was exuded again by Sen Tianlong as he added, listen, I'll repeat the most important points again. Don't aim too high. You must choose what suits you the best. Luo Yunyang looked at the straightforward Sen Tianlong with reverence. Although Sen Tianlong had volunteered to receive them mainly for his self-interest, this reminder was pretty sincere. Unlike the simple and unadorned situation in Hongmeng's sacred hall, the hall that Sen Tianlong led them to was extremely tall and majestic. The 1,000-feet-high structure of the hall and the black-yellow air lingering around it pointed to the vast differences between the two places. This is the Sacred Technique Hall. All of you can cultivate in the Sacred Technique Hall for 1 year. Remember, there are 36 kinds of sacred techniques in the hall. Although there are both strong and weak techniques, you must choose the one that suits you the best. Sen Tianlong then added solemnly, you can go in and press your hands against the stone wall to enter the Sacred Technique Hall. The Sacred Technique Hall had no doors or gates. Luo Yunyang and the others, who had experienced the Hongmeng Sacred Hall, soon began to place their palms against the stone walls of the hall. Xuantian Zhaoxing, Li Juyu, and the others soon disappeared silently into it. Luo Yunyang was fifth in line. When his palm touched the walls of the Sacred Technique Hall, he felt a golden light flashing in front of him as he immediately appeared inside a palace. It was the Three-Era Supreme Hall. Luo Yunyang raised his head and saw the plaque hanging above his head. This was the first time he was seeing it, but he knew the name of the hall very well. There were 3 statues in the middle of the Three-Era Supreme Hall. Although Luo Yunyang couldn't see their appearance clearly, when his eyes fell on the 3 statues, he felt the aura of the past eternal hall, the Buddha Divine Hall, and the immeasurable Divine Hall in the 3 statues respectively. However, when Luo Yunyang's eyes focused on the 3 statues, he suddenly felt that the 3 statues had converged into one in the void. The combined statue waved its arm and the endless light fixed the past, broke the present, and changed the future. When Luo Yunyang looked at the statues again, he saw the 3 statues making seals at the same time. Suddenly, the universe turned into a treasure bottle that was filled with all kinds of things and formed 3 samsara cycles. This overbearing might caused Luo Yunyang to feel that he was insignificantly small in the face of that mighty, vast power. However, when Luo Yunyang sat in a lotus position under the 3 statues and quietly studied the changes of the statues, he suddenly saw the 3 statues driving a huge golden mountain to suppress everything in the universe. 4th change, 5th change, 6th change. Luo Yunyang felt his mind want to give up when he saw the 6th change in the 3 statues. Although he could still feel the mighty, boundless power of the 3 statues, he did not know how to execute the 3 types of power. After settling down, Luo Yunyang withdrew his consciousness from the 3 statues. He had seen the 3 ancient records in the Three-Era Supreme Sect before, and there was no way one could study all 3 records concurrently before becoming a 9th-level heavenly venerate. However, in the Three-Era Supreme Hall, Luo Yunyang had seen their perfect integration. Not only did this greatly increase one's power, but it also offered great benefits for one's cultivation in the future. Unfortunately, it was 10 or even hundreds of times harder to master the further techniques of such an integration compared to just mastering them individually. Should I choose the Three-Era Supreme Scripture? Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before a figure appeared beside him suddenly. The man looked a little apprehensive when he saw Luo Yunyang. Greetings, Brother Yunyang. Profound Calm Zongzi greeted Luo Yunyang respectfully. Although Profound Calm Zongzi had an incomparably noble status in the Three-Era Supreme Sect, he had to push away his pride while facing Luo Yunyang this time. Luo Yunyang nodded his head in acknowledgement before walking towards the outside of the hall and leaving. Profound Calm Zongzi was relieved after seeing Luo Yunyang walk out. Luo Yunyang wasn't somebody he could mess with. Taiyu Sky Splitting Hall. Luo Yunyang walked out of the Three-Era Supreme Hall and saw the name, Taiyu Sky Splitting Hall, immediately. Although he was not familiar with Taiyu Sky Splitting Hall, he still entered it. There was no one inside. Unlike the Three-Era Supreme Hall, which worshipped the 3 statues, this hall was extremely ordinary. There was only a blade in the middle. Other than a slight rear, the blade seemed rather ordinary as well. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he saw the blade. He had once majored in blade techniques, so he felt a sense of familiarity. When Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on the blade, a blade light that seemed to split the universe suddenly cleaved out of his heart. The blade slashed and cut through heaven and earth. Luo Yunyang stopped looking at the blade after seeing the cleave. Although he liked it very much, it was obviously weaker than the technique used in the Three-Era Supreme Hall in terms of power. Although all the techniques contained in these halls were supreme cultivation techniques, it was extremely difficult to understand each of them. While Luo Yunyang was very conceited about his 5 elements, he had no plans of cultivating all 36 sacred techniques to completion. 5-element cosmos suppressing hall, Panlong sky battle hall, peerless alluring hall. Luo Yunyang was like a visitor viewing these halls. In a hall called Thousand Dragon Battle Realm Hall, Luo Yunyang met Xuantian Zhaoxing. Xuantian Zhaoxing stood proudly while the battle halberd in his hands whistled softly. In the hall, the statues of dragons gave one a surging, uplifting feeling. Xuantian Zhaoxing was annoyed about being disturbed. However, he quickly suppressed the urge to curse when he saw that it was Luo Yunyang who had interrupted him. Luo Yunyang, you and I entered the sacred technique hall almost at the same time. It seems like you are not very satisfied with the techniques here. Xuantian Zhaoxing then added, I also thought that some were unsuitable initially, but I persisted and cultivated for a period of time before realizing that this technique is the most suitable for me. Sen Tianlong was right, what's best for me is what suits me the most. I advise you to return to the halls allocated to you and learn more about the true meaning left by the supreme elites. It is easy for us to enter the sacred technique hall now, but it will be extremely difficult for us to do so in the future. Luo Yunyang did not respond. Instead, he glanced at the statues of thousands of dragons before turning to leave. He didn't tell Xuantian Zhaoxing that he had, in fact, understood something upon seeing these statues. Although it still wasn't very clear, Luo Yunyang believed that he would soon comprehend something if he put his mind to it. In the end, Luo Yunyang chose to leave, not because he was afraid of Xuantian Zhaoxing, but because he had finally made a decision. Although none of the 36 sacred techniques was weak and he seemed to be able to comprehend them all, Luo Yunyang decided that it would be better to master one than become a jack of all trades. He had to choose a sacred technique and stick to the end with it instead of cultivating many sacred techniques like casting a huge net. It might look cool at first, but it would spell trouble in the future. After making this decision, Luo Yunyang strolled towards the sky setting hall. As soon as Luo Yunyang sat down in a lotus position, he felt a faint sound of breathing in his ear. Chapter 806. The strong get stronger. In a newly formed internal universe, hundreds of mysterious underworld beings had gathered inside a lifeless planet. A man was sitting on a throne like a king in a splendidly decorated hall that resembled a palace. Haven't you found that person yet? The man's voice was deep and raspy. Not yet, my lord. Although the Falcon has conducted repeated investigations in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, the Hongmeng Sacred Hall has ordered to keep the matter under wraps. Therefore, it is difficult to find out who this person is, a figure hidden in a black robe reported respectfully. The kingly figure was not angry. He merely replied, since we can't find out, we must identify some key people. Xuantian Zhaoxing, Li Juyu, Yin Yang Zongzi. After these three names were mentioned, he said, for the time being, these three people will be included in the first-class assassination sequence. After saying this, he added in a solemn tone, all others will be included in the second-class assassination sequence. The subordinates will obey the order. The hundreds of dark shadows acknowledged this almost at the same time. A single Yuanwei would be enough for that person to become a Yuan Venerate Almighty. Hence, we only have one Yuanwei to kill this person. Tell Falcon to kill the target at any cost. After confirming this. Half an hour after the man had made this decision, a figure cultivating in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall received the order, looking rather reluctant. This reluctance was soon replaced by a crazed feeling. Who is it, Xuantian Zhaoxing or Yin Yang Zongzi? The man mumbled to himself, I only have a single chance. Nothing can go wrong, otherwise, they will all have to be obliterated. They are going to come out of the Sacred Technique Hall. The best opportunity will be when they come out. The figure mumbled to himself as he stepped out of the hall he had been cultivating in. Then, he transformed into a very handsome middle-aged man and strolled towards the Sacred Technique Hall. I still have a few chances to study in the Sacred Technique Hall, so this is the right time to do it. More than a dozen people had gathered outside the Sacred Technique Hall at the moment. All of them were looking towards the hall expectantly. A series of dazzling lights lit up outside the Sacred Technique Hall. Then, Luo Yunyang and the others appeared outside one by one. Your training in the Hongmeng Sacred Hall officially begins now, which means that all of you are already Zongzis of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Whether you will achieve anything in the future is entirely up to you. If you aren't able to become an almighty after one Yuanwei, then you will have to leave Hongmeng Sacred Hall. Sen Tianlong's voice rang out as he walked over spiritedly. There are many empty houses around the outer region of Hongmeng Sacred Hall. You can choose to live freely there at will. Matters of importance will be communicated through your communication devices, so please pay attention to them. Sen Tianlong's tone suddenly turned cold after saying that. The communication devices can only be used inside Hongmeng's sacred hall. You will basically have no means of outside contact. Remember, you have come to Hongmeng's sacred hall to cultivate. Do not put too much thought into non-essential things. Time is precious, so you all have to cherish it. Sen Tianlong turned and left after saying all this. Luo Yunyang believed that he was going to train in seclusion based on the hurried way he had come and left. In Hongmeng's sacred hall, it was difficult to contact the outside world, which was something that made Luo Yunyang a little uncomfortable. However, Luo Yunyang still agreed with Hongmeng's sacred hall's practice. After all, Hongmeng's sacred hall was a foundation of the human tribe. There would probably be no secrets if anyone could use their communication device at will. His priority was to find a place to live and then break through to the heavenly venerate level. Although Luo Yunyang's combat abilities far exceeded many of those ordinary heavenly venerates' abilities, there were 9 levels of heavenly venerates and each level was exponentially stronger. Eventually, one would face insuperable restrictions if they did not become a heavenly venerate. After making up his mind, Luo Yunyang ignored the people who gradually gathered together and casually walked in one direction. The outer region of Hongmeng's sacred hall was basically a city with very few people. Luo Yunyang's gaze scanned the row of houses based on a notification on the communication device. Most of these houses were small buildings that weren't lit up. According to the communication device, this meant that they were vacant. After walking casually around for a quarter of an hour, Luo Yunyang finally chose a house. The only reason he chose this house was because it looked very quiet. After placing the token that represented his identity in the groove at the door, a layer of glittering, translucent light began to rise in the house as the gate made of black-yellow stone opened silently. Luo Yunyang walked into the house and saw that it was not equipped with collapsible rooms. Instead, it was divided into 5 areas. There were rest areas, training areas, and entertainment areas. Just like a monster entering its territory, Luo Yunyang strolled through the house. When he walked into the cultivation room, his expression changed. The wall of the cultivation room contained countless kill words that all exuded a fiery intent. Those words would have been useful to Luo Yunyang if he had still been at the celestial domain grade, as he might even have been able to deduce a cultivation technique from them. However, these words were nothing more than eye-catching wall murals in Luo Yunyang's opinion right now. I'm afraid this man might have gone mad in the end. After viewing all the kill words, Luo Yunyang subconsciously mumbled to himself. Although he felt some sympathy in his heart for the person who had written down these words, it was only a small trace of sympathy. The belongings of the former occupant had practically all disappeared. Luo Yunyang simply tidied up the room and sat on a chair made of black-yellow stone. Before carefully looking through the training instructions on the communication device, every heaven roll Shengji 1. The literal meaning is Holy Sun, Sacred Sun, has 1 chance to enter Hongmeng's sacred hall to study for an hour every 10 years. Every earth roll Shengji has 1 chance to enter Hongmeng's sacred hall to study for an hour every 100 years. Every human roll Shengji has 1 chance to enter Hongmeng's sacred hall to study for an hour every 500 years. Luo Yunyang could sense some competition after reading the contents. However, he did not care. Hongmeng's sacred hall had provided a great deal of benefits to their Shengji, such as studying in Hongmeng's sacred hall and getting a 1-year cultivation opportunity in the sacred technique hall. It was no exaggeration to say that these were opportunities that other martialists would not get even if they fought for them desperately. This big investment had been made in hopes that 1 or 2 of them would become Yuan Venerate Almighties. Hence, the training to become a Yuan Venerate Almighty would naturally be akin to the survival of the fittest. Only the strongest would be honored. 1 million Hongmeng points could be exchanged for an opportunity to enter Hongmeng's sacred hall. When Luo Yunyang saw that information, he felt an impulse to curse out loud. 1 million points were simply too much. It had to be common knowledge that most of the original 36 Shengjis who had entered Hongmeng's sacred hall, including Luo Yunyang, had only been able to obtain 100 to 200 points, and 4 of them had died. Even Luo Yunyang had been forced to kill a 5th-level heavenly venerate to obtain 10,000 points. 1 million Hongmeng points meant that he would have to kill 100 5th-level heavenly venerates. How was it possible to do this easily? After feeling bewildered by the requirements, Luo Yunyang shifted his attention to the items for exchange list. 100,000 Hong Meng points for a drop of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid. When Luo Yunyang saw the familiar Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid, he couldn't help but curse out loud. The price of the Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid was too crazy for Luo Yunyang to buy it, even though he was very interested in it. After reading through a lot of other treasures, Luo Yunyang realized that not everything was extremely expensive. For example, the Golden Hepta Essence, which was a rare treasure in the Divine Union, was worth 12 points. The value of the Scarlet Flame Fruit was frightening. 1 Hong Meng point could be exchanged for 10. As Luo Yunyang scanned through the extremely precious items on the top lists, he realized that while some were not very useful to him, most of them were. As long as he could get his hands on 1 or 2 items, the 1 yuan universe in his body would rise to the next level. However, he didn't have that many Hong Meng points. As Luo Yunyang was grumbling inwardly, a line of words appeared in front of his eyes, explaining how to earn Hong Meng points. Hong Meng points could be donated by others or earned. Of course, the most normal way to acquire them was by earning them. Breaking any record would result in obtaining the corresponding Hong Meng points allocated. While Luo Yunyang read through the information about breaking records, he couldn't help but frown. Breaking records didn't pertain to one's power or any other aspects. It involved the sky limit path of Hong Meng Sacred Hall. Ascending to the second level of the sky limit path was the record for someone who had yet to become a heavenly venerate. If one could break this record and ascend to the third level of the sky limit path before becoming a heavenly venerate, one could receive 100,000 Hong Meng points. Ascending to the fourth level would earn one a whopping 1 million Hong Meng points. Just as Luo Yunyang got excited about this, a message quickly arrived in his communication device. Although the communication device could not connect to the outside world, it was still extremely sensitive within Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. Xuantian Zhaoxing had ascended to the third level sky limit path. Luo Yunyang frowned as he read the news. He had been planning to earn some points, but he had been beaten by someone else. According to the regulations of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall, if anyone wanted to win this opportunity, they had to ascend to the fourth level of the sky limit path. However, usually, only second-level heavenly venerate geniuses were able to ascend to the fourth level of the sky limit path. After weighing his options, Luo Yunyang finally made his decision. Chapter 807. Sky Limit Path. Shadow form. The entrance to the sky limit path was in the Hong Meng Sacred Hall. However, when Luo Yunyang set his foot on the sky limit path, he felt that the sky limit path existed in another space as he viewed this path that led straight into the sky. A figure in white robes appeared in front of Luo Yunyang when his feet landed on the sky limit path. His eyes seemed as piercing as electricity, and he was glowing magnificently. Luo Yunyang could sense that the figure was actually projected by an illusion technique upon seeing it. Someone has just passed the third level. Young people are really good these days. I hope you don't let me down. While the figure in white was speaking, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a sword about the same length as Luo Yunyang's minor feather sword. I'm only here to execute the first level of the sky feather setting sacred technique. If you break it, you can pass through me. The long sword shook as he spoke and 9 golden rays of light suddenly rushed out of it. The 9 golden rays of light formed a circle in the void that looked as if it was able to restrict anything within it. Although only one type of universe origin mark was contained within 1 yuan initialize, once the sword light was used, the universe origin mark divided itself into 9. The 9 sword lights circulated endlessly in the void without any flaws. Luo Yunyang unleashed 9 sword lights with the minor feather sword in response to those seemingly flawless 9 sword lights. 1 yuan initialize. Luo Yunyang also executed 1 yuan initialize. It could be said that Luo Yunyang and the man in white were equals in all aspects. Although the man in white was only an illusion, his consciousness and everything he possessed had been inherited from his original body. This illusion scoffed when he saw Luo Yunyang execute 1 yuan initialize. You must have a death wish. The man in white said coldly, remember, next time you attempt this, do not copy and use the same moves I use. You don't deserve it. These words were domineering and disdainful. Luo Yunyang did not object, as the moment his 1 yuan initialize collided with the sword light executed by the illusion, a look of horror appeared on the face of this white-robed figure. This was because he had seen not 1, but 2 1 yuan initialize moves. The 2 1 yuan initialize moves were just like objects reflected by a mirror. There were no differences between them. During the collision of the 3 1 yuan initialize techniques, the one executed by the illusion instantly shattered, while Luo Yunyang's sword light proceeded to destroy the illusion of the man in white. Why did your 1 yuan initialize do that? The illusion collapsed into nothingness before he could finish speaking. Luo Yunyang looked at the illusion and said faintly, "Actually, I do not know either." Luo Yunyang really meant it. He had no idea. After exiting Hong Meng's sacred hall, he was surprised to realize that all the moves he executed were able to conjure an identical shadow of some sort. This shadow had greatly increased the power of the techniques he used. Although he did not know why this happened, Luo Yunyang felt that it should be related to what he had experienced in Hong Meng's sacred hall. He now knew that the phrase, "nature gathers everything magical," wasn't merely lip service. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Yunyang, who had already broken through to the 3rd level sky limit path, ascended to the 4th level sky limit path. Every level had a platform. This time, Luo Yunyang was facing another figure in white robes. Appearance-wise, all of them looked the same. However, Luo Yunyang felt a different oppressive feeling when he saw this figure. This one possessed the power of a 1st-level heavenly venerate. At the first 3 levels of the sky limit path, the figures in the white robes had possessed similar levels of strength compared to Luo Yunyang. However, at the 4th level, this person exuded a 1st-level heavenly venerate's aura. Luo Yunyang did not need to be concerned about ordinary heavenly venerates given his current cultivation base. However, this time, he had to. Not only had this person reached his cultivation peak, but he also had to be an extremely talented individual. People like this should not be underestimated, let alone now that he had crossed a great boundary. You have done well and passed the first 3 levels. However, I would like to warn you that you have reached your limit. The voice of the man in white was no different from the voice of the man on the 1st level. We cultivate the same technique, so you should know that the power required to conjure the 4th sword is no longer bearable for anyone beneath a heavenly venerate. If you can't conjure the 4th sword, you can't beat me. I can see that you're a genius not in any way inferior to my original body, so I advise you to leave. Failure will cause unnecessary harm to your cultivation. Luo Yunyang looked at the white figure, whom he had fought 3 times, with admiration. Although Luo Yunyang had won the previous 3 attempts, he knew very well that he had won because of the strange shadow that appeared after his every move. The man in white was definitely superior to Luo Yunyang in terms of the cultivation of the sky feather setting sacred technique. I'm confident. Although this was merely an illusion, Luo Yunyang still replied earnestly. His attribute regulator and the eerie shadow were his secret moves. Luo Yunyang would not mention this even under extremely safe circumstances, let alone in the sky limit path, which he was unfamiliar with. Hence, he only said this to express his intent. The sword technique in the sky feather setting hall was not much different from the sword technique of the sky feather 13 swords. According to Luo Yunyang's senses, the sword technique in the sky feather setting hall should be much more extensive than the sky feather 13 swords. If the sword technique in the sky feather setting hall was the main pillar, then the sky feather 13 swords were branches filled with an individual's sword intent. Luo Yunyang did not know how the patriarch of the rising sky feather sect had been able to obtain the sky feather 13 swords, but he felt that the connection between the two had to be very deep. In that case, take this. The figure in white did not like talking. The reason he had told Luo Yunyang so much was mainly because he liked Luo Yunyang. The figure in white made his move as soon as he heard that Luo Yunyang was certain about his decision. Trails of colorful sword light escaped from the sword in his hand, transforming into 4 behemoth beasts that attacked Luo Yunyang. Aggressively, the 4 behemoth beasts that were formed by 4 types of universe origin marks looked very real. It felt like the atmosphere around Luo Yunyang was under assault when they attacked together. Luo Yunyang could sense that there was still a significant gap between him and the figure in white in terms of their comprehension of this move. However, Luo Yunyang had his own hidden trump card. Momentarily, he wielded a sword in his hand and activated his attribute regulator to enhance his power. 8 behemoth beasts appeared beside Luo Yunyang as the sword light dazzled in the void to meet the 4 behemoth beasts conjured by the illusion. The boom that echoed was like an earthquake as countless universe origin marks were shattered in the void. If it hadn't been for the special design of the sky limit path, the shattering universe origin marks would immediately have caused the endless void in the surroundings to collapse. The 4 behemoths conjured by the illusion collapsed in the void. While the beasts transformed by Luo Yunyang's sword light were still present, all of them were limbless and formless. Even so, the white illusion, who was defenseless, still collapsed quickly. You won this one. You used your tricks, but you still won. The figure in white sighed heartily while he was disappearing. Although Luo Yunyang was calm on the surface, he was actually exhausted. Indeed, he was exhausted. Luo Yunyang had basically expanded his power and mind. It was impossible to execute the same sword move now, let alone continue to break through and ascend to the next level. However, in the end, this was still considered a victory. Luo Yunyang's eyes gleamed in delight as he looked at the sky above. Although the methods he had used had been somewhat unorthodox, he had still managed to clear the 4th level after all. 1 million Hongmeng points could buy a lot of things, so they should be enough for Luo Yunyang to become a heavenly venerate. Challenger, will you continue? The machine's voice echoed in Luo Yunyang's ears. This time, Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before choosing to continue with the next challenge. When Luo Yunyang arrived at the 5th level, the figure in white was again there to meet him. The illusion didn't speak to Luo Yunyang this time as the sword light in his hand turned into a huge light wheel in the void and smashed heavily in Luo Yunyang's direction. Luo Yunyang glanced at this sword move very carefully. He didn't even resist. Although he wanted to, the moment the sword wheel landed on him, he felt like his body had been tightly bound by an invisible force. Boom! A thunderous boom echoed as Luo Yunyang blacked out. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the entrance of the sky limit path. Luo Yunyang, congratulations on successfully ascending and passing the 4th level of the sky limit path. 1 million Hongmeng points have been credited to your account. Now, would you like to announce your successful completion of this challenge? Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before replying, do not announce it. Alright, Hongmeng's Sacred Hall will not announce your name, but the news that someone has broken through the 4th level of the sky limit path will be announced throughout the entire Hongmeng Sacred Hall, the machine's voice said calmly. Luo Yunyang was fine with the system announcing his success anonymously. The main reason he did not want his name to be included in the announcement was because he didn't want to attract too much attention in order to avoid inviting unnecessary trouble. Chapter 808, Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate, Zhaoxing, it's amazing that you were able to advance to the 3rd level of the sky limit path. A scrawny middle-aged man praised him. Although Xuantian Zhaoxing was a little proud of himself, the person in front was very important to him. Therefore, he dared not appear too cocky in front of that person. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your praise. Xuantian Zhaoxing said respectfully. The middle-aged man gestured with his hand and said, I am not praising you. I am telling the truth. If I had your strength, I would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. Right now, I can't progress or decline. Can't progress or decline. Although the middle-aged man sounded rueful, Xuantian Zhaoxing was well aware of this person's status. Even though he wasn't an almighty, his position in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was only second to that of an almighty. Uncle Master, you will definitely attain enlightenment eventually and become a supreme being, Xuantian Zhaoxing said. The middle-aged man coughed softly and replied, it's my dream to become an almighty Yuan Venerate. However, I know that it's unlikely. Although there's only half a step between me and an almighty Yuan Venerate, it is very difficult to take this half step. Xuantian Zhaoxing didn't really agree with what the middle-aged man was saying, yet he still listened respectfully. Do you know why only one group of outstanding geniuses were selected to train for 1 Yuanwei in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall? The thin middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject. Xuantian Zhaoxing really didn't know why. After pondering for a moment, he asked, is it because of the divine creation disc? Or is it because there are not enough resources to train more people? No, it's not because of the divine creation disc. It's a supreme treasure and a foundation of the human race, so no one knows what its potential is. In resources, come on, what about resources? You would definitely be scared to death if you knew the total amount of resources our human race possesses. The thin middle-aged man continued to lament. It is because of luck. Although the middle-aged man spoke in a solemn tone, Xuantian Zhaoxing appeared a little skeptical when he heard the word, luck. Xuantian Zhaoxing had never really cared about luck, as he believed that everything was determined by the individual, not the heavens. One could control everything as long as they were strong enough. Hence, he didn't really believe the Uncle Master when he mentioned luck. Yes, that's right, he couldn't believe that his Uncle Master had actually blamed everything on luck. This behavior itself was kind of degrading. Due to the human race's luck, only 1 or 2 almighties can be produced in a single Yuanwei. Hence, The three people from Hongmeng's sacred hall. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped as if he had thought of something and swallowed his words. Xuantian Zhaoxing was very curious. However, he also knew that he couldn't know any secrets regarding these three people. It wouldn't do him any good if he overstepped his boundaries. Zhaoxing, you have to remember that if you win by a step in Hongmeng's sacred hall, you'll always be ahead by a step. However, if you're slower by a step, you'll forever be one step behind. Even if you are super talented or very strong, it will be very difficult for you to become an almighty once others have taken the lead and been enveloped by better luck. Upon speaking of that, the middle-aged man gestured with his arm and said with an unquestionable tone, "You have reached the peak of cultivation below a heavenly venerate. You have already gained all the benefits below a heavenly venerate, so the next step is becoming a heavenly venerate. Other people will have no way out if you take the initiative first." Xuantian Zhaoxing cupped his fists and said, "Uncle Master, please rest assured. I will definitely live up to your great trust. This time, I will certainly surpass the competitors and be the first to become a heavenly venerate." The scrawny middle-aged man smiled. Although he was about to speak, before he could say anything, his expression froze. Xuantian Zhaoxing had always been fearful of his uncle master. Hence, his heart thumped harder than usual when he saw his uncle master looking stunned all of a sudden. What had happened? Xuantian Zhaoxing was wondering whether he should ask. However, before he could do that, a message popped up in his communication device and was transmitted to his mind immediately. A Zongzi has ascended to the 4th level of the sky limit path. This news was like a thunderclap that struck Xuantian Zhaoxing's heart hard. He had been able to break through the 3rd level of the sky limit path, so he naturally knew how tough it was. It would have been nearly impossible for him to break through if it hadn't been for his early preparation or the reminder and suggestions given to him by his uncle master. Xuantian Zhaoxing's first thought was that this news couldn't be true. His second thought was, who was that person? Have you heard the news? The scrawny middle-aged man asked grimly. Uncle Master, this is impossible. How could anyone among us break through the 4th level? You should know that none of us has become a heavenly venerate yet. Someone must be cheating, Xuantian Zhaoxing said frantically. Wake up. The middle-aged man gave Xuantian Zhaoxing a smack on his body before saying, there should be no problem regarding this issue. After all, Hongmeng's sacred hall doesn't make any mistakes. After saying that, the middle-aged man added in a serious tone, you must remember that you cannot underestimate anyone in the world. You might be the chosen one, but anyone who can enter this place is a chosen one. They are all great individuals in their respective great cosmoses. Furthermore, you didn't get to observe anyone else's performance while viewing the divine creation disc when you entered Hongmeng's sacred hall. Someone's performance this time was amazing, so that person probably gained a lot. I always thought that person was you, but it seems that there is someone else. Xuantian Zhaoxing wasn't happy when he heard that. However, he couldn't refute the claim of his uncle master. You have to remember that you haven't lost yet. Even if that person is dominant now, you still have a fighting chance. The middle-aged man became slightly agitated as he added, you must become a heavenly venerate as soon as possible. This is the purple dragon's heart blood that I've collected over the years. You will definitely receive great effects if you bathe your body in it. Don't let me down. As Xuantian Zhaoxing took the porcelain vase handed by the scrawny middle-aged man, determination filled his face. Uncle Master, don't worry. I will definitely be the first to become a heavenly venerate. Remember, this shouldn't be a simple breakthrough. You have to follow the path of success and let yourself break through in the best possible condition. There was a hint of caution in the voice of the skinny middle-aged man. I got it. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated ancient pagoda, Li Juyu was sitting cross-legged like a goddess, her palm playing with a small jade pendant. Someone actually broke through the 4th level of the sky limit path. There's a reward of 1 million Hongmeng points for doing that. Who could it be? Xuantian Zhaoxing. Li Juyu immediately shook her head when she mumbled Xuantian Zhaoxing's name. That fool would never hide his name if he really broke through the 4th level of the sky limit path. If it's not him, then who is it? Yin Yang Zongzi. He proclaimed himself the most tolerant person ever. I wonder if he could be able to tolerate this. If it isn't Yin Yang Zongzi, then who could this person be? Luo Yunyang. After going through the list of candidates in her mind, Li Juyu mumbled to herself, it doesn't matter who or what this is. This time, I'll be the first to become a heavenly venerate, even if they're in the lead for now. In fact, I am already a half-step heavenly venerate. I just severed my cultivation for the big test this time. While mumbling to herself, Li Juyu began cultivating. The moonlight shining on her made her look really gorgeous. Yin Yang Zongzi also received the news. Although he was in a lotus position, suddenly, his body was divided into two unconsciously. The two black and white bodies looked exactly like Yin Yang Zongzi. However, one of them appeared mighty and masculine, while the other looked peaceful and feminine. Luo Yunyang or Li Juyu. No matter who it is, I will surpass you. Taking the lead to become a heavenly venerate is one of the three most important opportunities one gets when entering Hongmeng's sacred hall. I must not fall behind this time. After glancing at each other, the two identical bodies smiled at the same time before joining again. This act immediately amplified the aura on Yin Yang Zongzi's body by 10 times. All 30 or so Zongzis each had their own thoughts. While they tried to guess who the anonymous person was, they also continued to work hard on their own cultivation. They had to break through and become a heavenly venerate as soon as possible, thus seizing other new opportunities in Hongmeng's sacred hall. As they were working hard, in a corner of the outer hall of Hongmeng's sacred hall, a figure who was cultivating alone began to spread some news again. Must kill. Xuantian Zhaoxing, Yin Yang Zongzi, Li Juyu. Luo Yunyang didn't care about what was happening as he kept training in seclusion. All he wanted to do was become a heavenly venerate. Although Luo Yunyang had been able to defeat ordinary third-level heavenly venerates with his current cultivation, becoming an actual heavenly venerate was still completely different. Heavenly venerates were a whole new form of life compared to universe-grade martialists. Luo Yunyang, who had felt under pressure after arriving at Hongmeng's sacred hall, was equally eager to break through and become a heavenly venerate. Chapter 809. The flow of time and space. Luo Yunyang had experienced breaking through to become a heavenly venerate before. However, he knew that his experience that time could only serve as a reference. His breakthrough during his 10 reincarnation cycles had happened by using the heavenly venerate platform's power to enter the river of time and space and then absorb the time and space nomological laws. This was also why Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate true body had been able to achieve completion, albeit at the expense of exhausting its potential. Over the years, Luo Yunyang had frequently utilized his heavenly venerate true body. However, it was still difficult to improve its cultivation. This was because the potential of the heavenly venerate true body had been almost completely exhausted. There were different classifications of heavenly venerates. Some were strong, while others were weak. Some heavenly venerates were even inferior to universe-grade geniuses nurtured by top sects in certain great cosmoses. The reason behind that was that heavenly venerates from a void or small cosmos were basically relying on the supreme luck present in their region to be forcefully promoted as a heavenly venerate. For example, in the Tianyan Void, heavenly venerate Spring Frost, heavenly venerate Purple Crane, and the third one were basically stuck at their current cultivation level with no way of improving. While there was also supreme luck present in the great cosmoses that could forcefully allow someone to become a heavenly venerate, most people wanted to hone their skills and abilities before becoming one. They would prefer to rely on their own cultivation to break through and become a heavenly venerate. Not only would they have a very strong cultivation that way, but their potential would be limitless as well. Luo Yunyang, who was already at the peak universe grade, should rely on his own strength now to break apart the river of time and space and forcefully pull out his mark from within. Although this process was very simple theoretically, it was extremely difficult to execute. Luo Yunyang, who had adjusted his energy to the peak, sat in a lotus position in a quiet room. The seal on the small building had already been formed, so according to the rules of Hongmeng's sacred hall, even a 9th-level heavenly venerate would have difficulty breaking the defense of the building. Luo Yunyang, who did not immediately break through, turned on his attribute regulator again and all the figures were displayed clearly in his mind. Luo Yunyang. Power, 25 speed, 23 constitution, 24 mind, 49 bloodline, 0.35 heavenly venerate true body. Power, 1.1 speed, 1.2 mind, 0.8 constitution, 0.9 chaotic 4 origin beast. Power, 13 speed, 11 spirit, 14 constitution, 22 speed and constitution were basically useless in the process of breaking through to become a heavenly venerate. The only attributes that were useful were power and mind. The long river of time and space was mighty and vast, as though it was everywhere yet was still hard to find. He could only leap into the river of time and space by breaking the barriers and using his power. Breaking down the barriers of time and space required power. However, entering the long river of time and space to look for the eternal mark that was inside and extract it required a nearly infinite amount of mind power. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang transferred all his attribute points to his power, while the attributes of the chaotic four-origin beast were adjusted to replace the missing attributes in Luo Yunyang's body. After doing that, Luo Yunyang unleashed a heavy blow and that power, which exceeded a peak universe-grade cultivation by far, landed heavily on the void. The void shattered instantly and a huge golden river that was vast and mighty appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. The long river was millions of miles wide and stretched far beyond one's sight. Luo Yunyang, who was sitting in a quiet room, looked at the mighty long river and felt extremely small. He felt like a puny ant. It seemed like he was an ant and the mighty long river was the greatest eternity between heaven and earth. Endless past and immeasurable future. Two phrases from the eternal divine scripture and the immeasurable divine scripture appeared in his heart. In the past, he had believed that he understood the two phrases very well. However, after seeing the vast and mighty scene unfolding in front of him, he realized that his understanding of the two phrases was lacking. While watching the surging river that was millions of miles wide, Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment. Then, he let the rest of the attributes in his body return to normal. He didn't do this because he didn't want to use the attribute regulator to adjust his power to the highest level, but mainly because it still wasn't time to use his mind power. Luo Yunyang felt like he had become a fish in the long river of time and space when his consciousness merged. He was a fish swimming along the river of time and space. If he flowed along the long river of time and space accordingly, he would perish in it and become part of the river that flowed endlessly. Of course, this would also result in Luo Yunyang's death. In the history of heavenly venerate upgrades, hordes of universe-grade elites had become part of the river of time and space and been awakened by it. Therefore, many universe-grade elites still chose not to break through, even though they were at the fringe of becoming heavenly venerates. This was not because they did not want to, but rather because they knew that it would be impossible for them to break through successfully with their abilities. It was better to live well than court death. The gentle force of time and space was like running water. Luo Yunyang could even feel the countless spiritual marks around him. However, these spiritual marks did not have any consciousness, so they could not sense Luo Yunyang. One could even say that they did not know that they were in the long river of time and space at all. Could a Yuan Venerate Almighty really control the river of time and space? If it was possible, then who else would oppose them? Luo Yunyang's hunger to fight intensified as he sensed the surging river of time and space. What he had to do now was extract the mark he had left in the river of time and space. Once this spiritual mark was extracted, it would no longer be bound by the force of time and space. More importantly, this also implied that the mark would contain a huge amount of time and space nomological laws, as it had been scoured by the force of time and space. Luo Yunyang had only been able to obtain some time and space nomological laws the last time he had broken through to become a heavenly venerate with the help of the heavenly venerate platform. However, this had also made it very difficult for him to improve further. Based on Luo Yunyang's estimation, this should be related to the heavenly venerate platform. Now, all he had to do was find and extract his mark from the long and golden river of time and space. Although the size of the river of time and space was immense, Luo Yunyang was still able to sense that his mark was right ahead as his consciousness moved in the same direction. There was no pressure following the current. However, once Luo Yunyang moved in the direction of his own mark, each droplet of water in the river of time and space, which had seemed powerless originally, suddenly became tens of thousands of times heavier. Although Luo Yunyang's mind power was very strong and had the support of the inextinguishable eternity scripture, he still felt that his consciousness was facing a massive resistance when he attempted to move laterally. The resistance was vast and mighty, as it made Luo Yunyang's consciousness look like a puny ant struggling in the torrential current. Boom! After swimming for more than 10 miles, Luo Yunyang's consciousness began to show signs of cracking. Although the cracks were very fine, this was still very terrifying. Past an inextinguishable eternity. When Luo Yunyang executed the technique of the inextinguishable eternity scripture, the cracks on his consciousness began to heal rapidly. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Yunyang executed the same technique again. Once, twice, thrice. Luo Yunyang felt that his consciousness was breaking and healing itself again and again until he felt numb. After an unknown number of repetitions, Luo Yunyang sensed that his consciousness had become more solid than ever. Now, He could already sense his mark in the river of time and space clearly. Just as Luo Yunyang was preparing to move closer to it, he suddenly discovered that in front of him was a spiritual mark thousands of feet in radius that was flowing along the same direction of the river of time and space. Although the mark looked like a golden water droplet, Luo Yunyang's heart was still able to react upon seeing it. It was Yin Yang Zongzi's spiritual mark. Luo Yunyang had actually found Yin Yang Zongzi's spiritual mark. Yin Yang Zongzi was definitely one of the people whom Luo Yunyang was worried about the most out of the 32 geniuses that had entered Hongmeng's sacred hall. Luo Yunyang's mind power unleashed a heavy blow towards Yin Yang Zongzi's spiritual mark without any hesitation at once, causing cracks to appear on it instantly. Both sides suffered from the collision, as Luo Yunyang's consciousness did not have it easy either. However, Luo Yunyang did not panic. His consciousness was healed up very quickly by his extinguishable eternity scripture. Boom! Collisions echoed again and again in the river of time and space. Yin Yang Zongzi's spiritual mark eventually shattered into a dozen pieces after the repeated collisions and fell in different parts of the river. Luo Yunyang realized that he could not destroy Yin Yang Zongzi's spiritual mark completely when he saw the dozens of spiritual marks still moving along the river of time and space. Hence, he did not continue to attack them. Instead, he kept moving towards his own spiritual mark. Yin Yang Zongzi, who had also stepped into the long river of time and space, was swimming towards his own spiritual mark with all his might. However, just when he felt that victory was near, his senses suddenly told him that a dozen of his spiritual marks had appeared. What was happening? Could his senses be wonky? According to the ancient records of the Yin Yang sect, an individual's spiritual mark was unique. What was going on? After hesitating for a moment, Yin Yang Zongzi still decided to move quickly in the direction where he had first sensed his spiritual mark. Chapter 810. The only way is to transcend this as my mark. Luo Yunyang gasped as he gazed at the spiritual mark flowing along the long river of time and space that appeared like a giant mountain. The stronger the martialist became, the more laws of time and space would be collected, and his future achievements would be greater. Luo Yunyang had always been certain about that statement. However, after seeing his spiritual mark, which was as huge as a mountain, he realized that the more powerful he was, the harder it would be to become a heavenly venerate. Removing such a large spiritual mark from the long river of time and space was definitely not an easy task. Luo Yunyang felt that his spiritual mark was too strong compared to the others, which were only the size of a fist. However, in the face of such a strong spiritual mark, Luo Yunyang understood that he had no other choice. Transcend, transcend, transcend. With this thought in mind, Luo Yunyang used his attribute regulator and transferred all his power attributes to his mind attributes. The 136 yuan of mind attributes could be considered an amount that far exceeded an ordinary third-level heavenly venerate. One must note that Luo Yunyang's heavenly venerate's true body had only 80 fen of mind attributes. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, elevating that amount of mind attributes to this point in order to assist himself in extracting his spiritual mark was very simple. However, an immense pressure filled Luo Yunyang's mind instantly when his mind power enveloped his spiritual mark and tried to drive it to move upwards. Moving that huge mountain was difficult, but with the support of Luo Yunyang's 136 yuan of mind attributes, the spiritual mark that was drifting with the waves along the long river of time and space suddenly came to a standstill and then shook gently. Luo Yunyang urged the spiritual mark toward the outer fringes of the long river of time and space, little by little. There was no trick or shortcut to this process. All that Luo Yunyang could do was move and lift this huge spiritual mark step by step in the long river of time and space. In the process, almost half of the huge spiritual mark had surfaced outside the long river of time and space. The process would be successful if he could extract the spiritual mark from the river. However, suddenly, Luo Yunyang realized that the suction of the long river of time and space on his spirit mark had intensified. If Luo Yunyang's mind power had been able to make his spiritual mark rise 10 meters in an hour at first, then he could only make it move a meter per hour now. Moreover, this huge gap was still expanding. In the end, Luo Yunyang's mind power could no longer push the spiritual mark forward when it was only half a meter away from transcending the long river of time and space. Furthermore, he still persisted in not letting his spiritual mark fall, which was a decision that rapidly consumed his mind power. If this went on, the spiritual mark would eventually fall back into the long river of time and space. Everything would be ruined at the last moment. Luo Yunyang was unwilling to accept this. He was absolutely not willing to fail after making every effort possible at the most critical juncture. However, even though Luo Yunyang was unresigned, he felt that he could no longer muster any more power, as his attribute regulator had already converted all his available attributes. What can I do? Although the spiritual mark was still stagnant in its position, Luo Yunyang could feel that the pressure coming from it was increasing. Based on Luo Yunyang's estimations, he would be able to extract the spiritual mark if he could just apply a little more power. Unfortunately, his mind power was already at its limits. This made Luo Yunyang feel very depressed. He would simply have blamed himself for being incompetent if the gap had been huge. However, the extraction was just a small gap away from being completed. As all these thoughts flowed through his mind, Luo Yunyang suddenly gritted his teeth and made a decision. Instantly, the heavenly venerate true body, which was quietly stored within Luo Yunyang's body, rushed out all of a sudden. The heavenly venerate's true body had been occupied by Luo Yunyang's consciousness for a long time. However, at the moment, it had a slightly reluctant expression. When the heavenly venerate true body made a move, its palm landed on Luo Yunyang's shoulder and a surging power gushed into Luo Yunyang's body. Energy Shifter Technique. Luo Yunyang had developed the energy shifter ability during his 10 rounds of samsara in order to gather the power of his 10 reincarnation cycles. Luo Yunyang had left this mystic ability in his heavenly venerate true body when he had left and never used it before because of his attribute regulator. Now, Luo Yunyang finally made a decision at this critical juncture. The heavenly venerate's true body was rapidly declining as it sent out the surging power. In the end, it turned into a lifeless body. Luo Yunyang did not have any time to worry about his heavenly venerate true body. After the newly injected power was integrated into his body, he quickly opened his attribute regulator. Luo Yunyang. Power, 26.1 speed, 24.2 constitution, 25 mind, 50 bloodline, 0.35 chaotic 4 origin beast. Power, 13 speed, 11 spirit, 14 constitution, 22. The disappearance of the heavenly venerate true body's data meant that it was gone. Although the heavenly venerate true body was no longer providing much assistance to Luo Yunyang, he still felt a little sad to know that it was truly gone. It was like an old loyal friend of his had suddenly left him. Luo Yunyang was very reluctant to part ways with this friend. However, the path to success had to be traveled alone. One should not be affected by such an issue at a critical juncture. Thus, Luo Yunyang quickly raised his mind attributes. Almost immediately, although he only managed to add 4 yuan of power and 1 yuan of mind after absorbing the heavenly venerate true body, 3 additional yuan of power attributes was still the equivalent of 3 yuan of mind attributes. The moment those 3 yuan of power were converted, a large amount of energy burst forth from Luo Yunyang's consciousness and caused the spiritual mark, which had been showing signs of sinking, to suddenly rise. The distance of 1 meter was eliminated instantly by the increment of power exerted. However, the originally huge pressure seemed to disappear in an instant when the spiritual mark hovered over the long river of time and space. Wrapped by Luo Yunyang's mind power, the huge spiritual mark flew up into the void instantly, looming overhead like a flying mountain overlooking the rapid river beneath it. He had succeeded. The spiritual mark had been extracted from the river of time and space. From now on, Luo Yunyang wouldn't just control part of the time and space nomological laws and become a heavenly venerate, but he would also gain an extremely effective way to save his life even when he was in great danger. Luo Yunyang hesitated slightly when he looked at the huge spiritual mark. According to the steps of becoming a heavenly venerate, what he had to do now was integrate his own consciousness into the spiritual mark. He could only sense the time and space nomological laws within the spiritual mark by fusing with it. This way, his internal universe would then possess the nomological laws and rise from a deathly and barren universe to become a universe that was full of life. The size of the spiritual mark naturally determined the strength of the heavenly venerate primordial spirit that it would turn into. Luo Yunyang could directly use his own consciousness to merge with the huge spiritual mark. Although the mark was gigantic, Luo Yunyang would be able to merge this spiritual mark with his own consciousness as long as he wanted to. He was currently hesitant. He wasn't sure whether he should merge directly with the spiritual mark or take a risk and split his primordial spirit into 3 different types according to the technique of the 3 Era Supreme sect and form 3 different primordial spirits, past inextinguishable eternity consciousness, present Buddha consciousness, and immeasurable future consciousness. He would be able to become a Yuan venerate once these three primordial spirits matured. The problem was that this was a risky move that would make a lot of things fall short. For example, Luo Yunyang's huge spiritual mark would suffer great damage. Should he form three primordial spirits or just one? Luo Yunyang contemplated this. In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose to give up. Although the technique of the Three-Era Supreme sect was very good, he felt that the Sky Feather 13 sword suited him better. It would be good to cultivate the contents of the inextinguishable eternity scripture, but it was absolutely unnecessary to inflict self-harm by shackling oneself. Luo Yunyang's consciousness fused with the gigantic spiritual mark in a frenzy when he made this decision. In the blink of an eye, this huge spiritual mark had fused with Luo Yunyang's consciousness. Under this dazzling radiance, the gigantic spiritual mark transformed into a faint shadow that looked exactly like Luo Yunyang. The figure stood over the long river of time and space like an imposing deity, and the long river, which had originally been calm, suddenly surged up ferociously. It seemed as if the river of time and space was celebrating the birth of a heavenly venerate. The figure did not remain in the river of time and space. Instead, it rushed out of it and disappeared into Luo Yunyang's internal universe. The internal universe, which had seemed barren for eons, suddenly began to revolve slowly upon the arrival of the figure. Time began to run, and space started to get pulled apart. If the original internal universe was compared to a machine, then these changes would be like an additional program that made the machine work. Although this was not the first time Luo Yunyang had become a heavenly venerate, he felt that everything was under his control at the moment. This was an extremely clear and comfortable feeling. He had finally become a heavenly venerate. Chapter 811. Exceptional Opportunity. New Cosmos. In the outer hall of Hongmeng's sacred hall, Xuantian Zhaoxing howled as thousands of dragons' shadows behind him were blooming brilliant and unparalleled sacred flowers. Among the sacred flowers, a man dressed in golden armor that looked exactly like Xuantian Zhaoxing was overlooking the sky and earth loftily. Becoming a heavenly venerate was an easy feat for Xuantian Zhaoxing, yet he still felt very refreshed after achieving it. From now on, he had become a heavenly venerate that had control over rebirth. Xuantian Zhaoxing, congratulations on becoming the third person in Hongmeng's sacred hall to become a heavenly venerate. You'll be rewarded with 100,000 Hongmeng points and a great opportunity. The machine voice spoke in Xuantian Zhaoxing's ears through his communication device. His expression dimmed when he heard this. What was the goal of Xuantian Zhaoxing? To be the first person to become a heavenly venerate and obtain the greatest opportunity available. However, although he had successfully become a heavenly venerate, he wasn't the first one to accomplish this. He was actually the third person to ascend. How could that be? He had always thought highly of himself and believed that he was the chosen one. However, instead of becoming the first one to turn into a heavenly venerate, he wasn't even the second person to do so. How could he tolerate this situation? He was Xuantian Zhaoxing. His mind was instantly flooded with thoughts of who could have become a heavenly venerate before him. Was it Li Juyu, Yin Yang Zongzi, or Luo Yunyang? Or were there other stronger powerhouses lurking among them? Just as Xuantian Zhaoxing was pondering this, a sigh was heard in his ear. Xuantian Zhaoxing knew who was coming upon hearing it. He felt chilly when he thought about the scrawny figure. Although he did not want to see the scrawny figure right now, he still went out. Greetings, Uncle Master. Xuantian Zhaoxing's expression was solemn. You let me down. The scrawny middle-aged man blamed Xuantian Zhaoxing at first sight. Xuantian Zhaoxing didn't reply. There was nothing he could say right now. You received a great opportunity this time. However, the first one to become a heavenly venerate received a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The scrawny middle-aged man, who was well-versed in praise, said faintly, although great opportunities are also extremely rare, there is still a considerable difference in comparison to an exceptional opportunity. I am well aware of it. Xuantian Zhaoxing took a deep breath, looking even more depressed. The scrawny middle-aged man looked at Xuantian Zhaoxing's expression as if he had realized something and said, you don't have to be so disheartened. Obtaining this great opportunity is already quite good. Furthermore, although this exceptional opportunity is strong, the problems are great too. Get some rest and then compete for this great opportunity. Xuantian Zhaoxing's expression changed at once when he heard that. Then, he said, Uncle Master, can I fight for that exceptional opportunity? No, the scrawny middle-aged man snapped. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall has certain regulations regarding this. No one can fight or steal this opportunity, as it has been confirmed to be the reward for the first person to break through. Any violators will be punished severely by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Xuantian Zhaoxing's expression turned unsightly again. He looked at the scrawny middle-aged man and said reluctantly, "Does mean that I will never get an opportunity like that in the future?" "No, on the contrary, you'll have many more opportunities." The middle-aged man added solemnly, "The reason it is called an exceptional opportunity is because it's very rare to come by." The middle-aged man had a cold look in his eyes as he said, "In fact, in the history of the Hongmeng Sacred Hall, 2/3 of these exceptional opportunities have not been obtained. Do you know why? Because, although that opportunity forbids you all to compete for it, it does not forbid elites to do so. It is also considered a test for those who have obtained an exceptional opportunity. Although your great opportunity is much inferior to the exceptional opportunity, it also means that you will face much less difficulty." Xuantian Zhaoxing's eyes lit up immediately. Although he didn't speak, it was obvious based on his expression that he absolutely wouldn't be beaten by anyone in the next challenge. The middle-aged man was relieved when he saw the eagerness in Xuantian Zhaoxing's eyes. Although Xuantian Zhaoxing had lagged behind, he believed that, given Xuantian Zhaoxing's talent, there would be no problem as long as Xuantian Zhaoxing wasn't discouraged. Li Juyu was also speculating about who had become a heavenly venerate faster than her. In her opinion, that person should be Xuantian Zhaoxing. Li Juyu had regarded Xuantian Zhaoxing as her biggest rival for a very long time. Although Luo Yunyang and Yin-Yang Zongzi performed well, she believed that there was still a certain gap between those two and Xuantian Zhaoxing. Upon finding out that she was the second person to become a heavenly venerate, Li Juyu immediately thought of Xuantian Zhaoxing. Li Juyu, who had never thought she would lose, quickly set her eyes on the massive opportunity she had. Although it wasn't an exceptional opportunity, it was still a massive opportunity that offered great benefits. Sometimes, these benefits might even be more useful than the ones of an exceptional opportunity. This time, I must take the lead. Li Juyu clenched her jade-white fist tightly as she mustered up her confidence. Yin-Yang Zongzi was the fourth person to become a heavenly venerate. Although he already felt sad, what made him even more annoyed was that he felt that something was missing after becoming a heavenly venerate. He couldn't come up with anything even after pondering it hard. Thus, he had no way of filling up the missing portion that bothered him. Although this feeling lingered in his heart, he quickly tossed the annoying feeling aside and started to guess who could surpass him so quickly. His opportunity would be next. The opportunities arranged by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall were also tests. Therefore, he could still catch up, even though he was behind. One day, he would become the strongest person among the individuals nurtured by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. One day, Luo Yunyang did not have any time to worry about Xuantian Zhaoxing and the others, as he was currently looking at the reward. 1,000,000 Hongmeng points. This reward would allow him to gather many things. However, this wasn't the most important thing in Luo Yunyang's opinion. The most important thing was this exceptional opportunity. Luo Yunyang was excited about this opportunity. Although he didn't know what it was, it had to be something earth-shaking for Hongmeng's Sacred Hall to call it an exceptional opportunity. Luo Yunyang checked out the information regarding the exceptional opportunity immediately. A new cosmos. Luo Yunyang inhaled sharply as he viewed the content. Although he had been prepared emotionally, he still couldn't help but gasp at Hongmeng's Sacred Hall's generosity. A newly created cosmos. Although it was not as vast as the other great cosmoses, the benefits within it were numerous. Even though the internal universe of a heavenly venerate or a universe-grade martialist was labeled as a universe, there was no way these internal universes could compare to an actual cosmos. Those cosmoses were formed naturally in a more complete way than a 9th-level heavenly venerate's internal universe, and many treasures would appear whenever a new universe was born. Although most heavenly venerates used the heavenly venerate weapons formed in their internal universe, some elite heavenly venerates would wield weapons that far exceeded normal heavenly venerate weapons. However, while mentioning the benefits, the contents that explained the benefits of such an exceptional opportunity also stated that the birth of a new universe would attract the attention of those who had set their minds on it. Although other Zongzis of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall would not take part in the competition, this would not prevent the other elites from the surrounding cosmoses to fight for it. The highest level of heavenly venerates that could enter the newly born cosmos were 5th-level heavenly venerates. Luo Yunyang had been able to face a 3rd-level heavenly venerate even before reaching the universe grade. Both his power and mind had made great progress now that he had become a heavenly venerate. A 5th-level heavenly venerate could conjure a world with a thought. Before becoming a heavenly venerate, Luo Yunyang had thought that it would be better not to fight against such people. However, he now was very confident about doing so. While pondering this, Luo Yunyang focused his attention on another aspect. The people sent to Hongmeng's sacred hall were usually very conspicuous. Most of the time, other heavenly venerates would eliminate those people first. Hongmeng's sacred hall wouldn't punish such actions. On the contrary, it would even provide the assailant with a huge reward if they managed to eliminate those geniuses before the new cosmos was formed. Although Luo Yunyang felt that he didn't have to be too afraid of a 5th-level heavenly venerate, attracting the attention of those elites after just becoming a heavenly venerate wouldn't be good. According to the mission content given by Hongmeng's sacred hall, the person dispatched by Hongmeng's sacred hall could choose to hide their identity. However, anyone that could become a heavenly venerate was no fool. After careful deduction, anyone could deduce who had been sent by Hongmeng's sacred hall. Luo Yunyang compared the situation of the newly formed cosmos again and unexpectedly realized that his new universe, which was about to form, was only a few spatial barriers away from the Tianyunshan void that he had been to. When the new universe was formed, these space barriers would have less power and a heavenly venerate would be able to pass through easily. The new cosmos would be fully formed after 10 years. Luo Yunyang considered this timing and made a decision swiftly. He couldn't become a target board that attracted all the attention. Otherwise, he would wind up returning empty-handed even though he was stronger than his opponents. However, if he did not want to attract the attention of other people, he would need a very convincing identity. An identity that could withstand anyone's deductions and scrutiny. Hence, he had to make a trip back to the Tianyunshan void. Chapter 812. Greater Transportation Token, Chang'an. Geographical map. Luo Yunyang quickly entered a palace that was not too conspicuous outside Hongmeng's sacred hall. This was the core region where missions were assigned and people departed from Hongmeng's sacred hall. "Sir, I'm here to take on a mission," Luo Yunyang told a lazy-looking old man sitting behind an old table as if he were dozing off. He did not believe that the old man was dozing off, as he could not sense the old man's cultivation with his mind power at all. Luo Yunyang believed that this was enough to assume that the old man's strength was extraordinary. "Ahem, young man, it is impolite of you to disturb an old man like me." The old man was wearing dusty clothes, and the most conspicuous thing about him was his muddy eyes. He would have been an ordinary old man if he had been in an ordinary world. However, since he was there, his identity had to be very important. Luo Yunyang did not know how to answer the old man's question. Thus, he smiled awkwardly and said with caution, "This is my identity token." The old man casually picked up Luo Yunyang's token and glanced at it. Immediately, his muddy eyes lit up and he said hurriedly, "You're actually the first to break through and become a heavenly venerate. Many people will be disappointed. Hee, I am very happy that those guys will be disappointed, especially when I see the great disappointment on their faces." After saying that, he added excitedly, "You made me rather happy, so I will impart to you something for free. Don't be too impatient in the process of seizing this opportunity." The old man's words were very vague and seemed to be of little use, but Luo Yunyang had a strong feeling that the old man was definitely not lying. Keeping this in mind, he immediately bowed respectfully before the old man and said, "Thank you for the warning." "Ha ha, your senses must be very keen if you know that I'm warning you. It seems that you have not gotten carried away by your temporary lead." Very well, very well." The old man then added, "Although the reward is very good, it is also very damning if you're not able to obtain it. You must pay extra attention to it." Luo Yunyang felt that the old man was very accommodating, as he talked non-stop. Hence, Luo Yunyang immediately smiled and said, "Hongmeng's sacred hall should not be so stingy. This is a reward after all. Just give me the opportunity. Why is there a need for so much trouble? Oh young man, just be contented with this. Although you are the first to break through and become a heavenly venerate, the reward really should not be considered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The old man scoffed. "Do you know what an exceptional opportunity is? It's an opportunity for anyone below a 6th-level heavenly venerate to advance straight to a 9th-level heavenly venerate. Did you know that every time this kind of opportunity emerges, all the 36 great cosmoses will sense it and every top sect will automatically know where this great cosmos opportunity will appear? Some 7th or 8th level heavenly venerate would rush forward to grab a slice of the pie if there were no restrictions set by the Hongmeng's sacred hall. The old man coughed slightly and added, "It is not impossible if you want a direct reward. You can exchange something for it. In fact, this exceptional opportunity can be exchanged for a precious treasure found through a great opportunity. Come, I have a list here. You can choose whatever you like." The old man waved his arms and a virtual screen appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. On the screen, all kinds of treasures were revealed, many of which Luo Yunyang had only heard of. The item he was most familiar with was Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid. The amount of it was half a pool. Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid was still very useful to Luo Yunyang. While that amount was not as much as what he had been given by the Rising Sky Feather Sect, it was still a lot. Besides Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid, there were even some precious weapons. Although these treasures were listed as flawed items, they were still much stronger than the weapons used by other heavenly venerates. You can change now if you want. The old man grinned lightly as he looked at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had an impulse to slap the old man's face after seeing his sarcastic expression. However, he knew that he could not beat the old man. If he really did slap the old man, he would be the one suffering instead. "I will not exchange anything for it." Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile. The old man chuckled and said, "Young man, you should think about it carefully. Although Hongmeng's Sacred Hall has arranged this exceptional opportunity, more than half of the people that have attempted to acquire it have failed. It's not too late for you to choose." Luo Yunyang smiled gently back and replied, "Since we have entered Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, we should advance courageously. How can we cower when we face difficulties?" While looking at Luo Yunyang's impassioned expression, the old man shook his head and said, "Oh boy, you just spoiled my livelihood. Since you have made a choice, however, just go." With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen items appeared on the table. "This is a greater transportation token." The old man handed a khaki token to Luo Yunyang as he said, "If you are in life-threatening danger, the greater transportation token will bring you back to Hongmeng's Sacred Hall in no time. Even a Yuan Venerate Almighty cannot stop it." Luo Yunyang's eyes gleamed as he looked at the earthy, unsophisticated token. This greater transportation token could save one's life. From this point of view, the exceptional opportunity given by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall was not entirely a facade. At the very least, this greater transportation token was no less valuable than half a pool of Grand Primordium Chaotic Fluid. Hence, Luo Yunyang took the greater transportation token. The old man appeared slightly reluctant when he saw Luo Yunyang taking the greater transportation token hastily. "Young one, don't use this greater transportation token indiscriminately. If possible, avoid using it. Remember, the greater transportation token will still be yours if you do not use it by the end of your mission." After saying that, the old man waved his hand and a treasure map appeared in his hand. This is a precious treasure produced by the new universe. It is called Xianxia Geographical Map. The Xianxia Geographical Map will let you go wherever an opportunity appears and give you a head start. Of course, there are other wonderful uses of the Xianxia Geographical Map, but it has been sealed up by a Yuan Venerate Almighty. The old man appeared somewhat reluctant as he added, "I'll give you a piece of news free of charge. This Xianxia Geographical Map belongs to no one yet. You will get one more treasure if you break the seal made by the Yuan Venerate. Ha ha, one could even say that you will gain an exceptional lifetime opportunity if you break his seal." The Xianxia Geographical Map wasn't inferior to the greater transportation token by any means. In fact, it was even better. Luo Yunyang thought that the exceptional opportunity wasn't that impressive when he read the brief introduction. However, he now realized that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall actually treated its trainees pretty well. It was just that the brief introduction. Luo Yunyang suddenly understood better after looking at the old man, who looked like he had sliced a portion of his flesh off. And said with a smile, "Can I ask you something? Did you come up with the brief introduction for the exceptional opportunity?" "Ha ha, I'm responsible for all these things." The old man handed Luo Yunyang the remaining items on the table and said, "Young boy, remember that great dangers also come with an exceptional opportunity. You can't be complacent, even if you have something to protect your life with. I still have something to do, so I won't keep you any further. You can go to the transportation hall and head wherever you want to go." The old man waved his sleeves after speaking. Luo Yunyang immediately felt his body get bound by an invisible force and involuntarily get sent out of the hall. That damn old man. Luo Yunyang felt slightly dubious of the exceptional opportunity after reading the brief introduction. There were really traps everywhere. Luo Yunyang made the wise choice not to look for the old man again when he remembered the causal movement that had sent him flying out. After all, the old man's cultivation wasn't something he could compare to. 10 minutes later, Luo Yunyang, who had checked what the old man had given him, entered the transportation hall. This time, everything went extremely smoothly. In a short while, Luo Yunyang had chosen to head over to the Tianyunshan Void. Just as Luo Yunyang was leaving, a message was transmitted again through the ripples of space. Luo Yunyang has left Hong Meng's Sacred Hall. He can now be pursued under the second sequence. Luo Yunyang and Hong Meng's Sacred Hall did not know about the messages transmitted in secret. Luo Yunyang couldn't determine the location of Hong Meng's Sacred Hall, and he was even less clear about how far Hong Meng's Sacred Hall was from the Tianyunshan Void. He had already appeared in the Tianyunshan Void in an instant. After feeling out the very familiar atmosphere, a thought suddenly pervaded Luo Yunyang's mind. How was he going to return? By using the greater transportation token. Luo Yunyang felt pained when he thought about how precious the token was. In the end, he still decided to set this thought aside for the time being. After all, his priority was to make the most of this opportunity. 10 years. It would take another 10 years for the opportunity to come to fruition. He should make good use of his identity as Heavenly Venerate Samsara's disciple in the Tianyunshan Void during this coming decade. After all, being from Hong Meng's Sacred Hall was akin to being a walking target. Luo Yunyang appeared at the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace location in the blink of an eye. He'd had the best impression of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace during his 10 reincarnation cycles. The Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had been extremely powerful and prosperous when Luo Yunyang had left, so it should still be doing very well now. There was also a surging anticipation in Luo Yunyang's heart about seeing Lu Bingyu again. However, he was horrified when he looked towards the location of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. The entire place had been turned into ruins. Chapter 813. Forsaking the Sky Sword sect. Luo Yunyang felt that his 10 reincarnations were like a dream. A very beautiful dream, in fact. However, after his Heavenly Venerate true body returned and transmigrated to different places with his small silver tower, he realized that the Tianyunshan Void was not a dream at all. The reason he had not returned, besides having too many things to do, was also partly because he actually did not want to ruin the beautiful dream that the Tianyunshan Void was to him. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, those he cared about should live well by using the intimidation he provided. At the very least, they shouldn't experience any difficulties. The 3 Heavenly Venerates there were no fools. Although Luo Yunyang's clone, Heavenly Venerate Samsara, had entered the Endless Void, they wouldn't make things difficult for Luo Yunyang as long as he was still alive. Therefore, they would not make things difficult for the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace either. This was also why Luo Yunyang believed that the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had always been very safe. However, the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had actually been turned into ruins during his absence. This ignited a burning rage in Luo Yunyang's heart. How was Lu Bingyu? Was she okay? Immediately, Luo Yunyang extended his consciousness in every direction. Everything within a radius of 100,000 miles around the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace was instantly shrouded by Luo Yunyang's consciousness. Not even a flying bug could escape Luo Yunyang's consciousness within that 100,000-mile radius. However, a cold glint appeared in Luo Yunyang's eyes when he did this, as he couldn't sense Lu Bingyu at all. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to expand the coverage of his consciousness, an image appeared in his mind. He stopped searching, and his figure tore through the void immediately. Su Hexi, I'll repeat myself. There is nothing for you here. Scram immediately, a handsome middle-aged man said arrogantly, don't get yourself killed. Su Hexi, the city lord of the great desert city of gold, was a sky celestial elite who was considered a powerhouse in the Tianyunshan Void. Although he wasn't very handsome, his tall figure and unique personality made him seem like an unyielding, lofty individual. I must lead him away today, Su Hexi said deeply. I couldn't arrive in time when the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace was destroyed. However, he is the last descendant of my master, so I will never allow him to die here. Yi Qianwei, you are a Heavenly Venerate's disciple. Do you really want to kill him for real? Su Hexi said coldly. You should know that my master will come back one day. So what? Yi Qianwei scoffed. He would still yield, even if he was a dragon. Tianyunshan Dynasty, Tianyunshan Void. O Su Hexi, you are so ignorant. You have no idea what the universe is like, let alone the kind of power the Forsaking Sky Sword sect represents. Yi Qianwei added harshly, my lord has issued a command. All the bloodlines of the Blue Dragon Marquis Hall must be sent to the 18th floor of the Dark Prison and bear the pain of being bitten by 1,000 godly massacre bugs. Not even a posthumous child shall be excused. Su Hexi, that person only regarded you as a temporary disciple. He did not teach you anything whatsoever. Why are you being so persistent? Yi Qianwei decided to persuade Su Hexi. For the sake of our past friendship, this is the last chance I'm giving you. You'll die if you don't cherish it. Su Hexi glared back as a golden long blade appeared in his hand. Although I did not inherit the blade path from my master, I still want to see how much you have inherited from heavenly venerate Purple Crane. A thunderous clap echoed from the sky as Su Hexi spoke. Yi Qianwei glared at Su Hexi coldly. I intended to give you a chance to live, but you shall die today after all. How dare you insult my master? A purple longsword appeared in his hands after he spoke. The surging purple chi of the longsword shot up to the sky even before the sword light was conjured. Sky-devouring purple chi, Su Hexi looked towards the boy behind him. Although he wanted to help this boy out of this perilous situation, he knew that it would be really difficult for him to defeat Yi Qianwei. However, this boy was his master's last descendant in the Tianyunshan Void. Hence, he couldn't look on helplessly and allow the boy to be dragged into the 18th level of the Dark Prison. Watch my blade. Su Hexi wielded his blade and sent out a sky blade obliteration cleave that was filled with murderous intent. While Su Hexi made his move, the sword light coming from Yi Qianwei's purple sword expanded as the purple chi engulfed the surroundings and diffused towards Su Hexi's blade light heavily. The intense collision between the two of them caused their surroundings to get turned into ruins. Su Hexi was the first to appear in the void as the golden blade light and the purple sword light slowly dissipated. However, there was a deep sword scar across his chest when he appeared. That sword had almost severed all of Su Hexi's vitality. If it hadn't been for his strong cultivation or the powerful defensive technique that he cultivated, he would have died immediately. Although the golden long blade was still dazzling, the hand holding it had already begun to tremble. He found it difficult to exert any more strength. However, there was also a scar on Yi Qianwei's body when the purple chi dissipated. It was a blade scar that had nearly severed Yi Qianwei in two. If Su Hexi's cultivation base hadn't been slightly weaker, neither side would have won and Yi Qianwei might even have suffered a much more serious injury. Although Yi Qianwei's injury wasn't too serious, it still made him furious. He was a disciple of a heavenly venerate and he had always been in charge of the Tianyunshan Void. However, he had almost been defeated by Su Hexi, who had a weaker cultivation than his. This victory was nothing to be proud of. Su Hexi, you deserve to die. Yi Qianwei roared. Su Hexi didn't respond. Instead, he glanced at the young boy and said, Little one, I haven't asked your name yet, but you must remember, you must survive no matter what. One day, your ancestor, who was my master, will return. He will surely rescue everyone from the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace. The young boy watched Su Hexi emotionally and reluctantly. His keen, exceptional senses told him that Su Hexi wasn't going to hold out any longer. This made him very reluctant. Su Hexi, stop deceiving yourself. Your master might have already died in the endless void. Even if he isn't dead, I'm afraid he will not be able to rescue anyone if he returns. Yi Qianwei said coldly, your master was an outstanding martialist, but he was just an ignorant fool in the Tianyunshan Void. These words enraged Su Hexi. People could insult him, but he would never allow anyone to insult his master. However, he no longer had any strength to brandish his blade. The sky blade obliteration cleave was already beyond his control to begin with, let alone now that he had to cope with an injury. Just as he was about to use his last trace of strength to reprimand Yi Qianwei, he heard a faint voice. Oh, is that so? Su Hexi was stunned. Tears poured out of his eyes instantly when he heard this voice. Master, my master. Su Hexi had forgotten how long had it been, yet he would never forget the voice of that person. His master, although he had always regarded this person as his master, this individual was actually only a gentleman he had met. This gentleman had taught him many martial techniques but had never recruited him as a disciple. Not being an official disciple had always been his greatest regret. His legend had spread all over the Tianyunshan dynasty. He had gone through 10 reincarnation cycles, experienced battles between the blade and sword, been on the heavenly venerate platform, become a heavenly venerate, and entered the endless void in search of greater martial techniques and never looked back. Although he had never believed that his master would encounter any problems, xianxia had gradually started to believe that his master would never return after so many years had gone by without any news. Was this a hallucination? While xianxia wondered if he was dreaming, he felt his injuries healing at a rapid rate. Meanwhile, a figure stood silently in the distance. Master. Horror crept up on Yi Qianwei's face when xianxia called out towards his master. He was very afraid of the figure that had appeared in front of him. This person was a legend that could make many people tremble in fear. Heavenly venerate samsara, Yi Qianwei muttered. Luo Yunyang ignored Yi Qianwei and looked at xianxia instead. Your cultivation has not improved much over the years. You can't even defeat a piece of trash. I'm disappointed. Yi Qianwei did not dare to respond even when he was called a piece of trash. While he was thinking about how to escape, Luo Yunyang said faintly, Purple Crane indeed brought up a good disciple. Let's start with you then. Yi Qianwei immediately felt a formless energy envelop him after hearing those words. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in green flames. Chapter 814. Killing intent. All around the green flame burned Yi Qianwei's body and consciousness, leaving him feeling endless fear. He felt that he was about to die. A fear that made his hair stand on end filled his heart. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Luo Yunyang in a daze. Heavenly venerate samsara, please spare my life. Heavenly venerate samsara, please spare my life. Yi Qianwei's initially imposing, lofty manner changed drastically. Now, he was filled with fear. Even though he did not want to beg for mercy, he had no choice at this very moment. Begging for mercy was all he could do. Luo Yunyang was silent, while the young boy was delighted upon seeing the green flames that wrapped around Yi Qianwei. xianxia was the only one who felt how powerful his master was. Yi Qianwei might be an invincible opponent, but his master considered Yi Qianwei a mere kid. The difference between him and his master was too great. In the eyes of his master, he might not even have any fighting chance. While these thoughts went through xianxia's mind, a majestic aura suddenly appeared in the green flames. Who dares to hurt my disciple? Heavenly venerate Purple Crane appeared in the area that was surrounded by the green flames and spoke coldly. Heavenly venerate Purple Crane was a little surprised when he saw Luo Yunyang, who had transformed into Luo Yuanshu. However, his expression became calm shortly. Heavenly venerate samsara, you are back. You did not perish in the endless void. What a pleasant surprise. Quickly, let my disciple go and I will pretend that all this never happened. Luo Yunyang smiled coldly and did not speak as he looked calmly at Heavenly venerate Zaihe. However, the green flames intensified and the projection of Heavenly venerate Purple Crane within the flames started to collapse. Heavenly venerate samsara, are you crazy? Did you know that my disciple is valued by the Forsaken Sword sect? Heavenly venerate Joyless will not forgive you if you hurt him. The projection of Heavenly venerate Purple Crane shouted at Luo Yunyang before disappearing. Heavenly venerate Joyless, the Forsaken Sword sect. Although this was the first time Luo Yunyang heard of Heavenly venerate Joyless, he knew that the reason for the Luo family's downfall had to be Heavenly venerate Joyless. I will look for Heavenly venerate Joyless eventually. Heavenly venerate Purple Crane, I'll make you pay for your part in this as well. Luo Yunyang waved his arms and caused the projection of Heavenly venerate Purple Crane to disintegrate instantly. Yi Qianwei had thought that he would be saved when Heavenly venerate Purple Crane had appeared. However, upon seeing that Luo Yunyang didn't respect Heavenly venerate Purple Crane, he was now scared shish once more. Heavenly venerate samsara, please forgive me. I had no choice but to do this. Heavenly venerate Joyless is a second-level Heavenly venerate. I had to listen to him. I would be dead meat if I didn't follow his instructions. Although Yi Qianwei was a universe-grade martialist, he acted as though he was heading to the slaughterhouse. He appeared extremely pitiful. Luo Yunyang paid no attention to Yi Qianwei's explanation. When Yi Qianwei's body was burned into ashes by the green flames, he collected Yi Qianwei's consciousness into a box that was formed by green flames. What exactly happened to the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace? Luo Yunyang turned and asked xianxia. Master, this started 15 years ago, xianxia said resentfully. 15 years ago, a spaceship came to Tianyunshan territory. That's also when we learned that the place we were in was called Tianyunshan Void. A total of 4 heavenly venerates came from that spaceship. They were from the Forsaken Sword sect of Yunguang Great Cosmos. The leader of the spaceship was Heavenly Venerate Joyless, who was known as Young Master Joyless. Su Hexi clenched his fist tightly as he said that. It was obvious that Su Hexi resented Heavenly Venerate Joyless as he explained. At the time, many people thought being able to interact with Yunguang Great Cosmos was a good thing. However, Heavenly Venerate Joyless never treated us like humans. He gave 3 decrees right after coming to the Tianyunshan Void. The first decree was to select hundreds of beautiful women to fill his joyless divine palace. Luo Yunyang listened on quietly, although he already knew what had happened even before Su Hexi finished speaking. The cold glimmer in his eyes intensified. Master, Fairy Lu has been named #1 beauty in the entire Tianyunshan Void ever since you left, Su Hexi said. I don't know which *SSHOLE told Heavenly Venerate Joyless. Heavenly Venerate Joyless immediately issued a Heavenly Venerate decree to make Fairy Lu serve in his joyless palace. If she refused, Heavenly Venerate Joyless would issue an order to raise the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace to the ground and send everyone to the 18th level of the Dark Prison in response to her defiance. Su Hexi choked up while speaking. My old patriarch tried to negotiate with him and even mentioned your name in desperation. However, he actually murdered Patriarch Tuoshan in the Void with a blow. Tuoshan, Luo Yunyang had once reversed the Void and resurrected Tuoshan after becoming a Heavenly Venerate. However, he had not expected that his old friend would get murdered. Luo Yunyang didn't speak, yet the intense murderous intent that arose made Su Hexi tremble in fear beside him. I got it, where is Heavenly Venerate Joyless? You'll take me to him. I have to show him that there are some people he can't afford to provoke. 3 rays of light flew down straight from the void as Luo Yunyang spoke. Leading the way was a purple streak of light. Luo Yunyang already knew who would come flying in when the lights appeared. He did not say a word as he quietly waited for the 3 of them to show themselves. Heavenly Venerate Samsara, you killed my disciple. I will fight you to death. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane howled in a frenzy upon seeing Luo Yunyang. He had made great efforts to train Yi Qianwei, and it had been almost certain that his disciple would become a Heavenly Venerate, as he had been valued by Heavenly Venerate Joyless. What had made Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane even happier was that his disciple had been able to obtain a lot of benefits from Heavenly Venerate Joyless. As a master, he would also receive a share of those benefits. Hence, Yi Qianwei had become very important to him. Anyone that dared to oppose Yi Qianwei would basically be opposing Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane himself. While he believed that Luo Yunyang's cultivation had been initially slightly higher than his own, he had gained a tremendous amount of confidence after receiving a lot of benefits and resources. He felt that even though Luo Yunyang had gained a lot in the Endless Void, his gains couldn't be comparable to the benefits he had received from Heavenly Venerate Joyless. Furthermore, he had Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost and Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Silence as assistants. Why should he be worried about Luo Yunyang? This time, he also thought that if he took advantage of this opportunity to capture Luo Yunyang, Heavenly Venerate Joyless might actually appreciate him. Trash. Luo Yunyang glared at Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane. This word was like a heavy slap across Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's face. Heavenly Venerate Zaihei shouted furiously, you must have a death wish. Just as he was about to make a move, Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost interrupted him. Heavenly Venerate Samsara, the situation is different now. I think you should think twice before you act, no matter what happens. Yes, Heavenly Venerate Samsara. You should apologize to Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane first. Brother Purple Crane has always been magnanimous. I don't think he will blame you. Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Silence also said his piece. Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost had always been in charge of managing all the affairs of the 3 Heavenly Venerates. However, Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost and Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Silence currently appeared very submissive before Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane. Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost and Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Silence were obviously sucking up to Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane. I will not spare him even if he kowtows before me. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane shouted. Luo Yunyang looked at Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost and Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Silence and said coldly, I will let the 2 of you leave now if the devastation of the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had nothing to do with you. As for Purple Crane, both he and his master will die. Ha ha ha, how ambitious. I'm really scared. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane laughed hysterically. He had earned a lot of benefits, so even Heavenly Venerate Spring had to be wary of him. Hence, he found Luo Yunyang's words hilarious. However, Luo Yunyang threw a punch at him while he was laughing his head off. Luo Yunyang executed the Blood Lotus Supremacy's Great Sky Obliteration Palms. However, the Great Sky Obliteration Palms, which were originally not that powerful, were overpowered when unleashed by the clones of the chaotic four-origin beast. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's face fell. This mighty force made him feel extremely small. The palm was like the sky and earth, binding his beloved body. He even felt that he could not move at all under the influence of that overbearing power. Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost and Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Silence wanted to stop Luo Yunyang, but the two of them stopped at the same time that Luo Yunyang's palm was about to strike Purple Crane. At that moment, they realized that even though they had made some progress over the years, Luo Yunyang wasn't the same either. Chapter 815. Sword in hand, straight to Yunguang. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's body was crushed by a single punch. Meanwhile, his consciousness was bound completely by an invisible force. Luo Yunyang smirked as he looked at Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's weak consciousness. Although he and Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane were first-level Heavenly Venerates, his primordial spirit, which had been formed by merging his consciousness with the huge spiritual mark, was exceptionally strong. The power of his primordial spirit controlled his internal universe, and ran it like an actual universe. It could be said that it made Luo Yunyang's internal universe as real as it could be. What about Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane? His consciousness didn't even merge with his spiritual mark in the long river of time and space. Although he was also a Heavenly Venerate and could control some time and space nomological laws, his control was minimal and there was no room for improvement. If he and Luo Yunyang were likened to young lifeforms, then he would be a small worm wriggling in the ground, while Luo Yunyang would be a mighty dragon with endless possibilities. How can you be so strong? Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's voice was quivering in fear. Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Silence and Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost also watched Luo Yunyang in disbelief. They were not ignorant people, but Luo Yunyang's performance had really exceeded their expectations. Ordinary universe-grade elites were like ants to them. However, they had become ants in front of Luo Yunyang now. You said I was watching the sky from the well, but in fact, all of you were watching the sky from the well, Luo Yunyang said faintly. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane had been a Heavenly Venerate for a very long time after all. I admit defeat regarding this matter, Heavenly Venerate Samsara, he said after drawing a deep breath. Let me go and I'll go find Heavenly Venerate Joyless and have him release all the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace people. I'll then act like this matter never happened. The Forsaken Sword sect isn't a sect you can afford to provoke. Let you go. Do you think that's possible? Luo Yunyang looked at Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane and sneered. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's heart trembled for a moment before he replied, Luo Yunyang, I know you are very strong, but we are all Heavenly Venerates. I have transcended the long river of time and space. I can be resurrected again as long as my spiritual mark, which is hidden in the long river of time and space, is still there when you kill me. You can't kill me completely, so why waste time? You think that I can't kill you. In fact, I can really do so, Luo Yunyang said with a smile. I have plenty of means to make your consciousness fragments that have transcended the river of time and space return. While he spoke, Luo Yunyang's mouth emitted a sound wave that shattered Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's consciousness directly. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's consciousness did not dissipate immediately. After a quarter of an hour, his consciousness gathered again. However, this time, Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's consciousness seemed like it was withering in fear. Why did you hurt my spiritual mark? How can you hurt my spiritual mark? Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's consciousness was terrified. Luo Yunyang laughed coldly. The life-death resounding fate had always been used as ordinary means. However, Luo Yunyang had discovered that he did not know enough about the two techniques of the Lord of Samsara after he had become a Heavenly Venerate and formed his primordial spirit. Not only could the two techniques hurt the body of a Heavenly Venerate, but they could also hurt the spiritual mark of a Heavenly Venerate that had transcended the river of time and space. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's spiritual mark would shatter and he would disappear forever as long as Luo Yunyang executed the life-death resounding fate on it 3 times. The Samsara Palm and the life-death resounding fate were considered elite techniques when it came to dealing with Heavenly Venerates. Luo Yunyang didn't answer. However, Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane immediately came to a realization. He had lived for countless years, but he did not want to die. It could be said that his priority now was to live. Heavenly Venerate Samsara, please spare my life. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane hesitated for a moment before finally pleading. Heavenly Venerate Spring Frost and Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Silence were instantly sullen. Although they weren't clear about what had just happened, based on the way Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane had reacted, they knew that Luo Yunyang must have grabbed tightly onto Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's life. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane was nearly considered the leader of their group. If Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane had no way of resisting Luo Yunyang, this also meant that they would be powerless to fight against Luo Yunyang. After mulling this over, the two of them glanced at Luo Yunyang before flying away in another direction. They had realized that the situation was beyond their control. Hence, it was better to leave first while Luo Yunyang wasn't blaming them for anything. Where is the 18th level of Dark Prison? Luo Yunyang looked at Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane and said coldly, "Where is Lu Bingyu?" Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane said in a trembling voice, "Lu Bingyu is in the Icy Soul Hall of the Joyless Palace. The 18th level of Dark Prison is on a star outside the Tianyunshan dynasty." "Where is the Joyless Palace then? Where is Heavenly Venerate Joyless?" Luo Yunyang asked in an unquestionable tone as he glared at Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's consciousness. The Joyless Palace is within the Forsaken Sword sect of Yungguang Great Cosmos. Heavenly Venerate Joyless has set up a transportation array to connect the two cosmoses. It works both ways. Heavenly Venerate Samsara, although you're stronger than Heavenly Venerate Joyless, he has the entire Forsaken Sword sect behind him. The Patriarch of the Forsaken Sword sect is the father of Heavenly Venerate Joyless. Legend has it that he is a 4th level Heavenly Venerate. I heard that he is a very fair and impartial person. If you just tell him about this, he will definitely get Heavenly Venerate Joyless to let them go. You do not want to make such a dangerous enemy. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane shouted. Luo Yunyang scoffed after listening to what Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane had said. They are the ones that made a great enemy. Where is the transportation array? Take me there. After saying that, Luo Yunyang glanced at Su Hexi and the young boy before saying, "Both of you will follow me and watch the show." Su Hexi was very excited. Although, in his opinion, Luo Yunyang was like a strong, unrivaled god, he had realized that his understanding of his master was too superficial after seeing his master's dominating presence. The person he was manhandling was Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane. "Patriarch, shouldn't we save the people in the dark prison first?" Although the young boy was in awe of Luo Yunyang's power, he still spoke up courageously. Luo Yunyang looked at the outspoken young boy and said lightly, "We can defeat the enemy by catching their chief. Why go through all that trouble?" The young boy only half understood his words. Although he thought that what Luo Yunyang had said seemed very reasonable, he still believed that his patriarch was somewhat making an excuse. Luo Yunyang didn't give the boy a chance to speak. Instead, he arrived outside the transportation array with a wave of his sleeves. The transportation array was guarded by 2 peak universe-grade elites. One could feel that they were much stronger than Bai Jingtian just by sensing their aura. Although this didn't mean that their talent surpassed Bai Jingtian's, their foundation exceeded Bai Jingtian's by far. They stood there like they were overlooking the entire Tianyan void. Even if Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane arrived, the two of them were equals. They simply wouldn't treat Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane with any extra respect. However, the two guards felt terrified the moment Luo Yunyang appeared. They almost shouted at the same time, "Who dares to try anything against our Forsaken Sword say?" Luo Yunyang directly shattered them into pieces as they were about to complete their sentence. Their internal universes and universe flowers were shattered. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane didn't really like these universe-grade guards, as they didn't show him much respect. He was a Heavenly Venerate after all. However, the two guards were disciples of the Forsaken Sword sect. Hence, he couldn't show his dissatisfaction. He could only keep it in his heart. Luo Yunyang had killed them in a single move, which meant that he would be confronting the Forsaken Sword sect directly. Luo Yunyang stepped into the transportation array just as Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane was about to say something. With a wave of Luo Yunyang's sleeve, they instantly crossed the void and appeared in a vast land. Although Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane had become a subordinate of Heavenly Venerate Joyless, he had never seen what the Forsaken Sword sect looked like. Now, even though he was only in his soul form, he still clearly felt the immensity of the mountain in front of him. Mountains peak that resembled swords and dense purple chi had gathered for 100,000 miles. If this place was in the Tianyunshan void, it would simply be a huge paradise that the Tianyunshan void could not control even if it was found. This should be where Heavenly Venerate Joyless Palace is located. I've seen projections of it before. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane's fear of Luo Yunyang was now deeply rooted. Thus, he took the initiative to speak before Luo Yunyang even asked anything. Before he could finish, Luo Yunyang had made his move, making a grabbing motion with his hand towards the Joyless Palace. This grabbing motion instantly blotted out the sun, and the Joyless Palace was held within Luo Yunyang's palm. Heavenly Venerate Purple Crane was anticipating that something would happen while he watched the domineering Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang's imposing act was something they yearned for, the Forsaken Sword sect wouldn't let this matter go easily. Sure enough, the moment Luo Yunyang made his move, 5 sword lights shot through the sky. Chapter 816. Wanting an explanation, Heavenly Venerate Joyless looked like someone in his 30s. However, he was actually closer to being 10,000 years old. His Heavenly Venerate cultivation had kept him forever young, and time had basically become meaningless to him. Heavenly Venerate. He was a Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Joyless had had a much easier time becoming a Heavenly Venerate compared to many people who had to go through all kinds of hardships to become one. Heavenly Venerate Joyless' mother had the bloodline of an ancient ruler, while his father was a very powerful 4th-level Heavenly Venerate. The two of them had given birth to Heavenly Venerate Joyless, who had been born with a celestial domain grade cultivation and was thus considered a genius. However, the combination of two geniuses might produce a super genius or a hedonistic son. Heavenly Venerate Joyless was such an example. He had never shown much interest in cultivation. Instead, he had found pleasure in eating, drinking and having fun. He had been able to reach the peak of the universe grade just by relying on his innate talents and his father's nurturing. However, he had no way of breaking through to become a Heavenly Venerate in the Yunguang Great Cosmos. In order to help him live forever, his father had finally made him a Heavenly Venerate by using a Heavenly Venerate platform and some other voids that had resulted in him becoming a 2nd-level Heavenly Venerate. Unfortunately, there was no future for him, despite his father's painstaking efforts. Hence, his father, who had been disheartened, no longer cared about Heavenly Venerate Joyless after he became a Heavenly Venerate. Despite the awe-inspiring title of a Heavenly Venerate Joyless preferred to be called Young Master Joyless. Although being called a master was not as impressive as being called a Heavenly Venerate, being called Young Master Joyless still made him very comfortable. The Joyless Palace was a palace built by Heavenly Venerate Joyless for himself. Top beauties from everywhere had been collected and placed in this palace, including women from different regions of the human tribe and some beauties from subsidiary human tribes. The Joyless Palace could basically be entered by the most beautiful women in Yunguang Great Cosmos. There were even some women that belonged to the larger sects of the Yunguang Great Cosmos, who were proud to enter the Joyless Palace. This wine is good. Heavenly Venerate Joyless gently tasted the wine in his cup while sitting on his throne, which was made of black divine jade. This wine had been brewed with hundreds of different magical fruits. A celestial domain grade martialist that had a sip of it could advance straight to the universe grade. However, these fruits were too rare. They were usually used to refine medicine, as it was really wasteful to brew wine by using them. Only Heavenly Venerate Joyless would use these rare fruits and enjoy them in the form of wine. Has Lu Bingyu surrendered yet? Heavenly Venerate Joyless asked as he turned to a lady in blue robes beside him. The lady in blue was equally graceful and gorgeous. She was a princess from a big empire in Tianguang Great Cosmos that had accidentally been discovered by Heavenly Venerate Joyless before being recruited and brought to the Joyless Palace. Now, this lady was considered Heavenly Venerate Joyless attendant and had a significant status in the entire Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Sir, Lu Bingyu is really indecisive. She actually ignored your kindness. The lady in the blue robe scoffed. She is still hoping that her cousin will come to her rescue. Heavenly Venerate Joyless laughed as he looked at the lady's expression and said, "Let her persevere if she insists then. I do not like to force people to do things. I'd like to see how long she will be able to hold on." Heavenly Venerate Joyless smirked. After reaching a bottleneck at his Heavenly Venerate cultivation, Heavenly Venerate Joyless had lost his motivation to continue cultivating. He had achieved almost everything he wanted in Yunguang Great Cosmos, so his interest had dulled even more. What Heavenly Venerate Joyless needed now wasn't a woman that he could have easily. He actually wanted the satisfaction of subduing one. Although Lu Bingyu wasn't the most beautiful woman in his possession, she made him want to subdue her very much. He was willing to enjoy the process slowly. The lady in blue hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Sir, I think it's better to let go of this matter. After all, Lu Bingyu's cousin is also a heavenly venerate. You will have one more enemy if he returns." The lady's words stimulated the look on young Master Joyless' face as he looked up at the sky and laughed. "Heavenly venerate, do you think he is worthy of being called a heavenly venerate in such a small place? He should have died after entering the endless void presumptuously. Even if he returns alive, what about it? Based on the attitude of the heavenly venerates in their void, he might even take the initiative to come help me persuade his cousin, considering that I want to accept his cousin as a concubine. Ha ha ha, that would be great, wouldn't it? It will also be a good thing if he dares to resist," young Master Joyless said flamboyantly. "I need some fun now. Killing a heavenly venerate would be..." Before young Master Joyless could complete his sentence, he felt his entire Joyless Palace shake like crazy. When he conjured his consciousness to check what was happening outside, he suddenly realized that the Joyless Palace had been lifted off the ground as if someone had grabbed and lifted it up. Young Master Joyless dashed out of his palace almost without any hesitation. He had always been the one to use such violent ways to destroy others. Hence, he had never expected to get such treatment himself. "Who is it? How dare you touch my Joyless Palace?" A cold voice spoke in his ears when he shouted. "Are you young Master Joyless?" Young Master Joyless responded almost instinctively, "Yes, I am young Master Joyless." "Who are you?" A huge palm landed across young Master Joyless' face as soon as he finished his sentence. Young Master Joyless had been most proud of his speed after becoming a heavenly venerate. However, he now actually discovered that he could avoid the palm when it came flying towards him. A sharp, crisp sound echoed in the void when the palm struck. Young Master Joyless was a second-level heavenly venerate that could be considered to have reached the level of being able to create objects in the void. However, he was completely helpless as the palm ruthlessly slapped him across the face. Although a heavenly venerate's body was very strong, the slap still made heavenly venerate Joyless consciousness feel like he had been whipped heavily. He was now very uncomfortable. "I am heavenly venerate Joyless. My father is heavenly venerate Qingyuan. You better let me go now, or my father will not take this lying down," heavenly venerate Joyless said fearfully, his face looking badly mangled. He was truly a heavenly venerate, yet there was a big gap between his state of mind and heavenly venerate Purple Crane's. Thus, he was very frightened after being beaten until he was dizzy. 5 figures appeared in the void when heavenly venerate Joyless screamed. Their faces stiffened when they saw heavenly venerate Joyless, who had been severely beaten. Although most of them felt little respect for heavenly venerate Joyless, he was, after all, their younger brother, as well as a heavenly venerate of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Their sect would be useless if they did not act after seeing heavenly venerate Joyless in such a sorry state. "Put down junior brother Joyless, or you will die," a heavenly venerate in long robes who was wielding a long sword said icily. However, Luo Yunyang responded with an even louder slap that caused heavenly venerate Joyless' mouth to tear. The sword-wielding heavenly venerate roared as the long sword in his hand transformed into a long dragon that slashed at Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, the sword light in the hands of the 4 other people turned into a sword net that flew towards Luo Yunyang and heavenly venerate Joyless. It seemed like they were trying to rescue heavenly venerate Joyless from Luo Yunyang's grasp. After all, heavenly venerate Joyless was rather important, so they had to treat this seriously. Although Luo Yunyang was using his chaotic 4-origin beast clone, he could increase his power a dozen times by using the attribute regulator. Luo Yunyang did not flinch upon seeing the sword light sweeping through while he punched at it hard. The punch looked simple, but it contained Luo Yunyang's intense rage, and it became even more powerful with the assistance of the attribute regulator. A thunderous clap echoed in the void when those overwhelming sword lights collided. 5 of the second-level heavenly venerates were blasted away as their swords shattered. The 5 second-level heavenly venerates glared at Luo Yunyang both angrily and fearfully. As heavenly venerates, they knew very well exactly how strong they were. Hence, they knew how frightening Luo Yunyang had to be in order to blast them away with a single punch. Was he a 3rd-level heavenly venerate or a 4th-level heavenly venerate? A single punch from Luo Yunyang had defeated the combined attacks of 5 second-level heavenly venerates, and his palm did not pause as it continued its trajectory and landed heavily again on heavenly venerate Joyless' face. Heavenly venerate Joyless' face swelled up like a pig's head instantly. While he was crying out loud, Many disciples from the Forsaken Sky Sword sect arrived from all directions to check out the commotion. The 5th level heavenly venerates knew how strong Luo Yunyang was. These disciples would be simply throwing away their lives, no matter how many of them came. Hence, they hurriedly prevented those disciples from coming over. "Sir, I would like an explanation for this ruthless attack against the Forsaken Sky Sword sect." A faint voice was heard beside the severely beaten-up young Master Joyless as cracks suddenly appeared around the void. Young Master Joyless was about to escape Luo Yunyang's grasp through the cracked void. "If you want an explanation, I shall give you one." Luo Yunyang threw another punch after saying that. Chapter 817, Unwilling to Forgive. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate. Although there was still a big difference between him and a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate of a larger cosmos, he also had his fair share of opportunities. His sky-splitting space-shaking sword technique had allowed him to rank among the top figures in Yunguang Great Cosmos, and the Forsaken Sword sect's name intimidated many people. It could be said that there weren't many people in the Yunguang Great Cosmos that Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was afraid of. Besides, he was the kind of person who knew how to make his money and power work for him and had a good relationship with top figures. Hence, the Forsaken Sword sect had become more powerful over the years. However, he had never thought that someone would come up to the Forsaken Sword sect and attack his son directly. Although he didn't favor young Master Joyless, he was still his son after all. One ought to see who one was going up against before trying anything. This was what enraged Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan. He knew what sort of person his son was, but, more importantly, someone actually hadn't shown him any respect whatsoever. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan executed a special technique that was unique to a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate instantly to tear open the void around his son. This could intimidate the opponent and also rescue young Master Joyless from the embarrassing mess he had gotten himself into. However, when Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan felt that everything was under his control, the seemingly young Heavenly Venerate blasted another punch against the void that he had already divided. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan scoffed in disdain when he saw that. This young fellow was so presumptuous. The division of the void by a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate was real, and the hardness around the void was comparable to the barrier of the void. However, this look of disdain soon disappeared from Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's face, as the void he had divided shattered when Luo Yunyang's blow struck it. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the void shattering. He was a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate, yet his void division technique had actually been defeated by someone who merely appeared like a 1st-level Heavenly Venerate. Young Master Joyless' body was also crushed when the void shattered. His consciousness turned into countless fragments that dissipated in the void. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan wasn't too worried, even though this would cause his son to get hurt significantly. However, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan knew that his son wouldn't die. After all, he was still a Heavenly Venerate, albeit a weak one. There wouldn't be any huge problems as long as one was a Heavenly Venerate. "Who are you?" Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan did not immediately make his move. Instead, he glared at Luo Yunyang. He had speculated a lot about Luo Yunyang's origin. The fact that Luo Yunyang had been able to break his void division probably meant that Luo Yunyang was an elite 1st-level Heavenly Venerate. This sort of person usually had tremendous supporters behind him. Even the legendary top Zongzis of the other great cosmoses wouldn't offend such people, even if it meant losing face. Luo Yuanshu. Luo Yunyang met Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's gaze as he spoke calmly. He gestured at the Joyless Palace in his grasp and a figure flew out of it. The figure was wearing a blue dress. While she looked indifferently calm, she also bore a tenacious, unyielding attitude. Although she was calm when she appeared, her eyes dazzled with a radiant glow when she saw Luo Yunyang. You're back. I just knew it. I knew that you would return." Lu Bingyu teared up as if she was venting all the grievances she had endured all this while. "I'm back." Luo Yunyang gazed at the familiar sight and smiled at Lu Bingyu. Although he had just said 2 words, these words signified a lot. "Father, you must avenge me. He attacked me as soon as he came. I have never been so humiliated before." Heavenly Venerate Joyless was a Heavenly Venerate indeed. He was able to reappear in a short amount of time. Although he was frightened, he was also boiling with intense rage. Luo Yunyang had attacked him straight away without any explanation. Thus, he was confused about what was going on. Even his Heavenly Venerate body had been shattered. Even though he was a Heavenly Venerate and this injury had not done too much harm to him, it had been a long time since he had suffered such humiliation. Besides, his father, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan, had also arrived at the scene. Lu Bingyu panicked when she saw Heavenly Venerate joyless. Although she had been withstanding the pressure of Heavenly Venerate joyless with great determination these days, she was also very concerned. She was worried about what other evil means Heavenly Venerate joyless would use to finally make her crack. She was also worried about whether her willpower would continue to endure. You shut up. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan shot a look at his son before turning to Luo Yunyang again. Luo Yuanshu, don't you think you should give me an explanation? Explanation? Do I need a reason to kill someone? Luo Yunyang gestured at Lu Bingyu after saying that. Stand behind me. These words attracted the attention of Heavenly Venerate Joyless, who watched Lu Bingyu excitedly as he came to a realization. You are that so-called Heavenly Venerate Samsara. Luo Yunyang looked at Heavenly Venerate Joyless and teased him. That's right, I'll reward you with a painful death later. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan finally understood that this opponent must have been provoked by his son. Judging from this person's imposing manner, it seemed like he wasn't willing to let it go. He looked around him before saying lightly, aren't you too arrogant to be making a ruckus in the Forsaken Sword sect? Do you not care about the Forsaken Sword sect, or did you not take into account me? Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's tone contained unrestrained fury. Luo Yunyang glanced at Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan. It had been difficult for him to compete with a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate before he had become a Heavenly Venerate himself. However, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's various attribute values were now clearly projected in his mind. Although Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate, his attributes were still a lot weaker than Luo Yunyang's. The difference between their mind attributes was particularly big. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's mind attributes were less than half of Luo Yunyang's. I don't care about you or your sect. Luo Yunyang gave a direct answer to Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan as he looked at him and said, I came here to destroy the stupid Forsaken Sword sect. You tell me then, is there a need for me to care about all this? Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was furious. He had still thought of making peace with Luo Yunyang when he had seen that Luo Yuanshu had made some impressive moves at the beginning. However, he had not expected that this person would be so truculent. Not many people within the Yunguang Great Cosmos could destroy the Forsaken Sword sect. Furthermore, there was no existence named Luo Yuanshu amongst those that could. Father, kill him. How can we continue to exist in the Yunguang Great Cosmos if we let him off after the way he provoked us? Heavenly Venerate Joyless realized that any negotiation between his father and Luo Yunyang had been ruined and immediately shouted in delight. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan shot an annoyed glance at his son. If he had not spent a lot of effort on Heavenly Venerate Joyless, he would have sent his son flying away with a slap. Stand aside. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan brandished his arms, making a longsword appear in his hand. Young man, although you are extraordinary, the gap between a 1st-level Heavenly Venerate and a 4th-level Heavenly Venerate cannot be overcome by just a few bold words. Today, I will teach you how to treat your elders with respect. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan brandished the sword in his hands as 360 sword lights converged into a sphere of light that shot towards Luo Yunyang. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was able to control 4 universe origin marks like the 4th-level Heavenly Venerate that he was. He would then be able to dissect space with the assistance of the 4 universe origin marks. The 360 sword lights were formed by Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's control of the 4 universe origin marks by using his exceptional mind power. Not only did this move appear mighty, but it also sounded resounding and magnificent. Although the sword lights weren't aimed at the ordinary disciples of the Forsaken Sword sect, they all felt like their minds were being stifled to the point of almost collapsing. This was already a level they could never reach. Luo Yunyang studied the sword light coldly. Although Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's offensive techniques were good, in Luo Yunyang's opinion, they weren't that refined. Luo Yunyang transferred all his attribute points to his mind when the attack was close. His primordial spirit was conjured as he executed the life-death resounding fate. The deep, bell-like sound bombarded the sphere of 360 sword lights. The 360 sword lights were shattered quickly and soundlessly while a crack appeared on the sword wielded by Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan. Who was Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan? He was a top-notch 4th-level Heavenly Venerate. The current circumstances made him realize that Luo Yuanshu was more formidable than he had thought. Just as he was preparing to retreat, Luo Yunyang moved his hand quickly, sending a samsara palm crashing towards Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan. Although the samsara palm executed with Luo Yunyang's present strength only contained one universe origin mark, it still turned into a rotating giant wheel that smashed hard against Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan. Momentarily, this overwhelming might surged like a torrential sea. Chapter 818. A Sound of Life and Death. Suppressing the Forsaken Sky Sect. The power of universe origin marks varied. For example, the universe origin marks formed in Luo Yunyang's internal universe were much stronger than those formed in ordinary universes. It went without saying that Luo Yunyang's samsara palm was basically a move designed to specifically deal with Heavenly Venerates. In the face of that wheel of light, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan stiffened up. Deep down, he was actually trembling in fear. However, as a fourth-level Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan wasn't someone that ordinary people could compare with. As he swung the sword in his hand, what seemed like a primordial sacred mountain appeared above him. This sacred mountain swayed with power. Upon careful inspection, one could see that every ray of light coming from this sacred mountain contained overwhelming power of universe origin marks. This was Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's strongest defensive move, Sky-Shrouding Sacred Mountain. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan rarely used this move most of the time, as it would also deal some damage to his spirit. This time, if it had not been for Luo Yunyang's tumultuous power and the light wheel formed by the samsara palm, he definitely wouldn't have unleashed this technique. Boom! The huge samsara wheel collided with that overwhelmingly powerful primordial sacred mountain and caused a deafening boom. This boom gave one's heart the chills and made many people shiver. Heavenly Venerate Joyless stared at the collision. Naturally, he hoped that his father would emerge victorious. However, the instant the massive wheel of light collided with his father's defensive technique, a look of fear crept onto his face. The sky-shrouding sacred mountain was an extremely powerful move, and Heavenly Venerate Joyless knew that. Even if he did his best, he wouldn't even scratch the sky-shrouding sacred mountain. Luo Yunyang's samsara palm caused countless cracks to appear on that primordial sacred mountain when they collided. Senior brothers, this person is our sect's greatest adversary. We mustn't let him run. Let's attack him together. Without any hesitation, Heavenly Venerate Joyless howled. The 5-second level Heavenly Venerates made up their minds the instant they heard Heavenly Venerate Joyless. They too could see the difficult predicament Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was in. To them, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was a high and mighty being that was the pillar that supported the sect. The current circumstances were undermining their deep admiration for Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan, causing a massive threat of danger to fill their hearts. What would they do if Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan lost? Almost instantaneously, 5 streaks of sword light containing dense killing intent ripped through the void and shot towards Luo Yunyang. Lu Bingyu's expression became rigid when she saw these sword lights. Although her cultivation base was a far cry from these second-level Heavenly Venerates, cultivation, she still quickly took a step forward. She felt no fear, nor did she retreat or hesitate. Although she wouldn't be of much use even if she did something, she still couldn't help but rush forward. Unfortunately, the moment she took a step forward, a formless energy stopped her body. This is a bunch of circus clowns. I can handle them. Luo Yunyang didn't mask his words, making the 5-second level Heavenly Venerates of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect flush with anger. They were all prominent characters in Yunguang Cosmos. Based on their reputation, it could even be said that they were all really important people. If anyone dared to call them circus clowns, these Heavenly Venerates would definitely make the person in question pay a huge price in blood. However, they could only feel ashamed in the face of the person who was currently calling them clowns. This wasn't just because Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was being suppressed by the cultivation base of this person, but also because their actions couldn't be considered honorable. Because of this sense of shame, they all attacked even more viciously. However, just as their sword lights were coming into contact with Luo Yunyang, he once again unleashed the life-death resounding fate. Sounds reverberated all around while the 5-second level Heavenly Venerates felt as though many giant hammers were smashing their brains. Their sharp, penetrating sword lights also crumbled instantly. At the exact same moment, the samsara wheel once again increased its size tenfold and enveloped the 5 of them. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's primordial sacred mountain collapsed, and his body was engulfed by the gigantic samsara wheel. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan, who found it hard to escape, inhaled sharply and instantly enlarged his body. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan, who was as large as a primordial giant, pushed upwards with his 2 hands against the huge wheel. Crack! By that time, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's body had already crumbled. The 5-second level Heavenly Venerates used this opportunity to free themselves from the binds of the Disk of Light and escape frantically. Although Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's physical body had crumbled, everyone present knew that Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan definitely wouldn't die. As a top Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's spiritual mark had already transcended samsara. As long as his spiritual mark didn't re-enter the long river of space and time, he wouldn't die. Thus, under the circumstances, they all chose to retreat. Luo Yunyang didn't pursue them while he was ahead. He gazed at Heavenly Venerate Joyless with a smile on his face. However, this smile made Heavenly Venerate Joyless feel like he was crumbling inside. At the moment, Heavenly Venerate Joyless was really regretting this. If he had known that Heavenly Venerate Samsara would be so powerful, he wouldn't have provoked Lu Bingyu under any circumstances. The current situation gave him a bad feeling. He desperately hoped that his father would quickly return. This way, the matter would be resolved as quickly as possible. As Heavenly Venerate Joyless hoped for this, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's figure reappeared in the void. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Luo Yunyang. This fear welled from the depths of his heart. Heavenly Venerates couldn't be extinguished. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan had always known that this saying was false. There were so many slaughtering arts in this world that could make a Heavenly Venerate's spiritual mark that had transcended the long river of space and time return within it. However, not only were these slaughtering arts extremely difficult to cultivate, but they were also collected by some huge sects. Just moments ago, when his body had shattered, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan had sensed that his spiritual mark, which he had hidden only somewhere he had known, had started to crack. The moment these cracks increased, the 4th level Heavenly Venerate would really cease to exist. Heavenly Venerate Samsara, the Forsaken Sky Sword sect concedes this time. I will agree to whatever conditions you set, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan said after a moment's pause. Heavenly Venerate Joyless expression turned really unsightly. If his father agreed to any conditions, then perhaps his own life would be forfeit. However, right now, he had no leeway when it came to Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's decision. All he could do was secretly hope that Luo Yuanchu wouldn't kill him. My conditions include exterminating the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Luo Yunyang glared at Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan and said calmly, as for you people, you must all die. What Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan felt at first wasn't anger. When he heard Luo Yunyang's request, massive fear gripped his heart. At the same moment, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan made his decision. Using a mystic art, he communicated with his backer while replying, "Sir, there's no way I can agree to your request. Furthermore, you attacked the Forsaken Sky Sword sect brazenly. As the leader of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, I still do not know exactly what happened. Shouldn't you tell me in what aspect the Forsaken Sky Sword sect has offended you?" Although Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan had already guessed that this was mainly Heavenly Venerate Joyless' fault, he really didn't know the specific reason. If the opponent had been someone that he could deal with, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan wouldn't have asked for a reason. Anyone that came to cause trouble at the Forsaken Sky Sword sect just had to be crushed. However, he really wanted to know what exactly had caused this obscure powerhouse to get so offended that he wanted to annihilate the entire Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Lu Bingyu, who was behind Luo Yunyang, was about to speak. However, Luo Yunyang spoke up before she could. Must there be a reason for the Forsaken Sky Sword sect to kill someone? At this point, Luo Yunyang's tone turned frosty. Do I need to waste time talking about dead people? Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan wanted to swear badly. He had already put on a servile attitude, yet this person still insisted on destroying the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. This was too much. There wasn't much to say now that things had reached this point. However, he knew that he wouldn't be a match for Luo Yunyang, no matter what was to come. He had to flee and toss aside the foundations of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Although Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan could do so, he was really reluctant. After all, the foundations of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect were really important. Furthermore, he had already asked for help. Why so much rage, young friend? How about you let me mediate between you two and help this matter end right here? A voice echoed through the void. This voice was followed by an old man with scarlet eyes who rushed over like a floating cloud. The arrival of this person immediately made Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan heave a sigh of relief. Heavenly Venerate Joyless and the others also relaxed. They all greeted this person deferentially. Greetings, great Heavenly Venerate. No need for formalities. The red-eyed old man waved his sleeves as his gaze landed on Luo Yunyang. Even though both of you have deep resentment for each other, could you consider the matter resolved on account of this old man? Chapter 819. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. One thought, one realm. What was a Great Heavenly Venerate? Great Heavenly Venerates were the strongest entities in the cosmos. Their words were the law, and they could kill at will. One could say that, regardless of how big an issue was, it could basically be solved by a few words of a Great Heavenly Venerate. The old man with the scarlet eyes that had appeared was one of the 4 Great Heavenly Venerates of Yunguang Cosmos, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. Many people, especially ordinary disciples of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, heaved sighs of relief upon his arrival. The earth and sky could be ruined by a Heavenly Venerate's wrath. Although there were Heavenly Venerates in the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, even their patriarch, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan, had already lost to Luo Yuanchu, who was of unknown origin. The moment Luo Yuanchu flipped out, the Forsaken Sky Sword sect would experience devastation. It could be said that most members of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect would turn to dust if they were to face the wrath of this top powerhouse. Our Forsaken Sky Sword sect will absolutely comply with Great Heavenly Venerate's instructions. The first to speak was Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan, who had already felt a sense of slight fear during the prior exchange. Thus, he hurriedly agreed the moment Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red said that. After all, things hadn't reached a point that would force Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red to make a move to help him. Luo Yunyang's mind went to work as he faced Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. The digits of Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's attributes appeared in his mind. Power 103, Speed 49, Mind 124, Constitution 152. The black figures that represented Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's attributes were quickly displayed on Luo Yunyang's attribute regulator. Upon seeing these numbers, Luo Yunyang made a decision. Although he was considerably inferior to Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red in terms of power, his other aspects, such as his mind, were stronger than Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's. By using the attribute regulator, even if he couldn't defeat this Great Heavenly Venerate, he wouldn't be captured either. I don't agree, Luo Yunyang said calmly. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's expression turned stern. He was a Great Heavenly Venerate, so he was the strongest person in the Yunguang Cosmos. It could be said that, in the Yunguang Cosmos, his words were the law. Even personal disciples of the other Great Heavenly Venerate disciples wouldn't dare go against him. This time, he had received a call for help from Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan and rushed over immediately. If this obscure Heavenly Venerate had actually suppressed Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan, he couldn't really be considered a nobody. Therefore, he had chosen to mediate. However, he had never imagined that this person would actually reject his kind intentions in front of so many people. If he had been an ordinary first-level or second-level Heavenly Venerate, he would have definitely made a move and instantly suppressed the Heavenly Venerate who had dared go against his orders. However, he couldn't see how strong Luo Yunyang was. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, he said coldly, "Does this mean that you don't respect me, sir? I naturally have my own reasons for coming to the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, yet you are telling me to give up. Doesn't this mean that you don't respect me?" Luo Yunyang met Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's gaze and said icily, "If you don't show me any respect, then why should I show you any?" These words were just like a slap landing viciously on Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's face. However, not only did Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red not get angry, but he actually appeared to be more relaxed. To Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red, Luo Yuanchu seemed like a first-level Heavenly Venerate. However, the way he had suppressed Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan made Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red rather apprehensive. Back in his days of traveling, he had met the top monsters from other great cosmoses. Even though they had been similar third-level Heavenly Venerates, the difference between him and those monsters had been akin to the difference between a huge dragon and a caterpillar. There were variances in power between Heavenly Venerates of the same level. Thus, in the boundless cosmos of the human race, the best way to determine whether Heavenly Venerate martialists were strong or weak wasn't through their boundary but through a unified standard, 13 origin martial stages. These 13 origin martial stages had originally been discovered by Hongmeng Sacred Hall, and each stage was a test for Heavenly Venerate grades. In the beginning, these stages had been only a form of refinement. However, As the heavenly venerates of countless cosmoses were different and there were occurrences of lower-level heavenly venerates crushing heavenly venerates of a higher level, people had started to use the 13 origin martial stages to differentiate between the levels of strength of heavenly venerates. When these standards first appeared, they became immediately popular in the 36 great cosmoses. For example, some heavenly venerates within certain voids didn't even know about the 13 origin martial stages and lacked the ability to even pass the first stage of the 13 origin martial stages. Thus, in the eyes of heavenly venerates of great cosmoses, these people weren't even considered heavenly venerates. Take heavenly venerate Joyless for example. Although he was a second-level heavenly venerate, he had never passed the 13 origin martial stages, so he wouldn't enjoy heavenly venerate treatment if he were to enter a great cosmos. Some great cosmos heavenly venerates even had a name for heavenly venerates who never passed the 13 origin martial stages, false heavenly venerates. Passing each stage of the first 9 of the 13 origin martial stages would result in a divine origin martial star being condensed. This divine origin martial star could be used as a defensive mechanism, yet its effects were actually limited. Because this sort of divine origin martial star couldn't be duplicated, it became a mark of passing through the 13 origin martial stages. Some people called heavenly venerates that possessed these divine origin martial stars origin martial heavenly venerates. Great heavenly venerate Scarlet Red was also worried about this, so he didn't immediately flip out upon talking to Luo Yunyang. He took a deep breath before asking, "May I know which great cosmos you originate from?" In Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's opinion, the top-notch disciples from great cosmoses were people he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. "I'm not from a great cosmos." Luo Yunyang met Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's gaze as he said calmly, "I come from the Tianyan Void." Tianyan Void. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red had never heard of these words before. However, based on the word, void, alone, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red could tell that this was a small place that was way inferior to the Yunguang cosmos. After mulling this over for a moment, he said indifferently, "Luo Yuanshu, are you really not gonna show me any respect? I can only tell you this, scram back to where you crawled out of. Otherwise, we will become mortal enemies." Luo Yunyang didn't back down in the slightest as he stared at Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. "This time, you were the one who provoked me." Many people in the Yunguang cosmos believed that being mortal enemies with a Great Heavenly Venerate was simply no different from being insane. However, Luo Yunyang had actually said this straight to Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's face. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red now had a very ugly look on his face. He had already felt like he was accepting a compromise, yet not only was this person being ungrateful, but he was actually asking for too much. Furthermore, Luo Yuanshu had actually said this in front of many people. If he didn't do anything personally, then his reputation in this world would be shattered. Immediately, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red said, "You have no sense of propriety, youngster. Don't blame me for teaching you a lesson." As he said that, his eyes glowed red and Luo Yunyang saw his body get wrapped up in a scarlet realm. Surging blazes shot into the air. Most of these blazes were mystical flames, so even a first-level heavenly venerate would turn into ashes if they were to fall in. As these surging blazes shot towards Luo Yunyang, countless martialists clad in scarlet armor rushed forth from this fiery realm. These martialists had power that was not inferior to a universe-grade martialist's power. Although they didn't have a consciousness, these scarlet-armored martialists were a fearsome sight. In the face of this dangerous situation, Luo Yunyang remained calm. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was making a move he had expected. He definitely wouldn't just let go of this grievance against the Forsaken Sky Sword sect just because of some simple words. The arrival of Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red had clearly aided Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan. There really wasn't any point in lowering his voice and expressing his grievances. Furthermore, after checking on Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's stats, Luo Yunyang felt rather confident about this matchup. 5th-level Heavenly Venerates can perform One Thought One Realm. Great Heavenly Venerate, what you are doing right now is One Look One Realm. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan said delightedly as he watched Luo Yunyang being engulfed by the Scarlet Realm. Luo Yuanshu had made him lose face, so Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan actually felt that it would be great if Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red could slay this person. However, his currying words didn't elicit a reply from Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. In the past, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red would have nodded in acknowledgement, yet his gaze was cold and stern right now. This gaze made Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan very uncomfortable. While Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was pondering how he should talk to Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red, Luo Yunyang made his move. This time, he transferred all the attributes of his body to his mind. Instantly, his mind attribute jumped to over 300 points. Then, Luo Yunyang's primordial spirit utilized the life-death resounding fate. The words, life, and death, were like a cycle that constantly revolved. As these two words were unleashed by Luo Yunyang's mouth, they continuously shattered the flames as well as the scarlet-armored martialists. Finally, the realm created by Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red with a single gaze was obliterated from the void. 5th level Heavenly Venerate, One Thought One Realm. By using the strange abilities of his eyes, Great World Scarlet Red could form a whole boundary. The boundary created by his gaze was difficult to struggle free from under ordinary circumstances. However, Luo Yunyang had only used his move to crush the boundary realm created. This made a very grim look appear on Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's face. His eyes flickered and, in just a moment, layers of boundaries moved to shroud Luo Yunyang like flower petals. In just an instant, Luo Yunyang's surroundings were covered by 36 layers of boundaries. Using 36 boundaries continuously also exhausted Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's mind power considerably. However, after trapping Luo Yuanchu for a short moment, Luo Yuanchu once again broke out. Chapter 820. Malignant Tumor. The exchange between Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and Luo Yunyang was electrifying. Although describing it in detail made it sound slow, everything was over in a few milliseconds. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red didn't move, even though Luo Yunyang had made all sorts of moves. However, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was actually the one actively attacking. Hence, Luo Yunyang quickly adjusted his attribute regulator after breaking the 36 layers of void seals made by Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and executing the life-death resounding fate. The Sky Feather 13 swords were supposed to be Luo Yunyang's strongest technique, but he planned to never use that technique and expose his identity unless he was caught in a life-threatening predicament. Therefore, he executed the life-death resounding fate instead. The words, life and death, resonated in Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's ears as he immediately felt his mind waver and his consciousness tear apart. While he was a 6th level Heavenly Venerate who had only managed to pass the 4th level of the 13 origin martial stages, he was widely considered a 4th level Heavenly Venerate among the vast human race. His level was still much higher than Luo Yunyang's, who was only a 1st level Heavenly Venerate. He was rather annoyed that his consciousness was shaken by Luo Yunyang as he bellowed in rage while forming hand seals to calm his mental state. Then, his crimson eyes lit up before sending layers and layers of realms towards Luo Yunyang once more. Luo Yunyang was no longer intimidated by this sort of technique as he continued to execute the same technique after being caught up in the realms conjured by Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. The layers of realms were broken again by Luo Yunyang. However, just as Luo Yunyang was preparing to shatter the last layer, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red suddenly appeared between that realm layer. His eyes were ice cold, and his palms moved towards Luo Yunyang when he caught sight of him. This palm strike contained 6 layers of universe origin marks. This also meant that the palm contained the power of 6 universes condensed by Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. Although none of the 6 universes condensed by Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was comparable to Luo Yunyang's 1 Yuan universe, 6 universes were still 6 universes. The power of condensing universes was very strong to begin with, and the realm that sealed Luo Yunyang had been formed by Great Heavenly Scarlet Red with just a mere thought. Should I evade it or take it head-on? Luo Yunyang made a decision in a heartbeat. Although he could recklessly take Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's attack head-on, he decided against exposing his true strength, as he already had a plan. Luo Yunyang instantly increased his speed attributes by 100 points with the attribute regulator. Swish! He then dashed out of the Crimson Realm just as Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's palm was about to strike him. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's eyes were burning with rage. He had initially been just testing Luo Yunyang's abilities, but he had gone all out to suppress Luo Yunyang now. However, just as he was about to land a long-awaited blow, Luo Yunyang unexpectedly tore through the void by using a speed that exceeded his own. He was a little concerned when he saw Luo Yunyang's speed. It would be impossible to capture Luo Yunyang if he could maintain such an astonishing speed. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was anxious about facing an opponent he couldn't capture, as this would mean gaining another pesky enemy. The Crimson Realm shattered as Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red walked out with a wave of his arm. He did not immediately make any moves. Instead, he glanced at Luo Yunyang, who had already appeared in the void. Solemnly, he said, "Heavenly Venerate Samsara, you surprised me. I feel that we can still come to an agreement regarding the matter of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect." Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's heart fell. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was a decision-maker, as well as an imposing figure. However, he was still willing to negotiate with Luo Yuanshu despite the disrespect shown. It was evident that Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red didn't have the confidence to take down Luo Yuanshu. Most Heavenly Venerates wouldn't harbor enmity against each other as long as it was difficult for one to suppress the other. The same applied to Great Heavenly Venerates as well. He glared at Heavenly Venerate Joyless for a moment, as if he wanted to beat Heavenly Venerate Joyless up for his stupidity and impulsiveness. Heavenly Venerate Joyless' hand was trembling too, as he also realized that this entire mess had been created by him. Luo Yunyang met Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's gaze and said in an unquestionable tone, "The Forsaken Sky Sword sect must be razed to the ground. You might stop me today, but you can't stop me forever. I can still slowly kill off everyone in the Forsaken Sky Sword sect even if you sit in the Forsaken Sky Sword sect all day. Unless you store the Forsaken Sky Sword sect and all your disciples in your internal universe." The burning rage developing in Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's eyes intensified. This was a menacing threat that made him very uncomfortable. How long had it been since anyone in the Yunguang cosmos had dared to threaten him? Anyone who had threatened him had already died many eons ago. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red wanted to kill the person in front of him as well. However, from the looks of it, this person must have experienced a small opportunity, so it was not within Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's ability to kill him now. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was worried that this person would be a malignant tumor. A huge opportunity was about to appear and his cultivation base would improve greatly if he was able to obtain it. He would benefit greatly once he took a step towards this opportunity. By then, the person in front of him would be nothing more than noise. However, it would be really bad if he was tied up by this person when this huge opportunity appeared. It seemed like it was unnecessary to sacrifice this huge opportunity for the plain Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Unfortunately, it was also tough for him to give up on the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, as they respected him very much. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan always listened to his instructions and did his bidding. After hesitating for a moment, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red took in a deep breath and said, "Young friend, I think it's fair to say that we're acquainted. Yet I am still not too sure what happened between you and the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Would you mind telling me about it?" Heavenly Venerate Joyless grimaced upon hearing that. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red turned to look at Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang did not say a word. He already had no intention of fighting with Luo Yunyang. Hence, he could only let Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan explain the situation if Luo Yunyang chose not to. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan knew that this matter had something to do with his son, but he did not know the exact reason either. Luo Yunyang had come aggressively out of the blue and never said anything before wreaking havoc. Hence, he turned to look at Heavenly Venerate Joyless when he saw Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red looking over. "Could you tell me what exactly is going on?" Heavenly Venerate Joyless was reluctant to explain. He knew that he could not lie, but he also did not dare to shed light on what had caused the entire situation. As he was mumbling something, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan snapped, "What is it? Tell me exactly what it is. I will put you into the ancient ice prison for 10,000 years if you dare lie." Luo Yunyang scoffed at what Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan had said. However, he remained silent as he stood where he was quietly. "Father, in the Tianyan Void, some people offered me." Heavenly Venerate Joyless knew that he would be making things difficult for himself if he told the truth, yet he did so anyway. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's face darkened as he heard the explanation of Heavenly Venerate Joyless. He would simply have reprimanded Heavenly Venerate Joyless if Luo Yunyang had been just an ordinary Heavenly Venerate. However, Luo Yunyang's abilities had surpassed his and even made Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red fearful. Thus, he knew that things would only go south from then on. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red wasn't looking too good either. He wouldn't have cared much about such a thing in the past, as Heavenly Venerate Joyless had a forgiving father. Now, Not only had Heavenly Venerate Samsara from the Tianyan Void slaughtered his way back, but he even possessed terrifying abilities. Both opportunities and extreme perseverance would be necessary for someone to become a Heavenly Venerate in such a short amount of time and travel in return from the endless void. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was not willing to form an enmity with such a formidable opponent. Scumbag, look what you've done. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan landed a tight slap across Heavenly Venerate Joyless' face, as he felt very ashamed of what had happened. Even the 5-second level Heavenly Venerates from the Forsaken Sky Sword sect were glaring at Heavenly Venerate Joyless. After all, they had also been affected by his presumptuous deed. Great Heavenly Venerate, I did not discipline my son well. I have made a fool of myself. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan glanced at Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and then said, please forgive this boy on account of all my years of service. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red didn't say a word, as he was weighing this matter in his mind. Finally, after a short pause, he turned to look at Luo Yunyang and said, Heavenly Venerate Samsara, this matter. I came here to destroy the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. I'll either be a friend or a foe. Luo Yunyang looked at Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and said, I can overlook the fact that you attacked me. However, I will fight you till the end if you continue. I swear I'll do what I said. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's eyes were burning with rage. He really did not want to care about this matter, but the Forsaken Sky Sword sect had always been very deferential to him. His reputation would be affected if he abandoned the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. However, he didn't want to step on Luo Yunyang's tail either. After a moment of hesitation, he said, the Forsaken Sky Sword sect shall hand you Heavenly Venerate Joyless and offer you a great compensation for his vile deed. Is this enough for you, Heavenly Venerate Samsara? Chapter 821. Joyless dies, Sacred Mountain collapses. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's face fell, as he had not expected Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red to come up with such an offer. Although he was very unwilling to accept these conditions, he still couldn't express his grievances after Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red shot a glance at him. He was indignant, yet he did not dare question Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's decision. Meanwhile, Heavenly Venerate Joyless had turned completely pale after listening to those conditions. He had never thought that he would end up like this one day. Father, help me, Heavenly Venerate Joyless exclaimed as he held his father's hand. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan didn't say a word. He could only stare at Luo Yunyang ferociously. What he wanted most was Luo Yunyang to reject the offer. Everything would be fine as long as Luo Yunyang refused. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red had already revealed his endgame by proposing these conditions in such an explicit manner. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan didn't believe that Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red would still choose to shrink back. There would be no problem as long as Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red did not backtrack. Luo Yunyang pondered this while eyeing Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. Although he wanted to kill Heavenly Venerate Joyless very much, he wasn't cruel enough to slaughter every single member of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Some of his words had been said so that he would assume and build his identity. Ha ha ha, what a generational genius. Greetings, Great Heavenly Venerate Samsara. I'm Yuanshang, an old man of short stature who was in high spirits emerged from the void. 4 golden stars were faintly visible as they revolved around the old man's head when he walked out. Divine Origin Martial Stars. In order words, the old man had broken through the 4th level of the 13 Origin Martial stages and could be considered a 4th level Heavenly Venerate within all the great cosmoses. Luo Yunyang didn't know this old man, but Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan appeared elated when he saw him. He bowed respectfully almost immediately when he saw the old man and said, Greetings, Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanshang. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanshang nodded in acknowledgement before turning to look at Luo Yunyang and saying, It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Both Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and I feel the same way. Why don't you show us some respect and agree to the conditions offered? Heavenly Venerate Joyless would still be dead meat if the conditions offered were met. On the other hand, Luo Yunyang would be facing 2 Great Heavenly Venerates if he rejected Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanshang's suggestions. Hence, Heavenly Venerate Joyless knew right away that his fate was sealed. After all, there was no way Luo Yunyang would be that insane. Luo Yunyang had arrived full of anger at the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. However, he had calmed down after rescuing Lu Bingyu. Although revenge had to take place, there was some stuff that still had to be done. Luo Yunyang glanced solemnly at Great Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng before saying, Heavenly Venerate Joyless has to die. I can spare the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, but they can forget about owning this mountain. I am going to turn this place into an endless abyss. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel my hatred. Luo Yunyang added in a lighter tone, Great Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng, I have already shown you respect. What do you think about it? Great Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng was surprised. Although he felt that this young person's impudence didn't know any limits, he wasn't willing to be the enemy of such a strong opponent. After all, Heavenly Venerate Joyless wasn't related to him. Although he had a relationship with the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, their interactions were fairly normal. The reason he had come was to show his respect for Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. Hence, he didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. Brother Scarlet Red, what do you think? Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red didn't want to go against a strong opponent like Luo Yunyang at such a critical juncture either. After all, a huge opportunity was about to appear. Heavenly Venerate Joyless deserved to die, and the Forsaken Sky Sword sect wouldn't make a big deal out of changing location. The humiliation suffered was the Forsaken Sky Sword sect's problem and had nothing to do with him. Hence, after some hesitation, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red mumbled, I can agree to this. These words made Heavenly Venerate Joyless feel a little dizzy. He had never thought that his life would be used as a bargaining chip or that he would have no say as he was deprived of it. No, I don't agree. Father, save me. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red, save me. Heavenly Venerate Joyless wailed and screamed hysterically. Then, he suddenly sobered up from the hysteria and shot upwards without any hesitation. He had no destination in mind, as all he wanted to do was escape. However, just as he was about to take off, a large hand appeared within the void and crushed him instantly. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was more concerned about the future of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect than about his son's life, as the spot that the Forsaken Sky Sword sect occupied was extremely important to the sect. This concerned the reputation of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Although Heavenly Venerate Joyless was important to him, he still wasn't as important as the foundations of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. Great Heavenly Venerates, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan pleaded as the 5 other second-level Heavenly Venerates also looked at Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was aware of Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan's intention, but he had already made up his mind so he would not change his decision. Hence, he only glanced at Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan with a steely expression. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red did not speak, but his expression said all that needed to be said. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng merely sneered as he said, It is very kind of Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red to help you all. If any of you push your luck, don't blame me for being ruthless. The murderous intent behind that sentence shook every member of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, especially the 5 second-level Heavenly Venerates. Even though they resented Luo Yunyang for destroying the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, they also knew that they had no other options at the moment. Heavenly Venerate Joyless was the one who was suffering the most. He wanted to speak out but he couldn't open his mouth. It was so bad that he couldn't even use his eyes to plead for his case. Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan was really reluctant to give up the grounds of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. After all, they had operated on this land for ages. While their current location wasn't considered the best or most treasured sacred mountain available in the entire Yunguang cosmos, it was still considered one of the top 10 locations. It would be very hard for them to find such a good location again if they were to lose it now. The Forsaken Sky Sword sect's prestige would also be adversely affected even if Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan continued helming it. However, they had no other choice now. As Luo Yunyang stood under the starry sky and executed his samsara palm, the great land went deadly silent and a crushing wheel descended on it. Everyone watched closely as the samsara wheel smashed against the ground and an earth-shattering sound resounded. The mountain belonging to the Forsaken Sky Sword sect, which had once exuded a divine aura, was turned to dust instantly. Although all the disciples of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect had left the spot, most of their belongings remained inside. Even though they wanted to bring their belongings out, a certain origin seal had restricted the movements of their belongings. Therefore, it would take much longer for them to retrieve them. Luo Yunyang hadn't given them any time to do so, and neither had Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and Great Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng. Hence, all the Forsaken Sky Sword sect martialists could only watch helplessly as their mountain was destroyed while their patriarch, Heavenly Venerate Qingyuan, could only watch on in a daze. A huge ocean replaced the mountain that had originally been there as Heavenly Venerate Joyless was also crushed into powder by the Samsara palm. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanyang stood quietly in the distance and watched indifferently while this body of water replaced the Forsaken Sky Sword sect. They looked indifferent indeed. It seemed as if the situation of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect had nothing to do with them. As many disciples of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect were leaving, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red said softly, besides the fact that he is seeking revenge over the slightest grievances, he is also extremely arrogant. He isn't just taking revenge. He is also telling other people that he is not someone to mess with by using the Forsaken Sky Sword sect as an example. In fact, his appearance will only do us good. Nothing bad will happen to us. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanyang smiled while speaking faintly. After all, we will have an extra high-level pair of hands if he joins us. The odds of us entering the new cosmos will increase greatly. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red chuckled and agreed. Yes, it would be better if he died in that newly formed cosmos. We wouldn't have to do it deliberately either. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanyang grinned. Opportunities are abundant in the new cosmos. However, some time ago, the records on the chaotic stone I got from the new cosmos made it seem like we should take some precautions before acting. Although we can compete against the opportunities that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall uses to test their shenzis, we mustn't be the ones to act first. Heavenly Venerate Samsara could become the best weapon in our hands. I don't believe that he wouldn't be intrigued by a newly formed cosmos. His fate would depend entirely on his destiny if he encountered the Zongzis of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red nodded and smiled. We must not let go of this opportunity that descended upon Yunguang Cosmos. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will really nest in Yunguang Cosmos for our entire lives. Chapter 822, Elite Gathering. The name Heavenly Venerate Samsara Luo Yuanyang had become taboo in the entire Yunguang Cosmos. However, he became the only ruler of the Tianyan Void. The Blue Dragon Marquis Palace underwent a major rebuilding process, and Luo Yuanyang's people re-emerged as the beheaded head of Heavenly Venerate Joyless hung lifelessly in the void. Everything that had happened had silenced the entire Tianyan Void. When the Blue Dragon Marquis Palace opened its doors again, the three great Heavenly Venerates from Yunguang Cosmos came to pay their respects, and the Heavenly Venerates of the Forsaken Sky Sword sect came forward with gifts and offerings. The Blue Dragon Marquis Palace had become the controlling authority of the Tianyan Void in the span of 8 years. However, Luo Yunyang did not pay attention to any of this. His status in Yunguang Cosmos was over the top, so no one would dare disturb him unnecessarily. Luo Yunyang did not cultivate, even though he was at a location within the Tianyan Void, where the spirit essence was the densest, as the amount of spirit essence present was still too minuscule and there would be no benefits for him if he cultivated. Besides, a guest he had been expecting for a long time was finally about to arrive. Luo Yunyang had dwelled in deep seclusion for the past 8 years. Other than solidifying his cultivation, he had even begun to comprehend some space-time paths. Although this wasn't any kind of deep enlightenment, he was still able to comprehend things that were beneficial to him. An old friend has arrived, Heavenly Venerate Samsara. Are you willing to meet them? A faint voice spoke in Luo Yunyang's ears. Based on its tone, Luo Yunyang could tell immediately that this person had come deliberately. It's my honor to see you, Great Heavenly Venerate, Luo Yunyang said as he stood up from his stone platform. The visitor was Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. 8 years had passed, yet he appeared the same as ever. After all, 8 years was merely like the snap of a finger for people like Luo Yunyang. Heavenly Venerate Samsara, while this place might be carefree, it will eventually wear out your fighting spirit. This place isn't good for a Heavenly Venerate's cultivation. After exchanging some pleasantries, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red got straight to the point and said, the void isn't a cosmos. It could at most allow Heavenly Venerate Samsara to become a first-level Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Samsara, you have to enter Yunguang Cosmos and cultivate if you want to improve. Luo Yunyang knew that Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was speaking the truth. There seemed to be a restriction placed in great cosmoses, and voids that only allowed cultivators to attain a certain level. One could only cultivate to the first level of the Heavenly Venerate within a void. Meanwhile, one could become a 6th-level Heavenly Venerate within a cosmos. To become a 9th-level Heavenly Venerate or an Almighty, one would need to reside in a great cosmos. Thank you, Great Heavenly Venerate. I'm going to enter the endless chaos once more after wrapping things up in the Tianyan void. Luo Yunyang deliberately sounded like he was looking forward to his departure. Although the endless chaos is filled with uncertainties, the opportunities inside are abundant as well. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was surprised to see Luo Yunyang's ambitious behavior. He wasn't afraid of Luo Yunyang's ambition at all. He wanted Luo Yunyang to be ambitious, as only ambitious people could amount to greatness. Yunyang, the dangers in the endless chaos are countless. Out of 100 people that enter the endless chaos looking for opportunities, only about 3 come out alive. You might have returned alive this time, but you might not be as lucky again. Luo Yunyang was secretly delighted to hear what Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red had said. However, he appeared like he was pondering the matter on the surface. Eventually, his expression became resolute. This was the kind of determination that wouldn't change even if he died. Great Heavenly Venerate, I've enjoyed martial path cultivation ever since I was young. I believe that there is no meaning in life if I can't improve on it. Take what just happened as an example. I would have been devoured entirely if I didn't have this capability, wouldn't I? Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red, who knew what Luo Yunyang was referring to, said with a chuckle, Yuanshu, you're right. In the end, everything depends on one's own ability. However, the endless chaotic void is too dangerous. I have a better location in mind. I wonder if Yuanshu would dare try it. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red did not immediately get to his proposal. Instead, he waited for Luo Yunyang's reply like an experienced hunter. Luo Yunyang did not appear like he was anxious to know about it. He actually pondered it for a long while before replying, I have already dared to enter the endless chaotic void. What is there to worry about? Great Heavenly Venerate, stop messing with me. Is the opportunity presented as impressive as you are implying? Naturally. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's voice rose slightly as he added, it's a newly formed cosmos. What do you think? A newly formed cosmos? Luo Yunyang, who deliberately appeared like he was enticed by Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's words, asked hurriedly, is that really true? Of course, I wouldn't make a fool of myself if I did not have concrete information. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was very satisfied by Luo Yunyang's anxious behavior. Hence, he did not find it suspicious that everything was exactly the way he had anticipated. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang's reaction was exactly what Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red had envisaged. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up and he paused for a bit before asking, what a great opportunity. Great Heavenly Venerate, you wouldn't just give it to me for no reason, right? Yuanshu, I can't claim this entire cosmos by myself. Most people can't either. Furthermore, there will be opponents. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's voice was lowered as he added, that is also why we need to recruit more help. Rest assured, though, you won't get in any trouble in the future. A golden token appeared in Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's hands immediately. Yuanshu, use your mind power to utilize this item and you'll understand everything. Luo Yunyang realized that the golden token was a virtual realm communication device upon taking it. He directly used his mind power to activate it, as it was relatively harmless. Luo Yunyang's consciousness entered a piece of the void instantly. This void wasn't very big. There was only a huge palace radiating golden light. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red also appeared inside the palace at the same time as Luo Yunyang. There were more than 100 people in the palace who immediately stopped talking among themselves and looked in the direction of Luo Yunyang and Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red, who had both just appeared. Of course, their attention was focused on Luo Yunyang. Scarlet Red, is this the Heavenly Venerate Samsara that you mentioned? A frail-looking elder spoke in a majestic tone that would make anyone want to submit to him. The elder immediately sent forth a cloud of bewitching energy towards Luo Yunyang at once. Although this was a virtual world, Luo Yunyang did not give in. Upon entering this virtual world, he realized that it was drastically inferior to Hongmeng realm. He could only use his mind power here. Hence, he did not hesitate to execute the life-death resounding fate in retaliation. The elder could sense clearly that Luo Yunyang was just a first-level Heavenly Venerate upon seeing him. Although he felt that Luo Yunyang must have some kind of special talent, this wasn't enough to make him treat Luo Yunyang as an equal. Hence, he decided to intimidate Luo Yunyang right from the start and execute his bewitchment technique. The bewitchment technique looked rather ordinary. However, given the elder's level of achievement, he could break many people mentally with a mere glance. Unfortunately, He had never expected that his bewitchment technique would fail to affect a mere first-level heavenly venerate, who instead counterattacked. The massive power shook his mind, making this unbearable. Luckily, he had been a heavenly venerate for many years and his cultivation was exceptional. Thus, he suppressed this uncomfortable feeling after drawing a deep breath. Meanwhile, the other elites that had gathered began to withdraw their contemptuous intentions. After all, even though Luo Yunyang's cultivation wasn't very high, his display of mind power in a single attack had been enough to make them wary. I am Luo Yuanshu. Luo Yunyang grinned as he spoke. However, the elder considered his smiling attitude a form of willingness to fight. You surprised me, brother Luo. The elder shot a glance at Luo Yunyang and said, you're only a first-level heavenly venerate, but I sense that you're much stronger than many other fifth-level heavenly venerates. Many heavenly venerates grimaced when they heard what the elder said. Those people were fifth-level heavenly venerates after all. This was a form of provocation. Although it seemed like it was a small trick, such unscrupulous small tricks were often the hardest to deal with. Ha ha, sir, you must be joking. However, I think that your bewitchment technique is stronger than all the sixth-level heavenly venerates present. The elder did not continue the conversation at once. However, the two of them immediately began to laugh heartily with one another, as if they were best friends who had reunited. While they were laughing heartily, someone muttered, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red, are you blind? How can you invite the Zongzi of Hongmeng's sacred hall that we are going to deal with during the dragon-slaying meet? You incompetent bungler. The surrounding area fell deadly silent after that person spoke up. Luo Yunyang's mind cultivation had reached such a point that he wouldn't flinch even if the sky fell. However, those words stunned him momentarily. Had someone seen through his schemes before he had even started? That would be troublesome if it was really true. Luo Yunyang turned to look at the person who had seen through him and exposed his scheme. Chapter 823, Dragon Slaying Plan. Forming Cosmos. The person also looked at Luo Yunyang, so their eyes met at the same time. He was a middle-aged man with a sixth-level heavenly venerate cultivation base. He was also good-looking and he exuded a very confident demeanor. He even smirked when Luo Yunyang looked over. However, Luo Yunyang did not recognize this person. Just as Luo Yunyang was pondering hard, someone chuckled and said, Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang, you guessed wrong this time. May I ask Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang when Hongmeng's sacred hall last recruited disciples? Asked Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red. Although his tone was calm, his sarcastic intent was evident in his words. Luo Yunyang could sense the great enmity between Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang. Who doesn't know about this? Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang wasn't an ordinary person. He knew Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red must have something up his sleeves. Hence, he replied faintly, unless you're saying that Heavenly Venerate Samsara became a Heavenly Venerate before Hongmeng's sacred hall recruited disciples. That's right, he didn't become one right before the recruitment, but 100 years earlier. So tell me, Great Hongmeng's sacred hall Yuanwang, how can a Heavenly Venerate become a disciple of Hongmeng's sacred hall? Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang pondered for a moment before replying, he's already so powerful, even though he's just a first-level Heavenly Venerate. I really can't think of anyone that possesses such terrifying strength other than the freaks produced by Hongmeng's sacred hall. How unreasonable of you to say that just because of your ignorance. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red was equally impolite. His words were laced with sarcasm. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang twitched his mouth as he sneered at Luo Yunyang. Heavenly Venerate Samsara, you're only a first-level Heavenly Venerate, so how can your cultivation surpass an ordinary first-level Heavenly Venerates by that much? Do you mind enlightening us? Of course. Luo Yunyang smiled at Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang. It's simple, actually. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang would just need to roam the endless chaotic void once. You might have already become a 9th-level Heavenly Venerate if you had done this. There are plenty of opportunities there. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang's face twitched when he heard what Luo Yunyang said. Everyone knew that there were many opportunities in the endless chaotic void. However, few people dared to enter the endless chaos. After all, this was akin to putting one's life on the line. Even a 9th-level Heavenly Venerate might die in the endless chaos. All of them were the strongest people in their respective cosmos, but they had never dared to enter the endless chaos recklessly. You went into the endless chaos? Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang sounded a little surprised as he asked this. I was just lucky to return alive. Luo Yunyang did not have a good impression of Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang, so he naturally did not reply modestly. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang, who wasn't angered by that, apologized. Only the strong emerge from the endless chaos alive. That was rude of me. I apologize, Brother Samsara. These words instantly elevated Luo Yunyang's status again. No wonder Heavenly Venerate Samsara wasn't afraid of my bewitchment technique. I must be really blind if I didn't see that you actually came out of the endless chaos alive, the frail elder, who was a bewitchment technique expert, said. Alright, since this misunderstanding has been resolved, let's get down to our actual business. The newly formed cosmos of the endless chaos is situated near all our cosmoses. Every time a new cosmos forms, extremely rare treasures will definitely be appearing. We have scouted this time, and the precious treasure that will be appearing should be a great path golden lotus that contains 9 levels of universe origin marks. There are many uses for this item. It can improve one's cultivation and easily simulate a realm. Of course, most importantly, it can allow us to break through our bottlenecks and form a first-level internal universe. The elder was a little excited as he said that. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyan was also excited about it, and even Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang looked avaricious when he heard this information. Clearly, he wanted the Great Path Golden Lotus very much. If Hongmeng's Sacred Hall didn't train their disciples, we would not have any chance of obtaining the Great Path Golden Lotus, as it would have been taken immediately by those supreme beings once the new cosmos was formed. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyan drew a deep breath before adding, everyone must have felt Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang kicking up a fuss just now. However, it makes sense that he is careful. It seems like we have strength in numbers, but the figures produced by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall cannot be underestimated. More importantly, those figures possess treasures that we are not aware of. Hence, one can say that they already have a large advantage over us in the newly formed cosmos. All of us want to obtain the Great Path Golden Lotus. However, before we do that, it's more important for us to kill the Zongzi of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyan's words rattled everyone's hearts, even though he did not execute any techniques. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyan, you're well respected among us. Just let us know if you need us to do anything. Someone shouted in response. Good, I'll not stand on ceremony since everyone thinks so highly of me, Shenyan. I think we need to set a rule. We must not kill among ourselves before we slay the Zongzi of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Various people approved of the proposal of Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyan. However, Luo Yunyang doubted whether this was going to work. He had the Great Transportation Token and the Chengkan Geographical Map, so he had a greater advantage than Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyan and the other elites, who knew nothing before entering the newly formed cosmos to explore. Still, 105th level Heavenly Venerates were a force to be reckoned with. Luo Yunyang listened to the discussion between Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyan while refining his scheme. After the meeting ended, Luo Yunyang and Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red opened their eyes at the same time and met each other's gaze, thus acknowledging their alliance. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang is quite annoying, but fret not, Brother Yuanshu. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng and I will fight it out with him if he dares to make things difficult for you. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red consoled Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang chucked as he said, although my cultivation is rather low, Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang has no chance of stopping me. I've helped you prevent a disaster. You should remember this. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red wasn't pleased with Luo Yunyang, yet he still gave him a fake smile and replied, of course, I will not forget about it. Brother Yuanshu, there are still 2 years left before the new cosmos is complete. I'm going to make some preparations. You should do so as well. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red pointed to the golden token in Luo Yunyang's hands and said, keep this well, brother. The token will inform you if there are any updates. After seeing Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red off, Luo Yunyang returned to his quiet room with a solemn expression and began estimating the probability of his success. His chances would remain high if his identity wasn't exposed. However, things would go south if anyone suspected him. They are all old cunning foxes. If my original identity remains hidden for such a long time, it might raise some suspicion. Luo Yunyang waved his sleeves and a clone that exuded blood aura immediately appeared in the void. This was Luo Yunyang's primeval underworld monarch clone. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yunyang decided to hand the minor feather sword to his clone. Go! Luo Yunyang felt a mysterious feeling invading his senses when he looked at his primeval underworld monarch clone. However, He still commanded it with determination despite feeling this way. While wielding the minor feather sword, the primeval underworld monarch nodded his head, accepting Luo Yunyang's command before ripping the void and disappearing into it. Time flowed on as usual for the commoners as well as the lofty heavenly venerates. Luo Yunyang spent 2 years cultivating and attending meetups with great heavenly venerates Scarlet Red. He gradually got familiar with the new cosmos and the Great Path Golden Lotus after every meetup. The most intuitive benefit of the Great Path Golden Lotus for Luo Yunyang was that it could enhance the first level of Luo Yunyang's cultivation. In other words, it could add another layer of universe on top of Luo Yunyang's first level universe. Moreover, it would be adding an extra level of 1 yuan universe. Hence, Luo Yunyang would be saving years of painful cultivation if he could get his hands on the Great Path Golden Lotus. Brother, the new cosmos is nearly formed and the Zongzi from Hongmeng's Sacred Hall has appeared. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red's voice was heard from Luo Yunyang's golden communication device. Let's hurry up and gather at the outer region of the newly formed cosmos. It would be best if we stopped that Zongzi from entering it. Luo Yunyang, who had gained a very deep understanding of the surroundings of the newly formed cosmos, arrived at Yungguang Cosmos quickly with the assistance of the transportation portal that had been set up long ago. Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and 4 other 6th-level Heavenly Venerates had already arrived and were waiting there for Luo Yunyang. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang, Great Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red lowered his voice and commanded, "Activate the transportation portal. We're heading to the newly formed cosmos. This time, our priority is to kill that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall Zongzi." Chapter 824, Treasured Sun Moon Flag, Chaotic Godfiends. Although Luo Yunyang was a Heavenly Venerate, this was the first time he was seeing the formation of a new cosmos. He began to understand a little after the primal chaotic chi started churning in the void. It was as if there was an invisible decomposer that decomposed the primal chaotic energy rapidly. Then, the most essential part of the primal chaotic chi converged rapidly towards the center of the separated primal chaos. The nomological laws that supported the cosmos were also slowly taking shape in front of Luo Yunyang. Those nomological laws were absorbing the essence that was being separated from the primal chaotic chi. "Ha ha ha, come over and look, this is a good weapon," said a man with the appearance of someone in his 40s. This was a 5th-level Heavenly Venerate whose eyes glowed as he held a spear with a coiled dragon. It was the 8th treasured golden dragon spear. Luo Yunyang actually confirmed the location of this precious spear that had contained half a universe origin mark 3 days ago. However, the 8th treasure golden dragon was really useless to him. Therefore, he allowed Heavenly Venerate Yuanshang to have it. "Congratulations, Brother Yuanshang. This spear contains half a universe origin mark from the creation of the new cosmos. It should be comparable to the weapon of a 2nd-level Heavenly Venerate. Although it isn't too useful, it is still a good item to gift to your disciples." A woman in red robes spoke. She was also a 5th-level Heavenly Venerate. Although her appearance had undergone a transformation and she looked very beautiful, her words were rather caustic. That's right, she was being caustic. Luo Yunyang did not have a good impression of the woman in red, but he had no intention of killing her. The woman in red and the 5 other Heavenly Venerates, including Heavenly Venerate Yuanshang, were wary of Luo Yunyang, as he had wandered in the endless chaos before even though his cultivation wasn't as high as theirs. Although Luo Yunyang's cultivation was insufficient, his strength was still the highest among the 6 of them. Heavenly Venerate Yuanshang looked at Luo Yunyang and said with a smile, "It's just a small toy that should be given to disciples. However, I heard that some time ago, someone obtained a treasure seal that contained 6 universe origin marks." Everyone looked envious when they heard about the treasure seal containing 6 universe origin marks. After all, they considered this a truly rare treasure. Their abilities could be multiplied if they used such a treasure properly. Luo Yunyang wasn't interested in the treasure seal either, but he needed to pretend in order to blend in with the others. Hence, he let out a cold huff. All 6th-level Heavenly Venerates are proficient in observing the primal chaotic chi, and treasures will always appear in the areas they are located in. The woman in red, whose name was Heavenly Venerate xianxia, said icily, "I just hope that they will be able to do their best when that dragon from Hongmeng's Sacred Hall appears." Heavenly Venerate xianxia looked as if she was delighted that the 6th-level Heavenly Venerates would be in trouble and actually looked forward to it. Luo Yunyang ignored Heavenly Venerate xianxia but sneered inwardly. Based on his estimations, news should be arriving soon. Sure enough, their communication devices lit up almost at the same time. It was difficult for the golden token to gather their consciousness into a space now that they had entered the new cosmos. Hence, they had to rely on this new token in the void, where things were rapidly being formed by the primal chaotic qi. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang was attacked by the Zongzi of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Although he did not die, 3 levels of his internal universe collapsed and he will now return to rest in seclusion. Heavenly Venerate Hongxia's voice quavered slightly. The other members of Luo Yunyang's team, who also received this news, were rather frightened. One ought to know that Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang was one of the strongest 6th-level Heavenly Venerates. Furthermore, he was also an overbearing and imposing figure, so few people would dare to offend him. Even Heavenly Venerate Hongxia, who was always sharp and unkind, treated him with respect. Hence, the news of this brilliant Great Heavenly Venerate's serious injury made them shiver in fear from the bottom of their hearts, which in turn led them to think that the huge opportunity this time wasn't going to be easy to obtain. Besides the 6th 5th-level Heavenly Venerates with Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang, there was also a half-step 6th-level Heavenly Venerate. Their party must have been very strong. How could he possibly have been ambushed? Heavenly Venerate Yuanshang said. His words were exactly what everyone had in mind. No one answered, as they were still a long way from becoming 6th-level Great Heavenly Venerates, let alone sneak an attack on such an elite Great Heavenly Venerate. Among the crowd, only Luo Yunyang knew what was going on. Before the new cosmos was formed, it was difficult for people below the Yuan Venerate Almighty level to enter it. Luo Yunyang could not do so, and neither could Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang and the others. Therefore, almost everyone was waiting for the moment the new cosmos would be formed to enter it by using the spatial cracks that had appeared. Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang and his party had all been prepared to attack anyone that wasn't a member of their party once the new cosmos was formed. Of course, their target was Luo Yunyang, the Zongzi of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Naturally, Luo Yunyang had not appeared after 3 days, so Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang and the others had begun to enter the new cosmos. All kinds of treasures were formed when the new cosmos opened, and it was hard for anyone to resist the temptation. Hence, they had split into several teams in order to look for treasures and strike at the Hongmeng's Sacred Hall Zongzi. However, they had still maintained a very tight connection between the teams. The reason they were not afraid that the Hongmeng's Sacred Hall Zongzi would overtake them was because when the new cosmos opened up, only 99 paths would be formed and every path would lead to the core of the new cosmos. That was the place where great opportunities lay. Others would snatch the opportunity if one decided to take a detour. Doesn't that mean that Hongmeng's Sacred Hall Zongzi is going to enter the core region first? Heavenly Venerate Hongxia suddenly said in astonishment. The other 5th-level Heavenly Venerates glanced at Heavenly Venerate Hongxia indifferently as if this matter was none of their concern and they really could do nothing about it. Even this massive opportunity didn't concern them, as it was what the 6th-level Great Heavenly Venerates would compete for. It would be a godsend if they could obtain at least a 6th-level treasure. Of course, they were still yearning for that massive opportunity. No, although the Zongzi from Hongmeng's Sacred Hall made a successful surprise attack, Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang and his party still managed to force him to retreat. I heard that the Zongzi was also struck by Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang, but I don't know if he was hurt. Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng continued to explain softly, the Great Heavenly Venerates have asked us to hurry along. The chaotic Godfiends are also about to emerge. We must be careful when dealing with them. Heavenly Venerate Hongxia was surprised when she heard about the chaotic Godfiends. She said, just in time. I need those chaotic Godfiends to refine some Heavenly Venerate soldiers. It would be best if I could capture a dozen of them. The other 4 5th-level Heavenly Venerates rolled their eyes when they heard what she said. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang smiled faintly. There were no leaders in their team of 6, but the woman's request was too much. It was inherently difficult to encounter a chaotic Godfiend to begin with, but Heavenly Venerate Hongxia actually wanted a dozen for herself. The rest would have nothing then. Although chaotic Godfiends did not transcend rebirth and were weaker than an actual Heavenly Venerate, they weren't any weaker than ordinary 1st-level Heavenly Venerates. They were considered amongst the best beings to be refined into Heavenly Venerate soldiers. Luo Yunyang had no intention of capturing the chaotic Godfiends. Hence, he didn't pay much attention to the words of Heavenly Venerate Hongxia. However, as he was pondering, he suddenly sensed something. Or rather, the Chenkin geographical map on his body had a reaction. A huge flag that contained 8 levels of universe origin marks was forming on a chaotic mountain peak 100,000 miles away. It was the enveloping sun-moon flag. The name of the precious flag quickly appeared on the Chenkin geographical map. Although Luo Yunyang's target was the treasure with the 9 levels of universe origin marks, the Great Path Golden Lotus, he couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the information about the enveloping sun-moon flag. However, 8 chaotic Godfiends were guarding this flag. It would not be easy for Luo Yunyang to grab the flag and sneak away silently. Luo Yunyang came up with a plan in a moment. He summoned the chaotic 4-origin beast clone in his body and instantly, an elegant figure that looked like a fallen immortal disappeared with a poof into the void. This was the 3rd clone of Luo Yunyang's chaotic 4-origin beast, which looked like Blue Lotus Daozi. Although it wasn't as strong as Luo Yunyang, it was good enough with the assistance of the attribute regulator. About half a day later, Luo Yunyang and the others encountered 8 chaotic Godfiends. The moment they saw the chaotic Godfiends, Luo Yunyang's Blue Lotus Daozi clone immediately increased its speed to the maximum by using the attribute regulator. While taking advantage of the fact that Heavenly Venerate xianxia was fighting against 8 chaotic Godfiends, the Blue Lotus Daozi clone snatched the Great Flag. This action was completed swiftly. It was so quick that the others had no idea what had just occurred. Only the 8 chaotic Godfiends sensed something. Heavenly Venerate xianxia said unhurriedly, "Their roars will cause greater damage to our minds if they are allowed to continue. We have to capture all these chaotic Godfiends in one go." Although most of the members of the team did not like Heavenly Venerate xianxia, they put in considerable effort and rushed towards those chaotic Godfiends. Chapter 825, Great Path Golden Lotus, Obliteration Door. There were 8 chaotic Godfiends. In the end, Luo Yunyang dealt with a Godfiend in the shape of a human and the head of a really large tiger. It kept roaring angrily, even though it had been captured and restrained. Luo Yunyang would not have paid any attention to these Godfiends initially. However, Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng and the other Heavenly Venerates had gone ahead and captured the chaotic Godfiend, so he naturally couldn't leave them alone either. Heavenly Venerate xianxia obtained 2 chaotic Godfiends and was one of the Heavenly Venerates that received a slightly larger share of the loot. However, she wasn't pleased with the other Heavenly Venerates that snatched her chaotic Godfiends. Although she didn't dare fight for them directly, she still grumbled in dissatisfaction. Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng and the other Heavenly Venerates definitely wouldn't let go of the loot that they had just gained. Hence, all of them turned a deaf ear to Heavenly Venerate xianxia's complaints. 10 days later, Luo Yunyang and his party advanced 1,000,000 miles into the void again. Although there weren't any treasures like the enveloping sun-moon flag along the way, some ordinary treasures still appeared, satisfying Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng and their group. Even Heavenly Venerate xianxia managed to gather 8 chaotic Godfiends. Everything went very smoothly, and the situation was looking good for Luo Yunyang. His clone kept appearing to face the various teams. Although it did not hurt another Great Heavenly Venerate like Great Heavenly Venerate Yuanwang, it wasn't caught either. Therefore, no one doubted Luo Yunyang's identity. Luo Yunyang's task would basically be completed as long as he entered the core of the newly formed cosmos. With the aid of the Chenkin geographic map, Luo Yunyang could snatch the Great Path Golden Lotus and leave as quickly as possible. Everything was so surprisingly smooth that it actually made Luo Yunyang feel a lingering premonition. He found it a little strange that things were going way more smoothly than he had anticipated. As Luo Yunyang was feeling uneasy, Heavenly Venerate xianxia let out a whoop of joy. A little green gourd had appeared in her hand. The small gourd was crystal clear, but unfortunately, there were no universe origin marks in it. However, the quality of the small gourd would make it a good treasure as long as it was carefully utilized. Congratulations, Heavenly Venerate xianxia. Although Heavenly Venerate xianxia had a bad personality, someone still congratulated her when she obtained the treasure. Heavenly Venerate xianxia grinned as she said, "I was just lucky. Ha ha ha, it can appear anywhere, but it actually appeared right in front of me." These words made several other Heavenly Venerates frown. Although they didn't speak, they still looked at Heavenly Venerate xianxia sternly. Heavenly Venerate xianxia had said that she was lucky. Was she implying that the rest of them were unlucky? Just as Luo Yunyang was about to ignore Heavenly Venerate xianxia, he heard someone whisper, "Why are there so many benefits to the newly formed cosmos this time? It seems that most of the chaotic Godfiends guarding those treasures have not yet appeared." The person who mused doubtfully was a middle-aged Heavenly Venerate with a simple, unsophisticated face. Luo Yunyang frowned when he heard that statement. Although this was his first time entering a newly formed cosmos, everything had gone suspiciously smooth this time. He wasn't referring to his plan to hide his identity. The overall journey had been relatively easy, and they had even obtained many items. Luo Yunyang felt somewhat uneasy based on these two aspects. Could this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity provided by Hongmeng's Sacred Hall be very dangerous? While Luo Yunyang was confused by this situation, 100 light-years away from him, a figure was sitting on a perfectly dark chaotic stone as primordial chaotic essence surged around him. Behind him, a faint portal was emanating ice-cold qi. This sort of qi would make anyone feel terrified. Yuan Ji, what's the status of the obliteration door? A faint voice was heard around that figure. A ripple began to form in the void as a result of the voice, but it broke before it could be completed. The person known as Yuan Ji slowly opened his eyes. He had 3 eyes that flashed with a purple, green and red brilliance respectively. Is the obliteration door you mentioned going to work? He replied coldly. I fought for half of the energy of the whole newly formed cosmos for this obliteration door. You should know that once half of the energy is extracted, the cosmos will be unstable and its lifespan will be only 1/10 of its normal lifespan. Yuan Ji bellowed in anguish. He was a Godfiend that had been born before the new cosmos had been formed and could be considered the son of the cosmos. He already felt very uncomfortable about forcibly extracting the power within a newly formed cosmos by using secret techniques to set up this obliteration door that shouldn't appear in the cosmos in the first place. However, he had to do it. There is absolutely no problem with the method I have provided you with. The faint voice said, besides, this is all your own choice. If you don't want to be a slave to the human tribe entering the new cosmos, then you have to do it. When the obliteration door is completed, you can use it to kill any humans who enter it. As long as you have control over the obliteration door, even a 9th level heavenly venerate won't be able to do anything to you. Only then will you be truly free. Yuan Ji did not reply. Instead, he slowly closed his 3 eyes before his entire body turned to stone again. Yuan Ji, isn't the law of the jungle always the same? I will give you a chance to join the mysterious underworld race after you kill off all those humans that have entered the newly formed cosmos. The bewitching voice added, you should know how strong the mysterious underworld race is. Your status will soar as long as you become one of us. Yuan Ji did not say a word, but the voice continued tempting him before vanishing into the void. Yuan Ji opened his eyes again after the mysterious underworld being left. He looked at the faint obliteration door and muttered maniacally, you all forced my hand. I don't want to be enslaved, and neither does this new cosmos. However, just as he felt that he was the only one, the ripples that seemed to leave were actually still hiding in the void, watching Yuan Gu's enraged monologue and feeling pleased. Pleased that this scheme had succeeded. An elite elder from the mysterious underworld race was watching Yuan Ji through the ripples. He was lounging in a resplendent, magnificent palace as he mumbled with a smirk. Fool, he's just too inexperienced and afraid of death, a mysterious underworld woman with a coquettish face said faintly, he's just a pitiful being. How can the obliteration door be completed that easily? Refining the obliteration door not only damages a cosmos but also requires a lot of materials. I gave those materials to him free of charge. Does he really think it was just to kill one Zongzi of the human race? The old man added proudly, when the obliteration door is completed, my strength will improve even further and even the human almighties won't be able to do anything to me. By then, we will have the strength to set foot in those great cosmoses. The elder's eyes flickered with a mysterious light when he spoke. It would be great if we could refine an obliteration door with a great cosmos as its base. The voluptuous woman did not say a word, yet the look in her eyes implied that she was also looking forward to that. As time went on, Luo Yunyang continued to follow Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng and the others deep into the cosmos while teasing Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Red and the rest with his clone. As they journeyed even deeper, the treasures that appeared also increased. Luo Yunyang even picked up a sword that contained one universe origin mark. However, it seemed like there was something wrong with it. Although the sword had been born from the cosmos, the birth of swords was not a common occurrence. The sword's birth seems defective. Heavenly Venerate Yuansheng sounded slightly worried. In general, undernourished treasures should not appear in a newly formed cosmos that had abundant spirit essence. However, they simply could not understand what was going on because of their current cultivation, and most people were still focused on the clone that was controlled by Luo Yunyang. Right ahead is the core region of the new cosmos. We must be extra careful after we enter it. The chaotic godfiends within are much more powerful, and the Zongzi from Hong Meng's sacred hall will also appear soon. Luo Yunyang braced himself when he heard Heavenly Venerate Yuanshang. When he stepped into the core region, he immediately separated another clone from the chaotic four-origin beast to replace him while he silently disappeared within the core region. Thanks to the Chang'an geographical map, he could sense the position of the Great Path Golden Lotus right after he entered the core region. It could be said that the most dangerous threats along his journey during this exceptional opportunity challenge had been easily eliminated by Luo Yunyang's identity as Heavenly Venerate Samsara. However, when Luo Yunyang reached the place where the Great Path Golden Lotus was located, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Although the Great Golden Path was still there, it did not shine brilliantly as it was supposed to. There was only a fist-sized lotus bud there. What the heck was going on? All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.